Chapter 1 Little Princess Comes Home. In the warm and cold month of March, the temperature had already risen quietly. Spring was approaching, and the trees on both sides of the asphalt road had already sprouted new green shoots. These were the suburbs. There were very few people here, but the scenery was beautiful. At the end of the winding road was a holy and majestic church. Behind the church was a towering green mountain. From afar, the exquisite spire of the church and the clouds surrounding the green mountain could be seen. Other churches stood in the most prosperous city center, symbolizing the opposition between heaven and earth, and allowing people to enter to admire and atone for their sins. However, this church was different. Unless invited here, no one was allowed to enter. The driver sent by the Torres family, Ben Carson, was already waiting for Lauren Torres to appear at the church's entrance. The Torres family had placed their only daughter in this mysterious church for 4 years. Counting the time, Lauren was already 4.5 years old. At this moment, Lauren was still in the church, surrounded by a group of men and women. These men and women had friendly faces. Some were wearing cassocks, while others were wearing cowls. One of the men wearing a cassock was pushing a man in a cowl. "What are you doing here in our church? Go back to your abbey. Why are you still visiting us?" The abbey this man was talking about was located on the right side of the church. It looked old and dilapidated, hence it was very inconspicuous. "Can't I send Lauren off?" the man in the cowl retorted. Lauren, who was surrounded by these men and women, was sitting on a small stool. In her left hand was an exquisite cross necklace, and in her right hand was a hymn book. "Lauren, no matter what kind of spirit you meet, you can use this cross to ensure your safety. You can only use it when you meet a demon. When you meet a ghost from our country, you still have to use the hymn we taught you." "Who said that? What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I wrong?" Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Lauren blinked her eyes and said, "Sirs, stop arguing. I will use it in the future." Although Lauren was only 4.5 years old, she had already grown up to be very smart. Her long hair was soft and shiny. It was tied into 2 braided braids and there were beautiful little clips on it. Her eyes were sparkling, like agate that emitted a warm luster. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Okay, we will stop arguing. Where's the abbot? It's almost time for Lauren to leave. Why isn't the abbot here yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the abbot with a long white beard walked out from a small house at the side of the church. He held a long rectangular box in his hand. The box was well wrapped and wrapped in a purple velvet cloth. Every tassel revealed an extraordinary value. Upon seeing the abbot, Lauren hurriedly put down the thing in her hand and ran over with small steps to hug his leg. Everyone surrounded her again. The abbot touched Lauren's head with one hand and squatted down. "Lauren, you have to leave this place soon. The outside world is very dangerous. You have to learn to use your own abilities to protect yourself and your family." "Yes, I know." Lauren nodded obediently. Now that it was time to leave, she was no longer as lively as before. "This is a gift from me. Do not open it unless it is absolutely necessary. The thing inside is beneficial to you. The longer it is sealed, the more powerful it will be. Do you understand?" Lauren continued to nod. She reached out her hands and hugged the box that was half as tall as her. She chanted a spell and summoned the void bag. She made a gesture to put the thing inside and the box disappeared into thin air. A golden-haired missionary also squatted down. His voice sounded like he was crying, and he spoke in an unfluent local dialect. "Lauren, when you go out, don't expose your abilities to the bad guys, or you will be in danger. Got it, 7. I will protect myself." Lauren stretched out her chubby hand and patted the golden-haired man's head. She comforted the man instead. Affected by his sobbing tone, the group of adults began to cry. Although Lauren had been tormented terribly by them, her days there were still very happy most of the time. Lauren was about to leave. They felt reluctant and upset to part with her. The time to say goodbye was here. Lauren was escorted by the crowd and eventually got into the Torres family's car. Chapter 2 Don't play tricks, kiddo. As Ben drove, he looked at the rearview mirror. The people from the church and the abbey were still desperately waving their hands. Lauren also stretched half of her body out of the window and waved. The car turned and the crowd in the rearview mirror disappeared. "Miss Lauren, it's very dangerous to stretch your body out of the window," said Ben. Ben was also the one who sent Lauren here. At that time, Lauren's nanny was the only one who accompanied her. Now, Ben was the only one who came to fetch Lauren back. Ben saw Lauren sitting obediently in the mirror and secretly shook his head. She was the only daughter of the Torres family in this generation and by right should be loved and cared for. However, because of the belief that she would bring harm to her mother, she was sent here. When she was sent here, Lauren was weak and sickly. Her complexion was sallow, but she was completely different now. Her small face was chubby and she looked rather cute. Could such a cute child really be the jinx that the matriarch of the Torres family had mentioned? Uncle Ben, why are you the only one here? I heard from the abbots that I still have an elder brother. Lauren opened up a lollipop that Seven had secretly given to her. She stuffed it into her mouth. Ben did not know how to answer this question. He scratched his head and heard Lauren's crisp and clear cry of surprise. Uncle Ben, look, there's a woman by the roadside. He was so frightened that he suddenly stepped on the brakes. Ben looked in the direction where Lauren's little fleshy hand pointed. He saw only a row of neat trees and some leaves by the roadside. There was no woman. Lauren seemed to know that Ben did not believe her, so she stretched her hand out of the window again. Uncle, look, it's right there. She's wearing a white dress and waving at you. Ben's expression was dazed for a moment. When he looked carefully, there was still nothing on the roadside. He was filled with anger and started the car again. The more Ben thought about it, the angrier he became. He said, "No wonder the Torres family wanted to send you to such a place. You're already full of lies at such a young age. You're not learning at all." Lauren was jolted by the sudden acceleration of the car, and the lollipop in her hand fell off. She pursed her lips. "Uncle, you dropped my lollipop. You have to compensate me with one." Seven gave it to me. Ben glanced at her but did not say anything. His eyes were filled with anger. He did not hate Lauren. He just felt that she was acting mysteriously at such a young age and that it was infuriating. After all, Ben had been working for the Torres family for many years. He had seen Lauren when she was young and knew that she was quite pitiful. He could not hate her. However, he was indeed extremely angry. "I'm driving. Stop saying such nonsense." Lauren looked at the lollipop that fell to her feet and pouted even more furiously. She crossed her hands in front of her chest angrily, as if she was a little adult. "Auntie, this uncle has a really bad temper. I don't want to help him anymore." Ben saw Lauren's actions and his entire body turned cold. Who was she talking to? Auntie? Was there anyone else in the car besides the two of them? "Kiddo, don't play tricks here." "I'm not, Uncle. It's this auntie. She wants to talk to you. That's why she got in the car." Ben took a deep breath and pretended not to hear her. However, he stepped on the accelerator even harder. He wanted to return to the Torres family as soon as possible and hand this troublemaker over to someone else. "You're full of nonsense. No wonder no one from the Torres family came to pick you up," Ben said in a low voice. However, Lauren still heard him. It was not Ben's fault. After all, no one in the Torres family wanted Lauren to go back. Maria Julian, who was Lauren's mother and the madam of the Torres family, suffered from severe bleeding when she gave birth to Lauren. Although she managed to save her life later on, her physical condition continued to deteriorate. That was why the matriarch of the Torres family sent Lauren away. For the past 4 years, Maria had been bedridden and rarely got out of bed. A few days ago, the doctor said that Maria's condition was getting worse and her only wish was to see her youngest daughter before she died. That was why Lauren was brought home. In fact, other than Maria, no one in the Torres family welcomed Lauren home. Ben even had the butler call the 3 young masters the night before, but their reactions were all very cold. Big brother said, "I've never heard of this sister." Second brother asked, "That jinx. Is she coming back to be my toy?" Third brother yelled, "Get lost." The matriarch was even more indifferent towards this biological granddaughter of hers. Knowing that Lauren was going back to the Torres family today, she chose to go to the temple on Mount Portbury to recuperate. The timing was unknown. She had not even reached home yet and was already so unpopular. It was uncertain how she was going to live her days in the future. Chapter 3 Reached home. Lauren did not speak for the rest of the journey. Instead, she fiddled with her pocket in the back seat. Ben peeked at her through the mirror a few times. He did not notice any other abnormal behavior. "It's just a small bag. She's been looking at it for a while, Ben thought. This child was initially weak, so she went to that church for a few years. Now, she might have a problem with her brain. The second half of the car ride passed peacefully. Ben, who always drove under the slogan of safety first, sped up when he met this little troublemaker. The 1.5-hour drive was shortened to 4 to 5 minutes. When the car stopped in front of the Torres family's mansion, Ben finally heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw that Lauren was actually reading a book. What could a 4.5-year-old girl understand? Besides, where did this book come from? Lauren only had a small pink bag the size of a fist. While Ben was puzzled, Lauren was talking to the system in her mind. Little 9, is this uncle bad-mouthing about me? Lauren's mind-reading technique was currently at tier 2. She could only faintly sense whether other people's thoughts were positive or negative, good or bad. If she wanted to know exactly what other people were thinking, she still needed to continue mastering it. When the system heard her name, it appeared. System Divine 9 complained, "Host, can you not call me Little 9? I'm System Divine 9, but the way you call me makes me feel like I'm weak." Lauren said, "Little 9, I told you not to call me Host. Instead call me Princess, Troublemaker or Missy, just pick one." System Divine 9 replied, "All right, Troublemaker. You don't have to worry about whether the other party has spoken ill of you. Have you remembered the points that I told you to pay attention to in the Torres family?" "I remembered. Be polite." Ben was kind-hearted. After getting out of the car, he opened the car door for Lauren. After all, she was the master, and he was still aware of it. Divine 9 disappeared again. Lauren closed the book that was filled with words, crossed her arms in front of her chest and carefully got out of the car. However, the car was still too high from the ground. Lauren's short legs could not reach it. She put down the book again, held the car door with her hand and moved down carefully. It still did not work. It was so high. "Uncle, can you carry me out of the car?" Lauren opened her arms and waited for help. Ben had to agree to Lauren's request. He carried her out of the car. Just as he was about to put her down, Lauren pouted and refused to walk by herself. "Uncle, can you carry me inside? I am afraid." If the people in the church and the abbey knew that Lauren said she was afraid, they would probably laugh their teeth out. When did this little devil ever say she was afraid? She had always been the one who made others afraid. However, Ben did not know any of this. He thought that Miss Lauren was really afraid because she was a newcomer. Although some unpleasant things had happened just now, she was actually quite pitiable. With this thought in mind, Ben went along with Lauren's wishes and carried her in. "Uncle Ben treats me quite well. I will give him a house in the future," Lauren thought to herself. Inside the Torres family's mansion, the servants were all busy with their own matters. Although they knew that Lauren was coming back today, they had long known that Lauren did not have any status in this family. Therefore, when they saw Lauren being carried in, they only took a glance at her and did not take any action. Even when a random guest came, there were people serving tea and pouring water. However, now that Lauren had entered, no one paid any attention to her. Lauren kicked her little legs and said, "Uncle, you can let me down now. I can walk on my own." At this moment, Mr. Hayes, the old butler of the Torres residence, came over. "Miss Lauren has finally arrived home." Mr. Hayes had worked in the Torres family for more than a few decades. He had watched the 3 outstanding young masters of the Torres family grow up. Lauren tried her best to raise her head and look at this old man with a white beard. She felt a sense of familiarity, because this old man was very similar to the elders. Thus, Lauren revealed the sweetest smile she had today. The corners of her mouth curled up, her round eyes seemed to be able to speak, and there were even dimples on her cheeks. "Yes, Grandpa, Lauren is home. Is this my home?" Mr. Hayes was overjoyed when he heard Lauren call him Grandpa. He had thought that this child would be estranged from him. Of course this is Miss Lauren's home. Chapter 4, Be Careful, Brother. As soon as Mr. Hayes finished speaking, her eldest brother, Franklin Torres, strode over from the main door. Master Franklin, what's going on today?" "Mr. Hayes, I come back to get a document. I'll be leaving soon." Franklin walked closer and realized that there was a little child in the house. "Oh yes, Ben said that he was going to bring Lauren back today. It seemed that this fair and chubby little one was the biological younger sister that he had not seen for 4 years. Franklin merely lowered his head and glanced at Lauren. His gaze was ice cold, and the temperature of the entire Torres residence seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. "Are you my brother?" Lauren tried her best to raise her head so that she could see Franklin. "My brother is so handsome. I like it." Lauren clapped her hands excitedly. As she raised her head, she accidentally lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the floor was covered with a thick carpet. "I'm not your brother. Don't speak loudly in the Torres residence," Franklin coldly replied before he lifted his long legs and walked towards the second floor. Lauren, who had fallen to the ground, puffed up her bun-shaped face. She was a little angry. She muttered softly, "HMPH, this brother doesn't like me, so I don't like this brother either." After saying that, Lauren's eyes turned red. "Miss Lauren, get up quickly. I'll get the servants to prepare lunch for you. You must be hungry after sitting in the car for so long, right?" When Lauren heard that there was food, her mood slightly improved. After rejecting Mr. Hayes's help, she clumsily got up from the carpet and patted the dust off her hands. Then, she followed Mr. Hayes for food. Franklin was looking for documents in the study when his phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, his second brother Quinn's sloppy voice came from the other side. "Brother, how is it? I heard the Jinx came home today." Quinn was still filming an advertisement in a foreign country, so he had no way to come back. "Yes." When Franklin heard the word Jinx, he frowned but did not refute. "You saw her? How was it? Is she still as skinny and ugly as before?" Was she ugly? He did not see her clearly. She was not thin, but she looked plump. "It should be very comfortable to touch." "I don't know. You can see for yourself when you come back." Franklin finally found the one he wanted from a pile of documents. He took it and hurried downstairs. The dining room could be clearly seen from the stairs. As Franklin went downstairs, he saw the child sitting on a mahogany chair looking at the kitchen. She was really gluttonous. Franklin continued to respond vaguely to Quinn's messages. He walked straight out of the door. Just as he stepped out of the Torres residence door, he heard a voice from inside the dining room. "Be careful, brother." Franklin was stunned for a moment and stopped in his tracks. In the next second, something that shocked everyone happened. A flower pot fell straight on the ground in front of Franklin. If Franklin had not stopped in time, no one dared to imagine what would happen next. Mr. Hayes ran to the door when he heard the sound. The servant, who was fiddling with the flower pot on the second-floor balcony, also rushed downstairs to apologize. The flower pot did not hurt Franklin, but it was broken into pieces. The soil inside splashed everywhere. Some of it splashed onto Franklin's pants and leather shoes, and dirtied them. The servants were all busy tidying up. The maid who had dropped the flower pot from the second floor was now kneeling and trembling on the ground. The atmosphere was tense. At this time, Franklin felt something hugging his feet. He lowered his head and saw that it was the little child. "Am I powerful, big brother? I saved your life. You have to praise me." Although Franklin did not believe it, if it was not for the child's sudden shout, he would have been hit by the flower pot. Looking at Lauren's fair face and sparkling eyes, Franklin actually wanted to hug her for a moment. "I could sense danger, so I knew Big Brother was about to be in danger." "Could sense danger? It's just a coincidence. Let go of my leg." Franklin's tone was still very cold, but his expression had already softened and was no longer as cold as an ice mountain. Mr. Hayes hurriedly carried Lauren back to the dining table, while Franklin went back to his room to change his clothes. The Torres residence quickly calmed down again. It was already past 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Lauren touched her round belly and acted like a spoiled child towards Mr. Hayes. "I am hungry. When will there be food?" Coincidentally, the servant came over with a bowl. Lauren and Mr. Hayes looked at the bowl and almost vomited blood from anger. A bowl of rice soup with a few grains of rice floating in the middle, a pickled vegetable and a piece of bread. Looking at the bowl, Lauren pulled a long face and twitched her mouth. Chapter 5. Lauren was also the master. Grandpa Butler, is the Torres family really so poor? With how poor the church already is, Lauren still has meat to eat. The Torres family can't even afford meat. How miserable. Lauren spoke in a sympathetic tone, making Mr. Hayes feel very awkward. He ordered the servants to prepare lunch, but he didn't expect them to prepare such a meal. There wasn't even a hot dish. The chef was called out and reprimanded by Mr. Hayes, but he did not have the slightest look of remorse, instead just standing there casually. She's just a child. What kind of delicacies does she want to eat? What right does she have to eat all those? This chef was called Hubert King. He was specially poached from a 3-star Michelin restaurant by the third young master. With the third young master's support, this chef had always been doing whatever he willed in the Torres family. His ego was already absolutely massive. There was nothing Mr. Hayes could do about Hubert. After all, he couldn't offend the third young master, but this was basically more water than soup. The other servants stood at the side watching the show. Everyone in the Torres family knew that Lauren was the most disliked person in the whole family, and so everyone dared to bully this little girl. At this moment, Lauren suddenly said, "Mr. Chef, you have to be careful recently. Have you been having edema and dry skin?" No one knew why Lauren changed the topic so suddenly. System Divine 9, host, you've already learned about this illness. You're really fast. Hubert simply let out a TSK without a care for the little girl. Uncle, you have to go to the hospital as soon as possible. If you delay this any longer, you won't live long. It was really surprising for a 4-year-old girl to say such words. When Hubert heard these words, he only felt angry. Where did this brat come from? How dare you say such words to me? You must really be tired of living. Hubert took off his apron and angrily walked towards Lauren. Can't I take care of a brat like you? No one wants you anyway. System Divine 9, host, there is Tier 2 danger ahead. Please be on guard. At almost exactly the moment Hubert took off his apron, the system's voice sounded. Although Lauren looked soft and cuddly, she was not a pushover. One had to know that in the few years she had been in the church, her defensive attack had already been trained to Tier 52, which was the highest level of her current skill. It was more than enough to deal with a boxing champion, let alone this weak Hubert. Just as Hubert was about to touch Lauren's arm, the little girl was about to counterattack when another long and powerful hand grabbed Hubert's hand. Wow! Has the Torres family given you so much power that you actually dare to bully the master of the house right here? Lauren instantly retracted her sharp gaze and looked at the person who had come. It was her brother. Her brother had come to save her. Hubert was pinched until he was in pain. He immediately shouted, "Mr. Torres, let go, please let go." Franklin Torres immediately threw Hubert onto the ground. Hubert collapsed on the ground and held his hand in pain. The servants at the side let out a soft exclamation. They had never seen Mr. Torres act like this before. Franklin was the eldest son. He had entered the Torres Corporation to study at the age of 15, and now, at the age of 22, he was able to fend for himself. He had always been calm, and it could even be said that he was cold. Hubert still decided not to back off. He pointed at Lauren and cursed, "Mr. Torres, why are you protecting her? Isn't there no one in the Torres family who likes her? Since when did a mere chef like you have the right to ask about matters of the Torres family?" Franklin's voice was even colder. "Since when did a mere servant get the power to touch his master?" Hubert intended to continue his quibble, but Franklin raised his hand. This action meant that he was extremely impatient. "Shut up. You're fired. Get out." Although Hubert had the third young master backing him up, Franklin scared him even more. And even though he was full of complaints, he did not dare to speak. Mr. Hayes whispered from the side, "But Hubert was hired by the third young master. If you fire him, will third young master, oh right, before you leave, apologize to Lauren first." Mr. Hayes shut up. There was no way to change Franklin's decision. Hubert reluctantly apologized to Lauren, but Lauren did not even look at him. She just stared at Franklin as if he was her idol. Lauren sat on the chair while Franklin stood. She could only reach out her hand to pull the hem of Franklin's suit. She was tugging at it. "Brother, is Lauren also the master here?" Chapter 6, Start of a New Mission. Her long eyelashes flickered, and Lauren looked as if she wanted to laugh. Her dimples were faintly discernible on both sides. It was only when everything was over that Franklin realized he had overreacted. He reached out and swatted away the hand that was tugging at the hem of his suit, avoiding Lauren's question. "Mr. Hayes, let's prepare another lunch." Just as he was about to leave, the hem of his suit was pulled back again. "Franklin, can you not leave? If you leave, What will happen if some bad people bully Lauren again? The servants immediately responded, "Who dares to bully you, Miss Torres? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Torres will lose his temper again and fire us all? No one will bully you again." But Lauren wants Franklin to eat with her. Franklin must not have eaten yet. The lights in the living room were very bright. Only then did Franklin take a closer look at Lauren's appearance. She had a round face and seemed rather cute. 10 minutes later, Franklin felt that he must have been blinded by the lights just now. Otherwise, why would he agree to eat with Lauren? With the incident just now, the food that was served this time was much more normal. "Franklin, Lauren wants to eat meat." The little girl pointed at a dish that she couldn't reach with her short fingers. Franklin pursed his lips into a straight line. "If you can't reach it, then get up and get it." Franklin maintained his usual cold and aloof persona. He picked up the dishes and ate without any unnecessary words or movements. "Franklin, you're the best. You just protected Lauren. You're super awesome. Please help Lauren get it." System Divine 9, host, why have you become so coquettish? Weren't you a little demon king in the past? Your big brother is so cold, yet you're so good-tempered. It's really rare. Little 9, you don't understand this, right? This big brother's personality, although he looks very cold, like an iceberg, is actually a very kind and warm person underneath. System Divine 9, kind and warm. I didn't see it. Lauren ignored the system and used her chubby little hand to touch Franklin's hand. Her hand was very small, but it was extremely warm. Franklin couldn't stop her from making a fuss, so he helped her to pick up some food and filled her bowl. "All right, stop making a fuss, hurry up and eat your food." "Thank you." But how could this little girl eat her food in silence? She took a few mouthfuls of food and started talking again. "Franklin, the person who threw the flower pot down is a bad person. You can't keep him by your side. If you keep him by your side, brother will continue to be hurt." Franklin thought of the middle-aged woman who was trembling on the ground just now and skipped over Lauren's words. What bad intentions could a servant have? It must have been the babbling of a child. He ignored her. He finished his meal silently and went back to the office. System Divine 9, did you just take my kindness for granted? After the meal, Mr. Hayes brought Lauren to the room prepared for her. "Your room and Mr. Torres's are on the second floor." Mr. Hayes held Lauren's hand as they walked down the corridor on the second floor. "The room at the end on the right is Miss Torres's room. The room opposite is the eldest young master's room." "Got it, Grandpa Hayes. Lauren wants to sleep for a while." Lauren's only thought was to send Mr. Hayes away, but it was not because she wanted to sleep, but because, "Little 9, that woman in the white dress has been following Uncle Driver all along." Lauren leaned against the window. As she was not tall enough to reach it, she even started panting as she moved a small stool over to stand on it. In the front yard of the Torres family, Ben Carson was leaning against the car and making a phone call. From Lauren's point of view, Ben was not the only person in the front yard. There was also a long-haired woman in a white dress standing beside him. However, Ben did not notice her at all. System Divine 9, Mission 1, help Wendy Lawson find the person who killed her. Time limit, 2 days. Mission difficulty, 1 star. Reward, activate the skill Resurrection. System Divine 9, do you want to accept this mission? Lauren jumped onto the bed. Why is this mission 1? I've done so many missions before. System Divine 9, you're living in a different place now, so of course you're activating another mission circle. Can this, Resurrection, skill really save anyone? Based on the level that the host has reached, the diseases that can be cured will be different. Lauren rubbed her fleshy face. Lauren accepts the mission. Chapter 7, Woman in the White Dress. Lauren knew that her mother had been bleeding heavily after giving birth to her, and her body had always been very weak. Therefore, she had come back to the Torres family this time to treat her mother. However, before that, she had to first have the ability to actually heal her mother. As she was rolling on the soft bed, the 4.5-year-old Lauren began to regret not working harder like a little adult. Little 9, why didn't you remind me to complete more missions back then? That way, my skills would be even more advanced. System Divine 9, you're clearly the one who likes to play and doesn't want to complete missions. I won't take the blame for this. Lauren sighed for a while before she got up. Go finish the mission. Lauren, charge. Mr. Hayes was watering the flowers in the garden when his thigh was suddenly hugged. Grandpa Hayes, Lauren wants to take the car. Miss Torres, what do you want to do? Mr. Hayes suspected that he was old and had just misheard. Take a ride? What was there to take a ride for? Lauren pouted and rolled her eyes. Just now, Lauren took Uncle Ben's car home. It was very fun. Lauren wants Uncle Ben to drive Lauren again. After saying that, without waiting for Mr. Hayes' reaction, she shook his legs back and forth and acted coquettishly. How could Mr. Hayes tolerate such a cute little princess acting coquettishly? Hayes thought to himself, it's not a big deal to go for a drive anyway. I'm not playing with the Miss Torres here, so I'll let Ben bring her out for a walk. Alright, you can go out, but you can't run around. You must listen to Uncle Ben, understand? There are many bad people out there. Bad people are very scary. Lauren narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly as she promised Hayes. Little did he know that when Lauren goes out, bad people should be afraid. When Ben knew that he had to drive this young lady who was full of nonsense out, his heart broke down. It wasn't easy for him to drive her back at full speed. Why did she still want to go out? However, he had to agree even if he did not want to. Ben could only drive Lauren around the area. Uncle, you've been smoking a lot recently. Smoking is bad for your health. You should smoke less. Ben assumed that Lauren had seen the cigarette case he had placed in the car and did not suspect anything. He replied, got it, young lady. He had also heard about the incident about Hubert. Although he was not sure about Mr. Torres's attitude, there was nothing wrong with treating Lauren with a little respect. The car took a few detours and finally arrived at a deserted road. The time had finally come. Uncle, do you still remember the woman in the white dress that I told you about this morning? Ben was mentally prepared this time. He knew that he would definitely hear more of Lauren's nonsense. Compared to the morning, his reaction was much calmer now. That woman is in our car right now. She's right beside me talking to me all the time. Ben, who was in his 50s, was frightened by the little guy. He did not turn on the air conditioner, but he felt cold all over. This auntie even told me that she wants to talk to you. Uncle, do you want to talk to her? Enough! Ben roared and stepped on the brakes. Screech! The huge friction between the tires and the ground caused the car to stop quickly, and due to the huge inertia caused by the brakes, Lauren's entire body was about to fall off the seat. Ben was about to cry out in shock when an even more shocking scene happened. Not only did Lauren not fall off, but instead, it was as if she was being carried by someone. She was suspended in midair before she landed steadily on her original seat. Ben looked at everything that happened in the back seat and wondered if he was dreaming the entire time. What's going on? Ben was extremely flustered as he rubbed his eyes. Lauren had wanted to tease this uncle, but she did not expect him to be so timid. What's on the bottom of the car? Uncle, this auntie said her surname is Lawson. She said that the water and electricity cards are placed in the first cabinet on the right side of your living room. Remember to pay up. Also, the bank passbook is placed behind your photo frame. This little devil decided not to beat around the bush anymore. Otherwise, Auntie Lawson would be unhappy. When Ben heard Lauren's words, he was stunned at first. What did you say? Who is it? Uncle, this auntie said that she is your wife. You saw her? Miss Torres, did you see my wife? Ben was so excited that he could not even speak clearly. His wife had fallen to her death half a year ago because she was drying her clothes on the rooftop. He had been extremely sad and missed her every day. I see her. Auntie Lawson is right next to me. Chapter 8, Ghostbusters on the Move. Ben could not care less about what Lauren had seen. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. He opened the door behind him and knelt on the ground. Miss Torres, please, let me meet my wife. I miss her so much. Regardless of whether Lauren was telling the truth or not, and regardless of how she saw his wife, Ben simply wanted to meet his deceased wife. He truly missed her. Uncle, get up quickly, the ground is dirty. Lauren can let you meet her. Ben saw Lauren close her eyes and her mouth was moving. It was as if she was mumbling. Her expression was serious and completely different from before. A gust of wind suddenly blew on the road. The 2 rows of trees by the roadside swayed with the wind. In the next second, Ben's vision darkened for a moment. In the next second, his wife, Wendy Lawson, slowly appeared in front of him. She was still wearing the white dress that she had worn the day she fell from the building. She was still as gentle and virtuous as ever. Ben's tears immediately fell. He opened his arms in an attempt to hug his wife, but his arms only passed through her body in vain. "Uncle, what you're seeing now is only your wife's soul, so you won't be able to touch her." Lauren had already opened her big eyes and had already gotten out of the car. "Miss Torres, what's going on? Didn't she fall to her death? Why, Auntie Lawson's soul hasn't left this world. This means that Auntie Lawson's death was in vain. We have to catch the real murderer so that Auntie Lawson can be reincarnated." Ben heard that his wife had been killed by someone else and felt even more sorrowful. "Wendy, what exactly happened?" "Hubby, I didn't fall from the building. Something pushed me down. I was drying the clothes when someone suddenly pushed me from behind. I turned around and saw that there was no one there. However, a green dress floated in the air. That dress had been following me the whole time. I fell down because I was trying to avoid it." Green dress, floating. Ben, who was listening by the side, was completely confused. However, Lauren, who was used to seeing things, already knew what had happened. There must be another ghost playing tricks. "Uncle Ben, let's go. Let's go catch a ghost." Lauren quickly climbed back into the car. Ben was urged by her to get into the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Wendy was also in the back seat. She looked at Ben and smiled. To be able to talk to her husband again was already very fulfilling for her. "Miss Torres, where are we going to catch a ghost?" Although it was said that seeing was believing, Ben still could not accept the fact that there were actually ghosts in this world. Even when he said the word ghost, he was very careful. "We're going to the rooftop, which is where Auntie Lawson fell off the building. I believe that the ghost must still be there, waiting to do more bad things." Ben nodded blankly and drove to the place he was most familiar with. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was the eldest Torres, Franklin. "Ben, where did you guys go?" After the meeting, Franklin was worried that something bad would happen at home again, so he called home to ask. He did not expect Ben to actually take Lauren out. Although Ben had worked in the Torres family for a long time, he saw the attitude of these servants towards her, and he thought of her pouting and aggrieved look, so he reluctantly made a phone call to ask. That's right. He would never admit that he was actually worried about Lauren, just like how he would never admit that the documents he went home to retrieve this morning were actually not important at all. This was how Franklin had mentally prepared himself to make this call. "Franklin, we're going to Uncle Ben's house now." Without waiting for Ben to speak, Lauren answered Franklin's question loudly. Her voice was so soft that it made Franklin think of her round face. Seeing this, Ben placed his phone in the back seat and let Lauren explain everything to Franklin. After all, he couldn't possibly tell Franklin about this situation. Should he tell Mr. Torres that they were going to catch a ghost? The eldest young master would definitely send him to the mental hospital. "What are you going there for?" Franklin's voice came from the receiver, as usual, cold as ever. "I'm going to do something big. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. We're very busy. Goodbye, brother." After saying that, Lauren hung up the phone. Ben gulped as he drove. She actually dared to hang up on the eldest young master. Miss Torres was probably the first person to ever do so. Chapter 9: Abnormality in the CEO. "Miss Torres, if you hang up on Mr. Torres, he might get angry," Ben carefully reminded her. Now, Lauren could be considered Ben's savior. Ben would of course also try his best to help her, hoping that she would be able to live a better life in the Torres family. Lauren shook her short legs and said fearlessly, "Uncle Ben, actually, Franklin is very good to Lauren. That chef wanted to hit Lauren, and Franklin even helped Lauren. Franklin won't get angry just because Lauren hung up on him." On the other side, however, Franklin was indeed angry. However, it was not because Lauren dared to hang up on him, but because she actually went out without bringing anyone with her. What if she ran into danger? After all, she was a member of the Torres family. No matter how much the outside world said that she was not favored, outsiders still looked at the Torres family with covetous eyes. After so many years, the Torres Corporation had become the largest corporation. It must have made many enemies in the open and in the dark. When the secretary saw Franklin, he was standing in front of the desk with a face full of anger. His hand was still tightly clutching his phone. The hand that was about to knock on the door froze on the spot. The secretary went back and found Franklin's work assistant. Did negotiations regarding the project of the holiday village between the CEO and the Xavier Corporation just break down? The assistant shook his head. No, the negotiations were very good. The CEO is still the same as before, slaughtering everyone whenever he speaks. That manner of speaking. All right, stop bragging. The CEO can't hear you from here. Since the negotiation was good, why is the CEO still acting like that? The assistant secretly peeked his head out. When he saw Franklin's appearance, he was also surprised. Oh right, why does the CEO look so angry? Our work has been done very well. Just as the assistant and secretary were in a dilemma, Franklin had already put on his suit jacket and walked out of the office. The assistant and secretary subconsciously followed behind him. Mr. Torres, there's a board meeting in 15 minutes. Where are we going now? The secretary asked boldly. The meeting has been cancelled, and the rest of the work has been pushed to tomorrow. Now, ask a driver to send me to Ben's house. Yes, Mr. Torres. A good secretary never questioned the boss's requests and completed the task quickly. By the time the three of them arrived at the office building, the driver was already waiting for them. On the other side, Lauren and Ben had also arrived at their destination. Of course, they were accompanied by Wendy's soul. Lauren had activated her heavenly eye on Ben. Ben could now see Wendy's soul all the time. Husband and wife were like newlyweds who had not seen each other for a long time. They kept on talking about family matters. There were even some mushy I love you-s and you love me-s interspersed in between. Sitting in the car, Lauren felt very awkward. System Divine 9, host, the supernatural energy in this place is a little heavy. She had just gotten out of the car when the system appeared. Lauren naturally felt it too, but her expression did not change. She even took out a peach-flavored lollipop from somewhere. Uncle, help Lauren peel the candy wrapper. Ah, Ben took the lollipop from her in a daze. Eating candy at a time like this, Ben was a little worried. Miss Torres, is there any danger around? If anything happens, I won't be able to shoulder this responsibility even if it means taking my life. He had just seen his deceased wife's soul, so he came over on a whim. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, Lauren was only a 4.5-year-old little girl. Could she really catch ghosts? Uncle, are you suspecting Lauren? Lauren is very powerful. Before Ben could react, he felt himself being forcefully lifted up. Then, he was lifted up for a few seconds. By the time he realized it, he was already lying on the grass 3 meters away. Suddenly, a cute face with braided hair appeared in front of him. Lauren took a stalk of grass from Ben's hair. Uncle, is Lauren awesome? There was a moment of silence. 3 seconds later, awesome, Ben felt that this day had been a fantasy. By the time he got up, Lauren was already skipping towards Ben's apartment, which was situated in building number 3. Ben quickly followed. Hey, that does not feel right. I didn't even mention that I live in building number 3. How did Miss Torres find out? This was an old residential area. There was no elevator in the house, so they could only take the stairs up. There were 12 floors in total. The stairs were narrow and dark. Chapter 10, Mission in Progress. System Divine 9. The higher you go, the stronger the supernatural energy. Currently, it is impossible to determine how many vengeful souls have been locked up. Host, please be careful. Little 9, don't worry. The difficulty of this mission is only 1 star. Lauren can handle it easily. Difficulties of missions were divided into 1 to 5 stars. This 1 star was indeed relatively simple. Otherwise, Lauren would not have had the time to eat candy. She could sense that although there were many vengeful souls locked up in this place, the culprit was just a kid. As long as she captured him, those vengeful souls would be able to reincarnate. The rooftop was very spacious. A few bamboo poles were tied together and placed in the middle, which was where the clothes were hung. There was no fence around the edge of the rooftop. Lauren munched on the candy as she asked Wendy, who was floating beside her, "Auntie, where did you fall?" She needed to go to the place where the incident happened to sense the sense so that she could quickly find the little devil who was behind it all. Wendy floated to the place where she had fallen. "It's here. There was a green shirt. That's the one." There was a green shirt in the corner of the rooftop. Lauren took it out from the small pink bag she carried on her back. She took out something that looked like a walking stick. It was about a meter long and was pure black. However, it was very shiny and seemed to glow under the sun. Ben did not dare to walk towards his wife, nor did he dare to approach Lauren. He could only hide at the stairs and poke his head out to look. This young lady was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Where did she take out such a long thing? This aura staff was even longer than Lauren, but she easily picked it up. She used the other end of the staff to pick up the green dress and then closed her eyes. The lollipop was still in her mouth, looking rather out of place. Lauren held the staff in her right hand. She then used both her left index and middle fingers together to draw a symbol on her right arm, and strands of green light suddenly wrapped around the staff. Then, as if guided by the aura staff, Lauren walked to the edge of the balcony near Building 4. The position guided by the aura staff was not at the same position as that where Wendy had fallen from. There was a gap of more than 2 meters between the two positions. "Auntie, my aura staff shows that when you were here, your soul was extracted by the little ghost. But you fell there." The aura battle staff could gather aura, and through the tracking of aura, it could find the location of the ghost. It meant that the little ghost must have wanted to extract Wendy's soul from this location. "I was indeed on the verge of falling down there, but I caught the clothesline over there. Later, I was scared by the green clothes and took a few steps back, but I still ended up falling down." No wonder Auntie's soul wasn't extracted but instead remained wandering around the human world. So that's how it was. System Divine 9. If you want to suck the souls of the people in the mortal world, you must extract their souls from the underworld. Wendy didn't fall down the first time, but this little devil mistakenly thought that he was about to succeed, so he performed the ritual to extract her soul, but he didn't succeed. When Wendy fell the second time, it was too late for the little devil to perform it again, and Wendy's soul escaped. Well, it should be like this. This little devil doesn't have a deep cultivation, but he has a lot of bad thoughts. What if Lauren didn't exist in this world? System Divine 9. Host, now is not the time to be narcissistic. Hurry up and finish the mission. Lauren stood at the position where the staff of assembly was pointing. She took the staff of assembly and stuffed it back into the small pink bag. The small pink bag was like a bottomless pit, and the entire staff of assembly was stuffed back into it. Then, she dug around in the small pink bag and found the soul storage box that she had received in the church. It was a small one, just like a music box. However, there were quite a number of bad ghosts stored inside. Lauren opened the soul storage box and held it with one hand. Then, she closed her eyes and drew out a wisp of her own breath. Very quickly, she tracked down the location of this little ghost. She skillfully uttered the incantation that she had already said over 100 times, waiting for this little ghost to surrender. The wind suddenly became stronger, and the clothes hanging on the rooftop began to sway in all directions. Other than that, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. Lauren's tiny figure stood on the rooftop as if she was about to fall at any moment. "Mr. Torres, look at the rooftop of Block 3. Miss Torres is there." The secretary covered her mouth with one hand and exclaimed while pointing at the rooftop. Chapter 11. Brother's Concern. They should have arrived 10 minutes ago, but on the way from the company to Ben's house, Franklin suddenly received a message from the company saying that the chandelier in the meeting room had suddenly fallen off and injured a board member, and that the chandelier was also completely damaged. As that meeting room was only used when the chairman was in a meeting, so the company wanted to seek the chairman's opinion on how to deal with it. Franklin got out of the car and saw Lauren's tottering figure on the rooftop. He quickly ran toward Block 3. Although he was wearing a suit, it did not seem slow him down at all. His assistant and his secretary were panting as they chased after him. "All right, I've already collected the little ghost's soul. Let's go back and interrogate the scoundrel properly." Lauren proudly shook the soul storage box in her hand. Unexpectedly, she was lifted up by a strong hand in the next moment. "Ben, what's wrong with you? How can you let a child play on the rooftop by herself?" Franklin's tone was unprecedentedly serious, as if he was reprimanding his subordinates in the conference room. Ben, who was in the corner, said, "Franklin, she is a troublemaker who can affect you as well." "How is she a child?" Of course, Ben only dared to think about it and did not dare to say it. "Brother, Why are you here? Lauren happily hugged Franklin's neck. If I didn't come, you would have fallen. Franklin placed Lauren in a safe place. At that moment, his assistant and his secretary just arrived at the rooftop. Chairman, why are you running so fast? Brother, you're here because you're worried about me. Do you like me very much? Lauren hugged Franklin's long legs and acted kittenish. She no longer had the imposing manner she had when she was holding the soul storage box. Now, she was just a soft and cute little princess. It was only then that Franklin realized that he had lost his composure just now. In just half a day's time, how did he become a completely different person? I'm not worried about you. I'm the eldest son of the Torres family. I want to make sure that everyone in the Torres family is safe. Franklin said this sentence, which seemed to be an explanation but was actually a cover-up. Then, he hurried downstairs. His back looked like he was fleeing in panic. The assistant and the secretary looked at each other. Protect the safety of the Torres family. When Quinn Torres broke his leg during filming, he was recuperating in the hospital for a month. The chairman didn't even look at him. He even said that Quinn deserved it. That's right, the chairman is really weird today. My brother is not weird. He behaves in this manner because he cares about me. Since my brother likes me so much, I'll like him even more. Lauren hopped around on the spot for 2 to 3 rounds, feeling elated. System Divine 9, the mission is completed. The host has already caught the murderer of Wendy Lawson. Reward, activate the resurrection skill. The maximum level of this skill is level 100. The host's current level is level 0. Why is it only level 0? Lauren was being carried down the stairs by Ben while bargaining with the system. System Divine 9, this mission is too easy. It's already pretty good to be able to activate this skill. At this rate, when will I be able to save Mum? Lauren did not forget her biggest goal when she returned to the Torres family. She wanted to improve her mum's health. System Divine 9, unable to estimate. As long as the host can complete more missions, your level will rise faster and faster. Lauren was frustrated. As expected, I have to work hard in order to have food. Franklin was already waiting downstairs. When he saw Ben carrying Lauren, his expression turned cold again. Brother, are you waiting for me to go home with you? Home? Franklin was a little unfamiliar with this word. His parents were basically not at home. His second and third brothers were always working. In Franklin's view, the Torres residence was just a place to stay after work. That's all for today. You guys can get off work. I'll get Ben to send me off. Franklin had already returned to his usual calm self. He turned around and was about to get into the car. Big brother, I want to eat pineapple-flavored ice cream. Ice cream? What's so good about that? Franklin scoffed. I've never eaten it before. You've never eaten ice cream before. How pitiful. I'll treat you to ice cream. After saying that, Lauren took out a few coins. Franklin lowered his head, looked at the little fellow and the few coins in her palm. He felt a certain place in his heart move. This feeling, he had never experienced it before. Chapter 12, Zane the Green Ghost. But Miss Torres, there's no ice cream shop around here, Ben said awkwardly. It's coming soon. What's coming soon? The old man who sells ice cream. Look. As expected, an ice cream cart appeared at the corner. An old man dressed in plain clothes was pushing the cart over. On the top of the ice cream cart were the words "only pineapple flavor." Lauren had already run over and stood on her tiptoes to speak to the old man. She then returned with 2 popsicles. One of the popsicles was stuffed into Franklin's hand. It was ice cold. Uncle, it's not that I'm stingy and don't want to treat you. I know that you're allergic to pineapple. That's why I didn't buy it for you. How did you know that he's allergic to pineapple? How did you know that I'm allergic to pineapple? The 2 men asked at the same time. Lauren tilted her head and smiled, revealing her cute little dimples again. Because I'm very smart. What's up with being a little cute? Could it be that I'm over-obsessed with my sister? Franklin once again fled in panic. Perhaps Lauren was tired. After returning and having dinner at the Torres residence, she said that she wanted to sleep and closed the door. But in reality, she was interrogating the little ghost from today. In the room, Lauren was sitting on the bed, leaning against the pillow. On the chair opposite her was a 10-year-old teenager. He was dressed in rags and looked like a hooligan. The little ghost who uses a green shirt to harm people. I'll call you Green Ghost. Lauren was interrogating the teenager called Zane like a judge judging a case. "I've already said that my name is Zane, not some green ghost," the 10-year-old boy said with a stiff neck. His eyes were filled with disdain. "HMPH, I've already tracked down that you've already caused the deaths of 5 people. Why did you do this?" "None of your business, you," Lauren pouted angrily. Just as she was about to teach this little brat a lesson, the door was opened. It was Franklin. He heard a sound coming from Lauren's room, so he came in to take a look. Everything was normal. Lauren was the only one in the room. Big brother. Seeing that Franklin took the initiative to look for her, Lauren was extremely happy. She placed her finger behind her back and squeezed. Zane's soul was once again sucked into the soul storage box. Franklin walked to the window and checked whether the window was locked properly. Then, he pulled the curtains. "Little fellow, I heard you talking just now." Franklin leaned on the desk, his long legs lying casually. "Yeah, I was talking to Zane just now." System Divine 9, host, "Are you sure you want to expose your ability to Franklin?" "Of course, Big Brother is my family, I would never lie to him." On the way back to the Torres residence this afternoon, she had already explained to Franklin why she wanted to go to Ben's house and told him about her ghost hunting. Of course, Franklin did not believe her. "Who is Zane?" "It's the bad person I caught today." "No, it's a bad ghost." As soon as she finished speaking, the soul storage box lying quietly on the bedside table suddenly moved and made a sound. "Zane the bad ghost, I'm talking about you." Lauren knew that Zane's soul was resisting just now, so she turned her head and even made a face at the soul storage box. Franklin looked at Lauren's strange actions and began to be skeptical. He did not believe that there were ghosts in the world, but some of Lauren's actions today were indeed suspicious. After telling Lauren to rest early, Franklin returned to his room, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He was thinking about what had happened today. The first strange thing was when Lauren warned him to be careful, which meant that she knew something bad was about to happen. The second thing was the ice cream cart today. How did Lauren know that the old man was about to appear with the ice cream cart? Lauren was sent to the church when she was half a year old. According to his understanding, she was only released today. Even Ben said that there was no ice cream to sell, so how could Lauren be more familiar with that place than Ben? "Brother, I am a prophet. I can know what's going to happen. It's amazing." Franklin thought of Lauren's words again. Could it be that Lauren really had these unbelievable abilities? Then, was what she said today about catching ghosts also true? That little ghost called Zane. Franklin didn't know how he fell asleep, but he was awakened by Lauren's crying. Chapter 13. Brother was a big idiot. Lifting his blanket, Franklin rushed downstairs in his pajamas and with his hair still messy. He was worried that Lauren would be bullied, but when he went downstairs, he saw Mr. Hayes and Lauren sitting opposite each other. Mr. Hayes was comforting Lauren. "Miss Lauren, whoever wins or loses with scissors, paper and stone depends on luck. I don't want to win all the time." "Boo-hoo, I don't care. Grandpa must let me win once." Franklin was speechless. He thought something had happened, but in the end, it was just because this little fellow had lost in the game of scissors, paper and stone. He lowered his head to look at himself. He didn't even have time to put on his slippers just now. How embarrassing. If his younger brother Quinn saw him in this manner, he would definitely be ridiculed for several years. Just as Franklin was about to sneak back to his room, the maids had already noticed him. "Good morning, Master Franklin." The maids who were cleaning the vases at the side had also observed him for a long time before they could confirm that this man in plaid pajamas was the eldest young master who was always serious. The other maids had also noticed Franklin. Thus, more than 10 maids on the first floor of the Torres residence shouted together, "Good morning, Master Franklin." After being yelled at by everyone, Lauren also knew that Franklin had woken up. Sliding down from the high sofa chair, Lauren ran to Franklin barefooted. She grabbed Franklin's hand and shook it. "Brother, Grandpa bullied me." Sob, sob. I keep losing. System Divine 9, host, why did you turn off the divination function? Turn on the divination function. You can win with any game, not to mention this game of scissors, paper and stone. Lauren's prophet level had already reached level 20. In the past when her level was low, her prophecy ability was weak and her accuracy was inconsistent, sometimes high and sometimes low. But now that she was at level 20, she could already predict 100% in advance what would happen in the next 5 minutes. Of course, the things she predicted would not be too specific, but she could identify dangerous things and stop them in time. As her level increased, her control over this ability also became stronger. Lauren could now freely activate or disable this ability. Little 9, play the game fair. You don't even understand this. Although she knew that losing was inevitable, Lauren was still very sad after losing more than 10 times. She didn't even cry when she was bitten at the age of 3 while trying to get rid of 2 vampires. But now, she was crying like a baby. Franklin lowered his head and looked at Lauren on his leg. Bean-sized tears were still hanging on her face, sparkling and translucent. The little fellow had lived in the church for 4 years. She was raised well. At first, she looked sallow and thin, but now she was fair and chubby. One could tell that she was extremely healthy. Subconsciously, Franklin wanted to use his hand to help Lauren wipe away her tears. Her face was soft, and he really wanted to pinch it. After living for 22 years, this was the first time Franklin knew there was such a passionate and wild side of himself. Of course, he controlled himself. How can you blame Mr. Hayes for bullying you when you lose? Your skills are inferior to others. That's right, Master Franklin is right. Miss Torres, it really isn't me bullying you, Mr. Hayes echoed from the side. Lauren's big watery eyes swept between the two of them, tightening Franklin's grip. I don't care. Big brother, you play with me once, okay. Without waiting for Franklin's reaction, the servants subconsciously took a deep breath. How was it possible for the chairman of the country's #1 Torres Corporation to play scissors, paper and stone with a little girl? Even if Franklin had fired Hubert King because of Lauren the day before, it was only to maintain the Torres family's reputation. Franklin would definitely scold Lauren for making this request. However, something shocking happened again. Franklin Torres actually squatted down and played scissors, paper and stone with Lauren. Yay, I win. Ha 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 ha, you're the big idiot, I am the smart one. Lauren jumped happily on the spot. The entire Torres residence suddenly seemed to be filled with vitality that was not there in the past. Franklin returned to his room to wash up. When he saw his curved lips in the mirror, he realized that he was smiling. He was a little embarrassed by this discovery. He rubbed his face and returned to his usual expressionless face. The Torres Corporation was spread all over the world, but its headquarters was in Country Z. As the highest-ranking decision-maker, Franklin had a lot of work to do. As usual, he changed his clothes and went downstairs to eat breakfast. After Hubert was fired, he had yet to find a suitable chef for the time being, so this time, the breakfast was directly sent over by the hotel. All kinds of snacks were placed on the table. In the past, Franklin was the only one eating. Now, there was an additional little fellow opposite him. Although Lauren was already sitting on the chair, she was still very short. From Franklin's angle, he could only see her round head. Chapter 14. Chopsticks were poisoned. When it came to eating, Lauren was never someone to worry about. She was the best at eating. Little 9, I suddenly feel like eating roast duck. When are we going to Everlasting Legacy to eat? Everlasting Legacy was a 5-star restaurant that suddenly became famous 2 years ago. The dishes were exquisite and varied, and the taste was unparalleled. What made everyone go crazy for it was that this restaurant only served 10 tables of guests every day. All the prestigious families were looking forward to having a meal there, but this restaurant was never flexible. No matter if you were a high-ranking official, a noble, or a commoner, you had to get a number. The current number had already been queued up for 2 years. Food websites and magazines were asking around, but they couldn't find out who the owner of this restaurant was. And this mysterious owner was Lauren, who was now sipping soy milk. System Divine 9, the restaurant is yours. You can go whenever you want. Oh, but it's so far away. I don't want to take such a long ride. System Divine 9, you're the boss. You can ask the chefs to come over and cook for you. That's right, I am the boss. When the time comes, I'll give them a lot of money. That'll be enough. Thinking that she could have roast duck to eat, Lauren excitedly swung her short legs on the table. System Divine 9, but first, you have to finish the mission properly. Wendy's soul is still in the human world. You have to get her to reincarnate quickly. If you miss this round, who knows when is the next time a suitable body is available for her to reincarnate. I know, Lauren was never careless when it came to such matters. It was her task to help the vengeful souls find the real culprit. It was also her task to help these wandering souls reincarnate. Sitting across to Lauren, Franklin was a little surprised to see Lauren so quiet. He had always been casual with his breakfast. Today, he had some appetite. He used his chopsticks to pick up some snacks. Just as he was about to put them into his mouth, Lauren suddenly shouted nervously, "Brother, don't eat." Her voice was soft, but her tone was very serious and anxious. Fortunately, she was bored just now and activated her prophet's spiritual consciousness. She was surprised to find Franklin actually fallen on the dining table a few minutes later. Lauren promptly stopped Franklin from putting the food into his mouth. "Brother, you can't eat it. You'll get poisoned if you eat it." "Poisoned?" Franklin frowned. At this moment, Lauren was already trying to figure out the cause of the poisoning in her heart. These breakfast items were perfectly safe. Otherwise, Lauren would have definitely noticed it when she ate it. In that case, what was it that Franklin used but she did not? Her tiny head spun rapidly. She knew it. "Brother, it's the chopsticks. Your chopsticks are poisonous." Franklin had not digested Lauren's words when Lauren ran to his side. She stood on tiptoe and removed the chopsticks from his hand with her small, fleshy hand. Her movements were not sloppy at all. The nervous expression on Lauren's face finally faded away. "Phew. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, you would have been poisoned by the bad guys." Meanwhile, the servants whispered to each other, "This is not the ancient times when someone would poison the emperor. How can there be someone poisoning others now?" "Exactly. Is there something wrong with Miss Lauren's brain?" Lauren said, "There's nothing wrong with my brain. I'm very powerful." Of course, other than Franklin, who was a little skeptical, the others did not believe her. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they could not continue with the breakfast anymore. Mr. Hayes ordered his men to quickly remove these things. "Mr. Hayes, get someone to examine the chopsticks and see if there's really a problem." "Yes, Master Franklin." The board meeting yesterday was changed to today. Franklin was in no mood to eat after this farce. He directly got into the car and went to the company. Lauren leaned against the window and watched the tail of the car disappeared. "Little Nine, I have to protect my brother. This bad guy is getting more and more daring. He actually dared to poison my brother. I want to let him know how powerful I am." Because of today's incident, Lauren no longer dared to turn off her profitability. Therefore, there were many comical scenes in the Torres family today. In a while, this long-haired girl is going to pour red wine on this auntie. This doctor is the murderer. He's the one who killed his own wife. How terrifying. After realizing that everything Lauren said had come true, the maid asked, "Miss Torres, have you watched this TV series in advance?" "Grandpa, I won again. Am I very good?" Mr. Hayes asked, "What's going on? Why did I lose consecutively?" Meanwhile, Lauren was secretly laughing in her heart. It was very interesting that the prophet skill was activated in a different way. Chapter 15. Lauren is very rich. Lunch was made by the servants under the supervision of Mr. Hayes. This time, Lauren was very satisfied with the lunch. The dishes were all meat, making her small belly round, even though it was also round itself. "Grandpa, is it expensive to eat these dishes? If the Torres family doesn't have money, I can give money to the Torres family. I have a lot of money." Over the years, Lauren had been doing missions. Sometimes, the reward was not skills, but some land or houses. Lauren had long learned financial investment. She had used these land to build hotels or resorts. The profits were very good now. So, Lauren was also a little rich lady. When Mr. Hayes heard Lauren's words, he laughed happily. The servants standing at the side were also secretly laughing. Lauren's arrival did not increase their workload, but rather, it made the atmosphere in the house much livelier. Firstly, they laughed at Lauren for saying the Torres family did not have money. Secondly, they laughed at Lauren for saying that she had a lot of money. Such innocent words. "Miss Torres, how much money can you have? You are still a child. How can you have the ability to earn money?" After finishing her meal, Lauren's mouth was still oily like jelly. "Who said that children can't earn money?" "Grandpa, I definitely have more money than you. However, you treat me so well, So I want to gift a house to you. I'll gift the 3-story newly renovated house in western suburbs to Grandpa. You will definitely like the fresh air there. After saying that, Lauren began to applaud herself. A house in the western suburbs. Everyone laughed even more cheerfully. That piece of land had been bought by a mysterious tycoon a year ago, and the Torres Corporation had not even been able to profit from it. Now, Lauren actually said that she would give one to Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. All right, all right, all right. Then I'll thank Miss Torres in advance. No need to thank me. That place is all mine. A house is nothing, Lauren said in a serious tone as she put another piece of beef into her mouth. After that, Lauren jumped down from the chair and wiped her mouth with a tissue. I am full. Now, let's get down to business. After saying that, she put her hands behind her back like a little adult and left the dining room while shaking her head. She was going to look for Ben. After capturing the hateful green ghost Zane the day before, Wendy's soul was completely free. However, Lauren still saw Wendy last night. She was following Ben. Ben also cherished Wendy's existence very much. Under the premise of not being discovered by others, he kept looking for opportunities to talk to Wendy. Sigh, asking what is love in the world, it's to stay bonded till death. When Lauren found Ben, Wendy was still following Ben, so Lauren sighed. Such affectionate words coming from a 4.5-year-old girl who was not even 1 meter tall were really a little comical. Even the System Divine 9 could not help but ridicule her. System Divine 9, host, you're only 4.5 years old. Do you know what love is? You even mentioned to stay bonded till death. After following Lauren for a long time, the System Divine 9 was also influenced by Lauren's tone when she spoke. Little 9, don't underestimate me. Although I don't know what love is, I do know kinship. Big brother is so good to me, and I also treat him well. Aren't there kinship between the two of us? System Divine 9, you've only been in the Torres family for 2 days, and you're already so sure that Franklin likes you. The System Divine 9 always liked to pour cold water on her. Lauren angrily placed her hands on both sides of her waist. HMPH, I don't want to play with you anymore. Then, she unilaterally pushed the System Divine 9 back. Not far away, Ben was cleaning the car, but that was just an excuse. He just wanted to find a chance to be alone, so that he could have time with Wendy's soul. Lauren squatted on the spot and watched for a while, then ran over with a snort. Uncle, why are you here, Miss Torres? It's so hot here. Ever since Ben experienced Lauren's power, he no longer dared to treat Lauren like he used to. What if she got angry and threw him into the Pacific Ocean? I am here to help Auntie Wendy to reincarnate. Wendy said, Miss Torres, can I not reincarnate? I'm fine just like this. Although I'm just a soul, I can still stay by my husband's side. After that, they looked at each other and smiled as if they had already discussed it beforehand. Chapter 16, Reincarnated. Yes, Miss Torres, I don't care if my wife is real or not, as long as she stays by my side. Lauren shook her head, her expression devout and serious. I know that both of you want to stay by each other's side, just like I want to stay by my brother's side. However, reincarnating is necessary. All sentient beings come from the beginning. Life and death go hand in hand. They do not know how to live forever. Their nature is pure and clear, and they use all kinds of delusions. This kind of thinking is not real, so there is a need for reincarnation. After the vengeful souls found the murderers, the door of reincarnation had already been opened. The more souls wander in the mortal world, the narrower the door of reincarnation will be, and the aura of the souls will become weaker. As she spoke, Lauren's small face was full of seriousness, just like a Buddha who had transcended all sentient beings. Uncle, look, is Auntie Wendy's soul more transparent than it was yesterday? Her soul will not exist forever, it will only disappear. If she misses the opportunity to reincarnate, she will disappear forever. In the end, Lauren made a decision for Wendy. She locked down her aura and bought 3 more days for Wendy. In 3 days, Auntie Wendy will have to leave. Otherwise, even I won't be able to do anything. Ben and Wendy agreed with tears in their eyes. Mission 1 was finally completely resolved. Lauren wore a sky blue dress and rolled around on the bed. Without the church's missionary auntie to tie her hair, her long hair could only be let loose. I wonder what brother is doing. She pouted. It's so boring. Little 9, let's go to the amusement park and play. Lauren had always been eager to get things done. She would do whatever she thought of, and as soon as she got up, she went downstairs to look for Mr. Hayes. However, when she was in the corridor, Lauren suddenly sensed a different aura. The aura of a human was different from that of a ghost. A human relied on breathing, while a ghost could only rely on the tiny bit of true energy in its soul. The aura of a good ghost was different from that of a bad ghost. Simply put, a bad ghost must have harmed a human to become a bad ghost, which was why the body of a bad ghost would smell of blood. Just now, Lauren had smelled a scent of blood that did not exist before. However, when she closed her eyes and wanted to use her spiritual consciousness to probe, the scent completely disappeared. Little 9, did you sense the aura of a ghost just now? It's a bad ghost. System Divine 9, no, I was forcefully pushed back by you just now. I'm angry. I don't want to talk to you. You're so petty, Little 9. I am only 4.5 years old, yet I am more magnanimous than you. You said that you're 400 years old. I don't believe it. System Divine 9, can't a 400-year-old system be angry? The system has its dignity too. Okay. Lauren was bickering with the System Divine 9. She quickly forgot about the ghostly aura that flashed past her mind. Star Dream Amusement Park, the largest amusement park in the whole of S-City. It was built 4 years ago and had all kinds of amusement programs. People from all over the world would come here to play every day. Of course, the owner of this amusement park was also Lauren, the little rich lady. This was her reward for completing her first mission 4 years ago. Although this amusement park was hers, it was her first time coming here. Wow, there are so many balloons over there. They're so beautiful. There are also clowns with the balloons over there. I want to see them. Lauren ran around excitedly while Ben and a maid, Zelda, chased after her with a bunch of dolls in their hands. Mr. Hayes did not feel comfortable with Lauren coming alone, so he sent Zelda over to take care of her. Of course, all of this was done with Franklin's consent. Star Dream Amusement Park had the tallest roller coaster in the entire country's ed, and it was vertical. This event had attracted many bold people to take risks. Lauren chewed on a marshmallow that was 2 times bigger than her face and raised her head to look at the roller coaster. The people on the roller coaster were screaming non-stop. It was terrifying to hear. When Ben saw how serious Lauren was, he thought that Lauren also wanted to play. As this was too high, he tried to persuade her. Miss Torres, this is too high. It seems to be more than 100 meters. It's not suitable for you to play. Unexpectedly, Lauren just shook her head in disdain. This is not high. Uncle Ben, let me tell you, I have rushed down from more than 400 meters before. If it had been a day ago, Ben would definitely have thought that Lauren was lying and spouting nonsense. He did not dare to question this little troublemaker now. What if she really threw him down from more than 400 meters? Chapter 17, The Missing Lily. Fortunately, Lauren did not really want to play. She just took a look and wandered around again. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at the middle-aged woman sitting under a big tree. The middle-aged woman's eyes were dim and her hair was a little messy. She was holding a small skirt in her hand, which was obviously for a little girl. Next to her was a small school bag, which had the same color as the skirt. System Divine 9, host, have you noticed something? That auntie looks like she's waiting for someone. Is she waiting for her daughter? Lauren was not someone who meddled in other people's business. It was just that the experience of completing missions over the past few years had trained her to be able to tell that what happened to this auntie was definitely not simple. She had always trusted her own experience and intuition, so she ran toward the middle-aged woman with her short legs. Ben and Zelda quickly followed, feeling confused. Miss Torres, what's wrong? Ben went forward to ask, worried that Lauren would do something funny again. The eldest young master had scolded him for what happened on the rooftop last time. This time, he did not dare to leave Lauren alone. Uncle Ben, I am going to help that auntie. That auntie is so miserable. Ben looked over. She was just an ordinary woman. What was there to be miserable about? Miss Torres, it's getting late. We should go home. Otherwise, eldest young master will be angry. Knowing that Franklin held an extraordinary position in Lauren's heart, Ben deliberately used Franklin to scare her. Even if my brother is angry, I have to help that auntie. This is my mission. When she first received the mission, Lauren knew that she wanted to help everyone in this world to have a better life. She was also very happy that she could help others. Ignoring Ben's obstruction, Lauren ran to the woman. "Auntie, are you waiting for your daughter?" The middle-aged woman's eyes that had lost their focus became a little more lively after Lauren called out to her. Seeing that Lauren was alone, she said anxiously, "My child, why are you alone? It's very dangerous. Where are your parents?" Ben and Zelda ran over while panting. Miss Lauren looked chubby. How did she run so fast? The two adults could not catch up. "Auntie, don't worry. I came with them." Lauren pointed at Ben and Zelda, then turned her head and continued to speak to the middle-aged woman. "Auntie, did your daughter get lost?" After the middle-aged woman's explanation, Lauren found out that the woman's name was Yulia Citra. 2 years ago, her 3-year-old daughter, Lily, had disappeared in this amusement park. Yulia called the police, but it didn't help. The police checked the surveillance footage and found that the missing little girl, Lily, didn't seem to have been abducted. Instead, she had wandered out of the amusement park on her own. 2 years ago, the area around Star Dream Amusement Park was still under development. The surveillance facilities were not complete, and the police could not find any trace of Lily in the end. As for Yulia, after she lost Lily, she came to the amusement park every day. She brought Lily's favorite dress and small school bag, hoping to meet her daughter again one day. Yulia was sobbing as she spoke. Ben and Zelda were quietly wiping away their tears when they heard this. Lauren also cried secretly. "My child, how did you know that my daughter is missing?" Yulia stepped out of her sadness and asked in puzzlement. Have you seen my Lily?" Suddenly, there was a ding sound in Lauren's head. System Divine 9 has appeared. System Divine 9, Mission 2, help Yulia find her missing daughter Lily. Mission level, 3-star, time limit, 1 month. Mission rewards, the photographic memory skill to be upgraded to tier 11, the resurrection skill to be upgraded to tier 3. System Divine 9, host, do you accept this mission? Lauren looked at the middle-aged woman in front of her, whose face was covered in tears, and firmly accepted the mission. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and that the time required to complete the mission was rather long, Lauren got Ben to record Yulia's cell phone number. "Auntie, I can help you find your daughter. But now I am going home, I'll give you a call." "Auntie, you must pick up the call." For 2 years, Yulia had been searching for her daughter. Even the police could not do anything about it. Could such a little girl really help her? But now this was only a last resort. Yulia nodded and promised Lauren. Chapter 18, confirmed. On the way home, Lauren had been seriously thinking about how to complete this mission. Little 9, how strange. Why does this mission have 3 stars? And it's a month. System Divine 9, this means that this mission is not as simple as it seems. But the police said that Lily left on her own. 2 years ago, Lily was 3 years old, so she should be slightly older than Lauren. System Divine 9, seeing is believing. What the police said may not be true. Host, the human heart is much more complicated than you think. Miss Torres, we're home. Lauren was summoned back to reality by Ben. Looking out of the window, it was indeed the Torres family mansion. "We're here so soon. Uncle Ben, you drive really well." Ben, who was being praised out of the blue, was speechless. Franklin got off work very punctually today. Everyone in the Torres Corporation who was punctual was shocked. There were all kinds of speculations on the forum, speculating whether the chairman was in a relationship. This was the first time he got off work so punctually since taking office. It was not just the employees. When Franklin got home at 6 in the afternoon, even Mr. Hayes was shocked. He hurriedly asked someone to prepare more dinner. After all, Franklin always came back after having dinner at the company and working overtime. Arriving home at 6 o'clock, that had never happened before. Franklin pretended to casually scan the living room but did not see the little fellow's figure. He frowned. She had gone out to play and had not returned yet. It was really worrisome. In the next second, the sound of someone jumping could be heard from the main door. Franklin turned his head and saw that it was indeed Lauren. She was holding a pink and white rabbit in her hand. "Big brother, you're back. I just got home too. Look, I have won a lot of cute little dolls at the amusement park today. Wasn't it so?" Both Ben and Zelda's hands were full. "Won them?" "Yes, These are all won by Miss Lauren, who threw darts and rings. Miss Lauren is really amazing. Hearing the praise, Lauren happily shook her head. Miss Torres, I'll bring the little rabbit in your hand to your room too, right? No, this little rabbit is my favorite. I must always hold her. The thing I like must always be well protected so that I won't lose it. After saying that, Lauren hugged the little rabbit even tighter, as if she was guarding some treasure. Dinner was quickly prepared. This time, before eating, Lauren carefully checked all the dishes and utensils. Everything is safe. Big brother, you can eat now. With me around, you will definitely be safe. Little brat, do I still need you to protect me? Franklin smiled disdainfully, but still very consciously took the chopsticks that Lauren handed over. Since you don't need me to protect you, can you protect me? Today, we met an auntie at the amusement park. Her daughter is missing. What if I am missing as well? Franklin's chopsticks that were about to pick up the vegetables paused for a moment. Then, he picked up some vegetables and placed them in Lauren's bowl. Eat more vegetables. When the nutrients are balanced, you can grow taller and faster. Lauren pursed her lips. System Divine 9, I've told you before. Franklin doesn't treat you as family at all. Host, you're overthinking things this time. The Torres family will not let you be in any danger. Franklin acted as if he didn't care and added this sentence. Lauren was happy again. Even when she was eating vegetables, she became much more active. See, little 9, I told you that Big Brother likes me. This time, you lost. The System Divine 9 did not reply again, and Lauren could not be bothered with it. The two were eating and fighting when the phone in the Torres residence suddenly rang. Mr. Hayes answered the phone with a serious face and whispered a few words into Franklin's ear. After Franklin heard it, his relaxed expression became serious again. I'll deal with this matter later. After Franklin said this, he continued to eat but his expression remained serious. Although the two of them were whispering, Lauren could still hear everything clearly. Her eyes and ears were always clear. In addition, Lauren's spiritual consciousness could detect very far away. As long as she wanted to listen, she could hear all the whispers within 50 meters. Mr. Hayes's phone call just now should have been from the laboratory. It was said that the chopsticks sent over today had been confirmed that the tip of the chopsticks had been stained with an undetectable poison. It was colorless and tasteless, but the poison was extremely fast. The poisoned person would die within 3 minutes. There was almost no chance of recovery. Chapter 19, Lauren's Protection. System Divine 9, who could be so hostile towards Franklin? This poison has been released so quickly. It's obvious that this person wants to take Franklin's life. Lauren thought to herself, could it be related to the ghostly aura I felt today? I clearly smelled blood. Mr. Torres, is the food not to your liking? The servant suddenly asked Franklin. It was obvious that Franklin had been absent-minded ever since he heard what Mr. Hayes had said to him. Hence, the servant mistakenly thought that the food was not to his liking. Lauren did not want to see Franklin in such a tense and serious state, so she put down her bowl and chopsticks and ran to his side. Franklin, Lauren's hair is too long and it's inconvenient for her to eat. Brother, can you help Lauren tie up her hair? After saying this, Lauren reached out her hand. There was a pink hairband with a cute little bow on it. When the servants standing at the side heard this, they were almost swept off their feet. The CEO helping a little girl tie her hair, even using a pink hairband. This, Miss Torres, let me tie your hair so that young master can eat properly. A servant volunteered to go forward. Lauren pretended to be angry and waved her hand. Her face also bulged like a bun. No, no, no. Lauren just wants Franklin to help me tie my hair. Only Franklin. Is that okay, Franklin? If Franklin helps me, I can help Franklin too. Franklin became a little emotional after the little girl made such a fuss. He was no longer as troubled as before. He took the pink hairband and his movements were very clumsy. Other than watching his mother tie her hair, Franklin did not have any experience tying hair before. Therefore, he could only rely on his memory and other people's reminders to clumsily tie Lauren's hair. Franklin, there's still a lock of hair here that hasn't been tied up yet. Brother, you have to turn the hairband one more time, otherwise it'll be very loose and soon Lauren's hair will fall out. Franklin was wholeheartedly serving this little one, and for a moment, he also forgot that the chopsticks had been poisoned. Seeing that Franklin was arguing with her like before, Lauren knew that her goal had been achieved. "You have to smile a lot, Franklin. You look so good when you smile." After saying that, Lauren returned to her seat with her ponytail tilted to the side. After dinner, Franklin returned to the study to handle some matters. Lauren also began her own Protect Big Brother plan. The first step of the plan, protect. Thus, Franklin was about to go downstairs for a drink of water when he opened the door to the study. He saw Lauren sitting cross-legged on the carpet. The little rabbit was also placed next to her in a sitting position. "What are you doing sitting at the door of my study room?" Franklin asked suspiciously. He thought that he was very good at reading people, but he really could not figure out this little one. He could not wait to see how his second and third brothers would get along with this little sister. When that time came, the house would probably be even livelier. Lauren heard the noise and raised her head. She saw Franklin's well-defined face and long legs. "I'm protecting Franklin. Franklin, are the chopsticks really poisonous today?" Franklin could not help but squat down to talk to her as her eyelashes fluttered and her big, bright eyes sparkled. "How do you know?" "Lauren can see what will happen in the future. This morning, I saw brother fall flat on the table after eating breakfast, so Lauren knew there was a problem." With so many things happening in the past 2 days, Franklin had no choice but to believe in Lauren's abilities from the beginning. This girl might have really learned some skills in the church over the past few years. "I'll take care of this matter. You don't have to stay here and guard me." "No, Lauren feels that the bad guys are still around. My big brother is still in danger." Franklin picked up Lauren with one hand and picked up the little rabbit with the other. He pushed open her room door and placed her on the bed. Children don't need to protect adults. They just need to be obedient. Now it's not children protecting adults. It's family protecting family. Franklin is Lauren's big brother. He's someone very important to Lauren. Isn't that what families are for? Franklin felt a warm current flow through his heart. He raised his hand and touched the top of Lauren's head. "It's late. Go to sleep." After saying this, Franklin went out and closed the door behind him. Lauren crossed her little feet and decided to protect her brother from her own room. Anyway, she had to keep her eyes and ears open tonight. The ghostly aura that she sensed today was definitely not groundless. Chapter 20: Appearance of the Male Ghost. She fully released her spiritual consciousness to explore every corner of the Torres residence. As soon as the ghostly aura appears, she would be able to detect it immediately. It was past midnight when the Torres residence was pitch black. Only the lights in the front yard were still on. In the pitch black and quiet environment, Lauren's spiritual consciousness was even more sensitive. She could hear further and see more clearly. She had not let down her guard. Franklin had also come to check up on her just before, but Lauren had pretended to be asleep at the time and fooled him. Ghost hunting required the hunter to let the ghosts let down their guard. "It's coming." Almost in an instant, Lauren could feel the bloody aura and the ghost was not far away from her. System Divine 9, Host, this ghost has been able to conceal its aura all this time. It must be quite powerful. Host, you have to be more careful. I know. The ghosts that Lauren can detect with her spiritual consciousness are all little ghosts. Tonight, I will let these little ghosts who overestimate themselves see how powerful Master Lauren is. Lauren carefully got off the bed and followed her spiritual sense. She found that the place where this aura was the thickest was actually Franklin's room. As expected, they are here to hurt Franklin. HMPH. Lauren will definitely beat you until you can never be reincarnated. She had already formed a talisman in her hand. This kind of talisman was more than enough to deal with ordinary ghosts. As long as the talisman was attached to the ghosts' bodies, they would be unable to move and obediently submit. Lauren opened Franklin's room door. As expected, she saw a male ghost floating above Franklin's bed and fiddling with the chandelier. "Franklin, wake up!" Lauren shouted to wake Franklin up as she threw the talisman in her hand at the male ghost. Unexpectedly, the talisman paper had no effect on the male ghost at all. When it touched the male ghost, it instantly turned into ashes. Franklin lay on the bed without any movement. System Divine 9, Franklin's consciousness may have been sealed, so he can't hear the cries of the outside world. Lauren ran to Franklin's side and quickly drew a talisman on his palm. Then, she silently chanted a spell and the talisman on his palm suddenly lit up. A protective shield-like object suddenly appeared above Franklin's body, glowing with golden light. It protected him tightly. This way, Lauren could fight this male ghost with peace of mind. However, when she raised her head again, the male ghost had already disappeared. All that was left was the dangling chandelier on the ceiling. If this chandelier were to fall, Franklin's head would certainly be smashed into pieces. System Divine 9. This ghost's cultivation isn't deep. Someone should be helping him from behind so that he can escape so quickly. Yes, my spiritual consciousness has detected that this ghost's real aura is very weak, but the smell of blood is very strong. It must have been controlled by someone to do something bad. Lauren's spiritual consciousness was no longer able to detect this ghost's aura. It must have been hidden. What happened? Franklin slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, he kept running in the darkness, but there was no exit. Franklin, get up! The chandelier on the ceiling is very dangerous, Lauren shouted. Only then did Franklin completely wake up. Lauren explained everything to him. She also told him that the ghost had already escaped, so he might continue to be in danger. But Lauren will always protect you, just like today. Franklin, don't worry too much. Franklin raised his right hand, his palm still slightly warm. Yesterday, the light in the meeting room suddenly fell down. I was supposed to have a meeting there, but I temporarily cancelled the meeting yesterday and went to Ben's house to look for you. Going to Ben's house was a spur-of-the-moment moment for him, so if he didn't go and had a meeting as usual, then he would have had an accident yesterday when the chandelier fell. First, the flower pot fell from the second floor, then the chopsticks were poisoned, and then there was the chandelier. It seems that something really wanted to harm my brother. Lauren did not know whether the instigator was a human or a ghost, so she could only use something to describe it instead. System Divine 9. Mission 3. Find the mastermind who repeatedly tried to harm Franklin. Mission difficulty, 3-star. Time limit, 2 days. Mission reward, 2 life-prolonging aura pills. These can be used on a dying person to extend their life by 72 hours. System Divine 9. Host, do you wish to accept this mission? Of course Lauren will accept it. If they want to harm Franklin, Master Lauren will make them pay double. Chapter 21. One big brother was enough. After Franklin went to the company, Lauren started the operation of protecting Big Brother. This male ghost's cultivation was not high, so there must be someone controlling him from behind. Therefore, Lauren decided to lay a trap for him. System Divine 9. Host, how can you be sure that this male ghost will come again? Moreover, we still don't know the background of the person behind this. What if after you get him into your trap, you actually put yourself in danger? Lauren, I've already thought it through. I need to set up a talisman array in Franklin's room and study first. Only a person or a ghost with a single aura can enter these rooms. As Lauren spoke, she continuously took out yellow talisman papers from her small pink bag and pasted them on the 4 corners of the room. That male ghost that wanted to harm brother didn't succeed last time. This time, he'll definitely do it again. This way, when the male ghost enters the room, the talisman will take effect. The other aura that is attached to the male ghost's body, that is, the aura that is being controlled, will not be able to enter. After pasting the talisman on all 4 corners of the room, Lauren ran to the middle of the room. She bent her left hand and stretched out her right hand. The index and middle fingers of her right hand were placed together. When she closed her eyes, the tips of her fingers emitted a golden glow. She began to chant an incantation. Her right hand was also moving, drawing a pattern in the air that was the same as the one on the talisman paper. The moment she finished drawing, a golden glow burst out from her fingertips and spread throughout the entire room in a shooting pattern. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Alright, now that this enchantment has been set up in Franklin's room, let's go to the study. Lauren had never been to Franklin's study room before because Mr. Hayes had told her that Franklin did not like others touching his things. Therefore, even the servants had to clean it once a week. They did not dare to go in every day for fear of messing up something. Franklin's study room was also on the 2nd floor. Lauren had to stand tiptoe to reach the door handle. The interior decoration was also in line with Franklin's personality. It was mainly in black and white colors. Both sides of the walls were bookshelves filled with all kinds of books in all kinds of languages. Although Lauren was not tall enough, her eyesight was excellent. In a pure place, she could clearly see things within 50 meters. She could capture even the smallest details. As she slowly walked past the two large bookshelves, she also discovered many books that she had read before. Critique of Pure Reason, Econometrics of Quantity, Principles of Financial Markets and Financial Institutions. Lauren has read all the books that brother has read. We are indeed brother and sister. System Divine 9, host, the library that you have is the largest library in the entire Z nation or even the entire world. You have read all the books that Franklin has read. In a few more years, you might be able to finish reading all the books. I can't help it. Lauren's strength is just that outstanding. If you want to wear the crown, you must first bear the weight. The mischievous Lauren started to get narcissistic again. However, it was still more important to get down to business. After setting up the array, she still had another thing to do. According to the array that she had just set up, she also set up this enchantment in Franklin's study. Just as she was about to tiptoe away, Lauren noticed some photo frames placed on Franklin's desk. She climbed onto his office chair and leaned her entire body on the mahogany desk, carefully looking at these photo frames. The first frame contained a middle-aged man and a woman. Although they did not look too young, they had good looks. The woman had a classic and gentle appearance, while the man had sharp features. Both his brows and eyes were handsome and uninhibited. Even though Lauren had no memory of what her parents looked like, it was not difficult to deduce that they were Franklin's parents. Of course, this meant that they were also her parents. Big brother looks like both of them. His eyes and nose are like mom's, and his mouth is like dad's. No wonder Big Brother is so good-looking. Our parents are so good-looking. Lauren will definitely be very beautiful in the future, just like Mom. The next frame was a personal photo of Franklin, and the next frame was a photo of Franklin and the other two boys. The three of them had similar facial features, but their personalities were completely different. System Divine 9, the other two boys should be your other two brothers. You've been back for a few days, but they haven't shown up, not even a greeting. Humph, they don't ask about Lauren, and Lauren doesn't care about them either. Lauren only has one brother. Chapter 22, Family Portrait. Looking back, there were 4 more family photos. Lauren had never seen many of them before, but from the way they took the photos and the similarity in their looks, it was not difficult to deduce that these were the family photos of the entire Torres family. These 4 family photos were taken in the past 4 years, and the dates were all on Thanksgiving. System Divine 9, according to the customs of the human world, Thanksgiving is a day for family reunion. Of course Lauren knows what Thanksgiving is about, but Lauren did not finish her sentence. She merely propped up her chin with her small hand and stared at the few family photos. She then looked back and forth at the other photos on the desk. Family photos should be taken with the whole family inside, but why is it that I'm never in them? Lauren thought about this question repeatedly in her heart, but in the end, she could only come to a conclusion that made her very unhappy. Just as little Nine had said, the Torres family had never regarded Lauren as a member of the family. Her originally high spirits suddenly fell. When Mr. Hayes saw Lauren, the corners of her mouth drooped, causing him to panic. Miss Torres, why are you so unhappy? Did you quarrel with Mr. Torres again? Lauren lowered her head and dragged her feet as she sat on the white sofa in the living room. Her hair was tied by Franklin yesterday. When she slept last night, she wanted to remove it, but she couldn't bear to do so. She even deliberately made a hand seal so that her hair could remain as it was. The sofa was very soft, and Lauren's entire body sank into it. She was a little angry as she pulled off the pink ribbon on her head. Grandpa Hayes, do you like Lauren? For the past 4 years, she had been a little princess in the church and Taoist temple that was held in the palm of everyone's hands. There were many brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts in there, and everyone liked her very much. But why did everyone in the Torres family hate her so much? She was clearly a member of the family as well. Even though Lauren was proficient in all kinds of skills, she still could not figure it out. Of course I like Miss Torres. Miss Torres is lively and cute. Moreover, she also saved Mr. Torres' life yesterday. She's simply a lucky star. Lauren raised her head and looked at the kind-looking Mr. Hayes. She could feel whether a person was sincere or not. In Hayes' face, she could feel kindness and a positive aura. Her mood was also slightly better because of Mr. Hayes' words. Lauren also likes Grandpa Hayes. I will treat Grandpa very well in the future. Lauren's words made Hayes burst into laughter. Grandpa, where is Aunt Zelda? I want to eat the snacks that Aunt Zelda has made. Aunt Zelda was the maid who accompanied her to the amusement park yesterday. Mr. Hayes glanced around. Aunt Zelda should be doing the cleaning on the second floor. She is mainly responsible for the second floor and rarely stays on the first floor. Since Miss Torres wants to eat, I will let Aunt Zelda make it. You can stay here and watch TV for a while. Mr. Hayes turned on the TV and even switched on the cartoon. Miss Torres, kids your age like to watch this. Look, the pleasant goat inside is really smart. I know. Grandpa Hayes, you go ahead and do your thing. Lauren can watch it herself. After saying that, she stared at the TV and laughed along with the plot from time to time. When Lauren saw that Mr. Hayes was busy with his own matters, she began to discuss Mission 2 with Little Nine. Of course, her eyes were still on Pleasant Goat. System Divine 9, host, are you suspecting that this Aunt Zelda is related to Mission 2? Is she also one of the people who wanted to hurt Franklin? Lauren thought to herself, that's right. When Lauren arrived on the first day, the flower pot that fell from the second floor was caused by Aunt Zelda. Lauren even thought that Aunt Zelda might know about the existence of that male ghost. System Divine 9, why do you say that? Lauren said, the Torres family is a place where life energy is extremely abundant. Almost everyone's fates are that of an emperor. They have power, and money. Moreover, the location of the Torres residence is a place where water is extremely important. It hides the wind and gathers aura. There are no obvious shapeshifters and it is peaceful. System Divine 9, the Torres family is such a big family. When they built the residence, they must have looked for an expert to approve their fates. They would definitely look for a geomantic treasure land. Lauren said, that's right. With such a geomantic treasure land and the Torres family's strong life aura, why would such a low-level ghost be able to enter? It's one of the reasons why someone is controlling the house. However, if such a dirty aura wants to infiltrate the Torres family and enter the house without anyone knowing, someone must have helped. System Divine 9, but Zelda is just an ordinary servant. She isn't powerful enough to resist the life aura of the Torres family, right? Lauren, you have to think about this question carefully. Chapter 23, Magic Library. After speaking, Lauren entered her own spiritual consciousness world. This world was empty and existed only in her mind. However, there were many things stored in it. The most precious thing was the Magic Library. This library was actually a reward for completing a mission. At that time, Lauren had helped an old uncle fulfill his long-cherished wish. Later on, she discovered that this old uncle was actually a famous book collector. The Magic Library was a gift from the old uncle to her. Later on, Lauren kept putting all the books she had collected into her spiritual consciousness. As a result, the library became bigger, and it was all-encompassing. If someone could enter Lauren's spiritual consciousness world now, they would find a little girl wearing denim overalls sitting on a desk that matched her height and figure. She was quietly flipping through the books. The speed of flipping through the book was very fast. It was as if the person reading the book was only flipping through the book and not reading it. However, Lauren's mind was very clear. She quickly flipped through the ancient books that she thought were useful while Little Nine flapped his wings at the side. Little Nine, when will you turn into another creature? You turned into a kitten last time. It's so cute. The System Divine 9 could be materialized in her spiritual consciousness world. Previously, it could only turn into a book or a box. As Lauren's height and spiritual consciousness world continued to evolve, the system could now turn into a living creature. System Divine 9, that depends on when you can make a big leap in your level. Host, look, I can fly now. Lauren looked up from the book. Little Nine, you're so childish. You're a 400-year-old system, yet you're still so happy after becoming a bird. Didn't you say that your other brothers and sisters can transform into humans? System Divine 9, that's right. My sister God told me 2 days ago that she can now maintain her human form for 2 days. As the system spoke, he flew around in Lauren's library. Little Nine, don't fly around anymore. You're disturbing Lauren's reading. Being yelled at by its master, the famous system could only hide in a corner, feeling wronged. A few minutes later, Lauren found it. It's this Horcrux. Aunt Zelda must have used this to bring that ghost into the Torres family. The system flew over and landed on the desk. System Divine 9. What is a Horcrux? Lauren has heard of this divine object before. As the name suggests, a Horcrux is a vessel used to hold souls. This Horcrux appeared 3,000 years ago and was forged by an elder. This elder used half of his cultivation to set up a barrier for this Horcrux. Lauren flipped through the ancient book in her hand seriously. Her serious appearance did not look like that of a 4.5-year-old girl at all. Any soul, whether pure or evil, can freely pass through various places after being placed into this Horcrux. This is because their aura has been isolated. System Divine 9. I understand now. Therefore, someone used a Horcrux to bring this ghost into the Torres family. When it is about to turn into a demon, they will activate this Horcrux and release the ghost. Lauren gave a thumbs up to the emerald green bird on the desk. Little 9, you've really become smarter after following me for a few years. It seems like Master Lauren's wisdom has infected you. System Divine 9. We were already very smart to begin with. I'm just a little slow in processing information. System Divine 9 had 8 older brothers and sisters. Each of them had a different master and was carrying out missions in different places like Lauren. After all, there were too many bad people and bad ghosts in this world. According to Lauren's understanding, System Divine 9 was probably the dumbest person in the miraculous system. The little girl and the system returned to the topic at hand. Lauren said, so this Horcrux can also explain why I can sometimes feel the ghost aura, but sometimes I can't. Only when this bad ghost comes out to do evil does he come out from the Horcrux. Having found the answer she wanted, Lauren returned from the spiritual world. Returning to reality, Lauren immediately saw Aunt Zelda, who was cooking in the kitchen. Aunt Zelda was a very ordinary-looking woman in her 40s. For a moment, she could not figure out why Aunt Zelda would want to harm her brother. Chapter 24. Setting her up. The most important thing now should be to find the Horcrux hidden in the Torres family. Once she found this thing, the ghost would have no place to hide. Lauren could then also use her spiritual consciousness to detect the location of the ghost. Miss Lauren, the cake is ready. Come and have a taste. Let's see if it tastes good. Zelda placed the plate containing the cake on the coffee table and prepared to leave to do her own things. Lauren suddenly reached out and held Zelda's hand. Aunt Zelda, Lauren is so bored eating by herself. Can you accompany Lauren? When Lauren was not carrying out her mission, she always had a harmless and adorable look on her face. Zelda, who was held by her hand, could only sit on the sofa cautiously. Miss Torres, I'm just a servant. It's not good for me to sit on this sofa. If Mr. Hayes sees this, he will scold me. No, Lauren will explain it to Grandpa Hayes. Lauren picked up a small piece of cake with a fork and put it in her mouth. The pink cream on the cake was strawberry flavored. Lauren's eyes lit up after eating it. Aunt Zelda, the cake you made is so delicious. Your daughter must be very happy to be able to eat the cake you made. The clever Lauren decided to trick Zelda first. After all, the Torres residence was so big and there was no aura of the Horcrux. It would definitely take a lot of time to find it blindly. She might as well start with Zelda and see if she could get anything out of her. Zelda beamed when she heard Lauren praise her culinary skills. That's right. My daughter also likes to eat the pastries I make the most. She's the same as Miss Torres. She also likes strawberry-flavored things the most. Then, Aunt Zelda, where is your daughter now? Your daughter will be very sad when she leaves her mother, just like Lauren. When she talked about her daughter, Zelda was obviously much more relaxed. My daughter is 5 years older than Miss Torres. She is now living with her grandparents in her hometown. I can only go back to visit her at the end of the year. System Divine 9, that's strange. I think Zelda is quite normal. Moreover, I can't feel any evil aura from her body. Lauren said, this mission involves the Horcrux, so it doesn't matter what aura it has. The evil aura can be completely concealed. Little 9, we can't let our guard down. When the flower pot fell that day, Lauren had clearly felt the evil aura from Zelda's body. She didn't pay much attention to it that day and only thought that it was a simple personal grudge. But now, it seemed that everything was connected. System Divine 9, but the Horcrux can only affect the soul. Zelda is a human being. The evil and kindness in her body cannot be changed because of the Horcrux. Lauren was so close to Zelda and she indeed didn't sense any evil aura from her. This doesn't make sense, Lauren muttered in her heart. After listening to Little Knight's analysis, she did not seem to be wrong. Could it be that I've really wronged Aunt Zelda? Miss Torres, why are you suddenly in a daze? Do you want more cake? I've made quite a lot. Zelda smiled and looked at Lauren as if she was looking at her own daughter. Lauren also came back to her senses. Lauren, you can't eat anymore. Hello, Aunt Zelda. Lauren's stomach is already round. Lauren, you have to eat less, so that in the future, you can be like your brother and have long legs. Not at all. Miss Torres looks very cute like this. Her little face is chubby. She's very lucky, Aunt Zelda said as she began to clear the dishes. Ben asked Franklin for 2 days off. Lauren guessed that Ben must have wanted to cherish the last 2 days with his wife. Aunt Zelda, where's your husband? Where is he? I saw in the TV series that husbands and wives have to stay together. Although Lauren is young, she knows a lot. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Lauren noticed Aunt Zelda's action of cleaning up the dishes and paused. Ah, my husband, he. Suddenly, there were some sounds coming from the kitchen. Zelda picked up the dishes and left in a hurry, not answering this question. Aunt Zelda's reaction is a little strange. Little 9, is there any way for us to know where Aunt Zelda's husband went? System Divine 9, we can only ask the butler for Zelda's information. Although we can communicate with those from the underworld, we never abuse our ability to explore the underworld unless it is very urgent. Lauren had no choice but to look for Mr. Hayes and act coquettishly. However, she did not get anything useful from him either. Chapter 25, Who was it? According to Mr. Hayes, Zelda started working for the Torres family 3 years ago. She had always been conscientious and did not mention much about her family, let alone her husband. Later on, Lauren went to inquire about other servants. After all, when she was not busy, they would gather together and chat. Perhaps they could learn some useful information, but they did not. This made Lauren suspect Zelda again. After staying in a place for 3 years, she had never told anyone here about her family. At a loss, Lauren thought of another person who could definitely help her brother. After Franklin woke up last night, he began to believe in Lauren's ability and promised her that he would cooperate with her to catch this male ghost. On the 39th floor of Torres Corporation, Franklin was holding a quarterly summary meeting with the company's top management. The long conference table was filled with people in suits. Franklin sat at the head seat while his secretary sat at the side recording the meeting. The general manager of the product development department was reporting the work of the previous quarter. From December to February, our product development and design departments worked together and successfully developed nearly 30 smart chips. 2 of them were even obtained as soon as they were released. Suddenly, Franklin's phone on the table vibrated. He frowned. The secretary on the side began to sympathize with this inappropriate caller. Franklin never picked up the phone during meetings. He had already warned everyone before, so no one dared to call at this time. No one picked up. The phone stopped vibrating for a few seconds and then began to vibrate again. The pressure in the meeting room immediately dropped. Franklin picked up the phone with one hand and gently raised his other hand to signal the manager to stop. In an instant, the entire meeting room was only left with the vibrating sound of the phone and the sound of the projector operating. It was a call from the landline of the Torres residence. This kind of situation had never happened before. The people of the Torres residence were worried that they would disturb Franklin's work, so they never called directly. Instead, they would open the secretary or assistant and let them pass the message on. Franklin suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He pressed the green button and chose to answer the call. Everyone in the meeting room held their breaths. This was the first time the president had broken the principle of not picking up the phone during a meeting. Although everyone looked indifferent on the surface, their ears were all perked up and listening. Before they could raise the phone to their ears, they heard the voice of a little girl coming from the phone. The men and women in the meeting room were all shocked. Franklin, this voice was too cute. The secretary at the side could clearly feel that the pressure around the CEO had returned to normal. In the next second, Franklin had already taken the phone out. Hello? Franklin tried his best to make his voice sound a little colder. He could not let this little guy know that he had actually been touched by her voice just now, or else he would definitely be proud again. "Franklin, it's Lauren." Lauren's voice sounded very happy, as if she was still jumping around. Franklin lowered his head and smiled silently. Lauren did not see it, but the walls of the meeting room were made of glass. The general managers and board of directors of all the departments saw Franklin's smile. Everyone's whispers became even more serious. Even the secretary could not help but start discussing in a low voice with the people beside her. On the other side, Franklin did not know that his smile had already been seen by everyone. He even pretended to be cold to Lauren. "What's wrong? I'm in a meeting. You're disturbing me." The voice on the other side immediately sounded aggrieved. "Really? Then Lauren won't disturb Franklin." "Wait." Franklin hurriedly opened his mouth and coughed as if trying to cover it up. "What's the matter? Since you've already disturbed me, just say it." "Oh, then Lauren will speak faster. Lauren feels that there's something wrong with Aunt Zelda at home. I suspect that she has something to do with the ghost that hurt brother." Can Franklin try to get a hold of Aunt Zelda's family situation? Franklin's fingers unconsciously tapped on his phone. This was his usual unconscious action. "No problem. I'll get my secretary to check." "You didn't cause any trouble at home today, right?" After working hard at the company for the whole day, Franklin suddenly felt a little relieved when he heard Lauren's voice. "Of course not. Lauren did a lot of good things today. What good can a child like you do?" Franklin could not help but argue with her again. Chapter 26. She's been through too much. Lauren has set up a protective barrier in brother's room and study today. That powerful ghost won't be able to enter. Only that weak ghost can enter. Lauren will be able to capture him next time. "Brother, don't be afraid. Lauren will protect her brother well." The plan to protect brother has been activated. On the other side, Lauren's voice was filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Franklin's tense mood over the past few days had also eased. Of course, as a man, he could not express that he was happy because he was being protected by a little girl. Therefore, he only replied faintly, "Then I'll go back to the meeting." After hanging up the phone and going back, Franklin's mood was obviously much better. Even when someone reported his work later and got the important data wrong, Franklin only said indifferently, "Be careful next time." The last person who made such a simple mistake in such an important meeting was deducted a month's salary. The meeting ended in an unprecedentedly relaxed and happy atmosphere. "Do you feel that the CEO today is particularly amiable?" "Yes, Mr. Huang wrote the numbers wrong today, but he didn't deduct his salary. I mismarked a punctuation mark last time, and the CEO was so angry that he deducted my year-end bonuses. The color of my tie and suit didn't match last time, and the CEO refused to let me attend the meeting. I think it's because of that phone call." After the CEO answered that phone call, he felt much better. Judging from the voice, she sounds like a cute little child. Could she be the CEO's daughter? When the secretary, who was walking behind the two of them with a laptop, heard this, she was caught off guard and twisted her ankle. This misunderstanding was a little too big. If the CEO knew that Lauren was rumored to be his daughter, he would really not know whether to laugh or cry. After Franklin returned to his office, he called his secretary in. "Investigate Zelda's information and send it to me." "Yes, Mr. Torres." Very quickly, the document bag containing Zelda's information was placed on Franklin's desk. Franklin glanced at it and found nothing out of the ordinary. His husband had passed away 3 years ago due to an accident. He had a daughter who was living with her grandparents in their hometown. Franklin did not have any impression of Zelda. He glanced at the information again, raised his eyebrows and put it away. He would bring it back to show that little girl. Perhaps she would really notice something strange. Hence, the entire Torres Corporation was shocked. The CEO had actually left work on time again today, back in the Torres family mansion. After dinner, Lauren sneakily dragged her brother upstairs. The two of them stood at the door of the study room like a secret agent meeting. Lauren was too short. She reached out and pulled Franklin's clothes to make him squat down. "Brother, have you found the information about Zelda?" Lauren whispered to him. "Yes." "Where is she?" Lauren continued to whisper into his ear. "She's in the study." "But, why are we whispering?" Franklin was confused. "Because the people on TV today are all acting like this. In order to find the truth, those spies have to whisper. No one can know about it. Don't watch so much TV in the future. Franklin straightened up and opened the door to the study. After he sat down, he realized that Lauren was still standing at the door. She was leaning on the door frame to look inside. Why are you standing at the door? On the first day I came, Mr. Hayes told Lauren not to enter Franklin's room and study. Lauren was wearing a cute pair of denim overalls. The way she stood at the door cautiously made Franklin smile. She was only 4.5 years old. Had she already endured too many things that she should not have endured? For the first time, he realized that he had failed in his duty as an older brother. Franklin suppressed the emotions that suddenly surged in his heart and waved at her. Come in, as long as you don't touch anything carelessly. Okay, Tilda. Lauren took small steps and entered the study for the second time. This is the information I asked my secretary to find. I took a look and didn't find anything unusual. Lauren's gaze fell on the sentence husband Marlon Lambert passed away 3 years ago due to an accident. It turned out that Zelda's husband had passed away. However, the timing was a little coincidental. 3 years ago was also around the time that Zelda entered the Torres family. Could there be a relationship between Lambert's death and Zelda's entry into the Torres family for work? Chapter 27, The Clue. Franklin looked at Lauren as she read the information seriously. She still had to point with her index finger wherever she was reading. She was extremely serious. At this moment, Franklin suddenly thought of a question. Little one, you can read. Is there someone teaching you how to read and write in the church? Lauren raised her head and slowly blinked her eyes. She still had not recovered from the clues she had just discovered. Brother, look. Zelda's husband, Lambert, passed away 3 years ago. I heard from Mr. Hayes that Zelda came to the Torres family 3 years ago to work together. Is this timing just a coincidence? Franklin did not answer the question that he had just asked. Not only could Lauren read, but her mind was also very clear. Franklin was getting more and more interested in this younger sister who had suddenly returned home. Franklin, are you listening to what Lauren is saying? Lauren angrily placed her hands on her hips. All right, Lauren, do you have a waist? Do you have to put your hands on your waist like other people? Franklin laughed and joked. Upon hearing this, Lauren, who was unconvinced, stood up. How can Lauren not have a waist? Look, her waist is here. She pointed at her waist in a very serious manner. Today, Lauren only ate a piece of cake. Very soon, Lauren will be like Franklin and have long legs. You have to eat more vegetables and bask in the sun. Only with balanced nutrition can you grow taller. Otherwise, you will forever be called little girl. Brother, you are not allowed to call Lauren little. Little girl. Suddenly, there were 2 knocks on the study door. Franklin suddenly sat up and put away his playful expression. He returned to the serious look of the president's office. Come in, Mr. Torres, this is the milk prepared for you. Miss Torres is here too. Would you like me to pour another cup? The moment Zelda pushed the door open with a tray, Lauren moved very quickly and pressed the information under her butt. Before Lauren could even answer, Franklin had already taken matters into his own hands. No, 1 cup is enough. Just put it down. Thank you. Zelda put down the milk swiftly and closed the door gently as she left. Brother, that was Zelda just now. Franklin passed the milk on the table to Lauren. Is that so? She seems to bring in the milk in every night. Brother, aren't you going to drink it? I don't like drinking milk. Lauren had no choice but to take it. She actually did not like drinking milk either. She always felt that pure milk had a fishy smell. However, since Franklin did not like drinking milk, why did Zelda have to bring it to him every night? There were too many things that were beginning to show themselves. Lauren felt that they were about to form a line, but there was still something missing. System Divine 9, host, I can feel your brainstorm. That's right, it's so hard. The second mission is due tomorrow. I have to speed up. Lauren finally drank the glass of milk. Although she didn't like it, her brother had given it to her. This was the first time her brother had given her something. She couldn't let him down. After such a small interlude, the 2 of them finally returned to the main topic. In response to Lauren's question, Franklin carefully read through Zelda's information again. Her husband, Lambert, passed away 3 years ago due to an accident. Lambert. Suddenly, Franklin seemed to have thought of something. He turned on his computer and started searching. Lauren also stood up and leaned in front of the computer to look, but because she was too short, she couldn't see anything. Little 9, when did you give me a panacea that can make me grow taller? Lauren is too short, I can't see anything. System Divine 9, Lauren, haven't we discussed this before? We don't have any control over the human body. I know, I'm just making fun of you. So, Lauren continued to tiptoe and watch with difficulty. I found it! Franklin exclaimed softly, his tone clearly filled with disbelief. He initially thought that the timing was indeed a coincidence, but, Franklin, what did you find? Lauren wants to see it too. It was impossible for Franklin to bring the laptop down to show Lauren, so he could only. Franklin, this is your second time hugging Lauren. The first time was on that rooftop. Franklin was worried about Lauren. All right, stop talking. Look, Franklin hurriedly interrupted her. Franklin can hug Lauren more often in the future. Are you going to watch or not? If you're not, then go down. Franklin's face darkened. Lauren thought to herself, how did he change his expressions so quickly? Of course, she did not dare to do it again. Lauren still seriously looked at the computer screen. Chapter 28. It was the same person. There was no information on the computer screen. Instead, there were news reports. They were all news from 3 years ago. They were all reported by major news platforms and newspapers. However, they were all talking about the same thing, the death of a construction worker, Marlon Lambert. Lauren's small hand grabbed the mouse and clicked on an authoritative news platform. The time was 3 years ago, May the 6th. Yesterday, a construction worker named Lambert accidentally fell from a 27-meter-high operating table during construction and died of a brain hemorrhage on the spot. According to the reporter's investigation and the industrial and commercial investigation, the construction building that Lambert was in was owned by the Torres Corporation. You can see at the scene that the police have already intervened in the investigation. It has been reported that Lambert also has an underage daughter, and Lambert's wife is seeking justice from the Torres Corporation. Who should bear the pain behind the accidental fall? Attached to the back were some pictures of the scene of the accident, and Lauren skimmed through them. Franklin's voice sounded from above Lauren's head. It was as if he was recalling something from a long time ago. This building was indeed under us. At that time, a construction team successfully bid for it, so we gave this building to them to build. After Lambert died in an accident, we didn't care who should be compensated. After I found out that Lambert still had a daughter in his family, I approved a sum of money as compensation. As for what happened after that, I'm not too sure. After listening to Franklin's words, Lauren had some clues. She continued to click on those web pages as if she was trying to find something. The reports were all the same. Lambert's accident had already been confirmed by the police as an accidental death. There was nothing suspicious about it. At that time, the incident had passed very quickly and did not cause any public uproar. Lauren continued to search and finally found a photo on a small public platform. It was a photo of Lambert when he was alive, and this photo just happened to confirm Lauren's thoughts. Franklin, this Lambert who passed away 3 years ago looks exactly the same as the male ghost I met in your room that day. Everything seemed to have made sense now. Because of this photo, all the details could be connected together. Lauren looked at the time that Zelda had entered the Torres family to work. It was July 3 years ago. At that time, Lambert had already passed away. In other words, Zelda clearly knew that this was the Torres family, the owner of the company that was managing the building that had the accident, yet she still came to work at the family. Was it just because she wanted this job, or did she have ulterior motives? Lauren was naturally inclined towards the latter. Otherwise, how could there be such coincidences? The flower pot that fell from the second floor was caused by Zelda's accident, while Lambert, Zelda's husband's soul, was also wandering around the Torres family, and he even wanted to kill Franklin. Franklin obviously thought of all this as well. Lauren could feel his body tense up. Franklin turned around and wanted to pat his head to show her encouragement. This was how it was played in television dramas, but she realized that her hands were still too short. Therefore, she settled for the second best option and patted Franklin's hand on the table. Franklin, don't be afraid. Lauren will definitely think of a way to capture this Lambert. In fact, Franklin was more puzzled than afraid. He had always been straightforward. The Torres Corporation had also given him several times more compensation for the accident back then. After Lauren saw the news and sorted out her thoughts, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was most afraid that the enemy was hiding in the dark. Now that she had found the trigger, she just had to follow it. "Brother, you can't sleep in your room tonight. Although Lambert is a weak ghost, for the sake of safety, you'd better sleep somewhere else tonight." System Divine 9. Franklin's aura cannot be hidden. No matter where he is, the ghost will definitely find him. But Big Brother is still a human. The aura of a human can be isolated through a normal protective shield. When the time comes, I'll make a protective shield and let Brother stay inside. Under Lauren's endless persuasion and coquettish attacks, Franklin finally agreed to sleep in her room. Fortunately, Lauren's room was converted from a guest room and the decorations inside were quite normal. If Franklin was to sleep in a pink and tender bed, he would rather be captured by a ghost. Chapter 29. Male Ghost has appeared again. "Lauren, what's your plan for tonight?" Although Lauren had surprised Franklin in many ways, he was still worried. After all, he did not know how strong she was. "I'm just waiting for him. Lambert did not succeed in his sneak attack last night. He will definitely come again tonight. By then, Lauren will be able to catch him." Lauren seemed to have seen through Franklin's worries. "Franklin, are you worried about Lauren's safety? Lauren has caught ghosts that are much more powerful than this before. Lauren has encountered both vampires and zombies." Franklin's fingers moved. Zombies? Vampires? These things that only appeared in movies and television. Were they really real in this world? Franklin pinched the space between his eyebrows. "Even so, I can't possibly let a little girl like you solve these problems on your own. What can I do?" Lauren pondered over this question seriously. 3 minutes later. System Divine 9. Host, don't even think about it. Franklin can't do anything. He's just a human. If you don't open his heavenly eye, he won't even be able to see where his enemies are. Even if you do open it, he won't be able to attack or defend against anything that's not in the same dimension. The words were rough but not harsh. "Franklin, just don't make things difficult for me." Lauren stood on the bed and raised her head slightly, allowing her to see Franklin. As a result, her aura became much stronger than before. After Lauren's arrival, the 22-year-old Franklin realized many things for the first time. This was the first time he was said to be making things difficult for him. Franklin, who was secretly angry, was clearly arranged. Lauren formed a simple seal and temporarily blocked Franklin's breath. "Franklin, even if there was a dog here, the dog won't even be able to smell who you are." Why did these words sound like he was scolding someone? "Sure, there seems to be some movement. Brother, just stay in this room and don't move." Lauren decided to go out and wait quietly. It was very quiet inside and outside. Franklin was a little restless. He could not help but anxiously want to go out and take a look, but he found that the door could not be opened. It was not locked, but for some reason, it could not be opened. Moreover, it was tightly shut. It must have been done by that little girl. Unable to go out, Franklin paced back and forth in the room anxiously. The corridor on the second floor was completely silent. Every 12 o'clock, the lights in the corridor would automatically be switched off. At the same time, 12 o'clock was also the time when the supernatural energy was at its peak. The night walk of 100 ghosts was the easiest time for ghosts to move. The exuberant supernatural energy made it easier for them to hide within and not be discovered. Moreover, their strength would also increase at this time. Lauren used the 8 trigrams to calculate and found a place where the yang energy was relatively strong. The ghosts would automatically avoid places with yang energy because that would weaken their own aura. Lauren spread out her spiritual consciousness to check and found that there was nothing unusual about the aura at all. Seeing that there were only 10 seconds until 12 o'clock, Lauren cast an invisibility spell for herself for a minute. Immediately, her tiny figure disappeared completely. "When will you guys be able to extend the duration of the invisibility spell? There's only 1 minute left. This will make it very difficult for Master Lauren to do anything." Speaking of the invisibility spell, Lauren was filled with a bellyful of bitter water. Other skills would be upgraded by 1 or even 2 levels, but the invisibility spell increased by 1 second and 1 second. Lauren used the reward of 60 missions to exchange for this 1 minute of invisibility. There were a few times when she was preparing to tease others in the church. Before she could scare anyone, she had already appeared. System Divine 9. Invisibility is a difficult task. Host, you are a human. It is not appropriate for you to interact with another dimension. Otherwise, it will hurt your vitality. Indeed, every time Lauren used the invisibility skill, she would feel a little tired. This was probably the reason for it. System Divine 9. You have detected impure air approaching. Host, please wake up. The seconds ticked to the number 12. In an instant, Lauren felt cold air coming from all 4 limbs and bones. The corridor was instantly filled with chilly winds. In order to facilitate movement, Franklin's room door was not closed. Lauren also set up a barrier at the door. Once there was something, it would go. Regardless of whether it was a human or a ghost, it would flash with green light. Soon, Lambert appeared. As soon as she saw Lambert, Lauren knew that the current Lambert must have been controlled by an even more powerful spell. An ordinary ghost could never become as fast as Lambert, no matter how much supernatural aura it absorbed. Chapter 30. Sorcery. However, Lambert did not float upright like an ordinary ghost. Instead, he moved horizontally, moving close to the ceiling. He was dressed in white. Although he was a male ghost, his hair was extremely long, and his skin was as white as a vampire's. In less than 2 seconds, Lambert had already flown through the corridor and directly entered Franklin's room without hesitation. Lauren immediately seized the opportunity. The moment Lambert entered, she waved her hand and closed the door remotely. Her current target was not a weak male ghost like Lambert, but the mastermind behind the scenes who was controlling him. Due to the formation of talismans that Lauren had set up previously, when she entered Franklin's room, any aura that did not belong to Lambert would be blocked outside the door. Therefore, the real evil ghost was now blocked outside the door. However, contrary to Lauren's expectations, there was nothing. The evil spirit did not appear. Even the chilly air was rapidly dissipating. The moment Lambert entered the room and the door was tightly shut, a talisman fell from Lambert's body. This talisman began to spontaneously combust the moment it left him. Lauren quickly chanted a spell and drew a talisman in the air. A ray of red light shot out from Lauren's fingertip and hit the talisman. After the talisman was hit, the burning speed increased. There was not even a speck of ash left on the burnt talisman. The corridor returned to its original appearance. It was only a matter of a minute. The 1-minute invisibility spell had also lost its effect. Lauren stood at the door of the room with a dark face. System Divine 9. What kind of strange sorcery is this? To be able to control a ghost with just a piece of talisman. It seems that the other party came prepared. Lauren was also puzzled. The power of the talisman was very weak, and its function was simple. There were dozens of different types of talisman papers, and their functions were all different. However, Lauren had yet to see a talisman paper that could control a ghost. In the few years she had been on a mission, she had only seen one method to control a ghost: possession. Just like how a human would be possessed by a ghost, an ordinary ghost could also be possessed by a ghost with stronger supernatural energy. Under such circumstances, the possessed ghost was not a scapegoat. Therefore, Lambert must also become a scapegoat. Someone else wanted to harm Franklin. In order to prevent himself from being harmed, he had possessed another ghost. Fortunately, Lauren's actions were quick just now. She knew that the person behind this was very skilled. She also used all her strength and used the most powerful talisman to hit the talisman. In this way, the owner of this talisman would also be harmed. System Divine 9. Let's first deal with Lambert in the room. As for this talisman, I'll also ask my brothers and sisters if they have had such an experience. This was the only way. Lauren looked at the place where the talisman had disappeared before walking into the room. Without any external help, the ghost Lambert didn't even have a chance to escape. Lauren quickly put Lambert into the soul storage box. When the soul storage box closed again, there was a soft sound coming from inside. Don't struggle. With Master Lauren around, how would you escape? The reason why many of the little ghosts inside had remained in the soul storage box was not Lauren's wish, but because these ghosts had already missed the opportunity to reincarnate. After a person died, according to the good and evil they had done in their lives, there were 6 places they could go. The wicked could only enter the 3 evil paths: hell, becoming evil ghosts, and becoming animals, the good people went to the three good paths: heaven, becoming man, and achieving nirvana. However, the evil path and the good path had a time limit. If the ghosts did not enter the path of reincarnation in time, they would be closed. No one could say when they would be able to open it again. No one knew if they would be able to open it again. The little ghosts in the soul storage box had all missed the opportunity to reincarnate. Lauren did not want them to continue to wander the human world and commit evil, so he brought them in. Of course, not only were there bad ghosts, there were also many good ghosts. Some of them were killed before their lifespans were up. Because they were unwilling to reincarnate, they had been unwilling to do so. After Lauren helped them to clear their names, they had already missed the chance to reincarnate. Just like Ben's wife, if they missed the chance to reincarnate, they would only have two choices. One, their souls would disappear completely, and the other was to live in this soul storage box. This soul storage box was also like a small world. Lauren took the soul storage box and returned to her room. Just as she opened the door, she saw two legs inside. It was quite scary. "Brother, why are you standing there?" Lauren raised her head and waved the soul storage box in her hand at Franklin as if she was showing off. Lauren has already caught one. Chapter 31, Story Time. Franklin swept his gaze over Lauren without leaving a trace. After confirming that she was not injured, he felt slightly relieved. Franklin had been standing by the door listening to the commotion. Other than the sound of the door closing, there was no other sound. "What do you mean you've caught one?" Franklin is indeed a big idiot. Catching one means that I've caught one. This was not what he was asking. "You mean there's something else that you haven't caught?" Franklin looked at the small box in Lauren's hand. The small box was still emitting a faint green light. There's something even more powerful that Lauren hasn't caught yet. Lauren needs to go and learn how to catch it. After Lauren finished speaking, the soul storage box in her hand actually changed its color. She patted the box lightly. "Go to sleep, kids. Brother, don't be afraid. The kids inside must have been woken up by me just now. They are making a ruckus now." Franklin, who was originally not afraid, was now a little afraid. Were there ghosts inside? Due to the use of the invisibility spell, Lauren was starting to feel a little sleepy. Therefore, they unanimously decided to deal with Lambert's matter tomorrow. After all, they still had to call for Zelda. Lauren had also set up a barrier in Franklin's room. Once a ghost entered, Lauren would immediately sense it. However, her attack on the talisman paper was not a small injury. For the time being, that ghost should not dare to come to the Torres residence again. "Brother, can you wait here until Lauren is asleep before you leave?" Lauren sank into the soft pillow. The bed was filled with all kinds of furry dolls that she had won from the amusement park. Perhaps it was because the blow that she had used up all her strength had exhausted Lauren's vitality. She felt more tired than ever, and her lips were very pale. It made one feel pity for her. "You don't look well. Were you injured just now?" Franklin asked. This time, he could no longer pretend to be calm. Lauren, who was lying on the bed, did not look as radiant as before. "No, Lauren is just too tired. I'll be fine after a nap." Franklin coaxed me to sleep. "When I wake up, Lauren will be able to jump around and be full of energy." Lauren resisted the urge to fall asleep and comforted Franklin. She tried her best to speak in a cheerful tone. She wanted Franklin to know that there was nothing wrong with her. System Divine 9, host, what you need now is a lot of rest. Quickly fall asleep and enter the spiritual world to replenish your vitality. "I know. I don't want Franklin to worry." Lauren closed her eyes. "Franklin, tell Lauren a story, and then Lauren will be able to fall asleep." Although she was very tired, Lauren still felt that this was the best sleep she ever had in her memory. Lauren had no dreams for the entire night, while Franklin had almost no sleep for the entire night. At 7 o'clock the next day, Franklin still woke up on time according to his biological clock. Usually, Lauren, the little one, would wake up earlier than him, but when Franklin quietly opened her room door, he found that she had not woken up today yet. However, her face had already returned to its usual rosy color. Her little face was chubby, and her long eyelashes quietly drooped down. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, just in time to shine on Lauren's face. Franklin gently pulled the thick curtains, blocking the sunlight from entering. He then closed the door and went out. Even though the corridor was covered with carpets, Franklin's footsteps were still much quieter than before. A servant came up the stairs. He waved her off and told the others not to disturb Lauren before she got up. Today was Saturday. If it were any other day, Franklin would have gone back to work as well. However, he chose to finish his work in the study today. It was not until after 9 o'clock that Franklin heard Lauren's voice after he had finished 2 video conferences with foreign executives. Lauren was full of vitality again. She was acting coquettishly on the first floor and asking Mr. Hayes for delicious food. He temporarily put down his work and picked up the glass that was still filled with water. He drank it in one gulp and went downstairs. "Mr. Torres, if you would like your water refilled, give me a call and I'll get someone to deliver it to you. Why did you make a trip yourself?" Mr. Hayes was very sharp-eyed. He gestured for a servant to reach out and take the glass from Franklin's hand. "It's okay. I'm tired from work. I'll take this opportunity to take a walk." Lauren was skipping out of the kitchen with 2 buns in her hands. According to Franklin's understanding of her, they were definitely meat buns. "Franklin, why didn't you go to work today?" Lauren woke up late and thought that she wouldn't be able to see you. After she said that, she took a bite of the bun. Her mouth was stuffed full and Lauren shook her head in satisfaction. Chapter 32, Lost. She walked up to Franklin and handed him the steamed bun that she had not yet eaten. "Franklin, do you want to eat the steamed bun? It's delicious." "It's meat," Lauren stammered. If it were anyone else, Franklin would definitely feel that they had no manners. However, when it came to Lauren, he actually felt that it was very cute. He could not help but bend down and reach out to pinch her steamed bun face. "Cough, it's fine. I'm pinching your face to see if there's really so much meat." Franklin took the glass filled with water and took a sip, trying to hide the slightly awkward expression on his face. Mr. Hayes thought to himself, "Then I'll just pretend that I didn't see Mr. Torres smile." "Franklin, Lauren slept very well yesterday." "Thank you, Franklin, for telling Lauren the story." The others seemed to be working hard, but they were secretly paying attention to the interaction between the big one and the little one. "Of course I'm good at telling stories. I was the one who coaxed your other 2 brothers to sleep when they were young." Franklin's tone was a little arrogant. Lauren had already quickly finished off 1 meat bun and was now eating the other one. "Franklin, I fell asleep last night. I haven't heard the end yet." "So, was Snow White eaten by Grandma Wolf in the end? But didn't Cinderella bring the dwarfs to save Snow White? Did she succeed? If she didn't succeed, Little Red Riding Hood who ate the poisoned apple wouldn't be able to get the antidote." The person wiping the vase stopped in his tracks. The person who was passing by the living room to sweep the front yard stopped in his tracks. Mr. Hayes' smile froze on his face. "What kind of melodramatic fairy tale is this? Mr. Torres, you must have imagined it." Of course, everyone's surprise did not last long because Franklin's words were indeed shocking. After Snow White was eaten by Grandma Wolf, the dwarfs cut open Grandma Wolf's stomach and rescued Grandma and Snow White. Snow White then gave the antidote to Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood then lived happily with the prince. Franklin finished the story in front of everyone with a straight face and firmly believed that what he said was right. No one had ever told him fairy tales when he was young. He had been educated as the successor of Torres Corporation since he was young, and since then all happiness and relaxation had nothing to do with him. Other children could go to school for classes, but he could only look at his family teacher in the study. The only fairy tales he had ever heard were eavesdropped from others. He went to listen to them today and listen to them tomorrow. He pieced everything together. He believed that he had completely mastered the fairy tales. Lauren had already finished eating the meat buns and was sucking on the yogurt in her hand. "Franklin is so amazing." Fortunately, Little Red Riding Hood and Prince ended up together. Otherwise, it would have been so sad. "Yes, but this is only a fairy tale." Mr. Hayes felt that the fairy tale is really a story that one dares to tell and one dares to listen to. However, Mr. Hayes was still very happy. He had worked in the Torres family for more than half of his life and had watched Franklin grow up. Since he was young, his parents were not by his side and Franklin did not have any companions by his side. This had resulted in Franklin's serious and unsmiling personality. However, after Lauren had arrived, Even though Franklin still had a cold expression on his face, his actions had betrayed him a long time ago. He had become more and more doting on Lauren. Mr. Hayes saw this and felt a sweetness in his heart. By the way, Mr. Hayes, where's Zelda? After eating and sleeping enough, it was time to get down to business. Lauren was filled with strength once again. Zelda went to the supermarket to buy ingredients for making cakes. She said that Miss Torres likes to eat, so she needs to make more. Mr. Hayes looked at the clock on the wall. But she has been out for more than an hour. That can't be realistic. The supermarket is just nearby. Lauren and Franklin instantly looked at each other and thought of only one possibility at the same time. Zelda had run away. Franklin immediately asked someone to inspect all the supermarkets near the Torres family mansion and the places that Zelda might have passed by, but they couldn't find her. Mr. Hayes called Zelda, but no one picked up. Zelda might have gone to other places to buy things. She didn't take anything when she left. It's impossible for her to just leave like that without coming back. As soon as she finished speaking, a servant who slept in the same room as Zelda hurriedly ran out. Her ID and the photo of her daughter on the table are gone. Chapter 33, Lauren and the Idiot. Zelda had run away in such a timely manner. Lauren sat on the white and soft sofa and ate her sweets. It was as if the 2 meat buns and a cup of yogurt that she had just eaten were all in her other stomach. Franklin and Lauren did not tell Mr. Hayes and the others about the cause and effect. They simply found an excuse to deal with it. After all, no one had actually seen or believed something like ghost hunting. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Franklin decided to report the case directly and let the police check the surveillance cameras. They should be able to roughly know where Zelda was. Looking at Franklin, who was busy making a phone call, Lauren shook her head with a lollipop in her mouth. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Franklin, sometimes Lauren is really smarter than you." "Then tell me, what method do you have?" In the past, Franklin had always been called a genius youth and a business genius by others. Therefore, everyone's evaluation of him had revolved around the word smart. After meeting Lauren, he had started being called a big idiot every few days. The key point was that Lauren was still a 4.5-year-old child. Even though she knew that Lauren's ability was not bad, it was still very hurtful for his self-esteem to be called stupid by such a little thing. Franklin also sat down and stretched out his hand to caress Lauren's hair. "Ah yeah, Lauren just combed her hair today. It's been messed up again by Franklin." Lauren pouted and used one hand to push away Franklin's demonic claws with dissatisfaction, while the other hand tidied up her own hair. "The next time you call me stupid, I'll mess up your hair again," Franklin threatened. "Stupid, stupid, stupid, stupid." Lauren stuck out her tongue and shouted at him. Little thing, little thing." Franklin crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at her. It was still a beautiful scene without listening to the voice. Hearing the voice, it was like walking into a kindergarten. Mr. Hayes watched the two arguing at the side and felt a little headache. How could Mr. Torres become so childish when he was with Miss Torres? I have no idea where Zelda is now." Mr. Hayes pretended to cough and pulled the two back to reality. "Lauren's method is the best. Have you forgotten that Zelda has a daughter in her hometown? Moreover, the maid just said that the photo of her daughter on Zelda's desk couldn't be found. What does it mean?" "It means that this daughter is very important to Zelda." Mr. Hayes clapped his hands and answered enthusiastically. "That's right, Grandpa Hayes, you're awesome. So now, if Zelda wants to leave, she will definitely." Lauren continued to guide him like a teacher. She even made gestures, looking somewhat like an expert teacher. "She will definitely visit her daughter and bring her along with her." Mr. Hayes clapped his hands again and answered successfully. Franklin was speechless. "That's right. You're so smart." Lauren smiled and nodded at Mr. Hayes. Then, she stood on the sofa and faced Franklin. Franklin was sitting, so Lauren was looking down at him. "Franklin, are you admitting that you're stupid now? You didn't answer either of the two questions." Lauren grimaced again. After another round of childish bickering, Franklin and Lauren finally drove to Zelda's house. The driver was Ben. "Uncle Ben, how's Aunt Lawton?" It had not even been 3 days. Logically speaking, Wendy should still be there too. "Oh, I asked my wife to leave early. I'm already very satisfied that she's been by my side for so many years." I'm worried that, as Miss Torres had said, she'll miss the chance to reincarnate. Compared to Ben previously, who was begging Lauren to let him meet his wife, Ben was now very open-minded. It was enough for him to simply remember her for the rest of his life. So what if her lover died? As long as someone remembered her, she would still be alive in this world. It was just that the way she existed has changed. The spring flowers in March gradually sprouted. Lauren looked out of the window and saw that many branches were already blooming with stamens. Some were red, some yellow, some pink, and some purple. If a life had passed away, it meant that a life had begun. The spring breeze carried the fragrance of the soil and poured into the car. Lauren's hair was also blown up. She revealed the happiest smile she had in the past 2 days. When Franklin, who was sitting next to her, saw Lauren in this state, he felt that this was what she should look like at her age. She was only a child who was carefree in the wind. Franklin felt around in his pocket and took out a rubber band. Chapter 34, Cute Bun. This was what he saw on the floor of Lauren's room last night. After picking it up, he unknowingly put the rubber band into his pocket. Lauren, your hair is brushing against me. Hurry up and tie it up. Franklin handed the rubber band over. Before Lauren could ask, he had already explained himself. I didn't bring it over specially. I saw it in the car. This excuse was very clumsy. Even Ben could tell that something was wrong. This time, he changed cars to drive. In other words, this was Lauren's first time riding in this car. These cars had never carried a girl before, so how could there be rubber bands? Ben peeked at Franklin through the mirror. After not seeing him for a few days, why did Mr. Torres seem to have become dumb? Franklin, who thought that he had concealed himself well, did not know that in the eyes of others, he had become childish and stupid. Lauren doesn't know how to tie her hair. In the past, Zelda would help Lauren tie her hair, but she tied it beautifully for me. Lauren began to count on her fingers. There are braided braids, fishbone braids, braided braids. Brother, which one do you know? Lauren snickered. In the end, Franklin still tied a messy ponytail on Lauren's head. A few strands of her hair were scattered all over the place. It's so ugly, she protested. It's quite ugly, but it suits your temperament, little one. Lauren looked out the window with her messy hair. Franklin took out his phone and quietly sent a message to his secretary. God knows how terrified the CEO's secretary was when she received this message. She even suspected that the CEO had been kidnapped. Help me find a hair braiding teacher. I want to learn how to braid a ponytail, a fishbone braid, and a normal braid in a single class. The secretary walked around the house with her phone in her hand. Is my phone signal weak? Or is the CEO's phone signal weak? Hair braiding teacher. The next second, the phone in her hand started to vibrate again. It was still a message from the president. Keep it a secret. Yes, this is the Mr. Torres style of speaking. And so, the omnipotent secretary started working again. Zelda's hometown was not far away. It would take more than 2 hours to get there. Zelda must have chosen public transportation to go back, so their arrival time should be about the same. Unit 305, number 119 Harden Street, Currytown. The two siblings and Ben searched for a long time for the address that Zelda had filled in when she first started her job, but they still could not find number 119. Lauren's legs were sore from walking. She squatted at the entrance of a small store, clamoring for ice cream. No, summer is not here yet. Eating so much ice cream is not good for your health. After her request was severely rejected, she pouted and continued to squat. Franklin was born into a special family. His temperament had always been different from others. Although he didn't wear a suit like he used to when he went to work today, his casual attire still showed his temperament. With such an extraordinary bearing, anyone who walked past would take a few more glances at him. In the end, when they looked down, there was a little boy squatting down, looking even cuter. His round face was covered in collagene, probably from the sun. Both sides of his cheeks were pink as if he had applied blush. His eyes were also round, and when he looked at people, they seemed to glow. His small mouth was pursed, and he looked a little wronged. Everything was very cute, but her hair was tied up in a mess. A warm-hearted aunt was sitting across from her, munching on sunflower seeds for a long time. She seemed to be unable to stand it and shouted in Lauren's direction, "Little girl, Who tied your hair for you? Come, Auntie will tie it up again for you. Franklin's face darkened for a moment, and Ben took a step to the side. Without saying anything, Lauren stood up and ran to the auntie. She quickly took off the hairband and said, "Auntie, so sorry to trouble you. My name is Lauren." The two of them began to chat with each other in a friendly manner. Franklin's face darkened again, and Ben took another step to the side. Compared to the stern CEO, this unpredictable CEO was even more frightening. "Little girl, who is that? He looks so handsome, but why is he so fierce?" "He's my brother. Although he looks fierce, he's actually a good person. He can tie my hair and tell me stories, and he's worried about my safety." In no time at all, Lauren had returned with her favorite new hairstyle. The auntie tied her hair into a ponytail and then tied it into a bun. She looked very cute. Franklin used his big hand to grab Lauren's bun. "Millimeter, now you have 2 buns on your head. One on your head and one on your face." Then he pinched it again. Chapter 35, Found. Lauren gradually opened up to Franklin in the past few days. She knew that Franklin didn't really hate her, so she dared to play with him. Now, she was staring at him with her round eyes. Lauren didn't go over just because she disliked the hair that Franklin tied. Lauren put her hands on her hips and started to show off like before. "I just asked that auntie and she said there's no 119 here. We're stupid too." Zelda must have had another purpose when she first joined the Torres family. How could she have put her real information there? Franklin narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. "Then what do we do now? This town doesn't look small. If we go door to door to slowly look for her, we'll definitely have to search for a long time. By then, Zelda would have already escaped." Lauren seemed to have no other choice. She stood beside Franklin with a bun on her head. "I've got it," Franklin said. "There are 2 methods. When Lambert's accident happened, the Torres Corporation also contacted his family. I can ask the people there to look for information from that year. The second method is more effective though. When Lambert's accident happened, the people in this town will be talking about it. Maybe many reporters will go to interview him and ask the people here. I think some people will know the address of Lambert's home. Even if they didn't know the exact location, they should be able to get it by asking around." "Wow, Franklin, you've become smarter." "Great. As expected, people who often stay with Master Lauren will become smarter." "It's not that I've become smarter, I'm just hiding my strength." Franklin, who had finally shown his intelligence in this matter, raised his proud head. "Ben, go ask for directions. We'll wait for you in the car." "Yes, young master." Then, Franklin grabbed Lauren's bun and walked towards the car. After getting into the car, Franklin undid Lauren's beautiful bun and said, "Look, your bun is in a mess. Let me put it on again for you." Lauren, who had seen through everything, was speechless. She finally knew that the speechless sound of the crows in the TV series was real. For example, the system Divine 9 was currently in Lauren's brain, in 3-dimensional form, and it was surrounding the crows. Ben quickly returned with some useful news. As he backed up, he said, "It turns out that we're both in the wrong place. I heard from an uncle that Lambert's family did live in this neighborhood before, but after Lambert passed away, his family couldn't stand the harassment and moved to the town next door." The 2 towns were not far from each other. They arrived after walking a circle on the winding mountain road. This time, they asked as they walked, and soon found Lambert's family. Ben walked at the front and knocked on the door according to the address given by the neighbors. An old man's voice came from inside. "Coming, coming." Then there was the sound of heavy and somewhat hurried footsteps. The person who came to open the door was an old man in his 70s. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles, but he looked very kind. A head popped out from behind him. It was a little girl with short hair. Lauren thought that this must be Lambert's father and daughter. "Who are you?" This old man had obviously not seen strangers for a long time, let alone knocking on his door directly. He was a little flustered for a moment. "Hello, is Zelda your daughter-in-law?" "Yes. Did something happen to her?" The old man was even more anxious. No, don't worry. The person behind me is Franklin, Zelda's current employer. We are here to ask some questions." It seemed that there were only the 2 of them at home. It seemed that Zelda had not come back yet. Franklin had also sent people to check on Zelda's travel records earlier. He found that Zelda had indeed used her own ID to buy a ticket home. She should still be on the way. Where's Zelda? The old man was still a little wary of these people. He stretched out a hand to protect his granddaughter behind him. Ben was also nervous. How could he continue to lie? He couldn't possibly tell the old man that Lambert's ghost had been captured by Miss Torres and that Zelda had escaped, could he? It was likely that he would be able to scare the old man into fainting. Lauren took a step forward. It was time for Lauren, who was loved by everyone, to take action again. Hello, grandfather. My name is Lauren. The little girl who was hiding behind the old man walked out a little and looked straight at Lauren. Chapter 36 admitted it. Grandpa, don't worry, we're not bad people. Zelda works at our house. She even made me a delicious strawberry cake. She said that her daughter likes strawberry cake the most. The little girl seemed to smile when she heard strawberry cake. We came here today because Zelda is back as well. She'll be here soon. She told us to wait here for a while. Lauren's harmless face quickly put Zealand Lambert's guard down. He was already 71 years old this year. His son, whom he had painstakingly raised a few years ago, had passed away. Now, he only wanted to live in peace. He did not want anything bad to happen to him. The house was not big. There were 2 rooms and a living room. The lighting was very poor. Even though it was broad daylight, it was very dark. The tables and chairs inside seemed to have been used for a long time, and they were badly worn. Zealand filled a few cups of water with paper cups. After knowing their identities, Zealand treated them respectfully. After all, they were the employers who paid Zelda's salary. Lauren sat obediently on the small wooden chair. The water was still very hot. As she blew on it, she inadvertently looked around. Franklin was the same. He sat upright. His years of experience in the business world had allowed him to have a very sharp eye for people and the environment. Ever since he entered, he had a very big question. Xander, come, say hello to this little sister, Zealand called out to his little granddaughter who was standing in the corner to greet Lauren. However, the little girl, Xander Lambert, seemed very shy and did not move. So, Lauren took the initiative to walk over. Hello, Miss Xander. My name is Lauren. Can we play together? Lauren noticed that the clothes Xander was wearing were also very simple. She was wearing a loose, baggy t-shirt that had already been deformed. There was also a pair of jeans that had been washed to the point where the original color could not be seen. These clothes looked very big, so it was very inappropriate to wear them on Xander. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairwell. In the next second, the door was pushed open. It was indeed Zelda. Dad, Mom, hurry up and pack your things. Zelda pushed the door and began to shout until she saw the 3 people sitting in the living room. Mr. Torres, how did you? Seeing her mother, Xander was very happy and pounced onto her. Zelda grabbed Xander's hand and wanted to run out. Lauren narrowed her eyes slightly and put her hand behind her back to gently stroke the door. The door was tightly closed and could not be opened. Zelda, there are some things that you need to explain to us, right? Lauren asked. Seeing that there was nothing she could do, Zelda had no choice but to give up. What does the Torres family want? You're the one who owes us an explanation. As she did not want to affect the elderly and children, Zelda brought them to the only coffee shop in town. I didn't steal anything from the Torres family. What are you doing here? If you want to do something, I'm going to call the police. Zelda only ordered a glass of water. On the way, she hurried over, looking travel-worn. She was still panting, and her chest was heaving up and down. She looked nervous and indignant. Franklin, on the other hand, was in the opposite position to her. His slender fingers held a spoon and stirred the coffee gently. I'm here to find out the truth of the matter. What truth? Marlon, who died accidentally in a construction accident 3 years ago, is your husband, right? Zelda's hand that was holding the cup turned white because she squeezed it too hard. Now that things had come to this, she had nothing to hide. That's right, Marlon is my husband. He died 3 years ago. He died a horrible death. The police investigation at that time was an accident. It was an accident. Zelda had gradually calmed down. Then why did you let Franklin paused at this point. Marlon's ghost come to harm me? Although he knew it was the truth, Franklin still found it hard to accept the fact that there were actually ghosts in this world. This was completely contrary to the knowledge he had learned in the past 22 years. When asked this question, Zelda did not immediately answer. "You don't have to answer this question." But another, "I just noticed, why are your living conditions so poor?" From the environment in the house and the little girl's clothes, it could be seen that their financial situation must be very bad. This was also Franklin's doubt. Speaking of this, Zelda's emotions were clearly agitated again. "You still have the nerve to bring this up?" Franklin frowned. He knew that this matter must be related to the compensation. From Zelda's tone, it was possible that they did not receive compensation at all. He took out his cell phone and made a call outside. He came back very quickly. Chapter 37, A Stranger. "I just asked our finance department. After Marlon's accident, the law ruled that it had nothing to do with the Torres Corporation, but I still asked someone to give your family $3 million as compensation." $3 million. Although it couldn't bring Marlon back to life, it was Franklin's best wishes. He hoped that Marlon's family could live a stable life. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Their living environment didn't look like they had received the $3 million at all. "What $3 million? Back then, we only received $30,000. We used it to settle my husband's funeral, and then there wasn't any money left. We didn't have the money to find a lawyer. Later, I went back to the Torres Corporation a few times. They all said that the CEO was busy and disappeared. All of you are a bunch of people who eat human flesh and drink human blood." As if recalling the tragic memories from 3 years ago, Zelda covered her face and cried. Soon, she raised her head again. "All these years, without Marlon, I have always been the only one supporting this family. I can only go home once a year. Even for Xander's birthday, I can't go back to spend it with her. System Divine 9, I understand. It's because of the money." Zelda only received $30,000 for the $3 million compensation. All these years, it must have been tough on her. Although the Torres Corporation doesn't have to take full responsibility for Marlon's death, Zelda must have held a grudge against the Torres Corporation. "Back then, I was very sure that I had someone allocate the $3 million. The Torres Corporation's account clearly stated that the money had been withdrawn. If Zelda had only received 30,000 yuan, then the rest of the money had been embezzled." Franklin immediately called someone to find out who had handled the money back then. He also showed the Torres Corporation's transfer certificate to her. "Regarding Marlon's death, we are very sorry, but I have already done what I could. Now, it seems that someone must have taken a cut of the money, so in the end, you only had 30,000. People were panicking because of the silver pieces. However, the silver pieces could solve all kinds of panics. At this point, Franklin also sighed lightly. "So, Zelda, is this the reason why you let your husband's ghost harm your brother?" Lauren finally began. Unlike her usual coquettish tone, she was now very serious. After listening to Franklin's explanation and looking at the transfer certificate, Zelda's aura weakened a little. "I never thought of letting my husband harm the Torres family like that. It's, Zelda suddenly stuttered. "Is it because someone else instigated you?" Lauren was talking about the person who gave Zelda the Horcrux. Lauren's eyes were fixed on Zelda, but Zelda kept evading her gaze. "What did you say?" "I don't know. I don't understand." Zelda's hands on the table were clenched tightly. It could be seen that she was very nervous. "Zelda, don't you want to know where your husband's ghost is now? Although he has been wandering in the human world for so many years, you should have never seen him, right? Don't you want to see him again?" Upon hearing Lauren's words, Zelda was clearly shaken. Can you let me see my husband again?" She leaned forward to face Lauren, her tone trembling slightly. "Yes, I know. Your husband only did these things because he was controlled. I have already protected your husband's soul from this control." Yesterday morning, Zelda followed the instructions and released the invisible Marlon on time. However, less than a minute later, she received instructions to run away the next day. She actually didn't know what happened last night. "If I tell you the truth, can you really let me see my husband?" Zelda was only a woman. For so many years, she had earned money by herself and raised 2 elderly people and a child. Many nights, she was missing her husband. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have gone astray and ended up in this situation. "Not only that, if you confess to us, The Torres Corporation will also give you the compensation that they did not give you back then, Franklin said. After obtaining Lauren and Franklin's promise, Zelda finally spoke. It turned out that after Marlon's death and they only received the compensation of $30,000, Zelda had already planned to commit suicide and end this once and for all. However, a strange man saved her and told her that all of this was the fault of the Torres Corporation. Why should the Lambert family bear the responsibility for it? This stranger also told Zelda that he had a way to bring Marlon back to life, but he could only do so in exchange for another life. Chapter 38, Human Ghost Romance. In other words, they were using Franklin's life to exchange for Marlon's. The grief-stricken Zelda knew about this news and, as if he had been bewitched, agreed to this man's request. The man wanted to take away Marlon's birth date and chart and some of the clothes he wore when he was alive. He chose a full moon day and performed a ritual in front of his grave. Later, Zelda listened to his arrangements and entered the Torres family to work. The man then went into hiding for 3 years. I simply always listen to his instructions. I don't know what's going on with him. System Divine 9, very normal. After all, Zelda can't see ghosts. Her daily mission is probably just to switch the Horcrux on and off, release the ghost at the right time and then take it back. Did you hide a small box in the Torres family? Every morning, this person would ask you to open the box. Where is this strange man now? Lauren's mind was very clear. The real situation was not much different from what she had deduced. How do you know about this small box? Yes, he gave me a black box and told me to open it at 12 o'clock at night and close it at 1 o'clock in the morning. 12 o'clock at night was when supernatural energy was at its peak. Presumably, this hour was used to absorb the supernatural energy. However, it took 3 years for it to take action. This meant that the ghost behind it must have been severely injured 3 years ago, which was why it took so long to recover. But, last night, the man suddenly asked me to send the small box back. I put the box in the designated place this morning. It must have been taken away by now. Then do you remember what that man looked like? Franklin asked. However, Lauren knew that this question was meaningless. Ghosts could attach themselves to people with evil thoughts or weak wills. In other words, this man could be any man on the street. Therefore, all the clues about the instigator were lost. System Divine 9, host, you don't have to be too nervous. This ghost must be severely injured and can't come out to do evil for the time being. During this period of time, we can learn more spells and talismans. Maybe we can even know what's going on with the talisman that controls Marlon. Good. Master Lauren will not give up so easily. I have confessed. Can I see my husband now? Lauren released Marlon's soul from the soul storage box. Before releasing it, she even gave Marlon a haircut and changed his clothes. After all, everything that Marlon had done in the past 3 years was controlled. All of this should not be blamed on him. Lauren stretched out her small hand, wiped Zelda's eyes, and recited an incantation. When she opened her eyes again, Zelda saw Marlon sitting next to her. He was as honest as he was 3 years ago. Is this really you, hubby? The longing that Zelda had accumulated over the past 3 years suddenly exploded. I can't see anything, Franklin said calmly as he looked at Zelda, who was talking to the air opposite him. Of course you can't see, Franklin. Lauren didn't open her heavenly eye for you. Ding. System Divine 9, congratulations, host. Mission 2 has been completed and the reward has been given. But we haven't caught the real evil ghost. Is this also a completed mission? System Divine 9, although the one who wanted to hurt Franklin was another ghost, the one who acted was Marlon's soul. Now that we have caught it, this mission is considered completed. Suddenly, there was another, ding, sound. System Divine 9, congratulations, host, you have unlocked the first hidden mission, find the ghost that is controlling Marlon and retrieve it. Mission difficulty, 4 stars. Time, no time limit. Mission reward, a chance to rise from the dead. You actually triggered a hidden mission. Lauren had been doing missions for so long, but he had never seen a hidden mission before. System Divine 9, the difficulty of this quest is 4 star. It seems that this ghost is a big boss. Moreover, the reward of this quest is also something that a 400-year-old system, rarely see. The opportunity to resurrect from the dead. Does that mean that no matter how the person has died, no matter what the reason is, Lauren can resurrect him. System Divine 9, yes. Wow, this reward is very good. But this quest is a 4-star quest, and it's without a time limit. Looks like this evil ghost is powerful. The door of reincarnation that belonged to Marlon was about to close soon. Zelda watched Marlon's soul gradually turn transparent until it completely disappeared with tears in his eyes. This matter could be considered to have temporarily come to an end. Franklin and Lauren were preparing to go home, but they did not expect Ben, who was standing behind them, to be crying so hard. "What's wrong with him?" Franklin asked suspiciously. Could it be that he was possessed by a ghost? Lauren thought for a moment. "Oh, I forgot. Uncle Ben's heavenly eye is still open. He just witnessed human-ghost romance in real life." Chapter 39, I Don't Want This Brother. The second mission had temporarily come to an end. On the return journey, Lauren told Franklin about the aunt she met at the amusement park. "I want to help that poor aunt find her daughter Lily. Brother, can you help me? You're just a child, why do you care so much? You have to help everyone. Do you really think you're the savior?" "That's right. Lauren is the savior. Wasn't Franklin saved by Lauren?" Franklin's mind raced, but he could not think of anything to refute her words. If it were not for Lauren, he might not have been able to escape this calamity. Lauren thought that Franklin would not agree and continued to act coquettishly. "Lily is so pitiful without her mother. Children should grow up happily with their parents." Hearing this, Franklin's heart tightened. Lauren grew up without her parents or even relatives. Was she happy? She was jumping up and down every day. She should be quite happy. She would shout when she was hungry, laugh when she was happy, and act coquettishly when she was unhappy. She should still be a healthy child. "All right, since you saved me once, I'll help you once." "How?" Franklin was already prepared to use his intelligence to subdue Lauren, but her next sentence was, "We want to get the surveillance footage from the police. I thought you had taken a liking to my brain, but I didn't expect you to only take a liking to my relationship." When Auntie called the police said that there was nothing unusual about the surveillance footage, but I kept feeling that there must be something fishy going on. Why would that little girl leave on her own for no reason? I'll make a call and ask Ben to go to the police station later to get it directly. "All right, I'll go get it after I drop you off at the Torres residence." Ben had yet to come out from the ghost story earlier, and his voice was still nasal. When they returned to the Torres residence, it was already nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The car had just parked outside the Torres residence when Lauren quickly opened the car door and got out. As she looked for Mr. Hayes, she shouted, "Grandpa Hayes, Lauren is hungry. Lauren wants to eat meat." Just as she was about to run into the main door, Lauren's head was blocked by a hand. "Little girl, are you permitted to enter this house?" Lauren's head was pressed down. She could not raise her head and could only see her 2 legs. Just as she was about to use some special methods to deal with this uninvited guest, the hand on her head moved away. Lauren raised her head and saw that it was Franklin who had pulled the hand away. "Quinn Torres, what are you doing? You're bullying a child." Franklin's tone carried a hint of reproach as he shook Quinn's hand away. "I don't bully children, I only bully jinxes. It's only been a few days and you've already switched sides." Quinn's voice was very pleasant to hear. It was not as cold as Quinn's, but his words were even colder than ice. Lauren held onto Franklin's leg and raised her head to look at Quinn. He was also very good-looking. From Lauren's angle, she could only see his chin, but it could not hide the fact that Quinn was also a handsome man. In the next second, Quinn lowered his head. He was indeed very handsome. His eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Franklin's, but his outline was slightly gentle. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and his nose was tall. Compared to Franklin's icy face, he was more likable to everyone. "What are you looking at? I know I'm very handsome, but don't think too much. I won't acknowledge you as my sister." "Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm not blind, why would I think that you're handsome? Please make way, you're too fat." Blocking the door. System Divine 9, host, this Quinn Torres is your second brother according to blood relations. However, he looks even more difficult to deal with than Franklin. HMPH, Lauren doesn't want him to be Lauren's brother either. Quinn was about to explode when he heard Lauren's words. As an international supermodel and a super male celebrity with fans all over the world, he was actually called fat. "You dare to call me fat? Why don't you take a look at your own bun-shaped face? After saying that, Quinn wanted to reach out and pinch it. Before he could even touch it, Lauren started to cry loudly. Mr. Hayes and the servants in the room heard the crying and hurriedly ran out. Boo-hoo, Grandpa Hayes. System Divine 9, host, when did you learn to act without telling me? The tears are so real. Lauren will not tell little 9. These tears are true feelings. Even if and Quinn did not get along, they are still related by blood. Even so, Quinn still called her a jinx right in front of her, which really made Lauren feel very sad. Her nose turned sour, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. Chapter 40 Hung up the phone. Mr. Hayes saw that the little princess whom he usually held in his hands was crying so aggrievedly, so he quickly asked, Miss Torres, what's wrong? Lauren raised her hand and pointed at Quinn. He wants to beat Lauren. Quinn, who was calm and collected when countless cameras were looking at him, was once again angered. Faced with Lauren's accusations and tears, the usually eloquent Quinn was also at a loss for words. I just wanted to. He just said that Lauren was very fat. Lauren sobbed as she spoke, making everyone feel sorry for her. Lauren is so sad. Mr. Hayes was also caught in the middle and was in a dilemma. Let's go in first, Mr. Hayes. Prepare some food. We haven't even eaten lunch yet. In the end, it was Franklin who broke the deadlock. Of course, he could also see through Lauren's little trick, but he did not expose it. Mr. Hayes held Lauren's hand as they walked in. Quinn, who had been checkmated, stood rooted to the ground in anger. You're already so old, yet you're still making such a scene with a little girl. His phone suddenly vibrated. Franklin glanced at Quinn before picking up the call. It was his father, Sean Torres. Ever since Maria had given birth to Lauren, Sean had handed over the entire company to Franklin. He also brought Maria to another beautiful place to recuperate. Dad, yes, has Quinn gone home? I saw that his photo at the airport has already been posted on some small websites. Franklin had one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone. His back. He's standing right next to me. Quinn and Sean had always been on bad terms. Initially, Sean had wanted all 3 of his children to help out in the company, but he had never expected Quinn to choose to enter the entertainment industry. Father and son had not gotten along since then. Quinn worked abroad all year round and rarely saw Sean when he returned to the country. This brat, why didn't he come to see his parents first when he came back? What an ingrate! Yes, I'll pass on the message for you later. Your sister is back. I heard that she helped you settle some matters. Yes, she seems to have learned some skills in the church these few years. Why did you come back to see her? We'll see. Your mother called me. We'll talk later. Okay. Franklin patted Quinn on the shoulder. Father said you're an ingrate. In his eyes, I've always been an ingrate. I don't care. The two walked side by side into the living room. Mr. Hayes was still comforting Lauren while the maids were busy in the kitchen. Do you really think you're the princess of the Torres family? Quinn could not help but ask when he saw Lauren's sorrowful look. Mr. Quinn, please don't say too much, Mr. Hayes said as he patted Lauren lightly. Quinn wanted to refute him, but Franklin swept his gaze over. Quinn quickly shut his mouth and sat on the sofa carelessly, snorting disdainfully from time to time. After a quick meal, Franklin dragged Quinn to the study on the 2nd floor, saying that he had something to say to him. Lauren ate leisurely, feeling a little bored. Ben went to get the surveillance tapes, and he was not back yet. Lauren was ready to go back to her room to lie down. It had been a tiring journey today, and she was tired. She needed to pass by the study to return to her room. Lauren, who already had good hearing, heard her name. The study door was not closed yet, and Lauren quietly stood outside the door and listened. She did not eavesdrop on purpose. It was just that her hearing was very sharp. Franklin and Quinn's voices were very different. Lauren was able to tell them apart very quickly. Mother's body is already in such a state, yet you still want her to come back. What if Mother's condition gets worse? If it wasn't for her, Mother wouldn't have been lying on the hospital bed all these years. Franklin's voice sounded a little tired. Don't talk to me about this. Mom's body is getting worse. Why don't you want to talk about it? Have you forgotten what Grandma said back then? If it weren't for her, Mom wouldn't have lost so much money. In that half a year, The Torres Corporation's market share was reduced by 70% due to an attack from our opponent. Is all this unrelated to her? How could there be such a coincidence? Quinn's voice sounded extremely angry. Standing outside the door, Lauren's eyes were already filled with large teardrops, as if the dam was going to burst in the next second. The sound of footsteps could be heard from the stairway. Lauren hurriedly raised her hand and used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. It was Mr. Hayes who came up with the landline phone. "Miss Torres, what are you standing here for? It's Ben. He wants you on the phone." "Ben?" Lauren put the receiver to her ear. Ben's voice filled with fear came from the other side. "Miss Torres, I saw Lily left." The voice on the other side was intermittent and filled with fear. In the next second, the phone was hung up. Chapter 41, Overthinking Things. The study room's door was suddenly opened. "What's going on?" Franklin and Quinn stopped talking when they heard the voice coming from the corridor. They went to see what was going on. The two brothers standing at the door of the study room looked alike, but their expressions were worlds apart. Franklin looked anxious, while Quinn frowned. His expression was full of impatience and disdain. "Jinx, can you not make so much noise? This is the Torres family, not a place where you can throw a tantrum. If you want to cry or make a scene, then go out. You can make as much noise as you want outside." Quinn's long and slender eyes were in wavy shapes, with their tails slightly tilted upwards, that resembled peach flower petals. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, but the frown on his face made him look extremely surly. Lauren was still holding the phone in one hand. The beep sound after the call was hung up could still be clearly heard. She raised her other hand to wipe away the tears that were about to fall, and her eyes were red. For a moment, no one spoke. Only Lauren's intermittent sobs could be heard. Franklin tilted his head and glared at Quinn. He squatted down and tried to comfort Lauren. Before he could touch Lauren's hand, she took half a step back. Her eyes were filled with fear and grievance. "Brother, do you also think that I am a jinx? Do you also think that my return will make my mother's illness even worse?" Lauren's large eyes were filled with tears. She kept raising her hand to wipe them away, not allowing any tears to fall. However, her sobbing tone still revealed her emotions. Franklin was momentarily at a loss for words when Lauren asked such a straightforward question. Quinn seized this opportunity and continued, "Of course. Do you think that a few days will change anything? We've hated you for more than 10 years. We wish you hadn't been born so that our mother can live a healthy and happy life. Haven't you noticed? Has anyone come to see you since you've returned? The Torres family is a huge family with hundreds of people all over the world. Has anyone come to see you? Our father knows that you're back, but he doesn't even want to look at you." Franklin maintained his squatting posture and didn't say a word. His mind was a mess now. The few days he spent alone with Lauren had made him forget many things in an instant, and what Quinn said when he came back made him start to have concerns again. As Lauren's older brother, he naturally cared about her. However, as the head of the Torres family, he had to convince the masses. Just as Quinn had said, the Torres family did not accept Lauren. No matter how selfish he was, there was nothing he could do. Lauren had already stopped crying while Franklin remained silent. "Miss Lauren, I asked someone to make your favorite strawberry cake. Can I bring you down to eat the cake?" Mr. Hayes could not bear to see Lauren feeling sad. He bent over and put his arm around Lauren's shoulder. Her shoulder was still shaking from time to time. "I'm not eating anymore. I want to go back to my room." As compared to before, Lauren was much calmer. She did not look like a 4.5-year-old girl anymore. She turned around and her movements were a little rough. The ponytail that Franklin had tied for her was already loose, and as Lauren turned around, it draped down. The rubber band fell on the carpet without making a sound. Lauren did not turn around either. She walked into the room and closed the door. The moment the door closed, Franklin's heart felt as if it had been hit hard by something. He picked up the rubber band on the ground and recalled the fight he had with Lauren in the car a few hours ago. He suddenly felt that Lauren's door was not the only thing that had just been closed. It was also the door to her heart that she had managed to open a little. Mr. Hayes painfully looked at Lauren's door. He did not say anything. He just shook his head and walked downstairs. Franklin stood up and pushed Quinn out of the study room. He closed the study room's door. Quinn was the only person left in the empty corridor. "Hey, are you all leaving me here?" Quinn felt a little embarrassed and angry. No one responded to him, so he could only go to the third floor and return to his room. In Lauren's room, System Divine 9, host, are you okay? Lauren was sitting at the edge of the bed with her head lowered. She was still holding the Torres family's phone in her hand. Although she looked very calm, her pale fingers that were holding the phone easily revealed her anger. I am very good. They are not worthy to be my family. I thought that as long as I treat others sincerely, others will treat me sincerely too. The adults in the church all told me this. They all like me very much, but why would the Torres family do this? Chapter 42, Ran away from home. Lauren could not figure it out, and she did not want to continue thinking about it. Quinn's attitude made her unhappy, but Franklin's attitude made her feel even more disappointed and wronged. The phone in her hand suddenly rang again. Lauren pressed the answer button. Is it Miss Lauren? It was Ben's voice on the other end. Ben's voice had already returned to normal, and there was no longer the fear and panic from before. After the incident just now, Lauren almost forgot about Ben. She restrained her emotions. There were still many things in this world that were worth her hard work. The Torres family did not like her, but the people she had saved would be grateful to her. It's me, Uncle Ben. What happened to you just now? About this, I'll tell you about this when I get back. I've already gotten the videotape, and I'm on my way to the Torres mansion now. Okay, Uncle Ben, drive carefully. After hanging up the phone, Lauren jumped off the bed and began to pack her things. System Divine 9, host, what are you doing? Are you planning to move out? Lauren's hands moved non-stop. She had only been here for a few days and did not have much. She put all the dolls that she had brought back from the amusement park that day into her little pink bag. That's right. It's not like I don't have a place to stay. Since they don't like me, I wouldn't like them either. I am going to live at Dream Villa. I heard from Mr. Scott Kennedy, the manager, that Dream Villa is very beautiful now. It's full of cherry blossoms. Without Lauren's dolls, the room suddenly became much emptier. This room was originally modified from the guest room. Without Lauren's little pink toys, it lost its vitality in an instant, leaving behind a monotonous black, white and grey. System Divine 9, do you want to tell Franklin about it? Climbing up and down, Lauren huffed and puffed as she tied it up. Her small face was flushed and her eyes were a little swollen from crying just now. Anyone who saw her would probably want to go up and pinch her. No, he doesn't care about me anyway. He should be very happy that I am gone, right? The System Divine 9 was also silent. Lauren's return this time was also not what she wanted to. When she was back, she wanted to use her own ability to save Maria Julian, but the members of the Torres family did not know her intentions at all. If it were anyone else, they probably would not swallow this grievance. Not to mention Lauren was a little adult who had been doted on since young. Although Lauren was still a little kid, she was stubborn. The System Divine 9 was well aware of her master's temper, so it did not try to persuade her much. In any case, she always had a way. For all the rewards she had collected over the years, it was not impossible for her to build a business empire that was similar to the Torres family's, let alone find a place to settle down. It was also not impossible for her to rely on her own abilities. After looking around the room and confirming that nothing was left behind, Lauren went downstairs. Ben had not arrived yet, so Lauren took the opportunity to look for Mr. Hayes. She could feel Mr. Hayes's sincerity and love for her. Lauren could never bear to hurt someone like him. The moment Mr. Hayes saw Lauren, he rushed forward. Miss Torres, how are you feeling? Don't take the words of Master Franklin and Master Quinn to heart. They are only worried about Madam's health. They didn't mean to say that on purpose. Mr. Hayes's body was a little hunched. His eyes were filled with kindness as he looked at Lauren. Grandpa Hayes, I have a present for you. Lauren blinked, not wanting to recall what had just happened. Mr. Hayes said, for me. What is it? Lauren's chubby little hand reached into the small pink bag and started digging again. Miss Torres, I see that you always carry this bag on your back. Do you like it very much? If you like it, I'll get someone to make you a few more identical ones. Mr. Hayes liked Lauren very much. He could not help but laugh when he saw Lauren furrow her brows and search for something in detail. That's different. My bag is unique. I found it. Lauren fished out the item with a swish. A silver object was reflecting the light from the chandelier. It was a little blinding. It was not until Lauren placed the object in Mr. Hayes's hand that he finally saw what it was. It was actually a key. It was not an ordinary key. It had the same appearance as other keys. It was obvious that it was made of expensive materials. It looked extremely exquisite and had the 3 letters TLO on it. Chapter 43, Giving Away the House. Miss Torres, what is this? Lauren's hand was still fiddling with the empty bag. She had just found a key and messed up everything inside. She was still tidying it up. She raised her head and said nonchalantly, "The key to the house in western suburbs. Didn't I say that I am going to give you a house? Here, this is the address." She then handed Mr. Hayes a note. The Whitecliff residential area in the western suburbs. Mr. Hayes remembered that he had seen on the news last night that the house prices in the Whitecliff residential area were sky high. The scenery there was picturesque, and many rich people wanted to buy a house there, so that they could find a quiet place to settle down. But this, Mr. Hayes looked at the indifferent Lauren and then lowered his head to look at the rather important key in his hand. "Miss Torres, is this the real key?" Mr. Hayes asked in disbelief. "Of course, I will get someone to transfer the ownership of this house to you. After that, you can go and live there. The willow trees in the western suburbs are really beautiful. You are so good to me. This is just a small token of goodwill from me. You must accept it." The key in his hand was like a hot potato. Mr. Hayes had countless doubts in his heart. He did not want to believe that Lauren was lying. After all, such an innocent and cute child would not make up such a lie. However, if this key was real, how could Lauren, being a young child, get a house in the western suburbs? Every inch of land there was worth a fortune. Even if one had lots of money, they might not be able to buy it. Before he could ask any more questions, Lauren ran out of the main door. "What's wrong, Miss Torres?" Worried that something had happened, Mr. Hayes quickly followed Lauren's footsteps. There was nothing outside the main door. "Mr. Carson is coming back. I am waiting for him here. We have to go somewhere together." Mr. Hayes looked at the garage and then looked at the straight road at the door. There was no sign of a car. "Where are you coming back?" Mr. Hayes wiped his eyes. A few seconds later, a black car slowly appeared at the corner of the road and drove toward the Torres family's gate. It was indeed a familiar license plate number. "I am very powerful. Grandpa Hayes, I'm leaving." "Where are you going, Miss Torres? Are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Lauren slipped into the car and rolled down the window. Her eyes welled up again when she heard Mr. Hayes's words. Dressed in the simplest of clothes, Mr. Hayes stood in front of the magnificent Torres residence and asked her if she wanted to come home for dinner. However, this was never her home. Lauren shook her head. "I'm not coming back for dinner." "Grandpa Hayes, hurry up and go in. The wind is strong." Lauren handed Ben an address and asked him to drive. The car that had just stopped drove off again, rolling up a few green leaves by the roadside. "System Divine 9, if Mr. Hayes finds out that you've left, he'll definitely be heartbroken. There's no other way. If I tell Mr. Hayes, it's as good as telling my brother. It's the same as them knowing. I don't want them to know. System Divine 9, since you bring along the Torres family's driver, the Torres family will definitely know where you are. Oh right, Lauren had forgotten about this matter. "Mr. Carson, are you willing to be my full-time driver?" "Miss Lauren, I'm willing to do anything. Can you help me with something first?" "What is it?" "Help me turn off the ability to see ghosts." "Oh." Lauren chanted a spell and reached out to wipe Ben's eyes. "It's fine now." Ben opened his eyes. He felt that the color saturation of the world was better now. It was not like before, where it was always gray. The best thing was that he would never have to see ghosts again. "Mr. Carson, you just promised me that you would be my driver." Lauren leaned forward and pulled the driver's seat. "I've always been your driver, Miss Lauren. What I mean is, you will only be my driver from now on and follow me." Lauren extended her right thumb and pointed at herself. "By following me, you will definitely earn more money, Miss Torres." "Of course I will. If it weren't for you, my wife and I wouldn't have the chance to see each other again. You're the benefactor of our family." Lauren nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, I will be your boss and you have to listen to me." Chapter 44, Dream Villa. The Torres family's mansion was located in the east of the city, while Dream Villa was located in the west of the city, not far from the western suburbs. At that time, Lauren had bought this place to build a residential area and a holiday resort because of its beautiful scenery. Disregarding everything else, Lauren's business sense was very good. When the west of the city was first developed, people had no interest in this place at all. It was far from the city center, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. Moreover, people back then only wanted to build factories and start companies. When they discovered the value of this piece of land, they realized this entire piece of land on the west side of the city had long been contracted by someone. In just 3 short years, it had developed so well that it made those people's eyes turn red with envy. By the time they returned to Dream Villa, it was already evening. To the south of this Dream Villa was the Dream Mountain. When Lauren first bought this piece of land, she had specifically instructed them to plant cherry trees on the Dream Mountain. Once the warm spring arrived in March, the trees would be covered in pink and white cherry blossoms, and it would definitely attract many guests to come and admire it. To the north was the Crystal Lake. The scenery was unique and beautiful. When they got off the car, the sun was about to set. The lawn was filled with guests exclaiming about the beautiful sunset scene. The Dream Villa was not big. As it wanted to preserve the surrounding landscape and greenery to the greatest extent, the area used for construction was not large. The entire villa was divided into a few areas. There were only 12 rooms available. However, everyone knew that there were actually 13 rooms in the villa. The 13th room was never open to the public, so the guests could only observe it. Someone had offered a price of $300,000 for a night, but they were still unable to move in. "Miss Torres, what are we doing here? This place is very expensive to stay in. Besides, even if we have money, we have to make an appointment in advance to move in." Lauren shook her head. "Don't worry, Mr. Carson, I have my own plan." She took Ben's phone and called someone. "Hello, is this Mr. Scott Kennedy?" "Yes, it's me. I'm at the door now." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lauren returned the phone to Ben. "So Miss Torres knows the manager of the Dream Villa. You sure have a lot of connections. But this place is full. No matter how many connections we have, there's nothing we can do about it." When Ben was at the Torres family's residence, he once heard the wives of various families discuss it at a banquet. They said that the appointment for Dream Villa had already been queued up for a year. It was useless to look for any connections. No matter how rich one was, they still had to obediently queue up. Lauren only smiled without saying a word. Her dimples were shallow, and her black hair hung loosely behind her back. Normally, it was hard to tell, but once Lauren quieted down, she was like a young lady. She was quiet and natural, blending in with the beautiful scenery around her. Ben had never seen this kind of temperament on any other rich young lady. In less than a minute, a tall man in a suit brought a dozen waiters through the antique corridor and walked quickly toward them. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were about to take off. Even if the waiters behind them were wearing high heels, they could still participate in the 100-meter race. The man in the lead was the manager, Mr. Kennedy. Ben saw that there was a badge hanging on his shirt. His name was Scott Kennedy. The waiters behind him automatically stood in 2 rows, as if they were welcoming guests. When Scott saw Lauren, his eyes lit up. A man who was about 1.8 meters tall and looked to be in his 30s actually bowed to Lauren first. The waiters behind Scott also followed him and bowed. Their actions were very precise. Ben was so frightened that he took half a step back. The first sentence that Scott said raised Ben's level of shock by a few levels. "Boss, I've finally met you." "Boss, what the hell?" Who was he calling? The 2 rows of waiters behind him also called out "boss." Some of the guests on the lawn had already been attracted by the commotion over here. They were worried that it would attract attention, so a group of people rushed into the villa. Ben followed closely behind this group of people. He watched Scott, who was in front of him, bending over and talking to Lauren. He could not quite hear what he said, but he heard unfamiliar words like business profits. Lauren walked at the front. Her steps were small, and Scott was 4 or 5 steps ahead of her. However, he followed Lauren's steps and walked in small steps. It looked a little comical. With her hands behind her back, Lauren walked slowly like an old carder on an inspection tour. Behind her was a group of people. The residential area of the Dream Villa was divided into 2 parts. One theme was about the mountain, and the other was the lake. Guests could make appointments according to their own preferences. Chapter 45. Miss Lauren was the owner. The rumored 13th house was located in the center of the dream villa. This house had been designed by the best designer in the world. It had been specially designed according to Lauren's request. There were French windows on both the north and south sides. The north was vast and open, while the south was mountainous. As far as the eye could see, it was full of lush green and blooming cherry blossoms. The ground was also covered with pink and white cherry blossom petals. It was extremely beautiful. On the other hand, the lake on the north side was shimmering. The afterglow filled the sky at sunset. It was a stunning sight. After staying here for a day, everyone would feel much more relaxed. "Boss, let's go to my office to have a talk first." "All right then, where's Mr. Carson?" A group of people surrounded Lauren. They towered over her, making her impossible to see. When Ben heard himself being called out, he quickly squeezed forward. "Miss Lauren, I'm here. Don't get lost, Mr. Carson. Let's go to Mr. Kennedy's office and have a seat first." Ben did not have the right to speak, so he could only nod his head helplessly. He still had not figured out the situation. Scott's office was very simple. Lauren and Ben sat on the sofa while Scott poured them 2 cups of water. While Scott was looking for something on his desk, Ben asked Lauren in a low voice, "Miss Torres, why do they call you boss?" After sitting in the car for so long, Lauren was also thirsty. She gulped down a glass of water. She licked her lips and said, "That's easy, because I'm the boss. I paid for the construction of Dream Villa, so of course I'm the boss." "This, Miss Torres, how did you get so much money?" Lauren rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "It's a secret for now. Anyway, just follow me. You will definitely be able to eat and drink well." Ben wanted to continue asking, but his phone rang. It was a call from Franklin. He still did not know what had happened between Franklin and Lauren. Just as he was about to answer the call, Lauren quickly pressed the hang-up button. Ben's hand trembled. "Miss Lauren, this is my phone. Can you not use my phone to hang up on Master Franklin? The person who will get into trouble is me," Ben thought to himself. Ben asked Lauren bitterly, "Miss Torres, what's wrong now?" It was obvious that Lauren's mood had worsened after she saw the call. The dimples that were showing had disappeared. She frowned, and looked as if someone had stolen her candy. Weren't the 2 siblings still chatting and laughing this morning? Why did they do this now? In any case, you can't pick up any of their calls. "Mr. Carson, you have to remember that you're my chauffeur now. Your boss is me, and if I ask you not to pick up, you can't pick up." "Okay, I won't pick up," Ben answered Lauren verbally. Scott took a large stack of documents and sat across from Lauren. He began to talk non-stop. "Boss, look. These are all the financial records and..." Very quickly, the entire table was covered with all kinds of forms and numbers. Lauren listened intently to Scott. From time to time, she would ask a few questions and nod her head. She was very serious. Ben, who was listening by the side, was in a daze. He almost dozed off. The phone in his pocket vibrated again. It was Franklin calling again. Ben saw that Lauren was immersed in the data and could not extricate herself, so he sneaked out. He did not dare to hang up on Franklin himself. Just as he pressed the answer button, Franklin's furious voice came from the other side. "Where have you guys been?" Franklin had heard from Mr. Hayes that Lauren had gone out in the afternoon. He initially thought that she was just in a bad mood and had dragged Ben to an amusement park or something similar like the last time. However, no one came back for a long time. When he was about to enter his room, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Lauren's unlocked door. He wanted to help her close it, but he realized that everything in the room was gone. In the past few days, he had personally witnessed the room being filled with little gadgets. Today, the room had returned to its original state. When he thought of the danger that Lauren might encounter, he immediately called Ben. "Master Franklin, don't be angry. I wasn't the one who hung up on you just now. It was Miss Lauren who hung up on you. She even told me not to pick up your call." Lauren sneezed in her office. Franklin felt a little relieved after contacting Ben. At the very least, he could contact someone. Franklin nodded at Mr. Hayes, signaling for him to be at ease. "I didn't ask you about this. Where are the 2 of you now? Where's Lauren? Let her answer the phone." Chapter 46 Saw the Little Ghost Again. This little brat actually learned how to run away from home. Ben was in a dilemma. What should he say? Miss Torres was now a boss. Master Franklin, we are at the Dream Villa now. Dream Villa? Quinn, who was sitting beside Franklin, raised his eyebrows. Last year, the Torres family's year-end banquet was held at the Dream Villa. Franklin had asked his secretary to make an appointment half a year in advance. In just one night, he had spent several $1,000,000. Why did you go there? Franklin lowered his head to look at his watch. It would take about an hour to rush to the west side of the city. You guys stay there and don't move. I'll be there right away. Ben was about to agree when his trouser leg was pulled. He looked down and saw the expressionless Lauren. If he took a closer look, he could see the anger in her eyes. Lauren stretched out her hand and gestured for Ben to give her the phone. Miss Lauren, Master Franklin is worried about you. Before Ben could finish his sentence, he felt himself being pulled and fell to the ground. Lauren snatched the phone away. Fortunately, the floor was covered with carpets, so it did not hurt. Although he had experienced Lauren's high-altitude projectile once before, Ben was still afraid of Lauren's strength when he experienced it again. Hey, don't come looking for me, Lauren said dryly. Franklin pinched the space between his brows. Lauren, don't make a scene. You must never do something like running away from home again. I didn't run away from home. That place isn't my home. Anyway, don't come over. I am very unhappy today. After hanging up the phone, she threw the phone back to Ben. She glared at Ben angrily and returned to the office. Master Franklin, Miss Torres is now in a bad mood. Don't come over first. I'll send you a message later. After Ben sent this message, he put on a flattering smile and went back to the office. Apart from coaxing her himself, what else could he do if he angered his master? After having a sumptuous dinner, Scott brought the two of them to the room. Boss, this room has always been reserved for you. No one has ever stayed in it before. Scott opened the wood carving door. It was spotless inside. With a look, one could tell that it was often cleaned. Mr. Kennedy, you've worked hard. You should go back and rest early. After everyone had left, Ben started to touch here and there. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Lauren remembered another important matter for today. Mr. Carson, where's the surveillance tape? There was a time limit to the mission. If the time limit was exceeded, the reward would be discounted. Ben took out the CD he copied from his bag and placed it into the computer. Miss Torres, the missing Lily definitely didn't get lost on her own. You'll know once you see it. The video was not long. Ben only copied the part of the video where Lily appeared. In the video, it could be seen that Lily's mother was shopping that day. Lily, who had been standing obediently at the side, suddenly walked away. As if she knew the way, she smoothly found the entrance of the amusement park and successfully left. The video ended there. This was what the police saw when they called the police back then. But this was only what ordinary people saw. Lauren saw that from the time Lily started walking, there was a little girl pushing her from behind. This little girl was a ghost. No wonder Ben was so scared on the phone today. Because his heavenly eye had not been closed at that time, he could naturally see the little girl in a white dress. Mr. Carson, you're so timid. It's because of this that you asked me to help you turn off your heavenly eye, right? Ben sat at the side and rubbed his hands. When he thought of the little girl he saw at the police station today, that eerie feeling came back. When the police said that Lily was the only one walking around the entire time, Ben realized that he was the only one who could see the little girl in the white dress. Miss Torres, if this ghost was my wife, I definitely wouldn't be afraid. If it was any other ghost, I would be very scared. I know. You guys are very taboo on the topic about ghosts. Lauren expressed her understanding. Later on, she watched this video a few times. System Divine 9, this ghost is so young. Why did she come out to do evil? Ben asked. Miss Torres, do you see any clues? Yes, this little ghost looks the same age as Lily, and she definitely doesn't have any enmity toward Lily. She definitely didn't mean to push Lily away. Ben replied, oh, System Divine 9, so the host suspects that this mission is the same as Franklin's mission. There's a mastermind behind it. Yes, and I think this little ghost is a repeat offender. She's so familiar with this amusement park, she must have done the same thing many times. Ben asked, Miss Lauren, are you talking to me? Ben looked left and right in horror. Chapter 47, Not a Human. System Divine 9, Work of a Gang. No wonder the time limit for this mission is 1 month. It seems to be a little challenging. Moreover, it involves children. I'm afraid it has something to do with some shady deals. That's right. We can't just watch this surveillance video. Lauren did not realize that she had spoken out her conversation with System Divine 9. Usually, she would communicate with him directly in her heart. This time, she was too engrossed and accidentally opened her mouth, scaring Ben to death. Lauren looked at Ben, who was sitting at the side and acting suspiciously. Suddenly, she felt a little sorry for this Mr. Carson. He had been scared every day for the past 1 or 2 days. Mr. Carson, did you remember that Auntie's phone number at the amusement park that day? Lauren remembered that her name was Yulia Citra. Yes, I have her phone number. Make an appointment with Auntie Yulia Citra and ask her to bring a few of Lily's personal belongings. You can ask her for things that Lily often uses or clothes that she often wears. Ask her to come over tomorrow morning. Ben agreed and quickly made a call. Inside the Torres family's mansion, Franklin and Quinn were having dinner and were very quiet. The Torres family was usually quiet, with Lauren around for the past few days, so the family was a little livelier. Now, it was quiet again. The servants were not used to it. Lauren would usually watch TV with them after dinner and discuss the plot. There were many times when Lauren was right about the development of the story, causing a group of maids and aunties to almost become her little fangirls. Now, it was empty. There was neither laughter nor noise. Even Mr. Hayes just sat on the side and did not say anything. Franklin held his bowl and picked on the food in front of him. When he knew that Lauren had run away from home, he panicked and wondered if he had said too much. A little girl like her might run into some danger. When he heard Lauren's energetic voice on the phone in the afternoon, he finally calmed down. Cough, why isn't anyone talking? Auntie Anne, the duck meat was pretty good today. Quinn tried to liven up the atmosphere. Auntie Anne forced a smile. Master Quinn, that's goose meat. Quinn replied, oh, this cabbage dish was also very delicious today. Master Quinn, that's cabbage mustard. Quinn shut up and decided to eat in silence. Franklin remained expressionless as he sat opposite Quinn. He had eaten the same dish a few days ago. Why did he feel that it did not taste good today? His dinner had always been irregular. In the past, he would eat whatever was available in the company. He would simply take a few bites, as he had never felt that there was a difference between good food and bad food. He had to admit that in the few days he had been having dinner with Lauren, he was already used to having someone serve him food, telling him to eat more and chattering in his ear. Rather than saying that he enjoyed the food, it was more appropriate to say that he enjoyed the company of someone by his side. However, as for having someone to accompany him, Quinn was also a human. Why did it feel different? Franklin raised his eyes and looked at Quinn. Quinn immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Franklin, why are you looking at me in this manner? Franklin stretched out his hand with his chopsticks. He picked up a piece of meat that Quinn was about to pick up. He put it into his mouth and chewed. It's nothing, I just feel that you're not human. Quinn thought, are you being polite? Knowing that he was in the wrong, Quinn silently endured his brother's unreasonable insult. After eating, Franklin went upstairs and ignored Quinn's invitation to watch TV program. Mr. Hayes also went upstairs. In the study room, the medieval clock hanging on the wall was ticking rhythmically. Master Franklin, I have something to show you. Mr. Hayes followed Franklin into the study room. What's wrong, Mr. Hayes? To the Torres family, Mr. Hayes was an elder. Franklin treated Mr. Hayes like his own family. Mr. Hayes took out the key, which Lauren had given him this morning, from his pocket. Master Franklin, take a look at this. There was only one light on in the study. The light was a little dim, but the luster of the key could still be seen clearly. Franklin grew up in an extremely luxurious family environment. He had seen many good things, so he could tell at a glance that this key was very valuable. He weighed it for a moment. It had some weight. Mr. Hayes saw the doubt in Franklin's eyes and took the initiative to explain. This afternoon, before Miss Torres went out, she said that she wanted to give me a gift. So she gave me this key. Miss Torres said that this key is. Mr. Hayes took out the small note that Lauren gave him. It's the key to this house. Chapter 48, Two Presidents. Franklin took it with a frown. There were 4 villas in the White Cliff residential area of the western suburbs. With a look, you could tell they were villas. I don't know where Miss Torres got these things either. If this is really a house, I wouldn't dare to accept it. This is worth a lot of money. I wouldn't be able to repay it even if I worked like a horse or a cow. Franklin's hand that was holding the key gently caressed the bump of the key. Master Franklin, I'll leave the key and the note to you. Oh right, what about Miss Torres? Are you going to let her live outside? Franklin's head ached at the mention of this. Of course not. I'll think of something tomorrow. Mr. Hayes nodded, a little hesitant to speak. Mr. Hayes, if you have something to say, just say it. In this family, besides Grandma, you're the elder we respect the most. Mr. Hayes rubbed his hands together. Master Franklin, I know I have no right to interfere in the Torres family's affairs, but Master Quinn's words to Miss Torres were really too excessive. Even I felt wronged when I heard it, let alone a young lady like Miss Torres. If it were any other child from an ordinary family, they would have endured it humbly, but Miss Torres's personality is stubborn. Look, she ran away from home in this case. Franklin sighed. Mr. Hayes, I know what you want to say. It's just that Lauren is in the Torres family. It's not an easy thing to get everyone to accept Lauren. It still takes time. Mr. Hayes stood to the side, shaking his head and sighing. After Mr. Hayes left, Franklin carefully examined the key. The 3 letters TLL carved on it caught his attention. TLL referred to Lauren. It was not difficult to guess. Franklin did not doubt the authenticity of the key. After all, this kind of thing could be easily discovered. There was really no need to lie about it. After spending a few days with Lauren, Franklin also knew that although what Lauren said sometimes sounded like a fantasy, they would all come true. The question now was, why did Lauren have such a house? There were still a lot of questions on this younger sister that were waiting for them to discover and unravel the mysteries. He thought for a moment and called his secretary. After a while, he got a call from the manager of the Dream Villa. Although he did not know how Lauren got there, Franklin wanted to try his best to help Lauren. Hello, I am Scott Kennedy, the manager of the Dream Villa. May I know who you are? A customer's phone call would usually be received at the front desk. Those who could call him directly would definitely be some big clients. Therefore, Scott was extremely attentive in his reception. Even if Dream Villa did not accept pulling strings, it was still good to accumulate more connections. Hello, Mr. Kennedy, I am Franklin. Franklin, Scott silently read the name. Are you Mr. Franklin Torres, the president of Torres Group? Yes. Scott's hands were shaking. Although they had worked together with Torres Group before, this was the first time they had received a call from the president. Moreover, Franklin Torres was someone that everyone admired and envied. His fame was no less than that of celebrities nowadays. Hello, President Torres. How can I help you? Did you receive a guest named Lauren over there? Franklin did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that when he said Lauren's name, the other party seemed to be surprised. I'm sorry, President Torres. We don't have the right to disclose information about our clients. Lauren is my biological sister. She went to Dream Villa today. According to the law, I'm also considered her guardian and have the obligation to take care of her. Franklin had been dominating the negotiation table for so many years, so his negotiation ability was naturally good. Coupled with his domineering CEO aura, Scott was defeated. Since you put it that way, I can't hide it. Yes, Miss Torres is here today. Is she staying there? Yes, she is. Franklin chuckled. This little girl was really capable. She was actually staying at Dream Return Villa. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of my younger sister. If you have any problems, feel free to let me know. Just send the bill to my secretary. Oh, no trouble, no trouble. After saying a few more words, Scott hung up the phone and heaved a sigh of relief. His boss was actually the daughter of the famous Torres family, and also the younger sister of the business prodigy Franklin Torres. As expected, there was a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Lauren was so good at doing business and had a sharp eye. She was also from the same lineage as her brother. However, how could his own boss let him take care of her? That was his boss. Scott shook his head and made a phone call to tell Lauren what had just happened. Got it. After Lauren heard it, this was the only reaction she had. She was extremely cold. Scott wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, as it was really not easy to be sandwiched between the two presidents. Chapter 49. The strategy was a waste of time. Franklin continued to work until late at night. By the time he finished reading the last document, it was already 1 in the morning. He pinched the space between his eyebrows. His head was aching, so he went back to his room and took a shower. Then, he laid down on the bed. In the past, Lauren would always make a racket before he went to bed. Although it was noisy, it did not make him feel lonely. Now, he felt that the Torres family was too quiet. Franklin lifted the blanket and found something. It was one of Lauren's dolls. It was her favorite little rabbit doll. She had said that the thing she liked the most was to keep it by her side so that she would not lose it. Franklin suddenly had mixed feelings. He picked up the pink little rabbit. The rabbit's ears were long and soft. It looked exactly like Lauren when she was still asleep. Suddenly, Franklin's fingers felt a different sensation. He took a look and saw that there was a piece of paper in the rabbit's clothes. When he opened it, Franklin could tell at a glance that the ghostly handwriting was written by Lauren. "I'll give this little rabbit to you. With it by your side, you'll be able to sleep well every day." Franklin wanted to squeeze out a smile, but in the end, his eyes were filled with endless frustration and regret. Most of the time, Lauren seemed noisy, but her delicacy was also incomparable. He must get that bastard Quinn to apologize to Lauren. Franklin made up his mind before he went to sleep peacefully. It was a dream-free night. The sunrise scene at the Dream Villa was also extremely shocking. Every day, there would be a client, who was also a photographer, waiting for the sunrise, wanting to capture those few minutes of beauty. Lauren did not have the willpower, but Ben was curious. "Mr. Carson, I am not getting up." It was only past 6 o'clock, and the early spring air was still filled with a faint chill. Lauren pulled the quilt and covered her entire body. Her small feet also shrank into the quilt. Her long black hair draped over the pillow, and her fair and clean face was full of impatience after being woken up. "Miss Lauren, I read the guide yesterday. The sunrise and sunset here are very beautiful. It would be a pity if I didn't see it once." It was Ben's first time living in such a place, and the excitement in his heart was hard to calm down. Before he went to bed, he specially looked up the guide for this place and even carefully made a plan. "After we watch the sunrise, we can go for a buffet breakfast and then go to Dream Mountain to see the cherry blossoms," Ben chattered on endlessly. Lauren turned over and hid her head under the blanket, trying to block Ben's voice. "Mr. Carson, do you know who the boss of Dream Villa is?" Lauren's voice was buzzing from under the blanket. "It's Miss Torres?" To be honest, Ben still could not digest this fact after a night. "Right, since this place is mine, there are many opportunities to watch the sunrise. Mr. Carson, if you have nothing to do, go and fetch Auntie Yulia Citra over. When you come back, bring along the meat buns from Woshun Bun Restaurant. I want to eat 3. Ben, who had planned so thoroughly, was speechless. The plan was wasted. When Lauren woke up again, the sky was already bright. The morning fog had been evaporated by the sun, and the villa was quiet. If there really was a paradise, it must be here. Lauren had just finished washing up when Ben brought Yulia back. Of course, he also brought along the meat bun that Lauren had been thinking about. In her dream last night, Lauren dreamed that she was eating a meat bun, but Quinn snatched it away. No matter how Lauren jumped and ran, she could not get back her meat bun. Ben looked at Lauren's gaze as she ate the meat bun. Was this bun not delicious? Why was Miss Lauren's gaze so vicious? Yulia was still the same as the last time Lauren saw her. Her eyes were lifeless, and she was hugging a small purple school bag tightly in her arms. There was also a picture of a Disney princess on it. Presumably, what was inside was her daughter Lily's things. Lauren walked to Yulia's side. "Auntie Yulia, can you show me Lily's things?" Lauren knew very well what to say when she saw someone. Yulia had lost her daughter for 2 years, and she was mentally very weak. Lauren used her greatest advantage, she had the same age as Lily, so as to make Yulia lower her guard. Lauren's sweet voice and chubby face reminded Yulia of her daughter. A sense of familiarity welled up in her heart. Lily was also this tall 2 years ago. Yulia glanced at Lauren and tears began to seep out of her eyes. Chapter 50. Her driftwood. "Auntie, don't cry. I called you here today to help you. I have a way to find out Lily's whereabouts. Lauren opened the purple school bag. The things inside were neatly arranged, which showed Yulia's love and care. Lauren took out the things inside one by one and placed them neatly on the white marble table. There was a pencil case, a skirt, a princess toy, a furry little doll and a beautiful bow hairpin. Although almost 2 years had passed and some of the items were old, they were still clean. Yulia must have cleaned them from time to time. Lauren took out the aura cane. Ben had seen this item once before, but he was still a little surprised when he saw Lauren's small body pick up such a long cane. Lauren quickly drew a talisman in the air above the aura cane with her right hand. Then, she pointed the aura cane at the objects on the table. Not long after, wisps of light appeared and intertwined around the aura cane. The light was purple, white and green at one point. Lauren closed her eyes. Her lips moved as she silently chanted an incantation. Of course, Yulia did not see any of this. Yulia's emotions were already very unstable. If she were to see these things, she would probably go crazy. The aura cane that had gathered Lily's aura moved on its own, pointing to the west for Lauren. System Divine 9. The aura cane still has a reaction, which means that Lily is still alive. This is already good news. It's been 2 years and I'm really worried something tragic has happened to Lily. Lauren stopped chanting and wiped her hand on the aura cane. The light around it suddenly disappeared. The room returned to silence. Lauren walked to the outside. Yulia was holding a glass of water and staring at the crystal lake in a daze. Auntie Yulia, I've seen it. Lily is still alive. Really? Lily, my Lily is still alive. Yulia was very excited. She grabbed Lauren's hand as if she was holding onto a life-saving straw. Yes, Auntie. I promise you that I will definitely find Lily. Don't worry, Auntie. Lily will definitely return to your side within a month. Upon hearing this, Yulia immediately knelt down and held Lauren's hand tightly. Can you really help me find my Lily? Lauren quickly helped Yulia up with Ben. I can give you all my savings. I'll give you anything you want as long as you can help me find Lily, Yulia said emotionally as she sat on the sofa. For the past 2 years, everyone had told her that she had no chance to find Lily. But now, hope suddenly appeared. Although Lauren was such a young child, Yulia was still willing to believe her. She had been floating on the sea alone for too long, and Lauren was her driftwood. Auntie Yulia, I don't want anything. I just want to ask you some questions. Okay, I will answer truthfully. After Lily disappeared, did you suspect anyone? Yulia shook her head. We only moved to this city after Lily was born. The neighbors are very harmonious and never quarreled. I can't think of anyone who would do that. Besides, didn't the police say that Lily left alone? System Divine 9. Yulia used to be a kindergarten teacher, so her living environment is relatively simple. Lily's disappearance should have nothing to do with the people around her. Also, the person who took Lily away was a ghost. Logically speaking, Yulia definitely had nothing to do with this. Yes, but we don't know whether the person behind the female ghost is a human or a ghost. If it's a human, what if that person is also proficient in this? If it's a ghost, then why would the ghost want Lily? There are so many children, yet she chose Lily. Up until now, there was still no clue about this mission. Although the aura cane indicated that Lily's aura was still in this world, they did not know the exact location. As for that little female ghost, oh right, we can start with the little female ghost. System Divine 9. How do we start? We don't even know where that little female ghost is. Lauren bit her lip. She was stumped by System Divine 9's question. Auntie Yulia, during the period before or after Lily disappeared, did you notice anything strange happening around you? Yulia's mental state was much better than before. Her eyes were no longer lifeless. Chapter 51. Waiting for a ghost. I'm not sure. I've been living a muddle-headed life for the past 2 years. I used to be a kindergarten teacher. After Lily's accident, I quit my job and wholeheartedly looked for Lily. In the past 2 years, I don't know much about the things that happened around me. Lauren sighed silently. What was she going to do? There were no clues at all. Lauren asked Ben to send Yulia back first while she sat on the swing on the balcony, staring blankly at the crystal lake. Her legs were a little short and she couldn't touch the ground. Lauren wanted to swing, but after shaking her short legs twice, she gave up. System Divine 9, there are still more than 20 days left on the mission. It's quite a long time. Host, you can take your time to think about it. This mission has 3 stars. It's definitely not as simple as it looks. I didn't get any useful information from Auntie Yulia either. Lauren was in a daze until someone knocked on the door. It was the waiter who came to clean up. Scott followed behind. Good morning, boss. Did you sleep well yesterday? Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. I slept very well yesterday. The bed here is big and soft. It's also my favorite pink. Scott nodded with a smile. Of course. Since you ordered it, we did our best to fulfill it. The waiter was wiping the floor. In every corner, he squatted down and wiped the floor with a towel over and over again. Mr. Kennedy, why don't you use a cleaning robot? That way, you won't have to work so hard. Scott shook his head slightly. The boss doesn't know that although the cleaning robot saves manpower, there are some blind spots that the cleaning robot can't take care of. No matter how advanced the technology is, sometimes the simplest method, manual labor, is the most efficient method. That's the reason why our villa's hygiene level has always been rated as a first-class 5-star. We will never slack off when it comes to hygiene. Lauren was no longer listening to what Scott said after that. Her attention was drawn to that sentence. The simplest method was instead the most efficient method. That's right, why didn't she think of that? There were too many tools available right now, but she had neglected the simplest method. Lauren suddenly clapped her hands, giving Scott a shock. Mr. Kennedy, thank you so much. I'll give you a raise. No, all the employees will get a 20% raise. Although Scott did not know what had happened, he was greatly shocked. Okay, boss. Thank you, boss. The employees will definitely be very happy when they find out. Scott happily hummed a song and went out to announce the good news to everyone. System Divine 9, host, what have you thought of? Call me princess and I'll tell you. Lauren, who had found a breakthrough, was clearly in a good mood. System Divine 9, you're so childish. I'm only 4.5 years old. If I can't be childish, who else can? You, on the other hand, are over 400 years old. Why aren't you as smart as I am? System Divine 9, my 400 years old is only a few years old compared to you humans. If I calculate it, I'm the same age as you. Keep quiet, I won't listen to you. Lauren shook her head. A gust of wind blew across the surface of the lake and created waves. System Divine 9, Princess Lauren, just tell me. System Divine 9's voice was very young and tender. According to Lauren's knowledge, their 0 to 500 years of age was the infancy stage, just like the humans' 0 to 10 years age range. However, once they were over 500 years old, their growth rate would be even faster. It was possible for them to grow 1 year older in one night. Everything depended on their own cultivation level. Lauren did some calculations. System Divine 9 should be around 8 years old in the human world now. If System Divine 9 could transform into a human form, he could be considered Lauren's brother. System Divine 9, well, have you heard the story of waiting for a rabbit? System Divine 9, waiting for a rabbit? What do you mean? Lauren said, waiting for a rabbit means waiting at a place patiently for your prey to appear. System Divine 9, waiting for the prey to appear on its own. So what you mean is, go to the amusement park and wait. System Divine 9, go to the amusement park and wait. System Divine 9's voice and Lauren's voice overlapped. Not bad, System Divine 9. You're teachable. Thus, Ben, who had just driven back and prepared to visit the scenic attractions, became a driver again. Miss Torres, why are we going to the amusement park again? Didn't we go to that place just 2 days ago? It's different. The last time we went there, we were going to have fun. This time, we're going to wait for people. No, wait for ghosts. Chapter 52, Made a Fool of Himself. Waiting for Ghosts. Miss Lauren, can you stop making such a fuss? I'm afraid. Ben thought to himself. Of course, Ben only dared to protest in his heart. Star Dream Amusement Park was not far. It was only a 20-minute drive away. It was noon. The sun shone directly on the ground, and the floor was burning hot. Lauren relied on her memories and found the place where Lily was standing before she got lost. That place was a minimart. There were many tables, chairs and umbrellas set up in the open space outside. Lauren sat there for 5 minutes while eating ice cream. She had already seen 5 or 6 parents bringing their children to this minimart to buy things. System Divine 9. 2 years ago, Yulia was also shopping in this minimart. She didn't look after Lily well, so Lily left. Well, I suddenly feel that it's not a coincidence that Lily got lost in this place. Maybe that little ghost deliberately waited here. She took advantage of the parents' carelessness when they were shopping and took away their children. System Divine 9. Their children. Is there anyone else besides Yulia? It's just my guess. Ben felt a little sleepy after waiting for a while, so he laid on the table and fell asleep. When he woke up, he found Lauren typing on the computer with a serious expression. It didn't seem like she was playing a game. No, where did she get a computer? Ben looked at the computer screen and saw a pile of letters and symbols densely packed together. Miss Torres, what are you doing? I'm typing on the computer. Ben thought, even after asking her, I still don't get what she is talking about. 3 hours later, do you see a ghost, Miss Torres? Lauren shook her head in disappointment. She had been using her spiritual sense to probe. There were too many people in the amusement park and it was too noisy. Sometimes, her spiritual sense would be disturbed. However, during this period of time, she really did not find any traces of the little ghost. System Divine 9. It has been 2 years, so the little ghost might not come back. There are many changes that can happen during these 2 years. I know, but this is the only solution we have now. Let's wait until the park closes. This place will be closed at 6 in the afternoon. Ben looked at the time. Half an hour ago, Franklin had asked about Lauren's whereabouts, and he had told Franklin the truth. They should be arriving soon. The weather is so hot, Mr. Carson. Can you buy another ice cream for me? The sun was shining on Lauren's body, and her face was covered in sweat. Okay, I want to eat vanilla-flavored ice cream. No, didn't you already eat one? A familiar male voice sounded above Lauren's head. Lauren raised her head, and saw Franklin in a suit. He must have just gotten out of the car. The cool air from the air conditioner made Lauren want to hug him to relieve the heat. Of course, she controlled herself. She would never forgive them so easily. Hence, Lauren averted her gaze and pretended not to see Franklin. She propped her chin on her hands and looked at Ben opposite her. Her eyes conveyed the message, "You traitor." Ben immediately stood up. "Master Franklin, please sit down. I'll go get you some water. And an ice cream." Franklin sat down and glanced at Ben. "Don't you dare." Once again, Ben, who was sandwiched between the two domineering people, fled in panic. After not seeing Lauren for almost a day, Franklin actually felt he missed this little brat. Of course, he could only hold back his emotions. If he were to say it out loud, it would ruin his cold and overbearing image as a CEO. In his family tradition, a fake cough was often used to start a conversation. "Lauren, have you had enough? No matter what, you shouldn't have left without telling us. Do you know how worried Mr. Hayes was about you last night?" Lauren turned her head to the other side. She deliberately refused to look at Franklin and did not respond to him. What Quinn said yesterday was not intentional. Lauren still ignored him. Her sweat-soaked hair brushed against her face, and the side of her face showed that her small lips were pouting high up. Franklin had deliberately postponed an international conference to coax Lauren today. In his opinion, this sacrifice was already big enough. He had thought that Lauren would listen to him and go back after a casual coaxing. He did not expect her to be so stubborn. When had Franklin ever been treated this way? It had always been others who had lined up to look for him. It was fine if it was the other way around, but Lauren still did not appreciate his kindness. His face also darkened. "Lauren, talk to me. Are you that rude? Who taught you that?" Chapter 53. A two-faced person. Lauren felt even more aggrieved. She was not the one who took the initiative to speak to him. They were clearly the ones who had done wrong, so why couldn't she be angry? Lauren looked at Franklin. She raised her head and pouted her lips. "You always say that I'm making a scene, but I am not making a scene. What you said about making a scene is unreasonable, but I have a reason to be angry. Since all of you think that I'm a jinx and that I've brought misfortune to the Torres family, then why can't I just leave?" Lauren initially wanted to say these words in a cool manner, but when she thought of the scene in front of the study room yesterday, the more she spoke, the sadder she became. Her nose twitched again. "Don't come looking for me, or else you'll say that I've brought misfortune to you again." After saying this, Lauren jumped down from her chair and sat at another table. Ben came over with a few bottles of water. Looking at the two of them, he knew that they hadn't come to an agreement. "Mr. Carson, let's go. Didn't you say that we have to wait until 6 o'clock? Ben stood between the two tables. He did not know which side he should lean on. "We're not waiting anymore. HMPH. After saying that, she walked towards the parking lot. Ben quickly put down the water bottles in his hands. While following Lauren, he turned around and spoke to Franklin. "Master Franklin, don't worry. If there's anything, I'll let you know in time." Franklin waved his hand gloomily as he watched Lauren leave without looking back. Her long hair swayed with her footsteps. He still had to get Quinn, that brat, to apologize on his own. After learning from Ben that Lauren was living well at the Dream Villa, he felt a little relieved and drove back to the Torres family. Mr. Hayes was standing eagerly at the door. When he saw Franklin's car appear in his line of sight, his eyes clearly lit up. However, when he saw that Franklin was the only one getting out of the car, his smile disappeared. He didn't even wait for Franklin before entering the door. Franklin was speechless. He thought to himself, "Am I so unpopular?" Franklin, who was annoyed by the recent happenings, could only vent his anger on the culprit, Quinn. It wasn't time for dinner yet. Quinn was lying on the sofa with his hands on the game controller, his hands moving nimbly. On the TV screen, little people were running around with swords, constantly killing their enemies. Franklin had never liked his family members to play this kind of fighting and killing game. To him, it was a meaningless waste of time. Quinn had been told off many times, so when he saw Franklin coming back, he quickly sat up straight. But his hands did not stop moving. He just said perfunctorily, "Franklin, why are you back so early today?" Franklin sat beside Quinn, and the soft leather sofa sank slightly. Quinn could clearly sense Franklin's depressed mood, so he silently moved to the side. "Franklin, I will succeed very soon. This is the last stage, so just let me finish, or it will all be for naught." Mr. Hayes poured a glass of water and handed it to Franklin. "Yes, Master Franklin. Master Quinn has been playing this stage all afternoon. If he stops halfway, then it will really be for naught." Thus, under Franklin's watchful gaze, Quinn played until the last part. "Franklin, look at this little blue man. He is my last enemy. He has only 10% life left, and I am about to succeed. Only 2% left." With a pop sound, the screen went black. Quinn was speechless. Turning his head, he saw Franklin holding the television remote control. His thumb was still pressed on the red power button, and there was a rare smile on his face. "Franklin," Quinn wailed. How could he forget that his brother was the most cunning person? He had to wait until the last step before turning off the game. He looked up and saw that Mr. Hayes also had a smile on his face. Quinn now knew that the two of them were working together to play prank on him. "Go and apologize to Lauren tomorrow." When Quinn heard this, he almost jumped up from the sofa. "Why should I apologize to that jinx? I'm Master Quinn of the Torres family. First of all, I'm Master Franklin of the Torres family. You have to go when I tell you to. Second, don't ever mention the word jinx again. How can you, an educated person, believe such nonsense? How is this nonsense? I'm not the first one to criticize her. It's clearly Grandma." Quinn stubbornly tried to argue with Franklin, but Franklin stood up and ignored him. "Don't say so much. If you don't apologize tomorrow, don't come back." Mr. Hayes smiled and nodded. "Master Quinn, Master Franklin is right." "Right? What right?" Quinn was defeated this round. Chapter 54 Lauren Gets an Idea. After returning to the Dream Villa, Lauren finished her dinner and allowed Ben to move around freely. She closed her eyes and entered the magic library in her spiritual consciousness. Recently, she had gotten a new book. It was about programming and she was studying hard. In the library, a fox with a lithe body was running around. Its fur was smooth and had a faint luster. Its eyes were big and it looked extremely smart. "System Divine 9, you've become a fox this time." The moment Lauren entered, she saw the System Divine 9 had become a fox. System Divine 9 intimately rubbed his head against Lauren's hand. "Wow, your fur is so smooth and comfortable." Lauren liked small animals very much, so she sat down on the ground and started stroking the cute little fox in front of her with all her might. System Divine 9. Since the host has completed the mission recently, my cultivation has improved a little, so I can become another animal. It's a pity, I hope to be able to fly a little bit longer. System Divine 9 was a bird with emerald green feathers previously, but this time he became a fox. In just a few days, his cultivation had increased by 1 level. System Divine 9. I've done some calculations. I'm already 410 years old. System Divine 9. After 90 more years, I can start grow faster. When that time comes, I might be able to transform into a human. If I can transform into a human, I'll definitely be a handsome man. Lauren replied, I'd better read a book. System Divine 9. Oh right, we didn't gain anything at the amusement park today. Should we continue to wait? Lauren said, of course, this is the only way. However, I thought of an interesting point. We are not sure if Lily is the only victim of this incident. If there are other children missing, there will definitely be records. Just like Yulia, she would definitely think of calling the police if her children were missing. In the end, regardless of whether the police found the missing children or not, they would definitely have a record of it. If the other children were like Lily who lost their way themselves, then these cases might have been handled by the same group of people. System Divine 9. That makes sense. Since you have an idea, then why are you still reading Introduction to Algorithms here? System Divine 9 paced on the desk. This was the first time he had become a fox. He did not know how to control his tail and had knocked over the things on the desk several times. Lauren rolled her eyes and gave him an annoyed stare. Oh, I was wondering if I could hack into the police station's computer. It would be so convenient. System Divine 9. System Divine 9. It would be great if Franklin could continue to help you. He has a lot of connections. Just ask the police stations across the country to compile statistics. You have just started learning programming. By the time you learn how to do it, the time for the mission would have passed. Lauren said, that makes sense, but I definitely won't take the initiative to look for President Torres. She would never call him brother. Because of this past incident, Lauren did not sleep well the entire night. At first, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. By the time she fell asleep, she kept having dreams. The dreams were extremely ridiculous. She became a broom that had a consciousness. In the dream, she was being swept around by someone. The person who was holding her was none other than Quinn. At 9 in the morning, Lauren was woken up by the alarm clock. When she woke up, she had dark circles under her eyes and a deeper hatred for Quinn. How dare you use me to sweep the floor? Ben, who came in with breakfast, heard Lauren's muttering. Miss Torres, what did you say? What sweeping? Is the floor dirty? Ben put down his breakfast and looked around. No. Lauren rubbed her eyes and stretched her body. The 9 o'clock sun was warm, but she was not feeling hot when it shone on her body. Lauren lay on the bed and rolled around twice. After breakfast was hurriedly settled, the two of them set off for the amusement park. The amusement park opened at 10 o'clock in the morning, so the two of them had to arrive on time. According to Lauren, what if that little ghost appears at 10:01? Ben was filled with bitterness. 10:01. Were all ghosts so punctual? This ghost's working hours were quite punctual, working from 10 to 6. Its standard 8-hour work schedule was much better than Ben's. Miss Torres, how many more days do we have to go? Lauren had specially packed a bag of sweets before she left the house. Now, she was opening a green apple-flavored one and savoring it in her mouth. Sure enough, sweet things can bring a good mood. Lauren felt that most of her anger from when she woke up in the morning had dissipated. Chapter 55, Traitor. I don't know either. Let's wait for 2 days first. By the way, Mr. Carson, do you know anyone from the police station where you got the videotape from? I'm just an ordinary person. How could I know the police? However, I used to help Master Franklin a lot in the past. Those police officers all know me. All of them know you. So if you go to the police station, those police officers will think that you're going to help Franklin. Oh no, they will think that you are going to help that person. Lauren was used to calling him Franklin, so it was very difficult for her to change her words. Ben looked at Lauren through the mirror. Early this morning, Franklin had even called him to ask him about Lauren's arrangements for the day. If he knew that Lauren was calling him that person now, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. He followed the navigation and took a turn, then he answered Lauren's question. That's right. Master Franklin's connections are very wide. When he asks someone to do something, everyone basically agrees. Lauren narrowed her eyes and smiled. She nodded slowly. Anyone who was familiar with her would know that she was up to no good now. Mr. Carson, can you do me a favor? If Miss Torres has anything to say, please feel free to say it. If I can do it, of course I'll do my best. Ben thought to himself, if I can't do it, I'll tell Master Franklin, and he will be able to do it. I feel that Auntie Yulia might not be the only one who has lost her child. If you can go to the police station and bring up the cases of children who have gone missing in recent years, there might be something in common. This matter has to be kept from Master Franklin. Ben looked at Lauren in the mirror, who slowly nodded. Oh okay, there was nothing that Lauren could not do. If Ben did not agree, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Then I'll go get it done tonight. Okay, Mr. Carson, you're so kind, but we've agreed that we can't tell that person. Ben agreed repeatedly. If he couldn't tell Master Franklin about it, he could at least send a message, right? Ben wasn't a traitor by choice. The main reason was that Lauren was indeed too young and was still the young daughter of the Torres family. Although she wasn't adored by the Torres family, if anything were to happen to her, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility. For Lauren's safety, there was nothing he could do but to accept being called a traitor. When they arrived, the amusement park had not yet opened, but there was already a long queue at the entrance. Most of them were parents with lively children of all ages. Star Dream Amusement Park had two parks. One was specially designed for children. The height of the amusement facilities and the level of excitement were all specially designed. There were also many costumed performers walking around and letting children take pictures for free. There were Disney princesses, Transformers and many more, so this place was the best choice for children to play. The other park was for adults. There were roller coasters and the Abyss Turbo Drop there. Although Lauren was the owner of this amusement park, she didn't want to attract too much attention, so she obediently stood at the end of the line. The service here was very friendly. Staff members would give out small toys to calm down children, who were the main customers to the amusement park, as they were concerned that these children would get frustrated if they waited for too long. This suggestion was proposed by Lauren. At the front of the line, there were already two staff members wearing red hats and carrying many small windmills. In front of Lauren was a girl who was about a head taller than her. Compared to Lauren's messy hair, this little girl's hairstyle was much more exquisite. Not only did she have a beautiful braid, there were also many small clips on her braid. There was also a headband on top of her head. On the headband was a thin diamond that glittered under the sun. It's so hot. Why did we have to wait so long? The little girl complained to the adults beside her. Just wait a little longer, Beth. This place is too much. Why do they have to wait until 10 o'clock to open? Can't they see that the queue is already so long? The girl named Beth was wearing a lacy white dress and a pair of heels. She looked like a child from a rich family. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Come here, child. I'll give you a small windmill. What color do you want? The staff walked in front of Beth and showed her the windmills in several colors. Beth frowned and ignored the staff. She kept fanning herself with the small fan in her right hand. The adults beside her didn't respond either, and simply continued to fan Beth with the hats in their hands. Chapter 56, A Visit from the Boss. The staff member was a little embarrassed, but he still maintained a decent smile. He took out a blue windmill and handed it to Beth. How about this blue one? Many children have chosen this blue one. Lauren was tired from standing. She squatted on the ground and watched the commotion in front of her. Beth waved her hand and knocked the windmill in the staff member's hand onto the ground. I'm not going to be like those kids. I don't want this cheap windmill. Quick, take it away. My daughter gets allergic easily. Your windmill has been touched by so many people. It must be very dirty. If my daughter is allergic to it, are you going to be responsible for it? Lauren frowned. This windmill was cheap. She had spent a lot of money picking the materials for this windmill herself, yet she actually said that it was cheap. The staff member who had been reprimanded picked up the windmill on the ground. He was obviously a little unhappy, but he still put on an apologetic smile and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? When can we go in? Can't you see that there are so many people queuing up outside? Do we have to wait until 10 o'clock? I'm sorry, our technicians are inside to inspect the amusement facilities. This is a safety guarantee. It's for everyone's safety. Beth's mother rolled her eyes but did not say anything. It was Lauren's turn. She picked a pink windmill and happily squatted down on the ground to play. I really don't know where this wild child came from. She can play so happily with just a cheap windmill. Let's stay away from her, Beth. Lauren raised her head and saw Beth's mother looking down at her in disdain. It was obvious that the words she had just said were directed at Lauren. Ben was buying water, so Lauren was alone. She was squatting on the ground and playing with a windmill. Her hair was messy and she was wearing casual clothes. No wonder she was called a wild child. Lauren was not a pushover. She was about to stand up and refute when the amusement park opened. The group of adults and children became excited. Ben, who had bought water, quickly pulled Lauren along. There are many people here. Miss Torres, please don't get lost. By the time Lauren wanted to look for that woman again, she could no longer see the mother and daughter. Why do I feel that the mother and daughter in front of you look a little familiar? Ben and Lauren followed the crowd into the amusement park. Mr. Carson, you know them. Both of them are very rude and I don't like them. I've seen a lot of children like them. A lot of children from rich families are spoiled and pampered. The Torres family held a banquet previously. There were a lot of little princesses and young masters like them. Star Dream Amusement Park no longer needed paper tickets. After purchasing tickets online, one could enter using one's identity card. Here is my identity card. Lauren took the initiative and obediently handed her identity card to the staff, revealing her sweet dimples. Lauren was cute, had a pleasant voice and was so polite. The staff member received Lauren's ID card with a smile. However, when she saw the information on the ID card, her eyes obviously widened. Your name is Lauren Torres? Lauren nodded subconsciously. The staff member did not continue to say anything and returned the ID card to Lauren. Ben and Lauren successfully entered the park. Of course, what Lauren did not know was that after the staff member received her, he immediately called the supervisor of the amusement park. Are you sure that her name is Lauren Torres? The supervisor asked on the other end of the phone. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. I'm absolutely sure. I looked at it a few times. Is she a 4 or 5-year-old girl with dimples? Yes, yes, yes. She has dimples and a chubby face. She's very beautiful. Then it's possible that the boss is here. Don't alarm her yet. She didn't inform us in advance, and she probably doesn't want us to know. Send someone to keep an eye on her. If there's anything she needs, just go and help her immediately. Yes, supervisor. The old employees of Star Dream Amusement Park all knew the name Lauren Torres, and they all loved her very much. Although they had never seen the boss in person, the amusement park's work and salary systems were very good. The holiday benefits were also very good. There were also many free bonuses and gifts. Therefore, the employees all liked the boss very much. Everyone was even more curious when they heard that the boss was still a little girl. Lauren, who did not know that her identity had been exposed, sat at the same spot as yesterday, waiting for her prey to appear. Today was the weekend, so there were many more people than yesterday. Since the opening of the amusement park, the line in front of the snack bar had not stopped. Chapter 57, No Match for the Wild Child. System Divine 9. There are more children here today. Perhaps that little ghost will make her move today. That's right. That's why I need to stay alert and keep a close watch. Ben's heavenly eye had been switched off. There was nothing he could do by sitting here now. He took out his phone and reported the latest developments to Franklin. Then, he began to play the game Fight the Landlord on his phone. Lauren was not feeling bored either. In the past few years, she had often sat alone in the church. Suddenly, there was a clamor from the line at the snack bar. Your daughter dirtied my daughter's dress and broke her headband. Do you have any idea how expensive this headband is? The diamonds on it are all real diamonds. The crowd was bustling with activity. Lauren was short, so she could not see what was happening in the middle of the crowd. However, the voice sounded familiar. She pulled Ben and squeezed to the front. As expected, the person who had just cursed was Beth's mother, whom she saw at the entrance. Her daughter, Beth, was standing at the side and crying. There was a large brown stain on her white dress, and she looked extremely embarrassed. An ice cream cone was thrown on the ground. It seemed that the stain on her dress was chocolate-flavored ice cream. Beside the ice cream cone, the headband on Beth's head was broken into 2 pieces, and there was some brown ice cream on it. Beth's mother was also scolding a mother and her daughter. The mother was in her 30s, and she had a kind face. Her daughter looked frightened by Beth's overbearing mother, and she was hiding behind her mother, not daring to speak. "Don't talk nonsense. We didn't even touch your daughter. What a joke. Don't tell me I've wronged you. Don't talk so much. Pay up and apologize to my daughter. Otherwise, I'll get my lawyer to sue you." The people around did not dare to move forward. Many of them even took out their phones to take pictures. The 2 mothers did not back down. Beth's mother was very aggressive and kept pointing at the other mother and scolding her. "Like mother, like daughter. Look at how you've taught your daughter." These words were so harsh that Lauren could not help but frown. At this moment, a little girl standing next to Lauren said softly, "Mommy, that girl was obviously the one who accidentally spilled the ice cream on her own dress. Why did she scold the other person?" The little girl's mother let out a shhhh and gestured for the little girl to stop talking. "This woman doesn't look like she's easy to mess with. Let's not get involved in this mess." The 2 of them conversed in a low voice, so no one beside them could hear them. However, Lauren's hearing and vision were better than others, so she could hear them clearly. As the saying went, children's words carry no harm was not without reason. There would always be people who saw the truth and dared to say it. Lauren had long disliked Beth and her mother. This mother and daughter pair dared to cause trouble here. As the owner of Stardream Amusement Park, of course, she would not allow it. Lauren shook off Ben's hand and ran forward. She first ran to the front of the wronged mother and daughter. "Auntie, may I know your surname?" When the woman saw the little girl who had suddenly appeared, she was lost for a moment. However, she told Lauren her surname. "So it's Auntie Bowen." After getting the answer, Lauren turned to Beth's side. "This old auntie, you keep saying that your daughter's skirt was dirtied by Auntie Bowen's daughter. May I know what evidence do you have?" Catherine Brown recognized Lauren at a glance. "Why is it you again, wild child?" Ben could not take it anymore. He rushed forward and shielded Lauren behind him. "Who are you calling a wild child?" Catherine was shocked. "What? A man is bullying a woman. If it's not your business, then stay out of it." At this moment, a group of staff ran over. After they evacuated the crowd, they stayed at the scene to understand the situation. Without the surrounding crowd, Catherine became even more arrogant. "I want to call the police. These 2 girls bullied my Beth." This time, it was really slander. "Do you know who she is? She's the youngest daughter of the Torres group, Lauren Torres." Worried that Lauren would be hurt, Ben hurriedly mentioned the Torres family. When the staff and Catherine heard this, they were both stunned. Catherine reacted for a moment and actually smiled disdainfully. "I thought it was some wild child. I didn't expect it to be worse than a wild child. Do you know which family we are from? We are the Brown family. The Torres group even has business agreements with us. Who doesn't know that the Torres family has a daughter who was not pampered and loved by others? So she's here." After listening to Catherine, Ben now then remembered where he had seen her and her daughter. Chapter 58 Uninvited Guests. Every year, the Torres family would hold a banquet and invite people from various famous companies to attend. Ben had seen the mother and daughter pair at the Torres family's banquet. The reason why he had an impression of them was because they had once bullied a guest from a small company at a banquet. "Mr. Carson, don't reason with such people. Such people are so insignificant, like a mosquito." Catherine was stunned for a moment before she understood the underlying meaning of Lauren's words. "Who are you calling a mosquito?" Lauren shrugged nonchalantly. "Whoever answers will be a mosquito." "Old auntie, I'm afraid you don't know that there are many surveillance cameras here, right? Pull out these surveillance cameras and take a look. You'll know how your daughter's skirt and hairband were damaged." Catherine subconsciously glanced left and right. Lauren sneered. This expression on a 4.5-year-old girl's face actually made people feel a little afraid. "Do you think you have the say here? Who do you think you are?" Although her words were still stubborn, Catherine's confidence had clearly weakened. The supervisor in uniform ran over from afar. The staff member quietly pointed at Lauren. The supervisor immediately stepped forward, bent down and whispered something into Lauren's ear. Lauren nodded, a crafty look in her eyes. "It doesn't matter who I am. This is the supervisor of the amusement park. He said he can pull up the earlier surveillance footage. We'll then know who's right and who's wrong." Lauren raised her head. With credit to her good family genes, Lauren's unkempt appearance could not cover up her good looks and cuteness. There was a little sweat on her face, which seemed to glow under the sun. Catherine could not hold her ground at this moment, but the supervisor had already asked someone to bring over the surveillance footage. The few of them followed the supervisor into the office to look at the surveillance footage. The surveillance footage showed that it was clearly Catherine who had cut the queue with her daughter. After buying the ice cream, Beth tripped over a stone and the ice cream dirtied her dress. She screamed in panic and took a step back, causing her hairband to fall off. The hairband was broken by Catherine's own high heels. After watching the surveillance footage, Catherine's expression turned extremely ugly. The supervisor turned off the video and bowed to the mother and daughter pair who had been wronged. "I'm really sorry that you have a bad experience at Stardream Amusement Park." Then, the supervisor took out a card and handed it to them. "Miss Bowen, this card is our amusement park's unlimited usage card. Take this card and you and your family will be free to come to our amusement park for the rest of your life." Then, the supervisor turned to Catherine and her daughter. "Miss Brown, as for this matter, Catherine had always been rude and unreasonable. Although she was in the wrong in this matter, she would not give up so easily. Do you know who I am? If you offend me, I can make this amusement park of yours go bankrupt. We have a long-standing partnership with the #1 company in the market, Torres Corporation. If you offend us, do you think you can still continue doing business in this place?" Brown Corporation was indeed a big company, but compared to the Torres Corporation, it was inferior. Lauren was already tired from standing. She sat on the chair and listened to Catherine's bragging. After Catherine finished scolding the supervisor, she pointed the blame back at Lauren. "And you, if the young master of the Torres family finds out that you've embarrassed yourself outside, he might even thank me for helping him teach you a lesson." Suddenly, the office door was opened, followed by a voice full of snark. "Yo, who's so arrogant to want to teach our Torres family member a lesson? Who allowed it?" Everyone turned around at the same time. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were agape, including Lauren's. The person leaning against the door was none other than Quinn. Compared to Franklin, Quinn was actually more well-known. After all, Franklin was a CEO, so he did not appear frequently in the media. Quinn was different. He was a celebrity himself. With his illustrious family background and outstanding appearance, everyone on the streets knew him. His fan base ranged from 3-year-old girls to 80-year-old women. Naturally, Catherine recognized Quinn. At the Torres family's annual banquet last year, Quinn even gave her an autograph. "Master Quinn of the Torres family, why are you here?" Catherine put on a flattering smile and went forward to greet him. "Why are you standing at the door? Do you think this is a runway? Are you posing here?" Another voice, which was even more steady and cold, rang out behind Quinn. Quinn made way in embarrassment. Looking at the person who just came in, everyone was flabbergasted. It was Franklin. Chapter 59, Guardians. Why were Franklin and Quinn here? Lauren was stunned for a moment as she sat on the chair. Then, she realized that it must be the work of the traitor Ben. Ben caught Lauren's killing gaze. He immediately looked away and almost said something like, "Look, there's a plane over there," to change the topic. Franklin was stoic, while Quinn was carefree. The two brothers had different styles, but they were equally eye-catching. The moment the two of them entered, the office seemed to have suddenly become much taller and bigger. When Catherine saw Franklin, she quickly went forward to shake hands with him. President Torres, why are you here? I'm really lucky today to have met two outstanding young masters of the Torres family in one go." She did not have the opportunity to speak to Franklin during the usual dinner parties. Now that she met him, she had to make herself known to him, so that in the future, she could brag about it when she was with other ladies. Lauren secretly gestured to the supervisor. The supervisor understood and took Auntie Bowen and her daughter out, leaving the space for them. After all, the topic of the Torres Corporation was very popular. It would inevitably cause a stir if today's incident was leaked. Franklin only glanced at Catherine and did not say anything. He walked to the sofa where Lauren was sitting and sat beside her. HMPH, Lauren said softly and turned her head to the other side. It was obvious that she did not want to pay attention to Franklin. Quinn also strode over with large steps. The sofa was not big. Lauren sat in the middle while Franklin sat on the left. The only seat left for Quinn was on Lauren's right. As a result, Lauren had two guardians, one each on her side. Catherine saw that the situation was clearly not right. Didn't they say that the youngest daughter was the most unloved one in the Torres family? Everyone despised her. It didn't seem so at the moment. Lauren felt strange looking at either side, so she looked neither left nor right. She looked ahead and saw Catherine and her daughter. She couldn't possibly close her eyes. "Why are the two of you here? Are you here to ride a roller coaster?" Lauren asked. "Roller coaster? Who still wants to play such childish things? Only a little brat like you would like it," Quinn spoke bluntly. Catherine saw that Quinn's attitude was so cold and his words were full of sarcasm. Her earlier hesitation disappeared. The rumors were indeed correct. The people of the Torres family really hated this little daughter. Thus, Catherine decided to add fuel to the fire. "That's right, Master Quinn. This Lauren Torres is really self-righteous, and thinks she's infallible." Franklin remained seated with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He did not say anything. On the contrary, Quinn opened his mouth again, making Lauren wonder if he had woken up on the wrong side of bed today. It had been a surprise to see him appear here in the first place. Yet, he was wasting his time now talking to Catherine. Based on the experience from 2 days ago, Lauren did not think that Quinn was here for her. "May I know who? My surname is Brown. I'm Catherine Brown, the wife of Herbert Brown, the CEO of Brown Corporation. This is our daughter, Beth Brown. Come, Beth, quickly greet Uncle Franklin and Uncle Quinn." Catherine pulled Beth to her side. The brown stains on the white dress had dried up. Beth was in a sorry state and was reluctant to speak. Catherine kept urging Beth in a low voice, but Beth kept hiding. Catherine smiled awkwardly at Quinn, who was seated at the sofa. "I'm really sorry. Beth usually isn't like this. She must be unhappy because her dress is dirty." Quinn smiled. This smile was very superficial. He was just smiling with his mouth, not with his eyes. "It's fine. As for my sister, Lauren, I'd like to ask what makes you think that she's self-righteous?" It was not the first time that Catherine was blind to the situation. Quinn had asked her this question with a smile and she had thought that she had secured Quinn's favor. On the other hand, when Lauren heard the words "my sister" coming out of Quinn's mouth, she actually had a strange feeling. "Today, I had an argument with another person." Lauren stood up to uphold justice. "This person," Catherine said as she pointed at Ben who was standing at the side. "This person even used the name of your Torres family to pressure me." Ben, who was suddenly called out, opened his mouth angrily and complained to both Franklin and Quinn. "Masters, this woman called Miss Torres a wild child." Chapter 60 held the fort. Franklin finally spoke. He turned his head and saw Quinn. When he lowered his head again, he saw Lauren's round head. "Did she really say that you're a wild child?" Lauren nodded silently. Although Franklin did not see Lauren's expression and only saw the top of her head, he could sense her grievance. Catherine was still chattering on the side. "We know you guys dislike Lauren the most, so I helped you teach her a lesson just now. Our Brown Corporation has worked with you guys for so many years. Naturally, we don't want your little sister to ruin the Torres family's reputation." Catherine's words were too dignified. She was immersed in her own world and could not extricate herself. She completely ignored the increasingly dark expressions on Franklin's and Quinn's faces. "May I ask, how did you know that we dislike this sister the most?" "Master Quinn, everyone is saying this." "Do you believe it when everyone is saying this? There are even rumors of your husband having an affair every few days. So, is this also true?" Quinn was best at criticizing others. He would feel uncomfortable if he did not quarrel with anyone for a day. Catherine said, "Master Quinn, what are you talking about? Of course I can't believe it. Herbert told me that it was all for social gatherings." Quinn said, "Whether the affair is true or not, you will know in the future. Now, apologize immediately." "Apologize? To whom?" "Of course to my dear sister. You called her a wild child. Shouldn't you apologize to her?" The frivolity in Quinn's tone disappeared completely and was replaced by solemnity and ruthlessness. I have to apologize to her. Catherine was used to being unreasonable by relying on her position in the Brown Corporation and the Brown family. She could not lower her head for a moment when she was asked to apologize to such a little girl. Yes, apologize to Lauren. Lauren was now 100% sure that Quinn was actually here to support her. She was shocked. Catherine did not fare well with Quinn, so she turned to Franklin. However, before she could say anything, Franklin seemed to have figured out her intentions. My brother is right. You really should apologize to my sister. She had no choice but to lower her head. Catherine did not dare to say anything more and apologized to Lauren in a confused manner. Her voice was soft and insincere. Lauren was happy now since someone was protecting her. She became playful and put her hand beside her ear on purpose. What? I didn't hear it. Catherine moved her lips, but she was unwilling to speak. I didn't hear it either, Quinn added. I didn't hear it either. Ben joined the team. Catherine turned to look at Franklin for help. Franklin was a CEO and had always been known for his composure and courtesy. He would definitely not make things difficult for her like they did. Unexpectedly, Franklin said, Mrs. Brown, have you apologized already? Why didn't I hear it? Catherine was defeated in this round. In the end, Catherine apologized to Lauren. She was so loud that even the staff standing outside the door heard it. The farce finally came to an end, and the few of them got up from the sofa. Mrs. Brown, even if my sister did something, it's not up to you to teach her a lesson. Do you understand? Before Quinn left, he smiled at Catherine again. This time, Catherine did not think that this was still a friendly smile. This was clearly hiding a dagger behind a smile. Catherine only smiled dully and did not say anything. Mrs. Brown, in view of what happened today, the Torres Corporation will reconsider the business partnership with the Brown Corporation. Franklin tidied up his sleeves calmly and patted the dust that did not exist at all. He dropped this sudden news so casually as he walked past Catherine. This frightened Catherine. This partnership was not a small matter. She quickly chased after him and grabbed Franklin's clothes in a moment of desperation. Franklin frowned, and Catherine quickly released him. Her voice was trembling. President Torres, this matter has nothing to do with the Brown Corporation. The partnership can't be stopped. The Brown Corporation was able to survive because of the partnership with the Torres Corporation. If the partnership was stopped, Catherine did not even dare to think about the consequences. This matter is indeed a private matter. Logically speaking, it has nothing to do with the partnership. However, as a person, I like to use office matters to seek personal revenge occasionally. After saying this, Franklin also left the house. Catherine's face lost all color when she heard what Franklin said. Her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Lauren followed behind Franklin. When she walked past Catherine, she made a face at her. Chapter 61, The President Who Had No Money. Auntie Brown, let me tell you, if you pick up and sell the windmill that was given to you at the door, you can sell one for $3. If you have no money in the future, you can come here to pick up things. Lauren said these words with a naive tone. If people who did not know her heard it, they would definitely think that she said these words sincerely. However, the people present had already witnessed Lauren's mischievous personality, so they could hear the ridicule in her tone. Ben could not help but laugh out loud. Wasn't it obvious that she wanted Catherine to pick up the trash? However, Catherine was no longer in the mood to fuss about it. All she could think about was how to explain things to Herbert, the CEO of Brown Corporation. She had never interfered with the matters of the company. All she cared about was spending money. But now, she had actually messed up the most important partnership. The few of them no longer paid any attention to Catherine. After all, she had brought this upon herself. They left the office under the escort of the supervisor. The amusement park was still bustling with noise. Everyone thought that it was just a small dispute. They had all gone to play. Franklin and Quinn walked in front. Lauren and Ben walked at the back. The supervisor walked beside Lauren the entire time. Because of Catherine, more than half of the morning had been wasted. In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. The supervisor pretended to apologize to Lauren and invited her to eat at the restaurant in the garden. Lauren naturally would not refuse if there was delicious food. Moreover, she was already famished. She looked at the two pairs of long legs in front of her and called out to them, "Hey!" The two people in front of her did not slow down even a beat. Hence, Lauren called out again, "Hey, hot stuff!" Franklin and Quinn turned their heads in unison. Lauren said, "Both of you are so narcissistic." Although they were a little narcissistic, they were indeed pleasing to the eye. There were already quite a number of people at the amusement park whispering about them. Some of them even recognized Quinn. The two of them also realized their own narcissism, and a rare blush appeared on their faces. The supervisor said that he wants to treat me to a meal to make amends. "You guys can go back now." Lauren stood a meter away from them and shouted, not wanting to get close to them. She was still angry, even if the two of them came over to support her today. It didn't cancel out the fact that they had wronged her previously. She still remembered everything that happened 2 days ago. She was best at holding grudges. When she was in the church, someone said that her memory was always used on the wrong things. Quinn was dragged out of bed by Franklin pulling his ear today, and he was brought here like a prisoner. Initially, he was reluctant to apologize, but he happened to encounter the amusement park bullying incident. It was strange. Although Quinn did not like his sister, he could not bear to see others bullying her. That was why the scene just now had happened. He thought that this was enough, but he knew that Lauren was still angry. What a petty person, Quinn cursed in his heart. He did not want to eat anything. Quinn waved his hand. "Franklin, I'm not going to eat." Franklin had always turned deaf when it came to Quinn. For example, he acted as if he did not hear Quinn's words at all. "Treat us to a meal? We're hungry too." And Franklin pretended to search his pockets. "I was in a hurry and forgot to bring my wallet. I believe the supervisor wouldn't mind treating 2 more people to a meal, right?" The supervisor, Lauren and Ben were speechless. "Franklin, I brought my wallet," Quinn offered. Franklin glared at him coldly. "No, you didn't." Quinn's fate was decided once Franklin opened his mouth. Among the many restaurants, Lauren finally chose the fried chicken restaurant. The 4 of them sat around the table with a few plates of hot fried chicken in the middle. The golden color of the skin was alluring. Lauren swallowed her saliva and picked up a large drumstick. She looked at the 2 people opposite her and put it into her own plate. "I am not going to give you the chicken." President Torres looked at the fried chicken and wondered if there was a way for him to eat it gracefully. He did not expect it. Quinn, on the other hand, simply rejected it. "I'm a big star. What if I gain weight after eating this? What if I get pimples?" Lauren rolled her eyes and ate her large drumstick with relish. The atmosphere at the dining table was awkward. Ben had called the 2 young masters over. At that time, he saw that the situation was not quite right, so he sent a message to Franklin. Fortunately, the 2 of them arrived in time, so Lauren did not suffer any grievances. He tactically said, "It's all thanks to the 2 young masters that they arrived in time to teach that Mrs. Brown a lesson. It's really satisfying." Chapter 62. Who is a dog? The corners of Quinn's mouth twitched. Of course. Even when you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Ben was speechless. That wasn't the way to say it. As expected, Lauren spoke the next second. "You mean, I'm a dog?" Quinn retorted without showing any signs of weakness. "You were the one who assumed that. I didn't say anything." Lauren said, "HMPH. I'm not going to argue with you." They had just worked together to solve an external problem, and yet an internal argument started again. "All right, both of you. Quinn, why did I call you here today?" "I'm not going to apologize to her." Just as the 2 brothers were arguing, Lauren's expression suddenly changed. She put down the drumstick in her hand and ran out. She was so fast that the other people at the table could not react in time. By the time they realized that Lauren had run out, she had already disappeared into the crowd. Franklin was the fastest and immediately ran out. Ben and Quinn followed closely behind. Why did she disappear? Lauren wiped the sweat from her forehead. The noon sun shone directly on Lauren, and she felt as if smoke was coming out from the top of her head. "Little girl, why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" Just as Lauren was looking left and right, a pair of elderly folk walked over and patted her on the shoulder. "Hello, I'm Lauren." A voice filled with nervousness and anger was heard. Lauren turned around and saw Franklin walking quickly through the crowd towards her. "Why are you running around alone? What if you get kidnapped by someone else?" As if afraid that Lauren would run around again, Franklin held onto her hand. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, Lauren could feel that Franklin's palm was a little damp. So it's your child. You have to take good care of her. There are so many people at this amusement park. It'll be hard to find her if she gets lost, the old lady said to Franklin with a kind smile. Yes, I'll take note of it. Franklin politely thanked the two elders. This little girl is so cute. Before they left, the two elders even praised Lauren and pinched her cheeks. Thank you. Lauren returned to her innocent appearance and sweetly thanked the two elders. Looking at the silver-haired old lady, Lauren suddenly thought of her grandmother. Mr. Hayes said that her grandmother had gone to the temple to pray. She wondered if her grandmother was as kind and gentle as the old lady she had just met. Franklin sent a message to Ben and Quinn, who had split up to look for Lauren. The few of them gathered at the fried chicken shop again. After being criticized by them, Lauren pouted. I just saw a person selling cotton candy and I really wanted to eat it, so I chased after him. Quinn, whose forehead was still sweating, did not hide his frustration. All you care about is eating. You haven't inherited any of the Torres family's outstanding genes. Lauren was still immersed in what had just happened. Facing Quinn's provocation, she could not be bothered to pay attention to it. The mobile phone on the table rang a cheerful sound. Quinn picked up the phone. The person on the other end was Paul Walker, his manager in the US. Though he had been developing overseas, he was also famous in America because of photos circulating in social media. His tall figure and charming appearance made him well known among Americans. However, he did not have any practical works in the US. This time, he had returned to be closer to his family, and also to take this opportunity to enter the domestic entertainment market. His looks were definitely decent, and his acting skills were also very good. He could even sing and dance. The identity of the Torres family's second young master had always protected him, but yet at the same time tied him down. He wanted others to remember him because of his ability, not because of his family background or his appearance. Therefore, after returning to the US, he immediately contacted his agency and asked them to arrange a job for him. Paul Walker, what kind of advertisement? All right, I'll go over and take a look now. After saying a few words, Quinn hung up the phone. Franklin, I have a job that I need to take a look at. I'll be leaving first. Quinn was the one who slipped away faster than a rabbit. Mr. Carson, let's go back to the villa too. You're not going back to the Torres family with me? Franklin asked in surprise. He had already done so much, yet Lauren still refused to budge. The president of Torres Corporation was shocked. Why would I go back? You don't welcome me. Whether you're welcome or not, the Torres family is your home. Chapter 63, The Truth. But if that's the case, I won't be happy living in the Torres family. I can go back when you guys really like me. Lauren finished her words seriously and took 2 steps forward before turning her head around. I know you don't hate me, but I want a firm choice. After I was born, you guys didn't keep me by your side. I've already been abandoned once. When I came back this time, I originally thought that I could have a real home and family. But this time, you still didn't choose me firmly. Lauren's voice wasn't loud, but it was incomparably clear. Franklin could hear it clearly. I don't blame anyone. It's just that, if the things I've obtained are going to be taken away in the end, then I'd rather have never obtained them. If I go back with you now, but you still don't accept me from the bottom of your heart, then I will be abandoned again in the future. Why should I suffer such treatment? I'm not a toy. I'm not someone that you can just wave around and leave at your whim. Lauren's eyes were already red as she finished speaking. However, she held back her tears. She still had many things to do. Her family did not need her. There were still many people waiting for her to help. After saying what she wanted to say, Lauren left. Ben followed closely behind, and his eyes actually turned red. Long after Lauren left, Franklin was still sitting in the same spot. He had always thought that children would be happy as long as they were coaxed. They would be happy if they were given a piece of candy and bought a new set of clothes. However, he had neglected that this knot in Lauren's heart had always existed. Ever since she was born, she had been despised by everyone. Upon returning to the Torres family, she must have felt a lot of nervousness and apprehension. It was true that he had not done a good job. He had thought of this matter too simply, and did not know how upset Lauren was because of their attitude. Franklin propped his forehead on his hand and sat there for a long time. Back then, when the Torres Corporation had almost gone bankrupt, he felt that it was not as troublesome as it was now. Indeed, people were the most complicated things. On the way back to the villa, Lauren had been listless. She did not talk casually with Ben like she used to. Ben thought deeply about what Lauren said today. He always thought that Lauren was willful. With so many people spoiling her and Franklin caring about her so much, she was still so stubborn and unwilling to return to the Torres family. But today, he understood. Lauren's words today made Ben, who was watching from the side, feel his heart ache, not to mention that Lauren was only 4.5 years old. She needed to digest the hatred and loathing of others by herself. Wasn't she feeling worse? The car had been in the sun for too long, and the seats were burning hot. Ben turned down the temperature of the air conditioner. "Miss Torres, let me ask you a trick question." "How about it, Mr. Carson? Please go ahead." Lauren was not in high spirits, but she had always been polite to those who treated her well. She would treat them the same way. This was Lauren's way of dealing with people. She did not want to be a saint who would forgive the world. Her philosophy was do unto others as others do unto you. What has to be broken before you can use it? "Mr. Carson, this riddle of yours is so old-fashioned. An egg has to be broken before you can use it." Ben chuckled. "Miss Torres is really amazing. One more." Ben raised a few more questions, and Lauren answered all of them. After this session of question and answer, coupled with Ben's constant praise, Lauren's mood clearly turned better. "Miss Torres, don't blame me for being too talkative. Master Franklin is really worried about you. I've been driving for the Torres family for so long, but I've never seen Master Franklin behave in this manner. But what I want is unconditional trust and support. Shouldn't this be what family is like?" Ben was also stumped by this question. It was such a simple truth, but it was the children who understood it better than them. What a shame. The car sped past. Lauren's sharp eyes pointed at the two people on the side of the road. Aren't these the old couple who were at the amusement park just now?" Ben slowed down the car. "Yes, it's them." The elderly couple who had praised Lauren at the amusement park just now were walking on the road. Ben reversed the car and stopped beside them. Lauren got off the car. "Grandpa and Grandma, the weather is so hot. Let us give you a ride. Where are you going?" The two elderly people were also pleasantly surprised to see Lauren. However, they waved their hands and said, "It's not necessary, the bus stop is just ahead." Chapter 64, Braided Hair. Lauren took the initiative to hold their hands intimately. However, she realized that their hands were unexpectedly cold, so cold that it was somewhat unusual. However, Lauren only thought that the two elderly people were not in good health and did not take it to heart. The two elderly people insisted on refusing, and Lauren did not insist either. After saying goodbye to them, she got into the car. After the car drove out, she continued to look at the two elderly people through the car window until they turned into black dots. Only then did she sit properly. "By the way, Miss Torres, did you really see someone selling cotton candy when you suddenly run out during mealtime today?" Although Lauren was gluttonous, she was not to such an extent. After interacting with her for the past few days, Ben realized that Lauren was very organized in her work. He did not believe that she would run out for a cotton candy. "Of course not. They were all here today, so I didn't tell them. Mr. Carson, when I was eating fried chicken today, I saw that little ghost." The car jolted a little. "Why are you still so timid, Mr. Carson? There might be more such things in the future." "Then, what about that little ghost?" Ben's gaze started to wander. "She can't be in this car, right?" Lauren was amused by Ben's reaction, and her two dimples appeared again. "No, it's strange. I chased after her, but when I reached the roller coaster, she suddenly disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes, but since we saw her today, it means that she's still wandering around the amusement park. We'll definitely meet her again." Although it was a weekend, Franklin still went to the company in the afternoon. This time, it was not a business matter, but the hair braiding teacher had arrived. So, Franklin was in his own office, learning how to braid hair from the teacher. The teacher brought two fake model heads with long wigs on them. Franklin followed the teacher's movements, crossing strands of hair over and over again. Franklin's fingers looked good as they were long and well-defined. He had been secretly photographed by his employees and posted on the company forum, making all the girls who were obsessed with fingers shout, "I want to marry you." Half an hour later, it was time for a break. The secretary invited the hair braiding teacher to the restroom and poured her a glass of water. "How is it? Our president should be learning very well, right?" The hair braiding teacher smiled stiffly and did not respond. It was not until 10 minutes later, when the secretary saw the hair that Franklin had braided with her own eyes, that she realized why the teacher's expression was so complicated. The basic shape of the braid was indeed there. After all, every step the teacher took, he would follow. But why had half of this fake model's hair gone bald? Franklin took a sip of his coffee. Facing the secretary's silent questioning, he said confidently, "A real person's hair definitely won't fall off so easily." The secretary was speechless. Is this what a human should say? "President, which person would allow you to do that to her?" The secretary thought to herself. But being a professional secretary, she kept the above thought in her heart and smiled at Franklin to show her agreement. In any case, it was fine as long as she didn't mess with her hair. The class was still continuing, and the teacher urgently sent over a few more fake models. Maybe this president really liked to pull hair off. So when Quinn finished chatting with his agent and went to Franklin's company to look for him, he saw that Franklin was surrounded by a circle of fake models with colorful hair. He was shocked. Quinn didn't let go of this opportunity to mock his brother. It had always been Franklin who bullied him, and now it was his turn to be the bully. Don't panic when something happens. Take a photo first. Quinn took out his phone and took photos of Franklin braiding hairs from all angles. After checking the sharpness of the photos, Quinn walked into Franklin's office with satisfaction. The class had ended, and the teacher had left. Franklin had always been a diligent student, and learning how to braid hair was no exception. He had braided the hair of all the models around him. Although it was still messy, it was much better than before. At least there wasn't a big pile of hair on the ground. Looking at his work with satisfaction, Franklin saw Quinn leaning against the door frame with a faint smile. Oh no, it was a little embarrassing. "Franklin, why didn't I know that our Torres Corporation's business scope has already expanded to braiding hair?" Quinn's tone was full of ridicule. Franklin maintained his composure on the surface and asked his secretary to move all these things out. "There are many things that you don't know. If it wasn't for you, would I need to work so hard now?" Franklin was the biggest contributor to Quinn being able to do what he liked to do now. With Franklin running the Torres Corporation, Quinn could pursue his dream. Chapter 65, Weird Hobby. Quinn felt guilty whenever he mentioned this, so he zipped his mouth. "Don't worry, Franklin. I will keep my mouth shut about your weird hobby." Franklin facepalmed. Why did it seem like he was making things worse? Forget it, he didn't do anything outrageous anyway. He sat on the spacious office chair, picked up the unfinished tender and began to read. "What brings a famous celebrity to my office? I remember you said that you felt trapped when you walked into the office, making you unable to breathe." Quinn could not be blamed for having such a feeling. The decoration of Franklin's office was really a little depressing. The main color is gray, and everywhere was books. On the table, there were only documents. Franklin, who had been in this office for years, had also become boring. Quinn walked forward and reached out to take the thick documents from Franklin's hand. "Today is Sunday, you are not allowed to work. You bastard, enough, you didn't come here for no reason. What do you want from me?" To outsiders, Quinn was a celebrity, but in front of his big brother, he had always been like a child. He was happy when he should be happy and mischievous when he should be. "It's really nothing. I just signed an advertisement job today, so I came to share it with you." "Oh, you got a new job so quickly?" "Yeah, it's better to have a job. Otherwise, those who hated me would say that I've not been working because I went for plastic surgery. With my looks, do I still need plastic surgery? I'm a plastic surgery template, okay." A few days ago, Quinn was really bored lying at home. Now that he had signed a new advertisement job, he had taken his first step into the domestic entertainment industry. The spring equinox had passed, and the days were getting longer and longer. It was past 6, and the sky was still faintly illuminated. "Okay, I'll celebrate for you. I'll treat you to a meal." "Really? I want to eat at Everlasting Legacy." "When I was abroad, I had already heard about this restaurant from various foreign media. I heard that the roast duck there is the most authentic. The two brothers did not ask the driver to send them for their private dinner. Franklin chose a car that was not too eye-catching. Everlasting Legacy is not a place where you can eat just because you say so. You have to make an appointment in advance. The last time I treated President MacArthur of the Swiss bank to a meal, I had to queue up 3 months in advance. 3 months? You can't even go in by using your name? Is there actually a restaurant here that my big brother can't book? Money isn't always everything. At least I know that no matter how rich you are, you still have to wait in 2 places, which are Everlasting Legacy and Dream Villa. Having said that, Franklin made a phone call to ask. In the end, he learned that the chefs of Everlasting Legacy had gone on a business trip. In the end, the 2 brothers gave up and went to the restaurant that they used to frequent. Meanwhile, the chefs, who had made countless people wait bitterly, were now at Dream Villa cooking roast duck for Lauren. "It's so delicious. Chef McDonald, you are indeed a gold medal chef." Lauren's mouth was greasy as she ate, and she had a satisfied smile on her face. Chef McDonald, who was called a gold medal chef, was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard Lauren's praise, he laughed heartily. "If you like it, then eat more." James McDonald sliced a few pieces of roast duck and placed them on Lauren's plate. "I'll stop eating after these. If I eat more, my stomach will get bigger again." "Mr. Carson, you eat more." Ben, who was called out by name, was currently burying his head in his food. Everyone knew about this restaurant Everlasting Legacy. In just a short year, it had become the most popular restaurant. This restaurant only sold 1 dish, which was roast duck. Moreover, it only served 10 tables a day, and this kind of marketing method had indeed piqued the customers' interest. "Miss Torres, I'm really lucky to be able to eat roast duck from Everlasting Legacy in this lifetime." Lauren's greatest joy was to see other people feeling happy. "System Divine 9, I want to try it too." "Don't even think about it, System Divine 9. Do you still want to eat when you don't even have a mouth?" "System Divine 9, HMPH, when can I transform into a human? I must eat everything." All the employees of Dream Villa also ate the roast duck, and everyone happily thanked Lauren. The dinner time passed happily. After the meal, Ben drove to the police station, while Lauren stayed at Dream Villa to catch up with Chef McDonald. Chapter 66, Her Own World. Time sure flies. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. "Yes, Chef McDonald. How's your mother doing now?" "Thanks to you, she's still in good health. Every night, she goes downstairs to dance with the other elders." Upon hearing the good news, Lauren was so happy that she ran and danced. Her encounter with James McDonald happened a year ago. At that time, 7 from the church had something important to do in the city. Lauren had always wanted to go out and play, so she secretly followed him out. On the way, she saw James McDonald and his mother, but his mother was already a ghost. Wherever James McDonald went, his mother would follow him. Lauren knew at a glance that his mother's life was not over yet. She must have died in vain, so she helped his mother's soul return to her body. James McDonald was also recruited by her to become a chef for Everlasting Legacy. When the people at the church found out that she had gone out on her own, they punished her by confining her in her room for 3 days. Even 7 was punished as well. She used half a month's worth of snacks to coax 7. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have a mother." Although James looked like a carefree guy, he would always reveal the softest side of his heart when it came to his mum. This should be the true family love. Dream Villa arranged for a car to send the chefs back. Before Ben returned, Lauren had already entered her spiritual world. The world inside was much more fun than the world outside. "I have to organize my things properly." Over the years, Lauren had received a lot of rewards for completing missions. These rewards were varied and had everything. Sometimes, when she saved a butterfly, she would randomly receive some rewards. Of course, these rewards were relatively small. It could be a book or a pot of flowers. Lauren rarely used these things. She just threw them all together and never bothered with them. After returning from the amusement park, Lauren had already changed into a comfortable cotton and linen dress with a strawberry pattern printed on it. She sat in her spiritual world. This world was decorated by her. At first, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Later, when she received more rewards, she decorated this place. Now, Her spiritual world was like a small home. It had everything, and there was even a bed. The magic library was one of the rooms in her world. System Divine 9, who had transformed into a fox, was lying on the bed, squinting his eyes comfortably. System Divine 9, so you're actually lying on my bed when you're not talking to me. System Divine 9 opened his eyes lazily. Who said that? Even when I'm talking to you, I'm still lying on the bed. Lauren was silent. Lauren decided not to bicker with the fox, and instead opened one of the doors. It was a messy room inside. Can the flowers still bloom? It's already been half a year. This dress is too small. I can't wear it. This hair clip looks good and it even glows. Lauren tidied up the presents one by one and memoized their functions. This way, she could make use of them anytime in the future. What's this for? Lauren took out a book that was stored at the bottom of the box. There was already a thick layer of dust on top of it. She did not know how long it had been there. She opened it and took a look. The book was empty. There was nothing in it. She flipped it left and right, but she could not find any clues. This is just a simple book. Boring. Time passed by unknowingly. Lauren only remembered that it was time to leave when she heard Ben calling her. When she opened her eyes, Ben was already standing in front of her with a pile of documents in his hands. Why is Miss Torres still dozing off here? You were sleeping so soundly that I had to call you a few times. You're the one who's dozing off. I'm cleaning up the room. Look, this is the police report. I've asked them for all the reported cases of missing children in our city for the past 2 years. Lauren took the blue folder. There was a photo of a child on every page. There were boys and girls, and there were teenagers and young children. The oldest was 14 years old. Logically speaking, a 14-year-old person shouldn't be manipulated. They should at least know the way home, right? Lauren skimmed through the documents, frowning as she read. Is it possible for us to get the report records of other provinces and cities? Chapter 67, Helping Others. Ben shook his head in embarrassment. This shouldn't be possible. The police here know me, that's why they gave it to me. If it's from another province, it might be possible if Master Franklin approaches them. Lauren let out a mournful howl and collapsed on the sofa. System Divine 9, can we really not hack into the police station's computer? I've already learned that part. I can succeed in one try. System Divine 9, no, this kind of behavior that endangers public order is prohibited. If you do it, there will probably be a punishment. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Lauren shook her head. How could she forget? Once, she saw a pregnant woman about to give birth, so she used a little trick to modify the traffic light system along the road. The pregnant woman successfully arrived at the hospital with all the traffic lights green. However, this incident also had a butterfly effect. The pedestrians and other means of transportation along the road were affected. In the world of this system, rewards and punishments were always clear. Although helping others was their biggest mission and goal, they could not implicate or affect innocent people because of this. In particular, such a large-scale disruption might expose the existence of these systems. As a result of the traffic light incident, Lauren was deducted 3 rewards, and she had to complete 3 missions for free. Ever since then, she had been much more cautious in her actions. She could not be a hacker, and she did not want to beg others humbly. Lauren could only rely on herself to find a way out. On the other side, Ben the traitor started working again. He told Franklin all about Lauren's troubles. Missing child's report records. What does she need these for? At this time, Franklin was driving on the way home with Quinn. There were some traffic jams on Sunday night, and it took several minutes for the car to move forward. Franklin immediately turned on the speaker. In order to help the mother who lost her daughter at the amusement park find her child, Miss Torres has been going to the amusement park every day. Got it. I'll contact the police officer over there and have them send over these files. Alright, Master Franklin. Miss Torres will definitely be overjoyed if she finds out that you helped her. Millimeter, let me know if there's anything else. Ben answered immediately and hung up the phone. Quinn had heard from Franklin about Lauren's special abilities. Of course, he would not believe it if he had not experienced it firsthand. He only felt that these things were just coincidences and feints. This broom. Franklin glared at Quinn. What is this brat playing at? She even wants police files. Does she really think she's the savior of the world? Quinn laughed disdainfully. Franklin was too lazy to explain to Quinn. Initially, Franklin's attitude was the same as Quinn's. He didn't think much of it, but in the end, he had no choice but to be convinced by the facts before him. After returning home, Franklin immediately contacted the police officers in charge of other provinces and cities and asked them to send the case files that met the requirements to his office. As for why he did not send them directly to Lauren, of course, it was because he wanted to take credit for it. The old ways had always won people's hearts. Lauren did not sleep for almost the entire night. She had been analyzing these cases, trying to find the similarities between these missing children. In the past 2 years, there had been a total of nearly 700 cases of missing children in the city. Among them, more than 200 children had been successfully found, and more than 400 children were still missing. However, all the clues were gone, so the police did not continue to investigate. According to the recent records of the case files, many parents did not give up on searching for their children. They would go to the police station to update their files every once in a while. Among the children who went missing and were not found, 70% of them were between the ages of 2 to 6 years old. The missing places were all kinds of places, such as restaurants, amusement parks, kindergartens, parks and so on. They seemed to be in a mess, but they all had something in common. First, these were all crowded public places. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to determine how the children actually got lost, and most of the investigation results were fruitless. Secondly, many children gathered in these places, so parents would be less guarded, giving others a chance to attack. Lauren flipped through the files seriously while taking notes. The children in the photos looked different, but they all had very innocent smiles and pure eyes. How sad their families were when they lost them. Only 10 children between the ages of 10 and 14 have gone missing. Chapter 68, Dementia. Lauren frowned as she flipped through the information on the 10 children. She even went into her magic library to flip through the books when she saw certain places. System Divine 9, who was lying comfortably in his spiritual world, was woken up when he saw Lauren busy moving in and out. System Divine 9, host, why are you walking around? You're disturbing my sleep. You're just a system, you don't have to sleep. System Divine 9, I don't care. I just want to sleep. It's so comfortable lying down. Lauren didn't have time to argue with System Divine 9 right now. She had discovered something strange. System Divine 9, look at these teenagers who went missing. Their case files all show that they are sick. System Divine 9, sick? What kind of illness? These are all professional medical terms. I just went into the library to check some. Although these teenagers have different illnesses, they all have the same symptom, which is dementia. System Divine 9, dementia. Yes, their intelligence doesn't grow with age, but stays at a certain period of their childhood. For example, this 14-year-old boy, when he went missing, his intelligence was only 3 years old. As for the other people, their intelligence is only 4 or 5 years old on average. System Divine 9, then this explains the problem you just raised. Logically speaking, older children should be able to find their way home on their own and wouldn't go missing for no reason. Lauren nodded. If these missing teenagers were all mentally handicapped, then it was understandable that they got lost. Lauren looked at the thick pile of documents and thought to herself, could these missing cases really be related to Lily's case? As she thought about it, she lay on the bed and fell asleep. The Torres family's mansion. It was only past 7 o'clock, but Franklin and Quinn were already sitting in the living room eating breakfast. Are you going to shoot a commercial today? Yes, we're in a film studio on the west side of the city. We're going to record some advertising slogans today and practice some moves. We'll officially start filming tomorrow. As he had an appointment, Quinn specially dressed for the occasion today, making him look even more dazzling. After putting on his mask, sunglasses and hat, Quinn left the house. The agency sent a car to pick him up, and his agent, Paul Walker, was also in the car. He had only met Paul Walker after returning to the country. The two of them were still not very familiar with each other, but according to the agency, Paul was the most experienced agent in the company. He had brought fame to many celebrities of the new generation, so they had specially arranged him for Quinn. Paul was also very hardworking. He had only returned to the US for 2 or 3 days, but he had already arranged an advertisement job for him. Moreover, there was no need for an audition, because this advertisement was specially tailored for him by his investors. This was a great opportunity, so Quinn naturally had to seize it. Today, we will record a segment of the advertisement, just 2 or 3 sentences. It's very simple. The main focus will be the rehearsal of the movements. The danger factor of the movements will be relatively high this time. You will need to be hung on a wire rope, where you'll be required to complete a series of movements while on it. We have hired the most professional martial arts coach to teach you, so you don't have to worry too much. Quinn nodded and memorized the few lines of the advertising slogan that he had to say. Upon arriving at the filming location, Quinn started working. After going through the advertising slogan, it was time to learn the movements. Quinn had never been on a wire rope before. When he was working overseas, he usually worked as a model. Even when he accepted advertisement jobs, all he had to do was show face. There was no need for him to do anything. Therefore, these new movements were very difficult for him, especially since he was relatively tall. It was difficult for him to maintain his balance while hanging on the wire rope in the sky. Therefore, it took a long time to practice each movement. While Quinn was working hard, Franklin, on the other hand, who used to work hard, was neglecting his job. Under his instructions, all the case files were sent to Franklin overnight, and he received these documents early in the morning. He initially wanted to send them to Lauren after work, but he decided to take them earlier to see if Lauren would be pleasantly surprised. So, after breakfast, he took the documents and went straight to Dream Villa. It would take an hour to drive to Dream Villa. During this time, Franklin kept receiving work calls. He had informed Ben in advance, so when he arrived, Ben was already waiting at the entrance. "Miss Torres is having breakfast. I didn't tell her that you were coming over so that she wouldn't run away without eating breakfast. When the time comes, please give in to her. Whatever she wants, just do it." Miss Torres is a person who can be coaxed but not coerced. Chapter 69 looks like a golden retriever. Ben brought Franklin to where they were staying. "You guys are staying here?" Ben nodded and entered the password at the door. Franklin looked at the house. He remembered that during last year's annual banquet, Torres Group was willing to spend $2 million to book this room alone, but was unsuccessful. Lauren was actually allowed to stay here now. This world was really magical. "Mr. Carson, you're back. This soup dumpling is really delicious. I've left a few for you." When Lauren heard the sound of the door opening, she thought it was Ben who had returned. However, she did not expect that there was another uninvited guest. "Mr. Carson," Lauren's tone was filled with a stern accusation against Ben. Ben quickly explained, "Miss Torres, Master Franklin came here this time to give you something that you really need." Lauren's suspicious gaze shifted between the two of them. "What is it?" Under Lauren's gaze, Franklin was at a loss. It reminded him of his younger days when he was called out by his teacher for not completing his homework. He sat beside Lauren and passed the brown paper bag in his hand to her. "I heard from Ben that you need the case files of missing children from other provinces and cities, so I brought them over to you." Lauren's eyes lit up as she looked at the things in her hands. She had been worried for an entire night, yet she had obtained them so easily. She quickly pulled out the documents inside. It was indeed what she wanted. However, why were there only so little? There were more than 700 cases in this city alone for the past 2 years. It was so many that Lauren could not even hold the thick stack of documents. How could the case files of other provinces and cities be so few? After hearing Lauren's question, Franklin explained, "Our country's security standards are very good. There are indeed very few cases of missing children. This number is normal. If this number was normal, then the more than 700 cases of missing children in this city should be abnormal, right?" Lauren felt that there were many small clues regarding this mission, but these clues were like threads. They were short and could not be connected to other clues at all. "Why is your hair always loose?" "I happen to be free. Let me braid your hair." Franklin, who had learned a new technique yesterday, was already eager to show off his skills. All right then." Franklin took the initiative to contact the police station and sent the documents to her early in the morning, so Lauren could feel Franklin's sincere apology. Since Franklin wanted to make amends, then let him try. Lauren obediently put the documents aside and turned her back to Franklin. "Oh, but I don't have a rubber band here," Ben immediately said. "Then I'll go ask the waiters here." "It's not necessary, I have them," Franklin calmly said. He took out 5 or 6 rubber bands of different colors from the pocket inside his suit. These were the rubber bands he had left inside his pocket during class yesterday. Ben had noticed Master Franklin had changed a lot in the past few days, but when he saw the CEO, who wore an exquisite suit and went to all kinds of meetings and banquets every day, suddenly take out colorful rubber bands from his pocket, he somehow felt shocked. In the next 10 minutes, a game of hand and hair ensued. Lauren complained, "It's too tight. The corners of my eyes are about to be pulled up to the sky." Franklin said, "Is that so? Then I'll loosen it a little." Lauren grumbled, "It's too loose. It'll fall off after just a few runs." Franklin said, "Then I'll tighten it a little." Looking at Franklin, who listened to everything she said, Ben really wanted to secretly record a video so that everyone could see Franklin, who was obsessed with his sister. After lots of pulling, it was finally over. Franklin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Mannequins were still the best. At least they would not make any noise when half of their hair was pulled off. Lauren hurriedly ran over to look at the mirror. The mirror here was specially made for Lauren. She stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself for a few minutes. Although the braids were not perfect, Franklin's craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the last time. She walked into the living room in a good mood. Lauren saw Franklin sitting upright, as if he was waiting for praises. He looked just like the big golden retriever in the church. Lauren could not help but laugh when she thought of this. If Franklin knew that he was compared to a dog, he would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation and pull off her braids. Lauren recalled that as long as the big golden retriever did the right thing in the church, they would reward it with food. "Have you eaten breakfast? The dumplings here are really delicious. You should eat a few more too." Chapter 70, Strange Things. Franklin looked at the soup dumplings on the table and thought about his breakfast before he left. Ben winked at Franklin. He remembered Ben's instructions to him. "Whatever Miss Torres wants, just give in to her." Franklin silently swallowed. "All right, isn't it just eating?" He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a soup dumpling under Lauren's expectant gaze. He put it into his mouth. This small steamed bun had a thin skin and a lot of meat. It was very juicy, and it was indeed delicious. However, no matter how delicious the food was, he could not eat more when he was very full. After stuffing 4 small steamed buns into his mouth, Franklin put down his chopsticks. After swallowing the last mouthful with difficulty, Franklin pointed at the remaining small steamed bun on the table and then at Ben. "Ben, you've been driving diligently. You should eat more." Having followed Franklin for so many years, Ben naturally knew what Franklin meant. He quickly nodded. Okay, I'll eat." Franklin drank a mouthful of water in satisfaction. Lauren, who was feeling smug, waved her little hand when she saw they were so courteous. "The two of you, stop giving way. It's just dumplings. I'll call the supervisor to send a few more baskets over." Franklin was speechless and stunned. They did not manage to stop her, and Lauren had already disappeared without a trace. Ben's mouth was so full that it was bulging. He scratched his head and said, "Miss Torres looks so chubby. Why is she always running so fast?" She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Franklin did not say anything. He was beginning to regret coming over in the morning. That day, the secretary noticed that Franklin's mood had improved a little compared to the previous 2 days. However, why was he not eating when his mood had improved? The next few days were uneventful. Lauren continued to study the dossier while waiting at the amusement park. Unfortunately, she never saw the little ghost again. Instead, she often saw the old couple. On this day, Lauren arrived early in the morning and unexpectedly saw the old couple again. She happily went up to greet them. "Good morning, you're here again. You're here too and you're so punctual." The 3 of them sat down together. "You always come to the amusement park, but I've never seen you bring children here to play. What are you here for?" Lauren did not know if it was her imagination, but she felt that when they heard this question, the old couple's expressions froze for a moment, but they quickly returned to normal. "Oh, both our son and grandson are out of town. Since we live on our own, and we always feel lonely, so we came here to take a look. There are a lot of kids here, so it's lively," the old grandma replied. Lauren nodded and was about to continue speaking when the old man tugged at the old lady's clothes. The old lady seemed to have understood. Lauren, the two of us are going to take a stroll around. We're already old, so we can't sit for long. You can play here for now. Oh, okay. In that case, take care of yourselves. Lauren waved at the old couple and watched their backs as they walked towards another amusement park. She poked Ben, who was reading a newspaper, and said, "Mr. Carson, don't you find this old couple a little strange?" Ben shook his head and shook the newspaper in his hand. "What's so strange about them? Aren't they just ordinary couple?" "Is that so?" Lauren tilted her head and thought for a while, but she could not think of anything unusual. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to close the park again. Lauren stretched herself and looked at the round sun in the sky. She sighed. It was another day of fruitless return. System Divine 9, host, there are still 20 days left in the mission. We have to hurry up. Your method of waiting doesn't seem to work. Sigh, have I become stupid? Lauren hit her own head. After returning to the dream villa, Lily's mother, Yulia, called to find out about the situation. "Hello, about my daughter. Have you found any clues?" "Auntie Yulia, we are still working hard. I will continue to look for her. Don't worry." Upon hearing this news, Yulia did not seem to be discouraged. "All right, I believe you. Then I'll have to trouble you. I've already returned to the kindergarten to work. I need to save some money. When Lily comes back, I'll buy her a lot of nice clothes." Listening to Yulia, Lauren was both happy and a little nervous. Since Yulia believed in her so much, she had to work even harder. She couldn't wait like this every day. "Oh right, after I returned to work at the kindergarten, I heard some strange things. I don't know if it has anything to do with Lily's disappearance." "What strange things?" Lauren asked anxiously. Chapter 71 was resentful. "When I returned to the kindergarten to work, I discovered that all the previous teachers had been fired. After searching for a long time, I finally found one of the previous teachers. I called to ask the reason, and it turned out that it was because in the past 2 years, 5 or 6 children had gone missing in our kindergarten." Lauren was a little shocked. It would definitely have a great impact for such an incident to happen in the kindergarten. "Did they go missing in the kindergarten?" Yulia said, "Each situation is different. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Some of the teachers didn't leave any contact information either. But according to the teachers I know, they all resigned because they took the blame. The teachers back then had all been changed." Lauren's intuition told her that such a situation was definitely not a coincidence. "Auntie Yulia, is it convenient for us to visit your kindergarten?" "It shouldn't be a problem. The principal of the kindergarten is a friend of mine. She is troubled by these incidents in the past 2 years. Thus, Lauren and Yulia agreed on a time to visit the next morning. Since there were no clues at the amusement park for the past few days, she could only change her target. Early the next morning, Lauren prepared to go to the kindergarten where Yulia worked. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the manager standing at the door with a tray of dumplings in his hands. "Miss Torres, you're going out so early. I have prepared breakfast for you." "Huh? But didn't I call yesterday and tell you not to send breakfast this morning?" The fragrance of the dumplings made Lauren swallow her saliva. The manager smiled and said, "Mr. Franklin Torres specially instructed us to send these dumplings. He said that you like them and told us to send them to you every day." Following that, the manager even bent down and whispered into Lauren's ear, "We have made a fortune from Mr. Torres with these dumplings." Lauren had seen the profit statement of Dream Villa last year. Torres Corporation had contributed a lot. "It doesn't matter. They have a lot of money anyway, so let them spend more." Lauren asked the manager to pack the dumplings, so that she could eat them in the car. "Miss Torres, Master Franklin is concerned about you. He even arranged breakfast for you." After biting on a dumpling, juice overflowed from it, and the fragrance of the meat instantly filled the entire car. "It's so delicious." The two of them finished eating a few baskets of dumplings, while chatting along the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at the kindergarten where Yulia worked. Yulia was completely different from 10 days ago. She had a new hairstyle. She had cut off all her long hair. Her short hair made her look more energetic and refreshed. "In order to reduce the hassle to maintain it, I just cut it off." Yulia did not feel that it was a pity when she mentioned her long hair. On the contrary, When Lauren heard the word cut, her heart ached as she touched her hair. She did not want to cut her hair. She had kept her long hair for a very long time. Yulia was wearing comfortable clothes and light makeup. She looked 10 years younger. Lauren realized then that Yulia was actually a woman in her 30s. If it were not for that incident 2 years ago, she would definitely be very happy now. Yulia brought the two of them to the principal's office. They had to pass by many classes along the way. Lauren realized that although today was a school day, there were not many children in the class. Before they came, Ben had mentioned that this kindergarten was very famous. Due to its good teachers and strong teaching atmosphere, many parents had to rely on their connections to squeeze their children in. But why were there so few children? The principal of the kindergarten was Miss Pulver. Lauren glanced at the name tag on the table. It said, Irene Pulver. You must be Lauren that Yulia mentioned, right? As soon as the few of them entered the room, Irene enthusiastically went to the door to welcome them. She held Lauren's hand and quickly let it go. At that moment, the alarm bell in Lauren's heart suddenly rang. She had just sensed some negative aura and it flashed past her. System Divine 9, host, what's wrong? I felt your spiritual consciousness move a little dot. Lauren shook her head. I don't know. I suddenly felt that something was wrong just now. Maybe some ghosts were passing by. This kind of situation would happen occasionally. Lauren could feel the grievance from some ghosts. However, there were so many wandering ghosts in this world. Lauren definitely could not care about all of them, so sometimes she just let them be. As long as they did not harm anyone, Lauren would turn a blind eye. Irene gestured for the two to sit down and began to get ready the tea set. Chapter 72, Miss Pulver the young principal. This is the newly picked Darjeeling. My relative sent it to me. It's very fragrant. After eating a pile of dumplings, Lauren was thirsty. The tea was at the right temperature. Lauren drank it in one gulp and felt less bloated. Miss Pulver, this tea is so delicious. I still want more. Miss Pulver's office was filled with the strong fragrance of tea. There was a complete set of tea sets on her coffee table. She looked very professional. It's rare for such a young child to like drinking tea. Come, drink more. Irene began to brew another pot. Amidst the dense steam, Irene's fair and delicate hands were particularly eye-catching. Wow, Miss Pulver, your skin is so nice. Lauren realized that not only were Irene's hands fair and delicate, there were no pores or spots on her face at all. Yulia took a sip of tea and echoed, of course, Miss Pulver is the famous immortal goddess among us. She is looking younger and younger over the past few years. Irene laughed heartily after being praised. She was already in his 30s, yet she did not even have crow's feet. Lauren sipped her tea while secretly sizing up the office. There was a bottle of fragrance on the desk. When mixed with the fragrance of the tea, it was especially refreshing. The vermilion wooden cabinet was filled with all kinds of tea leaves and tea cakes. It seemed that Irene really liked drinking tea. All right, let's get down to business. Lauren, is it okay if I call you that? Perhaps it was because of work. Irene's voice was very gentle. When she spoke, her voice was gentle and soft, causing people to unconsciously indulge in it. Lauren nodded her head vigorously. Of course, everyone calls me Lauren. You can also call me that. Then you can also call me Auntie Irene. It feels strange to call me Miss Pulver. Yes, yes. Is the person next to you your father? Irene pointed at Ben. Ben was about to wave his hand when Lauren quickly pressed Ben's hand down. That's right. This is my father. His name is Jadon Torres. Ben was so scared that he almost knelt down. Miss Torres, you're trying to kill me. It would have been fine if he was introduced as an uncle. How did he become her father? Oh, so it's Lauren's father. The two of you don't look alike. I inherited from her mother. Ben smiled awkwardly. Although he did not know why Lauren said that, he could only play along with Lauren. Yes, this child takes after her mother. I see. Then your mother must be very beautiful. Yes, yes. In my heart, my mother is the most beautiful. Of course, Auntie Yulia and Auntie Irene are also very beautiful. Your children must also think that you are the most beautiful. Yulia and Irene looked at each other and smiled. This child was so sweet. Miss Pulver has a daughter who is already 10 years old, Yulia said, her eyes filled with envy and a trace of confusion. Lauren knew that Yulia must have thought of Lily again. She shifted her butt and leaned against Yulia, taking the initiative to hold Yulia's hand. "Don't worry, Auntie. Lily will come back safely too." Yulia caressed Lauren's head tenderly. Irene hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Yes, Lily will definitely come back. Lauren, I heard from Yulia that you have a way to find Lily." Irene's face was filled with curiosity and a little bit of nervousness. Lauren pursed her lips and answered softly, "Yes, I know someone at the police station. He's very capable and I've asked him help me find her." System Divine 9, host, why are you lying? While Lauren was dealing with Irene, she quickly talked to System Divine 9 in her mind. Auntie Irene is not directly involved after all. It might not be a good thing for her to know about my ability, as it might attract attention. Besides, I'm not lying. My brother has an acquaintance in the police station, which means I have an acquaintance in the police station too. System Divine 9, yes, I agree. The host is becoming more and more thoughtful about the matter. "Oh, so there's someone in the police station." Irene followed up with a more relaxed tone. "But the police station didn't find Lily either. What do you plan to do next?" Auntie Yulia said that something strange happened here. "Let's see if there are any clues." Yulia nodded. "Auntie Irene, in the past 2 years, there have been so many cases of missing children in the kindergarten. Have you found them all?" Irene shook her head regretfully. Chapter 73, Met Quinn by chance. "We couldn't find him. This kind of thing happens all the time. Nowadays, parents don't even dare to send their children to our kindergarten. Is that why there are so few children in class today?" "Yes, there are fewer children entering the kindergarten this year than in the past." Lauren nodded in understanding. "Then what were the investigation results at that time?" At this point, Irene looked even more helpless. The surveillance footage didn't provide much help. At that time, the police watched the surveillance footage and saw that those children got lost either when walking out in the crowd by themselves, or they disappeared after being picked up by their parents. In any case, not a single child was found. Lauren chatted with Irene for a while more and realized that she could not get any information out of her. "Auntie Yulia, I have some questions about Lily that I want to ask you alone. Let's go out and talk." "I won't disturb Auntie Irene." Yulia agreed and brought Lauren out. The environment of this kindergarten was very good. The leisure area in the middle had all kinds of facilities, such as slides, swings and seesaws. Yulia brought Lauren to sit on a chair beside her. "Auntie Yulia, can you contact those parents who lost their children?" "I'll ask around, I should be able to find out." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you then. I still feel that Ms. Pulver the principal is a little strange." After bidding farewell to Yulia, Ben and Lauren got into the car. "Miss Torres, where are we going now?" "Mr. Carson, let's go for a ride." Lauren had not slept well in the past few nights. She had been thinking about this matter all day and felt dizzy. Ben took a turn along this road and turned into a street. Suddenly, there were many people gathered around something. "What's going on in front? Why are there so many people?" Ben was also curious and slowed down the car. "Miss Torres, do you want to go down and take a look?" "Sure, I haven't joined in the fun for a long time. It's all fun to join in." Lauren happily opened the car door and ran towards the group of people. Unfortunately, the crowd was too crazy. Lauren tried her best to squeeze in, but she was unable to, so she stood at the outermost circle. "Miss Torres, it seems like there's some celebrity here. I saw these people holding banners and encouragement cards with Q written on them. Mr. Carson, please hold me as I also want to see a celebrity." Lauren had never seen such a scene before, so she was extremely curious. She stretched out her hands and asked Ben to hold her up high. Ben obediently carried Lauren and put her on his neck. "Miss Torres is quite heavy," Ben thought silently. "How is it? Did you see it?" Lauren held Ben's head to keep it steady. All the girls were present, but Ben was taller than them, so she could see it clearly. I saw it. There was no one on the round table in the middle, only the staff were adjusting the equipment. A figure wearing black casual clothes slowly walked up from the side of the round table. "Wait, why does this tall figure look so familiar?" The people around them began to scream and wave the signs in their hands non-stop. "Quinn, I love you. You are my lifetime companion. We'll be together forever. Ah, you are so handsome." All kinds of voices mixed together. Lauren could not help but cover her ears. She took a closer look. The person in the middle of the round table was actually someone she knew, Quinn, a lifetime companion. What an old-fashioned slogan. Based on the information on the poster behind the round stage, this event was a meet and greet session with Quinn. Quinn's advertisement had already completed filming and was broadcast on the most popular satellite TV channels. Now, even more people knew about this handsome man who had just returned from abroad. Lauren had also seen the advertisement. Although Quinn was an annoying person in Lauren's heart, he was very professional in his job. In the advertisement, he was a hero with great martial arts skills. The part that attracted the most fans was none other than the few movements he made in the air. The tall and slender hero sliced the air with his sword, looking somewhat like the overlord of the martial arts world. The biggest selling point of today's event was to have Quinn perform that action on the tightrope. The equipment team had already set up the tools necessary for the wire stunt performance. The host gave a few pleasantries and introduced Quinn. Next, it's time for the segment where everyone's eyes are really for. As you can see, we've already prepared all the equipment. Quinn will perform for us the heroic moves of our martial arts hero on the tightrope. The fans all applauded wildly. Chapter 74, The Wire Rope. Although Lauren hated Quinn's venomous tongue, she still clapped along with the fans. In order to have a better effect, Quinn even changed into the ancient battle costume he wore during the advertisement. The fans cheered even louder. "Humph, if you knew how venomous Quinn is, you definitely wouldn't like him," Lauren complained in a low voice. The staff on the stage was helping Quinn put on his equipment. Lauren saw a woman standing by the side of the round stage. She had her hands in her pockets and was dressed in an extremely smart work outfit. She was staring at Quinn on the stage. The equipment had been put on and the protective equipment had been set up. The staff was checking the equipment one last time. Suddenly, Lauren swayed. Fragments of images flashed through her mind. There was panic, noise and blood. She felt an inexplicable panic in her heart. She held her breath and focused her mind, activating her prophet function. In the 32 seconds images shown in the prophet, Quinn was brandishing his sword in the air. Suddenly, the wire rope broke, and Quinn fell straight to the ground. His handsome face was covered in blood. Lauren snapped back to reality, and her face was filled with anxiety. It was almost too late. Quinn had already prepared himself, waiting for the wire rope to hoist him up. Lauren wanted to shout to stop all of this, but the surrounding fans were shouting so loudly that her voice was completely drowned out. In a moment of desperation, Lauren stretched out her index and middle fingers and pointed them at the sky, drawing 2 circles. Quinn's feet had already left the ground and were slowly rising. The fans excitedly shouted the slogan and constantly chanted Quinn's name. Lauren closed her eyes and quickly chanted an incantation. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the distance. A few seconds later, there was a thunderous boom that shocked everyone present. The sound system suddenly emitted a sharp sound. Then, all the lights in the venue dimmed and the sound system stopped. Quinn had only risen by less than half a meter. The staff quickly went up to check and found that the power was out. The host quickly used the backup loudspeaker to explain the situation to the people at the scene. The staff on the round platform had already helped Quinn to land. "Dear fans and friends, I'm sorry. The power was suddenly cut off at the scene today, causing our activities to stop midway." The fans let out disappointed voices, but there was nothing they could do. Under the guidance of the staff, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lauren did not leave. She waited until most of the people had left before she went to look for Quinn with Ben. What happened today was definitely not a coincidence. According to Lauren's prediction, Quinn fell when he reached the highest point. If he fell at this time, he would definitely die. Moreover, the wire rope used must have gone through repeated checks. It was impossible for it to break so easily. Someone must have deliberately turned a blind eye to it. Lauren had predicted it this time. But next time, Lauren might not be able to appear in time. Moreover, with so many people around, there was nothing Lauren could do. It was better to alert Quinn. Lauren told Ben about what had happened just now. Ben believed it without a doubt and brought Lauren to look for Quinn. Naturally, they were stopped by the security guard at the door. The security guard was wearing a hat, but there were a few yellow hairs slipped out from the hat. It seemed that this security guard was someone with a story. He reached out his hand to stop the two of them. "Where did you come from?" Not everyone can enter the backstage. Do you have a work permit? Ben was so focused on looking for Master Quinn that he forgot about this. We're looking for Quinn. I'm his younger sister. Younger sister? I've never heard of him having a younger sister. You're so young and you're already chasing after celebrities. Are you here to ask for an autograph? My name is Lauren. You can go in and ask him. Since you're so handsome, you'll definitely help me with this small favor, right? Lauren used the trick that she was best at, which was to act coquettish and praise others. She spared no effort to praise him, even if it was a little against her heart. The security guard was very impressed by this trick. When he heard Lauren say that he was handsome, he smiled shyly and said, "Am I really handsome?" Lauren nodded her head vigorously. Her big eyes were slowly filled with sincerity. Thus, the security guard went in to pass on the message. Lauren sighed and thought to herself, as expected, a woman who knew how to act coquettish has the best luck. Very soon, Quinn appeared after the yellow-haired security guard. "It's this cute little girl looking for you. Look, isn't she very cute?" Quinn saw Lauren standing at the door. "Excuse me, did you get drugged?" Quinn thought to himself, "Why are you here?" Quinn wanted to call her Jinx, but when the words were already on the tip of his tongue, he recalled Franklin's warning and swallowed back his words. Chapter 75 Went missing again. Seeing that they did know each other, the security guard whistled and left. "There was something wrong with the wire rope just now," Lauren said straightforwardly. Quinn frowned. Lauren had come over for no particular reason and uttered such nonsense when she saw him. This definitely triggered Quinn and he became even more impatient. "I don't know what you're talking about." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "If you don't believe me, go and check it out. Something must be wrong with that most important load-bearing rope. Go and take a look yourself." Lauren did not want to waste any more time with Quinn. "HMPH, you're ignoring me. I don't want to talk to you either," Lauren thought. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know where you are right now. Good intentions don't get rewarded well." With this thought in mind, Lauren flicked her hair and left. Ben remained where he was. After some consideration, he decided to persuade Quinn. "Master Quinn, you don't know Miss Torres very well. She would never joke about such matters. No matter how much you dislike her, don't bet your life on it. You'll feel at ease if you go and take a look." Ben was not educated, so he had always expressed his thoughts in the most straightforward and simple way. Quinn politely agreed. On the way back to the dressing room, his expression was grave. He stopped the staff on the way. "Excuse me, where is the room for the wire rope?" This place had hosted a lot of activities. There must be a special room for these things. "It's in the room at the end of the corridor." Quinn thanked him, but did not return to the dressing room. He walked straight to that special room. His phone vibrated. Quinn took it out to take a look. It was his manager, Paul. He thought for a moment, and decided to hang up on Paul first. Just like what Ben said, it did not matter if he looked around. There was no one in the special room. Due to the temporary power outage, the staff hurriedly took the things back and went out to help with other things. Quinn saw the few ropes and equipment that had been tied to his body. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. In order to have a better shooting effect, the steel wire used was very thin. Quinn picked up the thicker one and frowned as he checked the steel wire. How could this be? There was a sudden sound at the door. Quinn quickly put the steel wire back to its original position and walked out of the room. He actually saw Paul at the door of the room. Looking at Quinn coming out of the special room, Paul's expression was a little strange. "Why did you come here?" Quinn maintained his composure. "It's nothing, I just came to the wrong place. I'm not familiar with this place." Paul looked at him suspiciously. He didn't say anything and brought him back to the dressing room. "Today's activity was interrupted, so you'll definitely have to make up for it. I'll inform you when and where." Quinn answered absent-mindedly and decided to discuss it with Franklin tonight. "He actually treats my kindness as ill intent." Lauren walked in front angrily. She was cross when she thought of Quinn's arrogant attitude just now. Ben wiped his sweat and followed Lauren closely. "Miss Torres, did you practice race walking in the past? Why are you walking so fast? You're walking in the opposite direction. The car is parked over there." Lauren, who was walking in front, sped up and turned a deaf ear to Ben. Ben's cell phone rang. He chased after Lauren, panting as he picked up the phone. "Hello? Yes, right next to me. What? We're coming over right now. Ben hung up the phone and hurriedly shouted for Lauren to stop. Miss Torres, the manager of the amusement park, called. He said that another child has gone missing. Lauren suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her little face was red from walking just now, and she anxiously ran toward Ben. Mr. Carson, quickly go to the amusement park. This place was very close to the amusement park, so it only took 10 minutes. Along the way, Lauren urged Ben to go past 2 red traffic lights. At the 3rd red traffic light, Ben finally stopped. Miss Torres, I don't dare to run another red traffic light. I don't have many points left to be deducted. Lauren could not calm down while waiting for the red traffic light. She was anxious and looked around to ease her anxiety. Isn't that the old man whom I always meet at the amusement park? Ben also looked over and saw that the old man was walking along the road with a little girl. Yes, his granddaughter is here. Lauren shook her head, indicating that she did not know either. The light is green. Mr. Carson, hurry up and leave. 5 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of Star Dream Amusement Park. Lauren had previously instructed the manager to inform her immediately if there were any cases of lost or missing children. So, the manager was already waiting for Lauren at the entrance. Chapter 76, Possessed by a Ghost. What's going on? Lauren asked the manager about the situation as she walked into the park, while Ben locked the car and followed closely behind. We're still trying to understand the exact situation. 15 minutes ago, a woman approached a staff member and said that her child was missing. When I received this news, I immediately called the police and informed you. When they went to the manager's office, the woman who had lost her child was sobbing. The police officers had already arrived and were at the scene to understand the situation. My name is Sophia Brooke, and my daughter's name is Isabella Brooke. She's only 6 years old. The police officers comforted her as they asked her about the entire process. I don't know, I went to buy balloons. My daughter was clearly standing right next to me. In just a few seconds, I couldn't find her. Then, the manager brought the police officer to the surveillance hall. Lauren followed quietly behind. Who is this little girl? The police officer pointed at Lauren. People who are not related to the case are not allowed to touch these things. Oh right, where is your boss? We need your boss to assist in the investigation after such a thing happened. The manager was in a difficult position. Under such circumstances, he could only tell the truth. Well, Sheriff, this little girl is the boss of our amusement park. She's not registered under the enterprise, but she is indeed the boss. Looking at the child who was not even half as tall as him, the sheriff fell into a few seconds of contemplation. He thought, all right, whatever you say. Have you found the surveillance footage? Yes. The few of them went forward to take a look. Lauren was not tall enough, so she could only stand on her tiptoes and watch with difficulty. Sophia appeared on the screen. Just as what she had mentioned, she was buying balloons at the amusement park, and her daughter was standing at the side obediently. Suddenly, for some reason, her daughter walked in another direction. Soon, she walked into the crowd and disappeared. The police officer knocked on the table with the folder in his hand. Did the same thing happen to you once? The manager nodded, a little scared. Yes, 2 years ago, something similar happened. A little girl also suddenly left like this time. Sophia, who was sobbing at the side, heard this and immediately shouted crazily, "No way. My girl is so obedient, she definitely won't leave by herself. Isabella, what should I do if you disappear? You're all I have left." Sophia cried her heart out in the surveillance room. The police continued to check the surveillance footage of the other sections of the road. Lauren bit her lip and did not say a word. The others could not see, but she did. It was that little ghost again. Get the surveillance footage from 2 blocks away from the amusement park and find out where the little girl went. The case from 2 years ago ended without a proper conclusion because the nearby facilities were not yet complete. There was no surveillance footage, so it was impossible to track Lily's whereabouts. But now, the nearby areas had been developed, and almost every place had surveillance cameras. Who is this? Mrs. Sophia Brooke, please come over and see if this is your daughter, Isabella Brooke. Sophia cried so hard that she did not have any strength left. She was supported by a female police officer and immediately recognized that it was her daughter. Yes, it's my Isabella. Who is this man? He must have abducted Isabella. Sophia became agitated again, and the police officer had no choice but to pull her away. Without anyone blocking her view, Lauren finally saw the man they were talking about. It was actually Ben, and Lauren looked at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. It was actually the old man they met on the way here. They had thought that the little girl he was holding was his granddaughter. Find out who this old man is. The police continued to watch their movements. For a period of time, their figures were completely blocked by the endless stream of traffic. When they reappeared, Isabella was already gone. Only the old man was left on the street, seemingly at a loss. He stood there in a daze for a few minutes, looking left and right before slowly walking in the opposite direction. His walking speed was obviously much slower. The police repeatedly looked at the footage, but still could not find any clues. They brought Sophia back to the police station to make a statement, and then backed up the surveillance video. If you have any other clues on your side, try to provide them to us. The manager agreed and sent the few police officers out. As this matter was not publicized, the amusement park was still bustling with noise and excitement. Ben pushed Lauren, who had been in a daze after watching the surveillance video. "Miss Torres, what have you thought of?" And at this moment, there were only 4 words in Lauren's mind: possessed by a ghost. Chapter 77, 3 Big Questions in Philosophy. Lauren asked Ben to inform the police station to keep her updated if they found the old man. After all, she had a lot of contact with this old couple. Now that she knew that this little ghost was still abducting children, she could confirm that this was definitely done by a gang, and a long-term operation too. Perhaps these missing cases in the past 2 years were all related to this little ghost. There were 4 categories now. The first was Lily, the second was Isabella, the third was the missing children in the kindergarten, and the fourth was the other missing children in the city. There must be some connection between these missing children. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many vicious missing cases in such a safe place. The current situation was like a crack that suddenly appeared in the dark sky, and there was light shining in. What Lauren needed to do now was to open the crack bit by bit until the dark clouds that covered her eyes were removed and the truth could be seen. Another piece of good news was that Yulia called to say that she had already contacted the parents and had arranged to meet them at a cafe near the kindergarten the next day. Although there was another missing case today, they managed to gather some clues and obtain some results. Lily, who had gone missing 2 years ago, was still alive, which meant that these missing children were of value to them. Isabella's life would not be in danger for the time being. Therefore, Lauren asked Ben to take the surveillance tapes of the other missing cases, intending to see if they were all in the same situation. Quinn did not stay any longer after removing his makeup. He put on his hat and mask, and went straight to Franklin's office. However, he had forgotten about his terrorist-like attire and was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going?" No wonder people said that a security guard was like a philosopher. The questions he asked were 3 big philosophical problems. "You can't enter without an appointment. You're dressed like an idiot. We're a proper company." Quinn, who was wearing a pair of torn jeans, was speechless. Looked like Franklin's company recruited security guards based on how venomous they were. "I'm looking for President Torres. I'm his younger brother." The security guard glanced at Quinn from head to toe with a sharp gaze. "I'm really Franklin's younger brother." In the end, Quinn went in successfully, but it was Franklin's secretary who came down personally to pick him up. "Your security here is really responsible." Quinn could only come up with this word after pausing for a long time. After making a scene at the door for quite a while, Quinn, who originally wanted to hide his identity, became the company's top news on the forum. The female employees coveted Quinn's good looks for a long time, but they had no idea how to approach him. After all, Franklin was cold, but everyone knew that Quinn's personality was the opposite of his brother's. Therefore, at 3:30 in the afternoon, which was supposed to be working hours, the female employees of the Torres Corporation all went to the toilet to touch up their makeup. Then, they all stood at the elevator entrance, ready to have an accidental encounter with Quinn. As soon as the elevator door opened, Quinn was surrounded by a group of girls in front of him. "Quinn, look here." The sound of snapping photos kept ringing out. Quinn walked from the elevator to the door of Franklin's office, as if he had experienced a super close-up fan meeting. Only after closing the door of Franklin's office did it become completely quiet. Quinn felt exhausted and leaned against the door. "Franklin, I didn't know that all the employees in your company are my fans." Franklin was wearing earphones to concentrate on the computer. He did not even look at Quinn. "Franklin." Suddenly Franklin spoke a German sentence. Quinn then realized that he was on a video conference. He squatted quietly for a while until Franklin finally took off his headphones. "Why are you here again? Are you tired of being a celebrity? Do you want me to arrange a position for you in the company? You must be joking." "Franklin, I really have something important to talk to you about." Franklin spread his hands, indicating that he was all ears. Quinn then told Franklin everything that happened at the event. "Then I went to the room to look at the wires. Sure enough, there were traces of wear and tear. The wires were all fine, except one wire that was cut with pliers. I saw traces of damage." As it concerned Quinn's safety, Franklin frowned and took it seriously. "Fortunately, the power went off midway. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know what happened now." Quinn also heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had just saved his life. Yeah, for some reason, it was a sunny day and the sun was shining brightly. Suddenly, there was thunder. After the thunder, the power went out. Chapter 78, Freeloader. Lauren's cute and often cunning face suddenly flashed across Franklin's mind. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. It was Lauren who saved your life." "What do you mean?" "She guessed based on a hindsight. She only told me when something almost happened. Have you ever thought that it might be her fault that nothing happened to you?" Quinn got up from the sofa and walked forward. He first placed the back of his hand on Franklin's forehead, then used the same hand to touch his own forehead. "That's not right. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Didn't I say that it was because of the thunder that nothing happened to me? Are you saying the thunder was caused by Lauren?" "Franklin, we have to believe in science," Quinn lectured his brother earnestly. Franklin did not mind Quinn's attitude. He only knew that seeing was believing. He had experienced similar thing before, so he firmly believed it. "Whether it's true or not, won't we know when we see Lauren tonight?" Thus, while Lauren was having dinner, the two of them drove to the dream villa to look for her. Looking at the two of them who appeared together again, Lauren wondered if they had specially chosen to come at the time for dinner. Why was she always eating when they came? Lauren put the drumstick in her hand behind her back. Why are you here?" "Master Franklin, Master Quinn, sit down quickly." Ben hurriedly called for the two of them to sit down. "Have you eaten? Shall I ask the waiter to add 2 more pairs of chopsticks?" Franklin nodded. Sure, it had been a long time since he had eaten together with Lauren, and he actually missed her. Although he did not want to admit it, he had only gone over during the meal time. He wanted to see if he could coincidentally bump into Lauren for a meal. Quinn had been working the entire day, and he was shaken by the unexpected incident. Since he had been running around non-stop, he did not have time to eat. Looking at this exquisite meal, he did not decline and took the chopsticks that Ben handed over. Lauren picked up another drumstick and placed it in her bowl. As expected, they were here to freeload. HMPH. The dignified young masters of the Torres family were so poor that they did not even have the money to eat. Last time at the amusement park, they freeloaded on her fried chicken. Next time, she had to ask Scott to charge more money. "Lauren, we came here today to ask about what happened at the event venue." Lauren's mouth was oily as she ate the chicken drumstick. It was very similar to when she ate at the Torres family home. Naturally, Franklin took the tissue on the table and handed it to Lauren. Perhaps it was a habit. Lauren also reached out and took it. "Oh, what happened at the event venue?" Lauren asked despite knowing the answer. Didn't he ignore her this afternoon? Why did he bring Franklin here at night? Lauren thought. All of a sudden, the familiar sound of music could be heard from the television. It turned out that it was time for the daily news. Something strange happened at the Star Convention Center in the western suburbs today. At 1:15 p.m., a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the clear sky, followed by a thunderous sound. The circuit of the convention center, which was holding a fan event, was suddenly cut off, and the fan event was forced to stop. According to the meteorologist, the convection situation was stable at that time. There was no reason for such lightning and thunder at all. There was no explanation for the weather phenomenon today. The incident did not cause any harm to anyone, but the circuit of the surrounding area was also affected. According to statistics, within an hour of the blackout, the economic value of the entire blackout area was 3 million. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the news. There are witnesses who have recorded the scene. A video appeared on the television. It happened to capture the lightning bolt on the distant mountain, followed by the sound of thunder. In the background of the video, the terrified screams of some girls could still be faintly heard. Currently, everything is stable. Experts say that the weather will be fine in the next few days and there won't be such a problem again. However, please pay attention to your safety when you are out. After the news was broadcast, the other 3 people turned their gazes to Lauren at the same time. The chicken drumsticks were really delicious. It was only until Lauren realized they were staring at her. Franklin was the first to start the ball rolling. Lauren, this thunder, was it you who did it? Yes, it was me. After saving a life, the System Divine 9 even gave her a reward. Saving a life was much more valuable. Compared to $3 million, a life was definitely more important. Quinn was speechless when he heard Lauren straightforwardly say such irrelevant words. Chapter 79, Last Drumstick. Did you both get hit in the head? But no one paid any attention to Quinn. Franklin asked, how did you know there was a problem with the rope? Lauren said, it was just like last time when I almost smashed your vase. I predicted that something bad would happen. There were too many people at the scene, so other than that method, I couldn't think of any other way. Yeah, the fans at the scene were too crazy. They kept shouting Master Quinn's name. No one heard Miss Torres even if she wanted to. Ben agreed and recalled the situation at the event. Franklin nodded. Quinn followed your instructions and went to check on those wire ropes. As you said, there were signs of damage. I'm afraid that when he rose into the sky, the steel wire would break under the weight. Quinn retorted unhappily, what do you mean by I followed her instructions? You make it sound like I listened to her obediently. Franklin glanced at Quinn quietly. Eat your food. Lauren snickered. In front of Franklin, everyone was just a small fry. It's a complex world in the entertainment industry. In order to get to the top, everyone's thoughts are complicated. You just came back from abroad, so you probably don't know. There could be a lot of twists and turns in this matter. We can't rule out that this incident was done by your competitors, but it's too late to pursue it now. Everyone has dispersed. You have to be more careful in the future. Quinn nodded. I know, anyway this matter might just be an accident. Franklin, don't worry too much. I just returned to the US, so I don't have any enemies. Quinn said indifferently, no matter what, it's best to be careful. I'll arrange for someone to be by your side, so I can be at ease. I can have bodyguards. Looks like I've really become a big star, Quinn quipped. Lauren let out a HMPH. She did not lower her voice. Instead, it was as if she was deliberately letting everyone hear her. What are you grunting for? You must have been lucky to be right about what happened today. I don't believe that you have any prophetic abilities. Don't brainwash Franklin. Lauren couldn't be bothered to refute Quinn. She silently moved all the dishes in the opposite direction of Quinn. You can move them. My hands are long. I'll get the dishes no matter how far you move them. Unlike me, you have short hands and short legs. After saying that, as if to verify what he had just said, Quinn deliberately reached out to grab the drumstick that was furthest away from him. But there was only one drumstick left. Scott had specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare a special dish for her. Quinn picked up the drumstick and was about to put it into his bowl when he was intercepted by another pair of chopsticks that picked up the drumstick. It was Franklin. Lauren is the biggest contributor today, so she should be the one eating it. What right do you have to eat the drumstick? With that, the last drumstick landed steadily on Lauren's plate. Lauren smiled widely while Quinn was flustered and exasperated. Franklin, you don't love me anymore. In the past, whenever there was a drumstick, you would give it to me and you even gave me your share. You've changed. Faced with Quinn's accusation, Franklin merely responded with a faint hum. Quinn's allegation was fruitless. Childish, Lauren muttered. Who are you calling childish? Whoever answers me is childish. You're the one who's childish. Although the meal was noisy, it was also lively. Franklin once again experienced the joy of eating. After the meal, they went for a walk by the lake to digest their food. Lauren realized that ever since she spoke to Franklin at the amusement park, he had treated her much better. Of course, this did not mean that Franklin had treated her badly in the past. It was just that he was doing everything for the benefit of Lauren now, and Lauren could feel his good intentions. As the saying went, forgive thy neighbor. Lauren did not reject Franklin's kindness now. The sky had not completely darkened. It was still a dark blue color, but the moon and stars could already be seen. The sky with such high visibility can only be seen in the western suburbs. Quinn lifted his head and looked at the sky full of stars. The air and light pollution in the city center was too severe. The sky above them was usually black, which was unlike here. When one looked up at the sky, it was as if they had fallen into a fairy tale. Sparklers. Scott had prepared a large pile of sparklers at some point in time. When Lauren saw them, she jumped happily on the spot. Her smile sparkled under the light. Franklin took the sparklers and helped Lauren light one of them. Chapter 80, Going Home. Bright sparks burst forth, looking exceptionally beautiful in the dark. Lauren waved the sparklers continuously, one in each hand, while she twirled around on the grass. Lauren was the happiest she'd been in the past 10 days. No matter how many people cared about her, be it Scott or James, nothing was comparable to have her family by her side. Lauren, come back to stay in the Torres family. Franklin's sudden words stunned everyone present. Lauren subconsciously glanced at Quinn. As for what happened that day, it was Quinn's and my fault. No matter what had happened, we shouldn't have blamed you. You were still a child at that time. In other words, you shouldn't bear all these grudges. After Lauren ran away from home, Quinn also regretted what happened that day. Although he didn't like Lauren, he had never thought of chasing her out of the Torres family. After all, her surname was Torres. Most importantly, Quinn realized that ever since Lauren left, Mr. Hayes had never given him a good attitude. I don't know either. Many things could be categorized as either black or white, but when it involved family and its members, it was difficult to draw a clear line between them. Although Lauren always claimed to be a master, she was also in a difficult position when it came to such matters. She was willing to go back. When she returned to the Torres family, she could watch TV with the maids, chat and play chess with Mr. Hayes. She could also have dinner with Franklin. But, come back then. This sentence more or less surprised everyone, because the person who said this was actually Quinn. He did not look at anyone when he said these words. Instead, he turned his head to face the crystal lake. His entire posture looked extremely awkward. Lauren blinked her eyes. She suddenly wondered if Quinn had been possessed by a ghost as well. Why are all of you so surprised? I don't like you. I'm just concerned that Franklin has to pay for you to stay here. There are so many rooms in the Torres family, having you doesn't make much of a difference. It was only then that Ben remembered that these two young masters did not know that Lauren was actually the owner of Dream Villa. Of course, it was not just Dream Villa. Lauren was also the owner of Star Dream Amusement Park and Everlasting Legacy. However, it was best that Lauren revealed it herself. Ben suddenly felt a little proud. He was the only one that knew so many little secrets of Lauren. Mr. Carson, do you think I should go back and stay? Lauren raised her head to look at Ben, and Ben could feel Franklin's gaze fixed on him as well. After receiving Franklin's signal, Mr. Carson quickly joined the battle team. Miss Torres, of course, you have to go back. You don't even know how much Mr. Hayes misses you. Seeing that Lauren was still hesitating, Franklin quickly helped Lauren make a decision. Ben, why don't you help Lauren pack her things? Finally, Lauren gave in to the three men's persuasion. All right, since the situation was set, Lauren wanted to say goodbye to Scott. Lauren, who was cute and exquisite, walked in front. Franklin and Quinn, each of different styles yet both handsome, followed behind. They attracted the attention of many guests. Before they even entered the hall, they could hear the sound of glass bottles being smashed. They could also hear both the voices of men and women mixed together. Lauren sped up and ran in. Franklin and Torres also followed suit. The floor of the hall was filled with broken wine bottles. They could see a slightly chubby middle-aged man who was in a drunken frenzy. He kept smashing the wine bottles. He had almost smashed all the wine on the wine cabinet. Scott and a few other security guards were trying to stop the man, but the glass bottle in the man's hand was jagged and sharp, so no one dared to step forward rashly. However, what was more dangerous was that on the other side of the hall, there were two children, holding toys in their hands, standing in a corner, trembling with fear. The two children did not dare to come over, and neither did the staff on the other side. The drunk man had lost control. He was holding the broken bottle in his hand and flailing about wildly. The floor was also filled with glass shards. Afraid that if this continued, the two children would be hurt, Lauren planned to go around the man and subdue him. Although she was short, she had great strength. However, her plan did not work out. The drunkard staggered to the side of the wine cabinet and tried to grab the wine bottle on it. But he lost his balance, the wine cabinet was about to fall. Everyone cried out in alarm. If the wine cabinet fell, the two children would most likely be hit. Some people had already run forward to catch the cabinet, but it was too late. Chapter 81, Undermined. Lauren was already standing in a corner. She turned around and quickly took out an amulet from her empty bag while no one was looking. This amulet was usually used on humans, but it could also be used on objects. Her lips moved quickly, and the amulet disappeared. The moment the amulet disappeared, the falling speed of the cabinet that was about to fall slowed down. A few men managed to hold onto the cabinet in time. Franklin and Quinn were among those who helped. "Go away, all of you, go away." The man staggered and aimed the broken bottle in his hand at the people beside him. Lauren was about to step forward when she saw Quinn, who was the closest to the man, step forward and snatch the glass bottle from the man's back. The drunkard was caught from behind and kept struggling. Franklin and Scott also rushed forward to help stabilize the culprit. With the help of the few of them, the security guards successfully controlled the drunk man and the two children were finally safe. The entire hall was in a mess. Scott called for the waiter to clean it up. "Mr. Kennedy, I'm going home. Aren't you going to stay for a few more days?" "You haven't stayed for very long," Scott said regretfully. Lauren was cute and lively. Moreover, when she was here, she always brought fun and delicious food for everyone. Everyone liked her very much. Even some of the customers knew that there was a cute little girl in their villa. Sometimes, they would specially visit Lauren at night. "We'll all miss you." Yeah. Some of the waiters around them also came over when they heard the news. "I will come to visit you guys in the future. We can then play together when the time comes." Another waiter brought a small bag of candy for Lauren. "Lauren, eat in the car. If someone bullies you, we'll be here waiting to help you at any time." For some reason, Quinn felt that this someone was referring to himself. Was Lauren really so popular here? Quinn had the urge to take off his mask to steal Lauren's limelight. However, he was rational enough to control himself. When Ben returned with the luggage, he saw this touching farewell scene. He put the suitcase aside. He couldn't help but to tear together with them. Finally, they embarked on the journey home. Franklin intended to ease the relationship between Lauren and Quinn, so he deliberately let the two of them sit in the back seat while he sat in the passenger seat. "Everyone, please sit properly. We're going home," Ben shouted, but of course, no one paid him any attention. He silently drove the car into the night. The two people in the back row did not like each other. One sat close to the left while the other sat close to the right. They wished there was a galaxy between them. Their movements were also very similar. They both looked out of the window and absolutely did not look at each other. Franklin sighed. As their brother, he had to endure too much. Now, he even had to find a topic for them to talk about. Ahem. That was a close call. That cabinet almost smashed the child. "Quinn, you are not bad. You were very brave just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know how to end this." Quinn was a person who would not be swayed by force, but once he was praised by others, he also felt embarrassed. After he got into the car, he took off his mask and hat, revealing his exquisite chin. The sky was completely dark, and the lights in the car were not turned on. Only the flickering lights on the roadside shone on Quinn's handsome face. Every frame could be used as a poster. Of course, that was only if he did not speak. Some people look pretty good until they open their mouths. To Lauren, that some people was Quinn. Upon hearing Franklin's praises, he said proudly, "Of course, being a hero has always been my weakness." "Franklin, do you still remember when the fat boy next door was hit by a basketball? I was the one who took him to the infirmary on a bicycle." Franklin did not hesitate to undermine him. You were the one who threw that basketball. Lauren could not help but laugh out loud. Quinn's face was a little embarrassed. He racked his brain and thought of another matter. Then, that time Mr. Hayes fell, I carried him to the hospital and ran for 20 minutes. Franklin exposed him again. At that time, I was afraid that you would feel guilty and did not tell you. Mr. Hayes fell because you dropped your pen on the ground and did not pick it up. Moreover, the hospital was 10 minutes away from us, but you took a long detour. Although she felt sorry for Mr. Hayes, Lauren still couldn't help but burst into laughter. Quinn's expression turned from sunny to dark. Chapter 82. Injured. Didn't Franklin praise him just now? Why was he trying to undermine him now? He was being ridiculed by this little brat. What the hell was she laughing at? Quinn kicked Franklin's seat angrily, leaving behind a grey footprint. Franklin, am I your biological brother? You have to ask Mom and Dad about this. Maybe I'm not. For the first time, Franklin made a joke, but Quinn was unable to laugh. He wanted to establish a strong image in front of Lauren, but when Franklin said that, he felt like a balloon poked by a needle. After mocking Quinn, the atmosphere in the car was obviously not as serious. However, no one took the initiative to speak. The air conditioner was turned on in the car, and the air was constantly flowing. Lauren's sensitive nose smelled the smell of rust. Was someone bleeding? Lauren gathered her spiritual sense again to search for the source of this smell. It came from the right. Was Quinn bleeding? Lauren recalled that Quinn had taken the initiative to step forward to subdue the drunk man. It was possible that he had been scratched. She shrugged. She did not care. There were fewer cars at night, and the road was very empty. Lauren accidentally dozed off, and when she woke up, she realized that she was almost there. Why did she feel that something was wrong? She remembered that the car windows were very hard. Are you awake? If you're awake, move your head away. It's too heavy. Lauren obediently moved her head away and realized that she had actually fallen asleep leaning against Quinn. Because she was short, she could only lean against Quinn's arm. Quinn shook his arm and immediately grimaced. My hand is numb. Lauren sat quietly back in her seat. Soon, the front door of the Torres residence appeared in front of her. Relying on the light in front of the door, Lauren immediately saw Mr. Hayes waiting for her at the door. She jumped out of the car and ran to Mr. Hayes. I missed you so much, Grandpa Hayes. I missed you too, Miss Lauren. Come, let's talk inside. I've prepared pastries for you. Not sure if Mr. Hayes had forgotten or for other reasons, but when he entered, he even closed the door and completely forgot about the other three people. Quinn, who was almost hit in the nose by the door, was speechless. When Lauren did not return, Mr. Hayes ignored him. Now that Lauren was back, Mr. Hayes had completely forgotten about him. How frustrating. Lauren had experienced a lot today. After eating the cake, she became even more sleepy. You eat till you're full and just sleep. If you're not a pig, then what are you? Quinn crossed his arms over his chest and spared no effort in ridiculing her. Lauren couldn't be bothered with him. Mr. Hayes held her hand and led her to the second floor. By the way, Grandpa Hayes, where's the medical kit? Why does Miss Torres need the medical kit? Are you injured somewhere? It's not me, it's that person. His hand should be injured. Mr. Hayes was confused. Who was that person? It's that person who hates me. She thought of using this to thank him for being her human pillow for the past 10 minutes. After saying this, Lauren said goodnight to Mr. Hayes and closed the door. Mr. Hayes thought for a while at Lauren's door, then he sighed and walked downstairs. While Quinn and Franklin were still talking, Mr. Hayes walked over with the first aid kit. Master Quinn, are you hurt? Quinn was stunned. Mr. Hayes, you finally remembered to show concern for me. He reached out his right hand. When he went to grab the wine bottle, he accidentally cut his palm on the glass. As the wound was not serious, so he did not take it to heart. Now that he looked at it, the blood had already coagulated. Mr. Hayes opened the medical box and took out a cotton swab and alcohol. Hiss, when the alcohol touched the wound, Quinn shrank back. Mr. Hayes, be gentle. Master Quinn, you are already such an adult. Are you still afraid of pain? After disinfecting the wound, he put on another band-aid. The wound is not serious, but Master Quinn has to be careful. Avoid touching this area for the next few days. Don't get it wet. Quinn raised his hand and complained to Franklin, who was sitting on the opposite side of the sofa and leisurely looking at his phone. "You really aren't my real brother. Even Mr. Hayes knows that I'm injured, but you don't even know." Franklin didn't even look at him as he continued to look at the news on his phone. Mr. Hayes held the medical box and said, "Master Quinn, I didn't discover your injury. It was instructed by Miss Torres. She said that you were injured, and asked me to take the first aid kit." "Oh." Quinn retracted his hand unnaturally and scratched his head. "She's quite attentive." Franklin's heart was filled with mixed feelings at the moment. Successfully bringing Lauren back had relieved the heavy burden on his heart for the past few days. Then, he looked at Quinn, who was trying his best to hide his embarrassed face. Lauren would certainly use her own way to let Quinn change his view about her. Chapter 83. They are all mothers. The next morning, Lauren got up early and prepared to meet the parents that Yulia had found. Quinn also got up early today to go for an audition. It had only been a few days since the advertisement was broadcast, but many investors had already approached Paul, hoping that they could work with Quinn. Paul picked a few better scripts for Quinn to choose from. In the end, he decided to go audition for a drama series involving teleporting. Quinn left the house without breakfast. When he left the house, he was still memorizing the lines for the audition and didn't greet anyone. Franklin turned on the morning news and ate his breakfast while listening to the financial news for that day. "Lauren, where are you going today?" Lauren had an egg stuffed in her mouth and was in a hurry to swallow it. Unexpectedly, she choked on the egg yolk instead. Franklin hurriedly handed her a glass of milk. "Phew, she's back to life." If she became the first host in history to choke to death on an egg yolk, she would probably be laughed at. "I'm going to Auntie Yulia's place today." As he was worried about Lauren, Franklin instructed Ben to keep him informed of Lauren's progress at all times. "Can you not get involved in such a dangerous matter? There are police officers around to do this." He felt frightened when Lauren locked him in his room, while she went to catch a ghost alone the last time. Lauren was still such a young child. Even if she was capable, what if something happened to her? But the police can't find her. Those mothers who lost their children are very pitiful. "I must help them." Wait a minute. Lauren was suddenly enlightened by what she had just said. Up until now, whether it was Yulia, Sophia from yesterday, or the few parents she was going to meet today, they were all mothers. Lauren had never heard Yulia mention her husband. After Isabella went missing yesterday, Sophia's husband also didn't show up. Once this thought popped up in her mind, Lauren couldn't sit still. "I'm not eating now. I'm leaving. Mr. Carson, let's go." Before Franklin could finish the porridge in his mouth, Lauren had already run out. Franklin turned his head around, and not even a strand of her hair could be seen. What Ben said made some sense. Lauren was indeed very fast at the critical moment. After Lauren got into the car, she kept urging Ben to drive quickly. "Got it, Miss Torres. Let me insert the car keys first." The car slowly drove out of the garage. After driving down 2 streets, Lauren realized that there was a black car following them. At this moment, the plot of the television series that she had watched with the maids all came to her mind. "Someone wanted to kidnap us. I am not afraid," Lauren thought. Ben looked at Lauren in the mirror. "Miss Torres, why did you suddenly roll up your sleeves? Are you feeling hot?" The air conditioner had already been turned to the lowest. "Mr. Carson, look behind us. Is there a car following us? Is it the mafia? Maybe they know my ability, so they specially came to assassinate me." Lauren's expression was serious. She frowned, and the word fighting was written on her small face. Ben could not help but laugh. "The people in the car behind are the bodyguards that Master Franklin had arranged for Miss Torres. Master Franklin is worried about your safety, so he specially selected these people to follow us. If you need anything, feel free to instruct them. However, they will not affect our daily operations." It was not the mafia that she had imagined. The passion that Lauren had just ignited was extinguished. Lauren arrived at the cafe that Yulia had pre-arranged. She was the first to arrive as she was feeling anxious. The others had yet to arrive. When Lauren entered the cafe, she specifically looked for the group of bodyguards, but she could not find them. As expected, they were well trained. Yulia soon arrived with a few women. Their eyes had the same blank and dead silence that Yulia had at that time. After Yulia's introduction, Lauren found out that some of their children had gone missing 2 years ago, while others had gone missing a month ago. All the people present were mothers. Lauren hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask, where are your husbands?" Yulia was the first to answer. "We divorced when I was pregnant with Lily. When my baby was 1 year old, my husband passed away in a car accident. My husband passed away 3 years ago because he was sick." The situation of the other women was similar. They all had one striking similarity, which was that their husbands were not around when their children went missing. Chapter 84, Lauren's Dream. Lauren could not believe that this was a coincidence. "Lauren, these parents really want to know if their children are still alive. You asked me to bring Lily's personal belongings the last time, and sensed that Lily was still alive. After they heard this, they really want you to take a look. Is that okay?" If it was the same group of people who had kidnapped the children, Lauren was almost certain that these children were still alive. When she saw the yearning eyes of these parents, she could not bear to refuse. They looked as if they had suddenly seen an oasis after walking in the desert for many years. "Yes, I'll help you later." Following that, Lauren asked them a few more questions, and they all answered one by one. From the stories of these few people, Lauren captured some common points. For example, their children were either lost on their own, just like in Lily's situation, or they inexplicably disappeared into thin air in the surveillance cameras. The police were also puzzled, so these cases were still pending. After Lauren understood the general situation, she was quite confident of her speculations. "Mr. Carson, please go to the police station and get the surveillance footage on those days these children went missing." Seeing was believing. It would be easier to tell whether Lauren's speculations were correct after she looked at the surveillance footage. The mothers had just finished talking about their sad stories and were now sobbing quietly. Lauren accompanied them silently. The sunlight shone in from the window. Looking out from the clean glass window of the cafe, one could see the gate of the kindergarten. There were 3 or 4 security guards standing at the gate of the kindergarten. Irene had told Lauren that because of these missing cases, they had increased the number of security guards and had been taking turns to guard it. Lauren shook her head gently. If it was really a ghost, how could these security guards be able to stop it? Suddenly, a few people in suits appeared at the gate. Then, Irene came out to open the door for them. "Auntie Yulia, do you think that is Miss Irene Pulver, the principal?" Yulia was comforting a female parent that she was more familiar with. When she heard Lauren's question, she raised her head to take a look. "Oh, yes. Miss Pulver has been preparing to open a new kindergarten recently. The few people in suits are all from the Education Bureau. They've been coming here quite frequently lately." While they were talking on this topic, the parent that Yulia was consoling spoke up. Her voice was still trembling. "Opening a new kindergarten? Then what about here? Are they going to stop operating here? What about my child? If this place is going to be demolished, won't there be no clues left?" "Sigh, I don't know either. Miss Pulver said that this place might be unlucky. If such things keep happening, the kindergarten won't be able to continue." Lauren turned her gaze back to the mothers. "After your children went missing, did the kindergarten have any reaction?" All the parents shook their heads. Although the children were lost near the kindergarten, it has nothing to do with the kindergarten. The police investigated and said that it was the child's own problem. However, those teachers took the blame and resigned. After sitting in the cafe for the whole morning, every parent told Lauren about their situation. To the outsiders, it might seem unbelievable. Why would these parents place their hopes on Lauren? She was just 4.5 years old. But to these parents, Lauren was their only hope. Even if it was very slim, they still had to grab any opportunities to find their children. There were no clues to these missing cases at all. Even the police could not do anything about it, so it was even harder for them to find their children on their own. They had no choice but to blindly trust Lauren. Following that, in the private room of the cafe, Lauren used the aura cane to help her detect the essence of the children. As expected, the aura cane was pointing in the same direction as it did for Lily. This meant 2 things, which were the children were still alive, and it was very likely that they were with Lily. After explaining the situation to the parents, they cried and begged Lauren to find their children. Lauren had no choice but to agree. System Divine 9, host, although none of the previous missions have failed, we have already spent too much time on this mission. What if? Lauren knew what System Divine 9 was about to say. What if the mission failed? What if she really could not find these children? However, Lauren was unwilling to think about this what if right now. Not to mention the nature of the mission itself, even if the time limit of the mission was exceeded, she would definitely continue to investigate. This was the biggest reason why she had agreed to be the host back then. It was not for the rewards and honor, but to continuously help one person after another. Chapter 85, Nice Fragrance. Lauren, Yulia and a few other parents walked out of the cafe. Miss Pulver happened to be escorting the guests to the entrance of the kindergarten. Looking at these familiar faces at the entrance of the cafe, Irene's eyes flickered for a moment before she walked over to them with a decent smile. Irene was 3 meters away from Lauren when she could already smell the fragrance on Irene's body. It was so fragrant. Lauren recalled that Irene's office was also filled with fragrance. Mrs. Wright, Mrs. Kohler, why is everyone gathered together today? What a coincidence. A few parents nodded at Miss Pulver, but their attitude was not very good. Although the police station had already stated that the missing child had nothing to do with the kindergarten, they still felt a little resentful in their hearts. Lauren is here too. Miss Pulver patted Lauren's head affectionately. The perfume on her wrist was even stronger. Lauren could not help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose. Hello, Auntie Irene. These aunties have all lost their children, so I am here to comfort them. I see, you are such a good girl. Irene smiled and looked at Yulia. Do you have any leads on finding Lily? Lauren shook her head. Not a single clue. Those surveillance cameras are useless. Lily got lost on her own, and the police officers that I know are also unable to help Auntie Yulia. Oh, Lauren, don't be discouraged. It's good that you have such a kind heart. Is your dad here again today? Why haven't I seen your mother? You mentioned that your mother is very beautiful the last time. I have always wanted to see her. Ben, who was in a daze at the side, was about to speak when Lauren squeezed his hand. Lauren spoke first. My mother is missing. When I was 1 year old, my mother left us. She already has another family now. I haven't seen her for a long time. Ben gave Lauren a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of someone who had watched a lot of drama series at 8 o'clock, she was able to make up stories one after another. You're such a cute little girl. How could there be someone who doesn't like you? Although Irene's tone was full of regret, Lauren actually sensed a warm light from her body. The appearance of this light showed that this person's mood was rather happy. I have to go back to work. As the preparatory work for the new kindergarten is still ongoing, there are still many things waiting for me to do. Irene bade farewell to all the parents one by one. Lauren also bid farewell to all the parents here. After leaving the cafe, Lauren went to the police station again. Ben had just received a call saying the old man who was in the surveillance footage was found yesterday, but his behavior was a little strange. It was already lunchtime, and Lauren had not had a good breakfast to begin with. She was feeling hungrier now. In the car, Lauren was sitting in front of the air conditioner while feeling hungry. Suddenly, she felt poetic and said, behind the vermilion gates, meat and wine go to waste, while out on the road lie the bones of the frozen. Ben was scratching his head. Miss Torres, what you're saying is a little too serious. It's the middle of the day, and the temperature is over 30 degrees Celsius. There's no such thing as frozen. Lauren made a face at Ben. I am just very hungry. Ben found a convenience store by the roadside and stopped. He was prepared to get out of the car to buy some food to fill his stomach, and at the same time, to shut Lauren up. Before he got out of the car, he saw a man knocking on their car window with 2 lunch boxes. Ben recognized this man. He was one of the bodyguards that Franklin had assigned to them. He rolled down the car window with ease. This is the lunch that Master Franklin told us to buy for Miss Torres. The man handed the lunch box to Ben. Without saying another word, he returned to the car at the back. Thus, the two of them started eating lunch in the car. The lunch box was still warm. Lauren could smell the meat fragrance coming from it. Franklin must have specifically instructed them to put more meat in the lunch box. The lunch box was filled with meat and vegetables. There was also a layer of rice at the bottom. It's all thanks to Miss Torres that I can eat such a delicious lunch. Ben was gobbling down the meat. I told you before that if you follow me, you will definitely have lavish meals. The two of them had a moment of camaraderie. After eating, they continued to drive to the police station. You want to see that old man? The police officer sat at the desk and asked Ben. Ben shook his head. It's not me, it's her. Ben extended his finger and pointed downwards. The policeman said, Who is it? It's Lauren. Chapter 86, Delirium. Lauren tried her best to stand on tiptoes. Half of her head and a pair of big round eyes appeared in front of her desk. I remembered this young lady. Is she the owner of the amusement park? Lauren nodded vigorously. Yes, it's me. The police understood as Franklin had already informed them. Thus, as long as there was no danger, they would do their best to satisfy Lauren's request. It was just an old man, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. He got Lauren to sign on a piece of document and then brought her to the interrogation room. Let me first explain the situation to you. We only managed to track down this old man's home address this morning. His name is Aloysius Arlando, and he's 70 years old this year. He has a wife, but when we went over this morning, we found that his wife had already been dead for a day. Lauren thought of that old lady and felt a little sad. How did that old lady die? The medical examiner has checked. It wasn't him who killed her, and there wasn't any fatal illness either. It should be that the old lady died of natural causes. She probably didn't catch her breath for a moment. However, it's also strange. His wife was only 65 years old. Logically speaking, she should still be in good health. One thing is very strange. When the old woman was discovered, her face was extremely dark. The neighbors said that they saw the old woman the day before yesterday. She was looking quite good. But the forensic doctor didn't find anything and he could only conclude that she died of natural causes. The police officer shook his head. After being in this line of work for a long time, he had encountered all kinds of strange things. He had kind of got used to it. Aloysius Arlando's condition isn't very good. Sometimes he's lucid, sometimes he's confused, and his mind isn't clear. We basically can't ask him anything. In order to avoid any harm, we have him under control. Don't they have children? I remember that they said that their son is out of town. Son? They do have a son, but he passed away 4 years ago because of liver cancer. Now they only have a granddaughter, who is 23 years old. I've already informed her to rush over today. He passed away? Does that mean that when they were chatting with me, they have already been possessed by a ghost? That was why they were talking nonsense and their memories were in a mess, Lauren thought to herself. As they spoke, they had already walked to the door of the interrogation room. Through the glass window, Lauren could see the old man. He was currently mumbling to himself. His eyes were empty and his hands were tied to the chair. Officer, can I go in alone? Miss Torres, let me go in with you. After staying with Lauren for so many days, Ben had long considered protecting and taking care of Laura, his biggest task. Lauren shook her head. The reason Aloysius was delirious was very likely that he was still haunted by ghosts. With them around, it was not easy for her to cast her spell. The police hesitated for a moment before agreeing. 2 more people were arranged at the door to protect her. Lauren gave Ben a new task. Mr. Carson, when I go in later, talk to the police officers and try to distract them. Don't let them notice what's happening inside. Why? I suspect that the old man has been possessed by a ghost. Maybe it's the little ghost in the surveillance footage. Ben raised his head in fear and looked at the old man. After listening to Lauren, Ben could sense the negative energy emanating from the old man's body through the glass window. Of course, this could also be due to his psychological misgivings. Since there was a ghost, then, let Lauren go in by herself as he was afraid. No problem, Miss Torres. I'll divert their attention. Lauren went in and sat opposite Aloysius Arlando. Aloysius did not react when he saw Lauren enter. His eyes were still cloudy and his gaze was unfocused. No one knew where he was looking. Do you remember me? I'm Lauren. Aloysius reacted when he heard the voice. He turned his head to look for the source of the voice. Who are you? I'm Lauren. We met at the amusement park. At that time, you were still with your wife, and both of you even praised me for being cute. I've never seen you before. Where's my wife? Where's my old lady? His reaction was a little strong when the old lady was mentioned. System Divine 9, host, I can feel that there is indeed an aura on this old man's body that doesn't belong to him. However, this aura isn't very strong, and he doesn't seem to be possessed by a ghost at the moment. Yeah, I have also sensed it. These ghosts would usually take advantage of those people with weak bodies or weak willpower, entering their weak bodies to do evil things. Chapter 87, Soul Cleansing Talisman. System Divine 9. That's right, host. You can use the Soul Cleansing Talisman. From what I can see, when the ghost left him, some of the evil energy left behind was still affecting the old man. So this explains the current situation of the old man. The old man's body was weak, so he was easily affected. It made sense when she thought about it this way. Maybe that old lady, who died mysteriously at home, died because the ghost left her body. A human would naturally die after a ghost absorbed his vital energy. This also explained why the old lady's face was completely black after her death. How could she still look good after her vital energy had been sucked away? The old man was still mumbling to himself. Lauren could not understand most of his words, but she could occasionally hear the words wife and old lady. Lauren glanced outside. Ben was already chatting with the police officers with their arms around each other's shoulders. The conversation between an old man and a child was probably not very pleasant, and the other police officers did not pay attention to them either. Lauren quietly took out a yellow blank talisman from her empty bag. Soul cleansing talismans were not commonly used, so Lauren had no ready-made talismans and could only draw them on her own. She recalled the drawing of this talisman, then dipped her fingertip into some water and began to draw on the talisman. System Divine 9. Your talisman drawing is really ugly. It looks like drawn by a ghost. Lauren was speechless. The place where her finger touched began to emit a golden light. She raised the talisman paper that she had drawn and pointed it at Aloysius. Suddenly, the interrogation room seemed to have a gust of wind. Aloysius's hair moved, and the turbid look in his eyes gradually disappeared. His body was unexpectedly straighter than before. A few seconds later, Aloysius spoke. You're finally back. His voice suddenly became full of energy, attracting the attention of the people outside the door. Ben hurriedly continued to chat with the police officer, but the police officer waved his hand. Wait, Aloysius's condition seems to be a little better. We have to take advantage of this time to make a statement. Ben tried to grab him but failed. The police officers had already opened the door of the interrogation room and entered. Lauren turned around, but the police officers only stood in the corner. It's fine, go on. I'll just stand here and watch. All right then, don't be scared, Lauren thought. Lauren asked, what do you mean by you're back? Aloysius recognized Lauren this time. Aren't you the little girl we met at the amusement park? Lauren nodded excitedly. You recognized me. How could I not? At that time, I wanted to remind you not to talk to me, but I couldn't control myself. Do you remember what happened in the past few days? We met almost every day at the amusement park. What were you and your wife doing there? Although Lauren had guessed the reason, she still had to confirm it. Aloysius raised his right hand and knocked his head. My wife and I never go to the amusement park. But for some reason, a few days ago, when we woke up, we walked to the amusement park as if we couldn't control ourselves. We couldn't control what we wanted to say or do. It was as if something was controlling us. System Divine 9. Sure enough, he was possessed by a ghost. Then as for the little girl you were holding hands with yesterday, do you still remember what happened? Speaking of this, it's even more surreal. I was clearly out to buy soy sauce yesterday, but when I reached the intersection, I was being controlled again. The next moment I was holding hands with a little girl. I thought it was an illusion, but the little girl suddenly disappeared, so I went home. The policeman standing in the corner shook his head. He thought he would be able to hear something valuable, but it seemed that the old man was still not clear-headed. Only Lauren knew that the old man's words were true. Even if they were worthless, they were still true. She walked out of the interrogation room and requested to see the videos of the missing cases in the kindergarten. It's all here. Master Franklin has already instructed us to compile all the surveillance videos of all the missing children in the city over the past 2 years. Wow, thank you, officer. Lauren tried her best to raise her head and smile. She even extended her hand and gave the police officer a thumbs up. In the afternoon, she and Ben watched the surveillance cameras separately in the surveillance room. Before that, Lauren had activated Ben's heavenly eye. After all, their goal was to see something that others could not. As a result, the sound of wailing could be heard from the surveillance room from time to time. Chapter 88, Competing for Favor. Miss Torres, why does this thing look like this? Ah, this thing can fly. This man has muscles. The police officers who were in the same room with them went from being shocked at first to being suspicious, and finally to being indifferent. Forget it, there was something wrong with everyone. The afternoon passed quickly in the atmosphere of a horror movie. Ben was no longer afraid when he saw ordinary ghosts now. He could even start commenting on them. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when the two of them left the police station. The police officer who sent the two of them out was traumatized by Ben's screams the entire afternoon. There was only peace in his heart now. I'm very happy to have your help today. Don't come again next time. Both Lauren and Ben were silent. I'm just kidding. This little girl is so cute, so she can come. I'll prepare candy for you when the time comes. But as for you, the police officer turned to Ben and said, you really don't have to come. On the way back, Lauren was sparing no effort to mock Ben. Ha ha ha, Mr. Carson, you're being despised. Miss Torres, stop laughing. I used to be scared but I'm not scared anymore. If you don't believe me, look at the one wearing a white dress by the roadside. Is she a ghost? But why do female ghosts like to wear white dresses? Lauren looked in the direction Ben had pointed. There were thousands of ghosts and there was nothing to be curious about. But with a glance, Lauren was stunned. What a familiar-looking ghost. In the surveillance footage that afternoon, Lauren had seen this female ghost several times. Without alerting anyone, Lauren quietly rolled down the car window and took out a red talisman. She chanted an incantation at the female ghost and the red talisman gradually became transparent. Lauren rolled up the car window in satisfaction. When she returned to the Torres residence, Franklin was waiting for her to start dinner. Miss Torres is back. It's time to eat. Mr. Hayes happily went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes while humming a song. The maid also brought Lauren some water. All of a sudden, the entire room was revolving around Lauren. After washing her hands, Lauren came to the dining table. The dishes were already arranged on the table. Let's eat. I have been working all day. I'm starving. Lauren sat in her usual seat and waited for everyone to arrive before she started eating. Franklin sat opposite Lauren and shouted at the curtains, Quinn, come and eat. Didn't you say you were hungry? Quinn silently poked his head out from behind the curtains. Lauren was silent. I'm not eating. I'm too hungry. You guys didn't let me eat when I wanted to, so I'm not eating anymore. After saying that, he retracted his head. What happened to him? Lauren asked in a low voice, afraid that she would disturb this mental patient. Franklin picked up a piece of beef and gave it to Lauren. He's playing with his newly bought luminous watch. Mr. Hayes also sat down to eat. When he heard what Franklin said, he laughed out loud. Master Franklin is getting better at making jokes. As for Master Quinn, he is angry. He said he wanted to eat a long time ago, but I told him to wait for you to come back before eating. Look, he's angry now. Mr. Hayes and Franklin took turns to put the dishes into Lauren's bowl till it formed a small pile. The beef cooked by the chef today is really fragrant, and it's also very tender. Yeah, the soup is also very delicious today. Master Quinn, are you sure you don't want to come over? Quinn, who had been working the whole day, could not resist the temptation and sat beside Mr. Hayes. Lauren saw that the latest newly released luminous watch was indeed on Quinn's wrist. So he was really looking at his watch just now. As expected, a man was forever a teenager until he died. Did anything interesting happen today? Tell me about it, Mr. Hayes asked. Lauren replied, Mr. Carson was ridiculed by the police today. Quinn said, a fan chased after me for 9 streets today, just to get my autograph. The two of them scrambled to answer as if they were competing for favor. What about you, Master Franklin? Franklin was stunned for a moment. I earned 80 million today. Everyone was surprised by his reply. You're the best. The most interesting thing is earning money. Dinner passed in a rather cheerful atmosphere. If one ignored the fact that Lauren and Quinn were secretly at loggerheads with each other. After dinner, Lauren did not stay any longer. Instead, she announced that she had something important to do, and immediately returned to her room. Just as she opened her room door, Lauren was stunned. The room was pink in color, the bed was filled with dolls, and there were many things that Lauren had never seen before. The wardrobe was also open. Inside was a neat pile of clothes and dresses. At the bottom of the wardrobe were a lot of new shoes. Many of the clothes had already been matched. Lauren could not wait. She put on one of the sets and looked at herself in front of the mirror. Chapter 89, The Night Walk of 100 Ghosts. It was not enough for her to show off in front of the mirror. Lauren wore her new clothes and went downstairs for a stroll. She even kept trying on new clothes, as if she was a model walking on the runway. Everyone praised her, especially Mr. Hayes and the other servants. Every time Lauren changed into a set of clothes and came downstairs, they began to cheer her on. "This dress is also very beautiful. Miss Torres really looks good in everything. This small bag looks better when matched with a set of clothes." In an instant, the first floor of the Torres residence turned into a fashion show. Quinn watched with a cold face and kept disagreeing with everyone. "What's there to look at? The color of this dress is too old-fashioned." Franklin just watched quietly from the side. His eyes revealed a doting expression that he did not even realize. Half an hour later, Lauren finally ended her fashion show. "I'm going back to my room. Everyone goes to bed early." Lauren stood at the staircase and said goodnight to everyone. Auntie Karen, who was standing beside the sofa, sighed. "Miss Torres, Temptation of Home is on tonight. Aren't you going to watch it with us?" Quinn was silent. "Auntie Karen, I won't watch it today. We'll watch it tomorrow." "All right, I'll record it then. We can make up for the rest tomorrow." Quinn remained silent. Temptation of Home? That doesn't sound like a serious drama, Quinn thought. After Lauren returned to her room, she took out a folded piece of leather from her bag. "System Divine 9, host, why are you taking out this map?" Lauren knew that System Divine 9 must have been lazy again. Otherwise, how could it not know what she was doing? "System Divine 9, you've been so lazy lately. You didn't even show up when I was doing my missions." System Divine 9 let out an awkward laugh in his head. "System Divine 9, I'm still in my developmental stage now. Teenagers in their developmental stage need a lot of rest. Lauren gave a disdainful smile. As expected, everyone finds a grand reason for their laziness. This leather map was so big that if it was to be fully unfolded, this room would not be enough to fit it in. Lauren started to dig through her pocket dimension and took out a small stick. This small stick was the same color as the leather. It was obvious that they were a set. Lauren took out the small stick and tapped on the folded leather map. Then, she uttered the time and place where she met the female ghost on the road today. 6:37 p.m., Orchard Road. The cowhide map unfolded itself as if it had a life of its own. The part that unfolded did not show Orchard Road, but a different area. The interesting thing about this map was that it was alive. There was a red dot on the map, and wherever the red dot moved, the map would extend to that area. System Divine 9, host, when did you use a location talisman? Why didn't I know about it? There are many things that you don't know, Lauren sang. After sitting in the car with Ben for a long time, Lauren had learnt most of the songs in Ben's car radio. Lauren and Ben sped up and looked through the surveillance footage in the afternoon. There were a few cases where children were really abducted by bad people. As for the other children, they were all taken away by various ghosts. Lauren calculated and found that there were more than 100 ghosts involved in this incident. If these ghosts didn't cause trouble, I would have let them off. Yet they are actually doing such an outrageous thing now. I must catch them all in one fell swoop. With so many ghosts acting at the same time, someone must have been behind the scenes. Lauren discovered that these ghosts had been abducting children intermittently for the past 2 years. This meant that these ghosts must have a common den. Lauren stared at the red dot for an hour. In between, the ghost wandered from the west to the east of the city and back to the west. It seemed to be a ghost that had been around for some time, and its movement speed was quite fast. Lauren was so sleepy from staring at it that she laid on the bed. Why does this ghost keep walking around in the middle of the night? It doesn't sleep. System Divine 9, if not, why do you call it the night walk of 100 ghosts? Ghosts only appear in the middle of the night. Lauren rolled around on the bed in a daze. Wait a minute. The night walk of 100 ghosts. Lauren suddenly bounced up from the bed, and she no longer felt sleepy. That's right, why did she have to wait until daytime to catch them? Chapter 90, 10 times the salary. It was late at night, and they would definitely gather together to absorb the negative energy of heaven and earth. This was the best time to capture them all in one fell swoop. Lauren hurriedly jumped out of bed and sat in front of her desk. On the desk was a neat row of blank yellow talisman papers. She did not know how many ghosts she would meet, so it was better to prepare more talisman papers. She dipped her finger into the water and quickly wrote and drew on the talismans. Hey, this drawing is pretty good. It must be very effective. Immobilizing talisman, soul-sucking talisman, location talisman. These few types of talismans should be enough to deal with these little ghosts. Lauren stored these talismans in her pocket dimension and went downstairs. Everyone had already returned to their rooms. There was only one light on the first floor. Fortunately, Lauren had good eyesight, and she bypassed the furniture and walked to the phone, ready to call Ben. Should she get a cell phone in the future? The phone rang a few times and Ben's sleepy voice could be heard. After Wendy was reincarnated, Ben rejected Lauren's offer to stay with the Torres family. He preferred to stay at his old house. That house had many beautiful memories of him and Wendy for so many years. Now that he had lost Wendy, he could only hold on to his memories. Mr. Hayes. Ben subconsciously assumed that the calls from the Torres family were usually from Mr. Hayes. Mr. Carson, it's Lauren. Miss Torres, what's wrong? Ben got up from the bed and rubbed his eyes. Mr. Carson, can you come and pick me up now? Now, it's 10:45 p.m. Where else are we going? Miss Torres, I only work for 8 hours. The first floor was silent and Lauren deliberately lowered her voice. We're going to catch a ghost. Mr. Carson, tonight, I will pay you 10 times your salary. When it comes to money, I won't be sleepy, Ben thought. He immediately agreed and said that he would be there in 15 minutes. It was just a ghost, he had seen it many times. He was now a person who had seen the world. If he had known what he was about to face, he would not agree even if he was to be paid 100 times his salary. Unfortunately, there was no if. Lauren put on her clothes and sat on the sofa while waiting for Ben in the living room. From time to time, there were some soft sounds coming from the second floor. It was likely that Franklin was still working overtime in the study. Lauren thought about it on the sofa for a long time. She still felt that she should inform Franklin so that he would not worry. What if he went into the room to tuck her in like last time? Thus, Lauren returned to the second floor. As expected, light was shining through the gap of Franklin's study room door, and Lauren could hear Franklin speaking German from inside. He was probably in a meeting. Lauren waited for a while. When the sound from inside stopped, she knocked on the door. The knocking sound was exceptionally clear in the night. The sound of footsteps came from the study room. It approached from afar, and then the heavy wooden door of the study room was opened. Franklin was holding his phone in one hand while holding the doorknob in the other. He was wearing soft and comfortable plaid pajamas. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping at this time of the night? After Lauren entered the study room, Franklin noticed that she was neatly dressed, and she was also carrying the small pink bag that she had with her at all times. Are you going out at this time of the night? Franklin frowned. If Lauren had said that she wanted to go out to catch ghosts, Franklin would definitely not let her go out. There was no other way. She had to be a bad child for once. I want to go out. I want to eat supper. We can make supper. There's no need to go out to eat. But, I want to go for a ride. It's so comfortable to go for a ride at night. With Mr. Carson accompanying me, it's fine. Lauren, who was lying, subconsciously lowered her head and avoided Franklin's gaze. Lauren, who had never cared about authority, was actually a little nervous when she faced Franklin at this moment. She felt like a kid who did not do her homework, wanted to go out and play, and got caught by her parents. Lauren's round eyes rolled around, and she decided to act coquettishly again. She was so cute. No one would be able to resist her cuteness. So, she raised her head and was about to reveal her cutest smile when she saw Franklin looking at her with an expressionless face. Don't think of acting coquettishly, it's useless. It's almost 12 o'clock. No matter how good the security here is, you shouldn't go out at such a young age. Seeing that Franklin was so stubborn and Ben should be arriving soon, Lauren had no choice but to tell him her real purpose of going out. Well, I am actually going out to catch ghosts. As Lauren said this, her voice became softer and softer, as though she was afraid that Franklin would hear her clearly. Chapter 91, Ghost Hunting Squad. What? Going out to catch ghosts? These are just little ghosts wandering in the human world. They're not dangerous at all. I have prepared everything, so there won't be any danger," Lauren hurriedly explained. She almost raised her hand to swear. No, it's too dangerous. Even though he knew that Lauren was different from ordinary people and he had seen her abilities, Franklin was still worried to let Lauren come into contact with these things. "Franklin, this operation is very important. If we can catch these ghosts, then Lily might be found. And those children who have gone missing in the past 2 years might also be found. I have been working hard for this mission for almost half a month, so I can't just give up halfway. That's not my style." In order to prove that she was indeed ready, Lauren even took out a stack of talismans that she had prepared earlier from her pocket dimension. It was filled to the brim, and Lauren could not even hold it with one hand. "Look, I am indeed ready. Just let me go." Franklin looked at Lauren's eager eyes and his heart softened. "You can go." "Thank you, Franklin," Lauren cheered happily. "But you have to bring me along." "Huh? I won't be at ease without you." But Ben was already downstairs, as Lauren could see the car lights flashing. She and Ben had agreed on a secret signal. When the car lights flashed 3 times consecutively, it would mean that Ben had arrived. No buts. "If you want to go, you have to bring me along." Lauren did not have time to hesitate and could only agree. There was no time for Franklin to change his clothes, so he had no choice but to follow behind Lauren in his pajamas and slippers. The two of them had just reached the stairs on the 2nd floor when a flash of light shone on them brightly. "What are you two doing?" Franklin and Lauren raised their heads and saw Quinn standing on the stairs on the 3rd floor with the flashlight on his phone. It was as if he was saying, "Look, I caught the thief." Quinn walked down the stairs. He was wearing the same type of pajamas as Franklin. He was in blue and Franklin was in black. Mr. Hayes had bought these pajamas for them. He said that they would make the family look more in style. "It's so late at night. Where are you two going?" Franklin, who had always been eloquent, choked up. What should he say? They were going to catch a ghost. Only a ghost would believe that. Quinn looked at their hesitant expressions and said angrily, "Are you two going to have supper behind my back?" "I'm going to. I haven't eaten my fill tonight." "You've given all the meat to a certain someone to eat." Lauren rolled her eyes under the flashlight. "A certain someone? He's so childish," Lauren thought. "We're not going for supper." The door downstairs opened and then closed, and the sound of footsteps could be heard. The 3 of them looked downstairs, and Ben's head appeared at the top of the stairs. "Miss Torres, I've been waiting for a few minutes. Are you ready?" Why are there so many people? Did Miss Torres form a ghost hunting squad?" Quinn became angrier when he saw Ben appear. "Even Ben is invited for supper. I can't believe you guys left me behind." Thus, 2 more people joined in the fun and formed the ghost hunting squad. Lauren sat in the front passenger seat while the 2 people in black and blue plaid pajamas sat in the back seat. Who wouldn't say that this combination was strange? If people knew that they were the young masters and young lady of the Torres family, they would probably be on the city's forum for a few days. "Miss Torres, where are we going?" Ben had already started driving, but only then did he realize that he did not know where their destination was. Lauren took out her leather map from her pocket dimension, and just like before, she took out a small stick. Soon, the red dot reappeared on the map. Ben had been following Lauren for a long time. Though he would still be surprised when he saw Lauren take out these strange things, his reaction was no longer so intense. Quinn opened his mouth wide in the back seat, as it was his first time witnessing this. Quinn pointed at Lauren. "She's not a muggle." Lauren turned around in confusion. "What muggle?" Franklin casually removed Quinn's hand. "It's okay, don't worry about him." Quinn retracted his hand, but he could not retract the shock in his eyes. "Franklin, she knows magic." Chapter 92, Surrounded and blocked them. Franklin face-palmed. He should have knocked him unconscious on the stairs back then. As for Lauren, what she was thinking now was she should have sneaked away on her own back then. There were not many cars on the road at night. Ben had been a driver for many years and was very familiar with the roads here. He soon reached the vicinity of where the red dot was. "What is this place? I've lived in this city for more than 10 years, but I don't think I've ever been to this place." Quinn looked at the low houses outside the window. The roads here had not been completely built yet, and some places were still full of potholes. Some of the street lights along the road were working, and some were broken. The working street lights were also flashing. This whole place was a scene for a horror movie. At this moment, Quinn was distracted as he told himself to memorize the address of this place. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to shoot a horror movie here in the future. It won't be long now. We'll reach this red dot after 2 more turns. Lauren led the way seriously. Turn right. Turn right at the spoilt street lamp in front of us. Franklin looked at the buildings outside the window and also felt that they were unfamiliar. Although there were many houses in this place, they were all low. Most of them were flat. Moreover, the exterior walls of the houses had lost their paint and the walls were sparsely covered. There was no one living in the houses, and none of the lights were on. Lauren, on the other hand, was not bothered with this environment. She was not surprised at all, as this was the place where the 100 ghosts gathered was like. These old houses were uninhabited, and they were the best habitat for ghosts. This area was far away from the crowds, and the negative energy was very strong. The ghosts had stayed in this area for a long time, in the hope that they would not be affected by humans and could continue to absorb the negative energy to become stronger. And these ghosts that had become stronger would start to harm others. Along the way, Lauren could already see many ghosts floating around. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone had set foot in this area, so when these ghosts saw their car, they gathered together and pointed at them in surprise. Lauren could even see some excitement in their eyes. In the middle of the night, the human body was the weakest, while the ghosts were the most energetic. At this time, if the ghosts could absorb human essence, then their power would increase greatly. Thus, the 4 people in the car naturally became the targets of these ghosts. They probably thought that they were tigers, while the people in the car were sheep. When a sheep entered the tiger's mouth, how could they not eat it? Thus, wherever Lauren's car went, a bunch of ghosts followed behind. The deeper they went into this area, the more ghosts there were. Some of them even floated directly in front of their car. Ben was very silent now. It was not because he was not afraid, but because he was too afraid. Oh my God, how scary. Right now, he only wanted to go back to an hour ago and smash his head. Miss Torres, I can't see where I'm going. More and more ghosts piled up beside their car. In Ben and Lauren's eyes, it was as if they were surrounded by ghosts and couldn't move an inch. Meanwhile, Franklin and Quinn, who were sitting in the back seat, looked calm as if they were really out for a ride. But why did it feel a little cold? Quinn rubbed his arms. Ben, turn off the air conditioner. It feels a little cold. Ben said with a trembling voice, Master Quinn, I didn't turn on the air conditioner. Franklin did not feel anything. He sat upright even though he was wearing his pajamas. He looked as if he was going to attend some important meetings. More and more ghosts were lying on the car window and on the front cover of the car. Ben's hands could not stop trembling. He had never known that ghosts had so many forms. Some were floating, some were crawling, and some had their heads and feet swapped places. He did not want to continue looking forward. He turned his head and saw that the ghost on the car window was even more terrifying. There were no eyes or nose on the ghost's face. Only a big bloody mouth took up almost the entire face. No matter how mentally prepared Ben was, he was so frightened by this scene that he almost screamed. Lauren looked around and saw many familiar ghosts. She had seen these ghosts in the surveillance footage. Looking at the map, Lauren noticed that the red dot was also walking towards their car. After capturing all of them, she stored them into the soul storage device and would slowly interrogate them when she returned. Lauren put away the leather map. Mr. Carson, you can stop the car now. They did not need to look for the ghosts anymore now. The ghosts would come to look for them automatically. Ben heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. He stepped on the brakes. Chapter 93 activated his heavenly eye. Miss Torres, what should we do now? The ghosts did not move. They just stuck close to the car and stared at them. Quinn, who was sitting in the back of the car, had already recovered from the magic incident. He convinced himself that what he had just seen was just a toy. At that moment, he looked outside. It was empty. He pushed Ben, who was sitting in the driver's seat, with his knee. What do you mean? Why are we stopping in the middle of the road? Have we run out of petrol? Franklin's expression was grave. Although he was like Quinn and could not see anything, he knew that something was not right from the expressions on Lauren and Ben's faces. A strong wind had unknowingly started blowing outside, and the trees by the roadside swayed from side to side in the wind. The dark sky added a layer of mystery to this bleak scene. No one paid any attention to Quinn. "What's wrong? Aren't we going to have supper?" Ben had no words to express his bitterness. He's still thinking of having supper. They might just become these ghosts' supper, Ben thought. Lauren suddenly turned around. The talisman in her hand flew toward Quinn's forehead and accurately stuck to it. Before Franklin could make a sound, Quinn seemed to have lost all his strength. He leaned against the car window and closed his eyes. "Don't worry, he's just asleep. I have temporarily sealed his consciousness. Once that talisman is removed, he'll wake up." If Quinn was awake, it would only hinder them. Lauren took out a large stack of talisman papers from the pocket dimension and gave some to Ben. "Mr. Carson, these are for you." Ben did not dare to take them. He was almost scared to tears by what had happened tonight. "Lauren, Miss Torres, why are you giving them to me?" Lauren stuffed the talisman papers into Ben's hands without any explanation. "I'm giving them to you for self-defense. You can see these ghosts now. If you see one, stick one on it. Don't be afraid. Ordinary ghosts can't resist it at all." Ben had never touched such things before. The stack of talisman papers seemed to be burning hot, and he could not help but push them out. "Mr. Carson, ghosts can absorb the essence of humans. If you can't protect yourself, then you can only sit and wait for death." Lauren became serious and threatened Ben. When Ben heard this, he quickly grabbed the talisman papers in his hands. "I want it! I want it!" Franklin, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke. "What about me? I can help too." System Divine 9. Franklin has extremely strong positive energy. Ordinary ghosts can't harm him. On the contrary, if he appears, it might be of great help to our operation this time. Lauren knew that System Divine 9 was right. However, this plan would expose Franklin to danger. "System Divine 9, I know what you're worried about. However, it's more dangerous if you leave him alone in the car. It's better to let him protect himself like Ben. Lauren struggled for a while. More and more ghosts gathered around the car, so there was not much time left. Although Lauren was confident that her ability was above these ghosts, she was still outnumbered. If there were too many ghosts, one or two of them could take advantage of the situation. Lauren made a decision. "Franklin, I'm going to open the heavenly eye for you now. After opening the heavenly eye, you'll see something." Ben was having a breakdown. Was this just something? This was a lot of *T. Franklin nodded and did not ask further. "Come on." Seeing how calm Franklin was, Lauren felt less doubtful of her decision. "Close your eyes, Franklin." Franklin obediently closed his eyes and felt Lauren's fleshy little hand stop on his eyelids for a moment. A wave of heat came and then faded. "All right, you can open your eyes now. But don't be scared." Lauren's hand slowly moved away from Franklin's eyes. Franklin felt that his eyelids were a little heavy, and some voices that had not been heard earlier also appeared in his ears. It was like a voice that came from afar. It was very drifting and carried a sinister feeling. He opened his eyes. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. In an instant, his pupils dilated. Lauren did not have time to explain to Franklin anymore. She also placed a stack of talisman papers in Franklin's hands. "Our mission today is to catch ghosts. The talisman papers in your hands are the ones that I have already chanted. They will have an effect as long as you stick them on the ghosts. The talismans that I have given you are all immobilizing talismans. After you immobilize the ghosts, I will use the soul storage device to put away these ghosts." Franklin nodded, indicating that he understood. Ben shook his head, indicating that he did not want to go out. But this moment would always come, and he had to fight his way out. Chapter 94. Immobilizing Talisman. "I'll get out of the car first and suppress the surrounding ghosts for the time being. You guys can get out later. Lauren, be careful." Franklin frowned as he advised Lauren. He was not as proficient as Lauren in these aspects, but it gave him some peace of mind to be able to give advice. "Don't worry, Franklin." Lauren decisively opened the car door, got out of the car, and quickly closed the car door. Although she was fast, the surrounding ghosts were keenly aware of the pure positive energy on these few humans. If they could absorb this positive energy, their cultivation would greatly increase. In particular, the aura on Franklin's body was extremely dense, so many ghosts turned towards Franklin's side of the car window. The moment Lauren got out of the car, she took out a stack of talismans. She scattered the talismans into the air, and the talismans just floated there. Lauren stretched out her right hand towards the sky, and her lips buzzed. Her index and middle fingers immediately flashed with a golden light. The surrounding ghosts seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and were slowly retreating. However, they could not bear to part with the few humans who had delivered themselves to their doorstep, so they continued to linger around. Lauren used her glowing fingertips to point at the talismans floating in the air. Every time she pointed at one of them, a ghost would be immobilized. In just a few short seconds, more than 10 ghosts were immobilized. Lauren quickly beckoned for Ben and Franklin to get out of the car. As soon as the two of them opened the car door, they could feel a chilly air creeping up their bodies. Due to Lauren's immobilization spell, the ghosts were no longer gathered together. Instead, they were scattered slightly. However, as the saying goes, strength comes with numbers. The ghosts probably thought the same, since they definitely outnumbered the few people there. Therefore, even though a few of their companions were immobilized by Lauren's spell, they showed no fear and only retreated slightly. As soon as Ben and Franklin got off the car, they began to gather around them again. Thus, Lauren, Franklin and Ben became the three centers of attention where the ghosts gathered. "Mr. Carson, paste the talisman in your hand on him." Although they had arranged it nicely in the car just now, Ben did not know what to do when he came into close contact with the ghosts. He just stood there in a daze, with his legs trembling. Many chilly sensations were constantly approaching Ben. Hearing Lauren's roar, Ben picked up a talisman in a fluster and stuck it on the face of the male ghost closest to him with his eyes closed. In that instant, Ben felt that the cold sensation seemed to have stopped for a moment. He opened his eyes and saw that the male ghost that he had stuck a talisman on was actually frozen on the spot. He was still maintaining the terrifying posture of reaching out to grab him. However, more ghosts began to attack him. With his first successful experience, Ben began to use the talisman in his hand to immobilize the ghosts. Compared to Ben's chaotic situation, Franklin was much more relaxed. As Franklin's positive energy was the purest and the most exuberant, there were many little ghosts hoping to get a share of his energy. Therefore, compared to Ben, there were more ghosts on Franklin's side. However, he was not in a hurry. His movements were fast and steady. The talisman paper in his hand hit every target. Lauren quickly finished dealing with the surrounding ghosts and began to collect the ghosts with the soul storage device. Of course, there were also criteria. She would only collect the ghosts that appeared in the surveillance footage. Otherwise, she would waste the space of the soul storage device. The immobilizing talisman only had half an hour's duration, so Lauren sped up the collection of ghosts. Otherwise, if the other ghosts resumed their movements and she ran out of talisman paper, she would not be able to handle them. The ghosts on Ben's side became fewer and fewer, as they were all attracted to Franklin's side. The wind was blowing stronger and stronger. Ben could not even stand properly. Lauren's black hair was also fluttering wildly in the wind, giving off a tragic feeling. "Miss Torres, Master Franklin is in danger," Ben suddenly shouted. Lauren turned her head and saw a female ghost in a red dress from behind, ready to strangle Franklin's neck. Most of the ghosts in red dresses were malicious ghosts. They had encountered a lot of things in their previous life. Their suffering was too much to forget, so they could not be reincarnated. They could only wander around the human world with hatred. As this hatred brewed, they would go out to harm others. Lauren immediately put away the soul storage device and summoned many small talisman papers. The talisman papers flew out one after another and hit the body of the female ghost in red dress. After being hit, the female ghost in red dress took a step back. This kind of female ghost could not be allowed to wander around at will, so Lauren also put her into the soul storage device. "Quinn!" Franklin suddenly roared. Lauren looked in the direction of the car and realized that they had not closed the car door after getting out of the car just now. A ghost was quietly trying to squeeze into the car right now. Chapter 95, Too Paranoid. Ghosts belong to another dimension, so they could not touch real objects in the human world unless they had the help of a charm or possessed someone else's body to complete the mission. Therefore, these ghosts had no way to open the car door. They could only compress and squeeze themselves in. Franklin and Lauren quickly ran over. Lauren went to catch the ghost while Franklin went to close the car door. In the panic, no one noticed that the talisman on Quinn's head was on the verge of falling off. After ensuring that everything was safe on Quinn's side, Franklin and Lauren went to deal with the remaining ghosts. The two of them worked very well together. It should be about time. Lauren looked at the soul storage device in her hand. As there were too many new ghosts, these ghosts were causing a ruckus. The soul storage device was also shaking non-stop, as if these ghosts would jump out at any moment. Ben's head was already covered in cold sweat. Is it over? He looked around and found that no ghosts dared to approach them. Only a few ghosts were still floating a dozen meters away from them, as if they were still waiting for an opportunity to move. Ben made a feint as if he was going to stick a talisman on them, and the ghosts immediately floated away in fear. Ha ha ha, Miss Torres, I didn't expect these ghosts to be so timid. Lauren was speechless. But then again, these talismans are really useful. Miss Torres, give me more of these so that I won't be afraid in the future. That won't do. We can't abuse this thing or it will destroy the order of their world. We just need to punish those ghosts who have done bad things. Lauren waved the soul storage device in her hand. At this time, the soul storage device was constantly changing its color. Listen up, those little ghosts inside. Wait for me to interrogate you properly. Alright, let's go. Yes, this place looks gloomy. It's suitable for summer in July, Ben also complained. After they returned to the car, they realized that Quinn was actually awake. At this moment, he was sitting in a daze. His eyes were still looking in the direction where the three of them had just caught the ghosts. This is bad. Lauren and Franklin looked at each other. It was Quinn who broke the silence first. Ben, let's go. Let's get away from this wretched place first. Ben also wanted to leave this wretched place as soon as possible. He did not care about the speed limit anymore. He stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. Soon, the lights on the roadside lit up, and they began to see people walking on the road. Miss Torres, is that old man sitting by the roadside a person? Lauren nodded. Mr. Carson, you're too paranoid. Ben let out a sigh of relief. Once bitten, twice shy. This area was gradually becoming more popular, and the temperature in the car had also returned to normal. It was not as cold as before, which seeped into the bone marrow. After a busy night, Lauren felt a little hungry. It was nearly midnight, and the roadside food stalls were still filled with customers. The tables set up on the side of the street were filled with all kinds of delicacies, emitting waves of fragrance. It smelled so good and Lauren unconsciously swallowed her saliva. Why don't we make the fake purpose of this operation into reality? Lauren pointed at the barbecue stall outside. How could Franklin not know what Lauren meant? This little glutton wanted to eat again. But he looked at the pajamas he and Quinn were wearing and could not decide for a moment. It's okay, Franklin. No one will be watching you at night. Okay. Lauren crossed her arms and placed them on her chin. She began to behave coquettishly towards Franklin again. Franklin had lived for 23 years and did not have many girls by his side. So, the cute little girl Lauren was really too much for him to handle. Okay. If those partners who worked with Torres Enterprise knew that Franklin was open to coquettishness, it would certainly cause a bit of a commotion among them. They parked their car by the side of the road and got out. Quinn remained silent after he said that he was going to leave, and Franklin was the one who pulled him out of the car. The food stalls at night were always filled with a nostalgic atmosphere. There was a family sitting by the side of the road, and there were also people who drank to drown their sorrows. Lauren found a table in the corner. After all, Franklin and Quinn were too eye-catching. It was best to be careful. When Lauren was in the church, she would sneak out with the people in the church to buy such food to eat. She really missed those days when she thought about them now. Chapter 96, The Glowing Box. Lauren had already sat down and started ordering with Ben. Franklin was even wiping the table and chair with a tissue in his hand. As he wiped, he muttered, "There are oil stains here, and there are also oil stains there." After ordering more than a dozen ingredients for the barbecue, Lauren handed the menu in her hand to Franklin. "Franklin, see if there's anything else you want to eat." Franklin waved his hand and pointed at Quinn. "Quinn, didn't you say you were hungry? Let's see what you want to eat." There was still no reaction. Just as Lauren was about to take back the menu, Quinn suddenly spoke, giving everyone a shock. "You guys still have the mood to eat? What were you guys doing just now?" Quinn turned his body to Franklin, who was sitting on his right. "Franklin, you're a grown-up and the CEO of a company. Why are you still playing with them?" So Quinn thought they were playing just now. "We're not playing," Lauren retorted angrily. "If you're not playing, then what are you doing? You're holding a pile of talisman papers and pasting them everywhere. Also, how much did you pay for that small box that glows?" It was only then that Lauren suddenly realized that Quinn's heavenly eyes were not activated. From his point of view, the three of them were just playing around. For a moment, Lauren did not know if she should tell Quinn the truth. However, in order to avoid further misunderstandings between Quinn and Lauren, Franklin told Quinn about the case of Lily's disappearance. He also told him everything about the ghost hunt just now. "So, Franklin, you saw a ghost just now?" Franklin nodded. "Okay, I got it." Quinn accepted it so quickly. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Since Quinn also knew about these things, they did not need to be secretive anymore and went on to discuss the other missing cases. "What do you plan to do after you catch those little ghosts?" After wiping the table, Franklin began to wash the bowls and chopsticks with boiling water. The soul storage device in the pocket dimension was still shaking non-stop. Lauren stretched out her hand and patted it, signaling for them to calm down. "The ghosts I put in are all related to the missing cases in the past 2 years. Since they have committed such a collective crime, there must be a mastermind manipulating them. I should be able to interrogate them properly. Miss Torres, are those missing kids really still alive? Those who went missing recently might still be alive, but where could those children who went missing 2 years ago go? There's no lead about them at all in the past 2 years. A living person can't just disappear for no reason, right?" Lauren thought about this for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Why did this mastermind need so many children? However, the Auracane wouldn't make a mistake. They were indeed still alive. They are indeed still alive, but... Franklin asked, "But what?" Lauren suddenly thought of some other possibilities. When we say that a person lives in the world, we mean that one can feel his aura. However, there are many forms of living. Ben was a little dumbfounded. Many forms. For example? Lauren shook her head and pushed those possibilities to the back of her mind. Coincidentally, the grilled food was served. At Lauren's request, more cumin and chili were added. "Wow, this grilled squid looks so delicious. Feel free to eat, everyone. I am treating today. Thank you for your help tonight." After she finished speaking, she picked up 2 roasted chicken legs and placed one on each of Ben's and Franklin's plates. Quinn was speechless. "Where's mine? I came out specially to eat meat." Lauren rolled her eyes. "I gave you the menu and you're zoning out." "I'm not zoning out. I'm in shock." Quinn's image had completely collapsed in Lauren's mind. She had initially thought that he was a good-looking idol, but in the end, he was a cowardly idiot. Quinn stood up in a huff and went to add more dishes. Franklin carefully took a bite of the drumstick to prevent the oil from getting on his face or clothes. It was quite delicious. He finished eating the entire drumstick carefully and with relish before he spoke up for his younger brother. "Don't bully Quinn all the time. He's tough on the outside, but soft-hearted on the inside." Lauren did not care about her image as much as Franklin did. Her entire mouth was filled with oil. Franklin could not stand it and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. Lauren pouted and let Franklin manage her image. "HMPH, he bullied me first. I'm only giving him a taste of his own medicine." "Franklin, this leek is also very delicious." "Leek, don't worry, there won't be any smell." Chapter 97, Interrogation. They chatted heartily as they quickly finished their supper. By the time Lauren returned, she was so sleepy that she could barely open her eyes. Franklin had no choice but to carry her upstairs and place her on the bed. "Franklin, do you really treat her as your younger sister?" Quinn watched as Franklin placed Lauren on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and turned on the bedside lamp. He really could not connect this older brother to the brother he knew when he was younger. "When I was young, you ignored me when I kicked the blanket. You even snatched my blanket once. Now, you're showing so much concern for a younger sister that you've only known for less than a month." Franklin waved his hand and motioned for him to talk outside. He only spoke after he gently closed Lauren's room door. I'm not treating her like a sister, she is our sister to begin with. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Since you're targeting her every day, why don't you get to know her better? After he finished speaking, Franklin patted Quinn on the shoulder and entered his own room. Quinn looked at the two closed doors in front of him and muttered as he returned to his own room. This little brat must have drugged him. When Lauren woke up the next morning, she had already forgotten how she had returned to her bed. Perhaps she had spent a lot of energy on the ghost hunt yesterday. She woke up much later than usual today. The soul storage device was placed on the cabinet by her bed. There were no longer any ghosts that were rebelling inside. After the heavy supper last night, she was not hungry now. She chanted an incantation and opened the soul storage device. The dozen or so ghosts that had been brought in yesterday all floated out. Of course, after staying in the soul storage device for an entire night, they no longer had the ability to move. Lauren counted them. There were 14 ghosts in total, both male and female. She could sense that these ghosts were not young. They had been wandering in the human world for at least 5 years and had long missed the best opportunity to reincarnate. From Lauren's point of view, her room was now full of ghosts. All of you line up and tell me about yourself one by one. One of the male ghosts, who looked to be in his 50s, took a step forward and asked, "What do you want us to say? Who are you? Why did you capture us?" It seemed that this male ghost was the leader of this group of ghosts. The other ghosts were all cowering behind this male ghost. "My name is Lauren. I specialize in capturing ghosts who have done bad things. Each of you must be related to the hundreds of missing children cases that have happened in this city." The ghosts began to look at one another in dismay. "What does this have to do with you?" The leading ghost continued to confront Lauren, but his aura was clearly much weaker. This made Lauren a little unhappy. These ghosts had clearly done the wrong thing, yet they appeared so justified. "I don't want to waste time talking to you. Just tell me, where are the children that you took away?" The group of ghosts remained huddled together and did not speak. "If you don't speak, I will lock you into the soul storage device and you will never be able to come out again." A little boy who was huddled in the corner suddenly spoke. "No, if you lock me in there, I will never be able to see my mother again." Humans yearned for freedom, so did ghosts. If they were only trapped in a small box, it would be too miserable for them. "I know that you didn't do these things willingly. As long as you cooperate with me to complete this mission, I can try my best to eliminate the sins attributed to you, so that you can have the chance to be reincarnated." "Really? We can really be reincarnated?" Many ghosts began to react when they heard this condition. "Of course. I will definitely help you achieve it, if you make up for what you've done. You all know that, right?" Thus, the group of ghosts formed a circle and whispered among themselves. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged lead ghost spoke on behalf of them. His name was George. He did not have a surname. He had been an orphan since he was young, so he had grown up by himself. When he was 53, he died in a car accident. No one claimed his body, so he became a wild ghost with nowhere to go. "When I was born, I had no place to go. So, I naturally had no place to go after I died. I could only wander alone. Fortunately, I met this group of ghosts who had the same experience as me. As you can see, that area is where we gather. But there are too many ghosts, we don't have the ability to protect ourselves, and we are often bullied by other ghosts. So we have to do something to improve our cultivation. We don't want to hurt others, we just want to protect ourselves." Chapter 98, Warehouse. George was currently lowering his head in shame. He had been a human for more than 50 years and a ghost for several more. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous. Perhaps it had been too long since he last evaluated himself. "And then, what does this have to do with you guys abducting children?" Lauren sat cross-legged on the bed, her hair draped behind her back, and she looked as exquisite and beautiful as a doll. 2 years ago, a male ghost called Miles Parker came to us and asked if we wanted to improve our cultivation. Of course we wanted to. The mission he gave us was to go to all sorts of places to look for children. "Did you choose those missing children yourself?" George nodded. "Yes, our cultivation is not high enough. We don't dare to approach people with too much positive energy, so we can only look for children with weaker energy." Lauren finally understood why did all the missing children come from single mothers' families. The presence of a father would cause the energy in the children to become denser, and these wandering ghosts did not have enough abilities to control the children with stronger positive energy. Then where were these children sent to in the end? George hesitated for a moment, as if he was afraid that he would be taken revenge if he said it out loud. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'll definitely catch Miles Parker that you mentioned. Alright, every time we find those children, we'll first use chloroform that Miles Parker provided us to make that child lose his consciousness. In this way, the children will obediently follow us, then we'll send them to a warehouse at the place you went to yesterday. Lauren immediately felt energized. A warehouse? Bring me there quickly. It's no use. The warehouse is just a transit station. After we bring the children there, they will bring the children to other places. As to what other places, we don't know. Nonetheless, Lauren still went to the warehouse with Ben personally. Going to that damned place again. Mr. Carson, 50 times your salary. Lauren stretched out her hand and made a 5 and then a 0. Sure enough, money made things happen. Ben agreed immediately and completely forgot how regretful he was about last night. He had gone there once yesterday, so he was more familiar with the way today. Also, with George leading the way in front of him, he was confident in finding his way. Miss Torres, so ghosts can move so fast. Ben looked at George, who was leading the way in front, and asked in puzzlement. The speed of this ghost was about the same as the speed of a car. If this ghost could deliver food, it could earn a lot of good reviews in a day. The higher the cultivation of a ghost, the faster the speed of its movements. George has been a ghost for 7 years. His cultivation has also increased greatly in the past 2 years because of kidnapping children. I have even seen a flying ghost before. But now, this ghost is also obediently lying in the soul storage box. If Mr. Carson wants to see it, I'll let it perform for you next time. Ben thought, oh my, performing, but it's a ghost. After turning left and right, they still had to walk a small path to reach the warehouse that George mentioned. The warehouse was old and dilapidated. There were a lot of very tall weeds outside, blocking the door. With George's guidance, they successfully pushed away the weeds and found the door. The door was tightly shut. This door will usually only open when we receive a mission. When do you usually receive a mission? It depends. Sometimes we need a lot of children at one time, and sometimes we don't have a mission for a long time. Ben tried to open the door with a card, but the factory used the most traditional lock. This kind of opportunistic method was useless. He circled the factory once, but he did not find any windows. In the end, he returned to the front door. Since we can't enter by ourselves, Lauren placed her hand on her chin and pretended that she had a beard as she touched it. She had learned this from watching TV dramas. All the CEOs in the show liked this action. Miss Lauren, this lock is bigger than your fist. Don't get hurt. I won't force my way in. Oh, I got an idea. After saying this, Lauren took out a bronze-framed mirror from her pocket dimension. This mirror was very exquisite. Its oval-shaped wooden frame was carved with delicate butterflies, and it looked like an antique. This was a reward for Lauren's completion of the task last year. Now she finally had the opportunity to use it. Ben took the mirror curiously and flipped it back and forth. Chapter 99, Magic Mirror. Miss Torres, this mirror is beautiful, but it's useless. You want to use the mirror to break open the door? Then I might as well use my feet to kick it open. Lauren glanced at Ben with some disdain. Of course not, Mr. Carson. Violence can't solve all problems. It has to depend on this. She pointed at her own head. Ben was even more confused. Asking him to hit it with his head. Before he could figure out what Lauren meant, something happened on the mirror in the next second and Ben threw the mirror away in shock. The wooden butterfly carving on the mirror actually left the frame and flew straight up into the air, turning into real butterflies. These butterflies flew through the gaps in the factory gate. Ben was dumbfounded, and so was George. Lauren let out a gasp. Mr. Carson, why did you throw the mirror away? If it breaks, it's over. Lauren hurriedly ran to pick up the mirror. Fortunately, the mirror fell into weeds and did not break. The butterflies flew away, and now the frame was flat. This thing is too magical. Ben moved closer to take a look, but the thing in the mirror unexpectedly gave Ben a great shock. This mirror was actually something like a video recorder. What was shown in the mirror was not their faces, but the environment inside the factory. These little butterflies are like cameras. What they see is what we see in the mirror. Lauren used her spiritual sense to command the butterflies to fly around the factory. There was nothing special about this factory, nor were there any signs of life. Another wasted effort. Lauren let the butterflies fly around again, but she still did not find anything special. She had no choice but to let the butterflies fly out again. The butterflies that flew back landed steadily on the frames. The moment they landed on the frames, the living butterflies turned into wood-carved butterflies again. What's that smell? It smells so good. Lauren also smelled the fragrance. She felt that she had smelled it somewhere before. She sniffed the butterflies on the frames. The fragrance was brought out by these butterflies. It should be the smell from the factory. The two of them followed the way back home in disappointment. System Divine 9, what do you intend to do next? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lauren was also at a loss. George, do you know of any way to contact this ghost called Miles Parker? On the way back, George indicated that he had not been in a car for a long time, so Lauren invited him to take the car home together. George, who was sitting in the back seat, shook his head. I can't contact him. They have always only contacted us. Whenever they need children, they will leave a message at the place where we rest. We will then take the children to that warehouse. So, she initially thought that she would be able to find the missing children after catching these little devils. Ben looked at Lauren, who was at a loss, sighed and continued driving. Lauren did not return to the Torres family. Instead, she asked Ben to drive her to an ice cream shop to eat ice cream. I am in a bad mood today, so I want to eat 2 ice cream scoops. Mr. Carson, don't tell my brother. Okay, I won't tell Master Franklin this time. Lauren bought 3 servings of ice cream. One was for herself, one was for Ben, and the other was for George. But I can't eat it. As a ghost, he did not have to eat or sleep, so in a way he had lost a lot of fun. Even if you can't eat it, you can take a look. George, you must have missed these foods in the human world. Lauren happily ate her ice cream. Her earlier disappointment had been driven away by the sweet food. Another customer pushed the door open and entered. The wind chime at the door rang, and what caught Lauren's attention was the familiar fragrance. Lauren suddenly raised her head and saw that the person standing in front of the ordering table was actually the principal of the kindergarten, Irene Pulver. She was not alone. There was a little girl with 2 ponytails beside her. She should be Irene Pulver's daughter. Was this scent a coincidence? Lauren waved at Ben. Mr. Carson, smell this. Is this the same scent that we smelled at the warehouse? Ben sniffed. It seems like it. Before the two of them could finish whispering, Irene walked over in her high heels. Lauren? Lauren had no choice but to raise her head and greet Irene with a smile. Hello, Auntie Irene. It really is you. I didn't expect that we would be so fated to meet each other here. She pointed at the empty seat beside Lauren. Can we sit here? Chapter 100, Black-Colored Medicine. Lauren bit on her ice cream spoon and nodded. Of course. Please have a seat, Auntie Irene. As Irene got closer, the fragrance on her body became even stronger. It even covered the mango smell in Lauren's ice cream. When she saw Irene up close this time, Lauren could not help but be attracted by Irene's fair and delicate skin. Come, let me introduce you. Lauren, this is my daughter Penelope. She's 10 years old this year. Hello, Penelope. My name is Lauren. Penelope was a very lively and cheerful girl. When she met Lauren, she could not stop talking. She kept telling Lauren about the interesting things that happened around her. 2 years ago, my dad took us skiing in Switzerland. The snowy mountains there are so beautiful. On the 20th anniversary of my parents' wedding last year, they even retook their wedding photos. Lauren listened attentively. From time to time, she would reveal an envious expression. Irene and Ben were sitting at the side, unable to interrupt. Suddenly, Irene's phone on the table began to vibrate and she picked it up. I'm going outside to take a call. Penelope, continue chatting with Lauren. Mommy will be back soon. Penelope nodded obediently. Lauren was not following the stories told by Penelope. She was not interested in anything like skiing or Memorial Day. Looking at Irene's back as she answered the phone outside, Lauren tried to dig out more information from Penelope. Penelope, your parents have such a close relationship. They've been married for 20 years and they're still taking wedding photos. Penelope nodded. Yeah, My dad always praises my mom, he says that she's beautiful. Lauren nodded in agreement. That's right. Your mother is so beautiful. Her skin is very good. What kind of skincare products does she use? I want the people around me to use them as well. Maybe they'll be as beautiful as your mother. Lauren continued to observe Irene. When she saw that Irene did not show any signs of entering, she continued to coax Penelope. Penelope was quite innocent, she did not try to hide anything. Although Lauren seemed to have taken advantage of her, she did not feel guilty at all. When Lauren asked this question, Penelope really thought about it for a moment and then shook her head. Mommy did not seem to use anything. She was not so good-looking in the past and my father always quarreled with her. However, in the past 2 years, she has become prettier and my father liked her again. Penelope scooped up the ice cream in her cup and put it in her mouth. After eating the delicious ice cream, she revealed a sweet smile. Lauren continued to ask, then did your mommy eat bird's nest or something? I heard that eating those things can make people look good and become younger. Penelope shook her head again. I don't know what bird's nest is, but mommy always eats a kind of black thing. That thing stinks, but mommy still insists on eating it. Black medicine. Just as she was about to continue asking, Irene hung up the phone outside the glass door and walked into the ice cream shop. Lauren immediately changed the topic. She couldn't alert the enemy. Penelope, other than Switzerland, where else have you been? When Irene returned and saw that the two children were still chatting happily, she smiled. I've never seen Penelope hit it off so well with someone else. What a pity. My husband said that he wants me to accompany him to a cocktail party, so I have to take Penelope to her grandmother's place. Penelope, say goodbye to Uncle Ben and Lauren. After watching the two of them leave, Lauren stopped smiling. Her face was stiff from smiling. Ben asked in puzzlement, Miss Torres, why are you asking Penelope these questions? Are you interested in these things? Of course not. I just feel that this Irene have something to do with these missing children cases. But, isn't she the principal of the kindergarten? So what if she is? You can't judge a book by its cover. George, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. I also feel that this fragrance is very familiar. Every time I bring the children to the warehouse, I can always smell it. Lauren swallowed the last piece of ice cream. She had the basic story of what was happening. Miss Torres, what should we do next? Investigate this Irene Pulver. Of course we can't force it. But as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lauren had already thought of a bold plan. The next step was to catch the culprit. Chapter 101, Mixed Race Elder. System Divine 9, Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I need to find out what that means. Lauren said, System Divine 9, you've been following me for so long, why are your literary attainments still so low? You should learn more from me. System Divine 9, our system was born without borders, and we have no concept of gender and age. If it weren't for the fact that we're cooperating with the hosts to complete the mission, we wouldn't even have to learn these languages of yours. System Divine 9, anyway, what's your current plan? I understand the phrase nothing ventured, nothing gained now, but you don't even know where their base is. How are you going to catch them? Isn't that simple? I'll pretend to be a child and get caught. System Divine 9 finally understood. System Divine 9, are you going to make use of George? Lauren nodded. She would just let George treat her as a target and kidnap her. Since Ben knew about Lauren's plan, he kept persuading Lauren while on the way back to the Torres family. Miss Torres, your plan is too dangerous. Master Franklin will definitely not agree to it. It wasn't only Master Franklin. Even Ben himself would not agree to it. Putting aside the fact that Lauren was still such a young child, they did not even know how complicated these missing cases were. They would be very anxious if they could only watch her helplessly while she solved this matter by herself. Ben did not realize that in the short span of a month, he had actually grown fond of Lauren. In this sense, it didn't seem unreasonable for Lauren to claim that everyone loved her. When Lauren felt Ben's concern for her, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She confidently shook her head and said, Mr. Carson, you have worked with me for so long. Don't you know my ability? Lauren was not without hesitation and fear. This world was too big and the things she had seen were just a drop in the ocean. However, the history of mankind had always had high praise for courage. When she accepted the role as a host back then, she was already mentally prepared. Ben's curiosity was piqued when it came to working on missions. "Miss Torres, how did you start working on these things?" he asked carefully, as if he was worried that he would offend the holy gods if he was not careful. He was a staunch atheist in the past. However, he had learned to remain in awe of things that he did not understand over the past month. "Is it related to that church?" Ben recalled the group of people who had sent Lauren off when he went to pick her up. A couple of them were crying their eyes out, and they all looked like kind people. Lauren nodded. She had missed that period of time so much, though Ben could not see it in her eyes. "Yes, I learnt these skills in the church. The people there are great." Lauren only briefly mentioned it, as she did not want to reveal too much about the reason to Ben. These stories were too surreal. Even if she told them, no one would believe her. It was still quite a while before they reached home. Lauren unknowingly fell into reminiscing when she thought about the church. This incident happened when Lauren was a little over 2 years old. Lauren was naturally intelligent. This was probably due to the powerful genes of the Torres family. In other words, Lauren was the chosen one. The life in the church was no different from that of an ordinary child. Lauren started learning from teachers when she was very young, and her uniqueness could be seen from that moment. Lauren had high learning capability and a strong memory. While the other children were still learning to say mommy, Lauren had already learned all the basic written characters and could even read by herself. All she had to do was read attentively, and she would be able to memorize every single word of a long article. This news quickly reached the ears of the elder in the church. The elder was of mixed race. Apart from being tall and having pronounced facial features, he was also resilient and compassionate. He had 2 names. One was David, which was his English name, while Chan Yu was his Chinese name. Elder David had many secrets. For example, David was already more than 200 years old by this year. According to him, his appearance had not changed since he was 80 years old. Although it was nothing compared to System Divine 9, David was a mortal after all. He was still strong and healthy at this age, so he was not understood and accepted by other mortals. In order to avoid a lot of trouble, David had been living deep in the church and did not have any contact with the outside world. After Elder David found out about Lauren's talent, he gathered the people from the church for a meeting. Lauren clearly remembered that the meeting lasted for 3 days. Chapter 102 became the host. Even Seven, who had always played with her, did not show his face during those 3 days. The only person who took care of Lauren was a young woman in a nun's habit. 3 days later, when Lauren was playing on the swing in the backyard, Seven walked over with a complicated expression on his face. He looked both happy and worried. "I didn't expect you to be chosen. Sigh, there will be both happiness and danger in the days to come. You have to persevere, Lauren." Lauren too busy playing on the swing and did not have much of a reaction to Seven's words at that time. She just thought that he was spouting nonsense. It was not until Elder David came looking for her that Lauren realized what kind of fate she was facing. "Lauren, so far, 8 people have been chosen from all over the world. They come from different countries and are now in different countries as well." Elder David's beard had always been white, and its length was always the same. Lauren had once wondered if he had used a ruler to cut his beard. At just over 2 years old, her comprehension was excellent and she could understand everything Elder David said. "You are not the first person to be selected from our country. Those who were previously selected all failed their aptitude. But you passed every test. Now, it's up to you. Are you willing to become a host?" David's words seemed to carry a reassuring aura. He spoke neither too fast nor too slowly. His tone was very normal, even though he was talking about such an important matter. He sounded as if he was just asking Lauren if she wanted to participate in the spring outing. Lauren bit her finger and asked Elder David, "What do I have to do as a host?" In the next hour, David briefed Lauren on the main responsibility of a host. Lauren thought about it for a few minutes and agreed. Lauren was quietly reminiscing when Ben's question suddenly brought Lauren back to reality. "Miss Torres, you're really brave. You're learning these ghost hunting things. Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yes, she was afraid. But if everyone was afraid, then who would solve the problem? There was nothing special about what happened after that. After becoming the host, Lauren got to know the system Divine 9 and the existence of Divine 1 all the way to Divine 8. Lauren was the youngest host, and Divine Nine was also the youngest system. The two of them had been fighting monsters together for more than 2 years. They grew up together and they were already inseparable. I was afraid at the beginning, but subsequently I am not afraid. There's nothing special about it, Lauren said nonchalantly. Nothing special. Ben saw people on the roadside as he drove. Some people were crossing the road with their heads lowered, playing with their phones. Some people were eating happily at roadside stalls, while others were selling water. These were the things that were nothing special. Lauren's experience could be written into a fairy tale, Ben thought. Where's George? She only noticed that George's spirit was not in the car when she was busy telling Ben about her plans and reminiscing about the past. Here. Ben used his mouth to point out of the car window. Lauren looked at the side of the road and saw George's spirit following their car. He looked happy as he followed them. He also walked around the side of the road as if he was traveling. Looking at this, Lauren took out the soul storage device from the pocket dimension and released the ghosts that they had caught previously. However, they were all covered in the same red talisman paper. You guys must be bored after holding it in for so long, right? Go out and hang out with George. However, come back and look for me before 7 o'clock. Otherwise, I will be angry and the consequences will be very serious. There were elderly and children among the ghosts. Upon hearing Lauren's words, they all nodded in agreement. Don't worry, we will definitely abide by the rules, a long-haired female ghost agreed. Lauren nodded. A group of ghosts floated out of the open car window and gathered together with George. Miss Torres, we've worked so hard to catch them and bring them back. If we let them out, will they do something bad again? In the human world, April was over and the peach blossoms in the mountain began to bloom. The trees by the roadside had long sprouted new shoots and turned tender green, decorating the streets. A group of ghosts dressed in different clothes was busy exploring. When they met a child blowing bubbles, they wanted to stop and take a look at Bubbles. When they saw the flowers on the branches, they also wanted to take a sniff. Actually, if they were not ghosts, they would definitely be a group of cute people. No, they won't. They have been in the soul storage device for so many hours. Their abilities have long been suppressed by the soul storage device. They can only float outside now. Lauren closed the car window and drowned out the noise outside. Let's go. It's time to go home. Chapter 103, Old Madame Torres. Although Lauren had come up with a plan, it was not so easy to implement it. Firstly, she did not know when the person behind the scenes would send out another mission, and secondly, after Lauren returned to the Torres family, she saw a dignified old lady sitting on the sofa. Quinn was sitting awkwardly beside her. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon and Franklin had not returned home. Mr. Hayes and the other servants that Lauren knew were not around either. Ben came in a few steps later than Lauren as he had to park his car. When he saw Lauren standing motionlessly in front of the hall, he spoke as he approached her. Miss Torres, why are you standing here? Didn't you say you were hungry? Ben suddenly went silent when he saw the person sitting on the sofa. He spoke only after a few seconds later. Old Madame Torres, you're back, Ben greeted respectfully. Old Madame Torres's real name was Gertrude. Her personality was just like her name. She was very fierce, and she had a very imposing aura even just by sitting there. Her white hair was combed very neatly, revealing her forehead. Although there were many wrinkles on her face, she did not look old. Instead, she looked elegant. Lauren's lively personality was suppressed in an instant. Gertrude merely nodded her head lightly when Ben greeted her. Following that, she turned her sharp gaze towards Lauren. The old master of the Torres family had passed away many years ago, and Gertrude had taken over the responsibility as the head of the Torres family since then. The Torres family was a big family and it owned a large business. She had long gotten used to her iron-faced appearance. Sometimes, her stern appearance could save her a lot of trouble. Miss Torres, this is your grandma. Ben saw that Lauren was still standing in the same spot and did not greet her, so he quickly pushed Lauren's back with his hand. Although Lauren did not say anything, she was not afraid either. She just stood in the same spot respectfully. She had already guessed the identity of this old lady. Lauren greeted her gracefully after Ben mentioned it. Hello, Grandma. Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It carried the innocence that a child should have, but it also had a steadiness that allowed no one to question it. Looking at Lauren, Gertrude responded with a nod and said, "Sit down." Gertrude looked at the sofa across from her. Lauren understood and walked over. Ben winked at Lauren, and he walked out without caring if Lauren understood him or not. The sofa was a little high. Lauren had to climb up and sit properly, but she seemed a little clumsy. Lauren sat opposite Gertrude, and she could sense Quinn's smug gaze at her from the corner of her eye. When Gertrude was not looking over, Lauren took the opportunity to raise her head and glared at Quinn. Judging on Quinn's sitting posture, one could tell that Gertrude doted on Quinn very much. "Grandma, why hasn't Master Maverick arrived yet?" Quinn asked. Gertrude tilted her head and smiled as she patted Quinn's leg. The jade bracelet on her wrist was crystal clear and glistened under the light. Lauren had also received many random gifts from the system over the past 2 years. She had quite a few jade bracelets and gold bracelets, so Lauren could tell that the jade bracelet on Gertrude's wrist was of good quality, but it was not the best jade. Just as she was thinking about it, Gertrude suddenly spoke to her. "I heard from Quinn that you've learned some useless skills at the church in the past few years." System Divine 9. What does she mean by useless skills? Lauren comforted System Divine 9 in her heart before answering Gertrude in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "The things that I've learned are not useless." At this moment, Quinn interrupted again. He had always behaved like a spoiled child in front of his elders, and this was precisely what made Lauren hate and envy him at the same time. "Grandma, it would be fine if she alone was possessed. Franklin said that he saw a ghost the last time, and Ben was also fooling around with Lauren. There must be something fishy going on." Lauren finally understood. Quinn did not believe that she could catch a ghost at all. Instead he thought that they had gone crazy that day. Is what Quinn said true? Gertrude's question was a complete waste of time as she must have already believed Quinn. Therefore, Lauren did not bother to explain. Just like how Franklin did not believe her back then, so they had to witness it for themselves. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to bring me back?" Franklin's voice came from the entrance, along with his steady but somewhat hurried footsteps. He was on a video call with a foreign company when he suddenly received a call from Gertrude, asking him to hurry back to the Torres family. Chapter 104. Master Maverick. It was rare for Gertrude to speak to him in such a serious tone. Moreover, she was still at the temple yesterday, but she had returned to the Torres family today. She must have something important to attend to, and that was the reason why he hurried home. Looking at the three of them sitting on the sofa in the living room, Franklin heaved a sigh of relief. He tugged at his tight tie. "Grandma, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Quinn and Gertrude were sitting on one side of the sofa while Lauren was sitting opposite them. Franklin naturally sat beside Lauren. Just as he was about to take a sip of water to take a break, Gertrude's words made his heart skip a beat. "Franklin, come and sit beside Grandma." Gertrude's motive was obvious. She wanted them to join forces against Lauren. Franklin had been in the business world for so many years, so he naturally knew what Gertrude meant. However, it was precisely because he knew very well that made his choice a very important one. This was not just a question of where he should sit, it was also a question of which side he should side with. Should he support Gertrude or Lauren? Franklin secretly ridiculed the situation in his heart. This matter was much more difficult than managing a company. He drank a mouthful of water. Although his heart was filled with complicated emotions, his face did not show any emotion. This was something he had learned from many years of negotiations in the business world. Franklin did not show any fear, even though he was in front of Gertrude. "Grandma, this seat is pretty good here, so that I can talk to you face to face." Franklin's suit jacket had been taken off and placed on the armrest of the sofa. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing his long and slender arms. His watch added a hint of maturity and steadiness to his image. There was some distance between him and Lauren, but Lauren could feel the warmth coming from Franklin's side. It was a kind of strength and support. Gertrude's smile clearly reduced a little when she heard Franklin's reply. Her right hand subconsciously turned the jade bracelet on her left wrist. Quinn moved closer to Gertrude and said in a normal voice, "Look, Grandma, am I right?" Even Franklin was bewitched. Though he did not say it out loud, it was quite obvious what he was hinting. Before Franklin could figure out the situation, another voice came from the entrance. They could hear Mr. Hayes' voice from the living room. Lauren relaxed a little. With Mr. Hayes around, she felt more confidence. However, Mr. Hayes did not enter alone. There was a middle-aged man behind him. This middle-aged man was dressed in a black robe. The sleeves and edges of the robe were embroidered with exquisite patterns with silver silk. When Gertrude saw him, she quickly stood up and extended her hand to shake hands with the middle-aged man. "Master Maverick, you've finally arrived." Quinn and Franklin also stood up together with Gertrude. Although Lauren was baffled, she also jumped off the sofa and stood obediently. When she was in the church, she had been taught to do as the Romans did. Sigh, but it had taken her so much effort to sit on that sofa. Master Maverick had known the Torres family for a long time. After greeting Gertrude, he had a brief chat with both Quinn and Franklin. Mr. Hayes went to make tea, and the few of them sat down again. Master Maverick was not an ordinary man. He sat on the single sofa in the middle. When he saw Maverick, Franklin knew what had happened. "It's not even August yet, and Master Maverick has already graced us with your presence." Franklin took the tea set handed over by Mr. Hayes and slowly brewed his tea. The Torres family held a ceremony annually. It used to be Maverick's father, Wyatt Hall, who organized it. After Wyatt passed away 2 years ago, Maverick had taken over the responsibility. In Gertrude's point of view, the Torres family had gone through a series of crises 4.5 years ago after Lauren was born. If it were not for Wyatt's help and protection, the Torres family would not be as prosperous as it was now. After Wyatt passed away, Gertrude had even specially built a memorial to commemorate him. Maverick had followed in his father's footsteps. Every time Wyatt held a ceremony for the Torres family, Maverick would be present. Therefore, Gertrude also trusted Maverick very much. Even though the other descendants of the Torres family, such as Franklin and Quinn, did not believe in such matters, they still had to put on an appearance because of Gertrude. After all, Franklin was the one who had worked non-stop for several months to bring the Torres Corporation back to life. He had reservations about how much God had played a role saving the Torres Corporation. Maverick drank a mouthful of tea. "Is she Lauren, the youngest daughter of the Torres family?" "Yes, she is my younger sister Lauren. She just came back recently, so she might be a little unfamiliar with you. Lauren, this is Master Maverick. He is in charge of the Torres family's ceremonial affairs." Chapter 105, Dirty Things. Franklin took this opportunity to share with Lauren about Maverick. Just based on Maverick's robes, Lauren did not need Franklin's help to know the identity of the visitor. "Since Master Maverick's time is precious, let's not beat around the bush," Gertrude continued. "Master Maverick must have remembered what happened to the Torres family 4 years ago. At that time, it was thanks to Master Wyatt that our Torres family managed to survive. At that time, we sent Lauren to a church and only brought her back a month ago. However, according to Quinn, Lauren has seemed to have picked up something in that church, and now it's even affecting the people around her." There was not much respect in Gertrude's words. Lauren frowned as she listened, and a bitter expression appeared on her face. Maverick nodded understandingly and looked at Lauren, who was sitting on the sofa again. This kind of thing is not uncommon as Lauren is young and her mind is still growing. Her body is also weaker than an adult's. It is very easy for her to be possessed by dirty things. Even the brightest places may hide dirty things. Although the church is a place of worship, it is also able to attract dirty things. Gertrude nodded with a look of complete agreement. Lauren could not stand it anymore. She retorted, "I am not possessed by anything dirty. Whether you are possessed or not, let Master Maverick take a look and we will know," Gertrude said lightly. Following that, she instructed Master Maverick to make preparations. They saw Master Maverick holding many talisman papers and a wooden sword made of yellow peach wood. There were some black talisman characters engraved on the sword. "Lauren, follow Master Maverick into the room." Master Maverick had already brought his tools into the room specially prepared by Gertrude. System Divine 9. "This old lady is a little too much. You are her biological granddaughter," Lauren said. "HMPH, a person of integrity can stand any tests, so I am not afraid of any so-called tests. But I can't accept the way she talked about the church." On the other hand, Lauren also wanted to take a good look at the much-respected Master Maverick. She walked towards the room, and she could hear Franklin's voice behind her. "Grandmother, your words are a little biased. You don't know the truth, so how can you say such things about Lauren? She is still so young. What if these things cause harm to her body? Franklin was anxious to protect his sister and did not care about his grandmother's opinion. Though Lauren was of small build, she stood firm in the face of criticism. Since our Torres family always has upright children, why would she be afraid of these things? Gertrude was already 75 years old, but her voice was full of energy and carried the unique gentleness of a woman. But to Lauren, her voice was like a needle piercing her ears. She did not say anything and entered the room where Maverick was waiting for her. The door was immediately closed. The room was very empty and there was no furniture. Maverick stood in the middle, holding a wooden sword and talisman paper in his hands. Lauren, don't be afraid. It won't cause you any harm. Maverick had a kind look on his face. He did not have any ill intentions. Lauren sighed. Come on then. Lauren spread out her hands with a calm expression. Maverick was startled by Lauren's indifferent attitude. She has quite a lot of guts for a young child, Maverick thought. He told Lauren to stand properly and then spread out the talisman papers beside Lauren. The talisman papers formed a circle and surrounded Lauren. Then, he stood 2 meters away from Lauren with a talisman paper in his hand. He extended his right index finger and bit on it with his mouth. There was a wound on his index finger, and he dripped the blood on his index finger onto the talisman paper in his hand. The talisman paper instantly emitted a golden light. Maverick threw the talisman paper upwards. Before the talisman paper fell to the ground, he quickly chanted a spell. The moment he finished chanting, the talisman papers around Lauren also began to glow. The atmosphere on Maverick's side was very tense, but Lauren stood in the middle of the talisman array and did not feel anything. She was even a little tired from standing and wanted to sit down. So she really sat down cross-legged. This master was quite skillful. At least his talisman paper could glow. However, Maverick's skills were different from hers, as he still needed to use his own blood as a primer. The talisman papers surrounding Lauren grew brighter and brighter, and Lauren's tiny body was almost completely surrounded by the light. Maverick had been waiting for the dirty thing mentioned by Gertrude to appear, but he did not find any trace on Lauren's body. If there was really something dirty possessing Lauren, then these talisman papers would turn green. Chapter 106, Maverick Catches Ghosts. However, to Maverick's surprise, not only did the talisman papers not turn green, but the golden light they emitted became stronger and stronger. Lauren was surrounded by a ball of fire. Of course, Lauren could not feel it. She was currently playing with System Divine 9. The answer is, no pain, no gain, Lauren said in her mind. System Divine 9 was momentarily speechless, and Lauren knew that she had won this time. Lauren said, System Divine 9, you should go back and read more books. Our culture has a long history and there is so much to learn. All you do is eat and sleep all day, so you definitely won't be able to learn. System Divine 9, how could you say that? In any case, he was one of the 9 remaining systems in the world. He had lived for more than 400 years and knew a little about everything. However, he was told by Lauren now that all he did was eat and sleep. System Divine 9, HMPH, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. At the same time, Maverick had also completed his mission. The light emitted by the talisman papers around Lauren gradually weakened. The talisman papers rose into the air one after another and then disappeared. Master Maverick, may I ask if I can leave now? Lauren asked. Maverick was still in a daze because of the golden light just now. When he heard Lauren's question, he let out an "ah" absent-mindedly. Master Maverick, there's a ghost behind you. Upon hearing this, Maverick instantly came back to his senses. He held the mahogany sword and turned around. He took out the talisman paper and moved quickly. The talisman paper turned green very quickly and flew around randomly in the air. From an outsider's point of view, the talisman paper looked like it was being blown around by the wind during a typhoon. However, Lauren could see that the talisman paper had already stuck to the ghost and it was currently struggling. Maverick chanted an incantation while waving the mahogany sword in his hand. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped by a few degrees, and out of the blue, a gust of wind actually blew in this enclosed space. Lauren stood calmly in a corner, allowing her black hair to blow in all directions. Do I usually look this stupid when I am catching ghosts? Finally, it was the right time. Maverick raised the mahogany sword and stabbed it into the ghost's head. The ghost's mouth was wide open, revealing its sharp teeth. There was no more blood left for the ghost to bleed. Maverick pulled out his mahogany sword and slashed the ghost in half. It was instantly reduced to ashes. This set of movements took about 3 to 4 minutes. Lauren shook her head silently. Master Maverick's standard was just normal, as he actually took so long to catch a nameless ghost. If it were her, she would have caught it in just a few seconds. Of course, Maverick was not as well equipped as Lauren. After all, Lauren had clairvoyance and could see where the ghost was at a glance. Meanwhile, Maverick had to be guided by a talisman. The door of the room finally opened. Although Lauren and Maverick had only been inside for a short 10 minutes, Franklin felt that these 10 minutes were longer than an hour. Gertrude was obviously nervous for a moment when she saw both of them came out of the room. She wanted to stand up, but in the end, she maintained in her sitting posture. It was only the sudden clenching of her hands that betrayed her emotions. Master Maverick must be tired. Come and sit down. Gertrude warmly beckoned Master Maverick to sit down. Perhaps it was because he had just caught a ghost. Master Maverick's face was a little pale. He sat down and drank 3 cups of tea in a row. Everyone on the sofa looked at each other. Franklin carefully observed Lauren. Lauren noticed Franklin's gaze. She raised her head to meet Franklin's eyes, and smiled at him. This smile was as sweet as before, and both sides of the dimple were very deep. Franklin finally felt relieved. It seemed like Lauren was not mistreated while inside the room. Master Maverick, how is it? Did you see anything strange in there? Quinn asked as he was worried about Franklin and wanted to save him from Lauren. Franklin glared at him. Master Maverick wiped the water off the corner of his mouth and nodded. Just now, a little ghost was found inside. Look, Grandma, I told you. Quinn did not believe in spirits and ghosts. He did not care whether what Master Maverick said was true or not. As long as he could prove that Lauren was up to no good, it would be fine. He did not know what methods she had used, but even his brother was fooling around with her. It was precisely because of this that Quinn complained to Gertrude, hoping that Franklin would return to normal. Gertrude asked, Master Maverick, are you saying that there's really something dirty following Lauren? Gertrude looked at Lauren with an even colder gaze. In her eyes, the Torres family would never provoke such a filthy thing. Maverick quickly waved his hand. Chapter 107, Extremely Talented. No, old Madame Torres, you've misunderstood. I didn't find anything strange about Lauren in the room just now. On the contrary, Maverick thought for a moment, but didn't finish his sentence. The ghost just now has been hiding in the Torres family for a long time. It has nothing to do with Lauren, and I've already cast a spell to destroy it. Master Maverick's words were like a clap of thunder, blowing up Quinn's argument. How is that possible? That night, Lauren said that she could see ghosts. Franklin also said that he could see ghosts. Who would believe such nonsense? Quinn said with a flushed face. Why was this Master Maverick completely useless? Maverick said, some people are born with abnormal talent. We can't rule out Lauren has such talent. That ghost was indeed discovered by Lauren when we were in the room just now. Maverick smiled and shook his head. I'm ashamed to say that my sensitivity is not as high as Lauren's. Lauren sat on the sofa. She could clearly sense Gertrude's gaze on her. She returned her gaze, and Gertrude shifted her gaze away again. Quinn, on the other hand, had nothing else to say. Initially, he had invited Master Maverick over to challenge Lauren. However, Lauren had now become a person with extraordinary talent. But Quinn was still unwilling to give up. All right, since Master Maverick has said so, let's don't bother Master Maverick with this matter anymore, said Gertrude as she stopped Quinn from continuing. As a result, Quinn, who had been feeling smug just a moment ago, now looked defeated. Could he pretend that he had an appointment to attend and leave? Otherwise, Franklin would definitely give him a good beating later. Master Maverick, you've come all the way here. Why don't you check our place to see if there are any other ghosts? Gertrude asked. She couldn't help Franklin with his business, so she could only put in more effort in this area. Maverick nodded. That's good too. Logically speaking, the energy in the Torres family is so strong that these unknown ghosts wouldn't dare to get close to you all. The appearance of this ghost today is indeed unusual. I'll go back and read the books left behind by my father and rearrange the formation for you guys. After saying that, Maverick followed everyone and walked around the Torres family with the talisman in his hand. When he reached the second floor, he pointed at Franklin's door. "Is this room convenient to enter?" Gertrude had already agreed before Franklin could reply. "Sure, this is Franklin's room. I'll have to trouble Master Maverick to inspect it properly." Franklin's room was very tidy. He did not usually allow people in to clean it, but he had a good habit of putting things back when they were finished. Moreover, he was only in this room when he was sleeping, so there were not many things. Maverick stood in the room with a talisman in his hand and muttered to himself with his eyes closed. It took him quite a while to say that there was nothing wrong with this room. There was indeed nothing wrong with it. Even when Ben arrived, he could tell that there was nothing wrong with it. "I think it must be because Master Franklin is so righteous that the ghost wouldn't dare to come near him." Lauren rolled her eyes silently. That was because Lauren had chased the ghost away a long time ago. "Thank you so much, Master Maverick. It seems that the formation that you set up last year was very useful." Gertrude was enthusiastic when it came to praising Maverick. Her attentiveness made Lauren feel strange. Lauren pouted as her credit was stolen by this master who appeared out of nowhere. She wanted to eat 2 more drumsticks later to make up for it. She would even steal Quinn's drumsticks as she was so angry. HMPH. Just as everyone was about to go to the next place, Quinn's voice rang out again. "Hey bro, why is there a girl's doll on your bed? And it's a pink one, ha 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 ha." After laughing for a short while, Quinn could no longer laugh as Franklin was pinching the flesh on his waist. But his words caught Gertrude's attention. "Yeah, didn't you always dislike these things? Why is there one on your bed now?" Gertrude asked with a frown. The doll was the pink bunny that Lauren had left for Franklin. He realized that with this bunny around, he would always sleep better, so he had put it on his bed. How could he explain it? Franklin, who was usually eloquent, suddenly could not find a decent excuse at this moment. He saw Lauren run over to pick up the bunny and hugged it in front of her chest. "This is my little rabbit. Why is your stuff in Franklin's room?" Gertrude asked sharply. Chapter 108, Double Standard Grandmother. Even though Master Maverick had said that there was nothing wrong with Lauren, her attitude towards Lauren had not changed. She still did not like Lauren. Lauren subconsciously raised her eyes and looked at Franklin. She knew Franklin's character. This doll was found in Franklin's room and it was hard for him to explain, so she had come out to help. "I snuck into my brother's room today and accidentally left the doll here." Lauren's voice became softer and softer, but Gertrude could still hear it clearly. Franklin is the head of the family, so his room is not easily accessible. Besides, in the Torres family, you have to follow the rules. Who allowed you to enter other people's rooms? Lauren thought. Then why did you agree to let Master Maverick in on Franklin's behalf just now? What a double standard. Lauren did not talk back to Gertrude as she wanted to solve the problem. "All right, Grandma, it's not a big deal. Let's continue. Don't waste Master Maverick's time." Gertrude glanced at Lauren who was hugging the bunny in her arms. "You can think about it in your own room. Don't follow us." Lauren stood at the same spot and nodded. Everyone went out one by one. Lauren walked at the back with her head lowered. Franklin took the opportunity to rub Lauren's hair. He did not say anything but left with the rest of the team. The warmth of Franklin's hands made Lauren feel a lot better. She only relaxed when she returned to her room. Sigh, it was much more tiring to deal with Gertrude than to catch a ghost. After running around for a whole day, Lauren lay on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. When she woke up again, the sky was almost dark. There was only a faint light in the sky above the distant mountains. The sun was also resting. Lauren stretched herself and heard Mr. Hayes calling for her to have dinner. I'm coming, I'm coming." Lauren's face was still sleepy and she rubbed her face. It felt really good. "Mr. Hayes, is Grandma still here?" Lauren asked in a low voice. Mr. Hayes smiled and shook his head. "She didn't stay and she has already returned to the temple." "Oh, the old madam usually spends 3 to 4 months a year at the temple eating vegetarian food and praying to the gods and Buddhas to protect the Torres family. She's only going earlier this year. Don't think too much about it, Miss Torres." Lauren pouted. "She just doesn't like me. I don't like her either. She's so fierce." Mr. Hayes had originally wanted to comfort her. After all, he expected Lauren to be bothered by it. He smiled and pinched Lauren's face. When she reached the first floor, Lauren saw the clock hanging on the wall. It was actually 6:30. She had slept for quite a long time. She looked left and right. "Mr. Hayes, where is my brother? Is he in the study room?" Mr. Hayes shook his head and pointed to the front yard. "Master Franklin and Master Quinn are in the front yard." Lauren walked to the door and saw the two tall figures, Franklin and Quinn. After taking a closer look, she could clearly see that Franklin was pinching Quinn's ear while Quinn was begging for mercy. Lauren allowed her spiritual consciousness to capture the conversation between Franklin and Quinn. "Be gentle, Franklin." Judging from Quinn's voice, one could tell that he was in a lot of pain from the pinching. "HMPH, serves him right. If I am gentle, don't you remember? Do you not have a good memory? Why did you create such a scene today? I was just afraid that you would be bewitched by that girl, all right? Who would have thought that you, the CEO of the Torres Corporation, would be able to catch a ghost? If it were anyone else, they would have thought that you were bewitched. I think you're bewitched. Don't let Grandma know about anything in the future, do you hear me?" "I hear you, I hear you." After hearing Quinn's promise, Franklin finally let go of Quinn. Quinn rubbed his ears and jumped around. "You almost tore my ears off. You're so ruthless." Franklin ignored Quinn's complaints and said, "Stay out of Lauren's business. It's fine if you don't like her, but don't make fun of her. She's just a child. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to mess around with her?" Quinn knew that he was in the wrong, so he quickly agreed to Franklin's suggestion. The two of them chatted for a while more before heading back to the Torres mansion. Lauren was already sitting at the dining table and ready to eat. After waking up, her stomach was already growling. "Wow, there's beef today. And there's chicken drumsticks." Lauren was so happy that she clapped her hands, as if those things that happened in the afternoon did not exist. Franklin actively helped Lauren with the dishes and sighed. He did not know if this kind of carefree personality was good or bad. Of course, Quinn soon found out that even if Lauren seemed carefree, she was still holding a grudge against him. Not sure if it was his imagination, but every time Quinn took a fancy to a piece of meat and wanted to pick it up, Lauren was always faster than him to snatch it away. It was as if she knew his next move. He did not have a decent meal since he got back. Chapter 109, Shortcut. System Divine 9, Host, "I didn't expect you to use the prophet's function on something like this. Lauren said, "HMPH, since he dares to doubt me, then I'll make sure he doesn't get to eat meat." With Lauren's prophecy and Franklin's active help, Lauren's bowl was filled to the top with all types of food. All the rice was covered with meat and vegetables. "Franklin, I also want to eat meat." Quinn pitifully stretched the bowl to Franklin, trying to gain sympathy. "If you want to eat meat, buy it yourself." Franklin replied coldly as he was still angry. Just when Lauren was feasting on her food, and Quinn had nothing much left to eat, a gust of wind suddenly blew at the door. Mr. Hayes, who was eating, looked at the fluttering curtain and asked curiously, "Why is the wind suddenly blowing?" Lauren chewed on her chicken drumstick as she beamed at the ghosts that were lining up at the entrance. She raised her head and looked at the clock. The ghosts were very punctual. She had asked them to come back before 7 o'clock, and they had really arrived just on time. These ghosts were all affixed with talisman papers by Lauren. Moreover, after being suppressed by the soul storage device, the energy on their bodies had already weakened. Right now, they were just a bunch of ghosts that could only float around. Therefore, the energy of the Torres family did not affect them much. Under George's leadership, they entered the soul storage device, which they were very familiar with, on their own accord. Lauren looked at this group of well-trained ghosts with satisfaction. Then, she raised her eyes and accidentally met Franklin's gaze. Oh no, Franklin's heavenly eye was not switched off. Luckily, Franklin did not get angry, nor did he make any noise. After a great feast, Lauren felt full and satisfied. Lauren had nothing to do for the next 2 days. Her plan had to be put on hold as George did not receive any mission. On the other hand, Quinn's situation was the exact opposite to Lauren. Ever since Quinn's commercial was aired, his popularity had been rising. The incident at the previous event had also caused his popularity to skyrocket. In just 2 to 3 days, Quinn had gained hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram. His agent, Pauline Walker, had also received many job offers for Quinn. Quinn woke up very early in the morning. Before the sun had even risen, he got into the car that his agent had arranged for him. Pauline was indeed a dedicated agent. Her desk was already covered with all sorts of documents by the time Quinn arrived at her office. It looked like she had been working for quite some time. "You're here? We're going to go through our schedule today. There are 3 movie auditions here. Do you have any interest in them? We're going to attend an event at the agency in the afternoon. I'll introduce you to some contacts from the same agency. We'll have more resources in the future if we get to know more people." Quinn nodded obediently. The audition scripts for the 3 movies were placed on the table. He glanced at them. He had never seen the names of these directors before. He frowned and flipped through them. The script was also very bad. They were all melodramatic plots, and the content of the 3 scripts was all about the growing up pain of youth. Pauline was able to tell that Quinn was not interested. "It can't be helped as you've just returned from overseas. Although you've gained exposure and fame, your foundation isn't stable. Also, you are still a greenhorn. So, getting a good script now will be quite impossible." A good movie script was hard to come by. If a newbie was chosen by a good director, he would be able to make a meteoric rise to fame. "Let's wait. There will be a chance since you are so good looking." Quinn nodded. Apart from waiting, there was no other way. However, if you don't seize this opportunity right in front of your eyes now, there won't be another opportunity after this. Quinn was confused when Pauline suddenly mentioned this. Where did this opportunity come from? The movie industry is not as simple as you think. You can't just work hard. Sometimes, you have to take a shortcut. Quinn recalled the gossipy news he had read and subconsciously tightened his collar. Pauline caught Quinn's movements and laughed. "That's not what I meant. You don't have to sacrifice yourself." "What do you mean then? What shortcuts are there?" "By investing money, of course." This was a good idea. Franklin was his brother and it was not impossible for him to bring in his brother to invest. Shortcuts are not something that can be found everywhere. You will know when you encounter them. Quinn was confused by Pauline's ambiguous comments. They soon ended the conversation about shortcuts. The 2 of them talked seriously about Quinn's future role and development path. Golden Star was the agency that Quinn signed on with, and it was the most famous agency in the country. Golden Star had produced many top-notch actors and actresses in movies and TV series. The number of artists under its management was small, but the quality was excellent. Every artiste there had a signature film. Chapter 110, A Banquet. Quinn and Pauline stayed in the office for the whole morning. During this time, the most famous stylist and makeup artist from Golden Star Agency also came to the office. They customized the style and the makeup according to Quinn's appearance. Quinn still preferred to rely on his abilities rather than relying on his looks to make a living. Then work hard on your acting skills and rely on your work to speak for you. Pauline closed the document and gave a summary of all the plans for the entire morning. Quinn stood up from his chair and stretched. "After sitting for the entire morning, my shoulders have become stiff." Upon hearing Quinn mention this, Paul added, "Oh right, when we were shooting the advertisement, I heard from your martial arts teacher that your body is too stiff, so I will arrange for you to take a bodybuilding and dance lesson in the future." Quinn sat on the chair, completely paralyzed. Physical fitness class, dance class, these were what he feared the most. He had taken a physical fitness class when he was a model overseas, so his posture was very good. After all, he was a famous model. However, he couldn't do anything about his stiff body. When he thought about how he might be forced to be flexible by the physical fitness teacher, he felt that his ligaments were already starting to hurt. In the afternoon, it was the annual banquet hosted by Golden Star Agency. Golden Star would hold 2 banquets every year due to its leading position in the industry, one during spring and another one during autumn. The timing chosen was good. Spring and autumn clothes often had the most prominent designs. Therefore, many famous designers would work with celebrities, hoping that through these celebrities, their work would get better exposure. The fashion designer that Quinn had worked with was a foreign designer named Emma Lyric, and she won many international awards every year. However, she didn't produce many pieces of work, only about a dozen each year. As Emma's favorite model, Quinn was the apple of Emma's eyes. For example, Quinn had mentioned to Emma on the phone a few days ago about this banquet, and 2 days later, he received a set of clothes delivered by air from Emma. Quinn was tall and slim. When he came out after changing his clothes, his assistant was dumbfounded. As Pauline was worried that there would be a scandal, she had specially chosen a male assistant for Quinn. The male assistant was very young, 2 years younger than Quinn. However, he had already been in this industry for several years. He could be considered a know-it-all. He knew a little about everything, so Pauline had arranged for him to be with Quinn, so that he could give Quinn a brief lesson on the domestic entertainment industry. "You look so handsome." The assistant gave him a sincere thumbs up. Quinn was also very satisfied with his appearance today. He tidied up his collar and brushed his hair in a smug manner to make sure that he looked perfect. Then, he followed the schedule and arrived at the banquet hall with his assistant. Since it was a banquet hosted by Golden Star, the venue was great. When Quinn's car was parked steadily at the entrance of the hotel, there were already 2 rows of reporters standing at the entrance. There was a red carpet stretching from the entrance of the hotel all the way to where Quinn's car was parked. There were also some colorful confetti sprinkled on the red carpet. It looked formal yet lively. Quinn had long been used to the spotlight and flash. Before getting out of the car, he put on a world-weary face that was essential for international supermodels. Then, he strode onto the red carpet. Along the way, he did not forget to show a specially trained smile for the reporters to take photos. On both sides of the red carpet stood not only the reporters, but also fans who had bought tickets. Quinn could clearly hear his fans shouting slogans and he gave a response. The red carpet, which was nearly 50 meters long, quickly came to an end. Suddenly, the reporters' cameras turned around again. Behind them, there was an even louder cheer. Quinn turned around and saw a posh black sports car stopping at the entrance. "That's the car of last year's Best Actor, Alejandro Baker. I saw his post on Instagram a few days ago. He mentioned that he had changed to a sports car." The door of the sports car was opened from the inside. The reporters had already surrounded it, so Quinn couldn't see anything. He then followed his assistant and signed in first. Quinn knew about Alejandro Baker. When he was overseas, he had seen the Western media mention this promising young actor. According to Quinn's assistant, Alejandro Baker was born in the same year as Quinn. However, in terms of months, Quinn was 5 months older than Alejandro. The route to Alejandro's success was also impressive. He entered the entertainment industry because he had to help his family pay off their debts. In the beginning, he could only take up small roles, but suddenly, one day he got the leading role in a movie by a well-known male director. From this movie onwards, Alejandro's subsequent movies were of good quality. The script and director were excellent, as if they were in the right place at the right time for him. So, basically, you still have to rely on good connections and hard work to become famous. Chapter 111, Surprised to see Lauren. After the assistant finished his explanation, he noticed that Quinn was staring blankly elsewhere. He realized that he might have said too much, so he quickly comforted Quinn. "Don't worry, Quinn. You're well qualified, so you'll definitely meet your benefactor and opportunity. After all, your manager is Pauline Walker. She is the ace manager of Golden Star." Quinn finally regained his senses and looked back at his assistant. "Tell me." The assistant nodded, indicating that he was listening attentively. He saw Quinn extend his exceptionally long index finger and point at the long table in the banquet hall. "Is that chocolate cake delicious?" The assistant was speechless. "What did you say?" "So I was worried for nothing," the assistant thought. The assistant put on a fake smile and said, "Quinn, you can't eat it whether it's delicious or not. Pauline told me to pay special attention to your diet. She told me secretly that you seem to have put on a little weight after you returned from overseas." Quinn was silent. This was too much. How could she say that a model was fat? Quinn thought. He secretly reached out to touch his waist. It did seem to be a little softer than before. He had not been to the gym since he returned from overseas, so he was not as muscular as before. However, he did not eat well either. The thought of eating reminded him of the smug smile on Lauren's face when she snatched his food. "Wait a minute." Quinn rubbed his eyes. The tiny figure that flashed past backstage just now. Why did she look so much like Lauren? The person that flashed past could none other than Lauren. She was bored at home and had nothing to do, and she happened to receive an invitation, so she came over. As for who the invitation was from, Isaac, long time no see. The person who brought Lauren in was none other than the founder and current CEO of Golden Star, Isaac Atkinson. The relationship between the two could be traced back to more than a year ago. At that time, Lauren received a mission and needed to leave the church. After completing the mission, she happened to meet Isaac. Although Isaac was the founder of Golden Star, he was framed by a friend 2 years ago and lost Golden Star. That friend usurped his position and became the CEO of Golden Star. That period of time was the most turbulent period of time for Golden Star, and the entire entertainment industry was affected. Isaac gave Lauren a strawberry mousse, so in return, she gave Isaac some suggestions. According to Lauren's plan, Isaac took 2 months to take back his company step by step. As a result, Lauren and Isaac became very good friends. Knowing that Lauren was coming, Isaac specially prepared a lot of snacks and comic books in his office. Today is Golden Star's first annual party since I became the CEO again. Of course, I have to invite you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know where I am right now. Isaac was also very young. He looked like he was in his late 20s. I have only given you some suggestions back then. You're the one who resolved the problem yourself, so you're still the best. Lauren put a potato chip in her mouth. When they were at the Torres family, Mr. Hayes would say that potato chips were not a good snack, so he would not give them to Lauren. The two of them chatted for a while. A secretary soon came to remind Isaac that the banquet was about to begin. As the CEO, Isaac would definitely deliver a speech on stage. This banquet was considered semi-closed. After the banquet started, no reporters were allowed to enter. Therefore, it was considered a private event. Quinn noticed that many of the celebrities had clearly relaxed a lot after coming in. They were chatting and laughing. Haven't those 2 female celebrities recently started a fight on Instagram? Why are they chatting and laughing now? Quinn asked. His know-it-all assistant said, as the 2 of them have a double female lead role to play recently, the so-called fight is just a promotional method arranged by their manager. They are privately very close. Isaac was giving some superficial talk on stage, and Quinn did not listen to him. Instead, he was listening attentively to the assistant's explanation. That female celebrity, Cynthia Finley, just became popular at the beginning of this year. She used to be under Pauline, and she's only been in the industry for less than 3 months when Pauline got her a female lead. Jackson Clendon, the guy next to Cynthia Finley, is in the same situation. Both of them are the most popular rookies now. The credit should go to Pauline. And last year's Best Actor, Alejandro, used to be under Pauline too. Pauline is so amazing. This was the first time Quinn had experienced Paul's ability firsthand. On the stage, Isaac was still talking non-stop. He opened and closed his mouth, and the flashing lights on the stage made Quinn feel a little dizzy and his vision was blurry. Isaac's voice came from the speakers, and it was a little noisy. All thanks to a benefactor that I was able to sit in this position again, and work together side by side with everyone. Come up and greet everyone. Chapter 112, Smarter Than You. Just as everyone was wondering who this special guest was, they saw a cute little girl wearing a shiny black dress, and with the help of others, she walked onto the stage. Who is this? What a cute little girl. Yeah, her face is so chubby, I want to pinch it. 2 women, whom Quinn had never seen before, were chattering. Quinn sighed in his heart. These 2 women were very animated, and were not calm and steady like an experienced actress should be. They were probably greenhorns. At this moment, the self-proclaimed calm and steady Quinn looked towards the stage. Who is this? Wasn't he secretly ridiculing Lauren just now? Yet now, she is on the stage. She was really capable. Quinn thought. Quinn, why is your hand shaking? His assistant asked. Was it shaking? Quinn looked at the goblet in his right hand. The red wine in the goblet was indeed shaking slightly. Yes, his hand was shaking. Quinn put down the goblet. He was not in the mood to watch what was happening on the stage. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Franklin. Franklin, do you know where Lauren is? Franklin replied very quickly, yes. Quinn was speechless. Was this the answer he was looking for? Where did she go? She said that a friend invited her to a small gathering. Quinn looked up at the well-dressed celebrities of the entertainment industry. Was this called a small gathering? He secretly took a photo of Lauren on stage. In the photo, Lauren was waving to the people below the stage. Look, Your sister is here. At my company's annual meeting. Nice picture. You have nothing else to say. Aren't you worried about her? She's 4.5, and you're 21, yet she's already smarter than you. Why would I be worried? Said Franklin. Quinn was expressionless and turned off the phone screen. Perhaps to protect Lauren's privacy, Isaac did not disclose her name. Moreover, as the content of today's banquet was confidential, Lauren's photo would not leak out. Lauren said a few words in her baby voice on stage and made a few cute gestures and expressions, which attracted many excited cheers. My goodness, haven't these people seen a child before? The assistant turned around and said, Quinn, I've really never seen such a cute little girl before. Quinn laughed in his heart. He glanced down the stage and saw the actors and actresses that his assistant had pointed out to him earlier. They were extremely calm and were not like the others who were crazy about Lauren. On the contrary, there was even a hint of disgust on their faces. Quinn did not think too much about it. He was amazed that the people who Pauline nurtured were indeed different. They were very calm. With such an aura, it was no wonder that one or two of them could become popular celebrities. After Isaac's speech was finally over, Lauren left the stage. Her small figure quickly hid among the crowd. Quinn's assistant brought him around to meet people. Soon, the dozen or so celebrities that Pauline had nurtured gathered together. There were about 100 celebrities in Golden Star. As there were not many of them, everyone was allocated resources. Other than a female celebrity who is currently filming overseas, all the other celebrities that Pauline had nurtured are here. Quinn looked around and saw that there were about 13 people. They were sitting around and chatting. The atmosphere was not too warm, but Quinn could still chat for a while. As the annual party was a private event this year, many married celebrities would bring their children along to play. While Quinn and his group were chatting, a little boy dressed in suit was playing on a nearby carpet. He looked the same age as Lauren. According to his assistant, that little boy was the son of the female lead in the hit TV series Wind and Clouds 10 years ago. Quinn nodded his head in understanding. This TV series was indeed very popular. He was still young at that time, but he had watched it with his mother, who was resting in bed all day. He still had an impression of the female lead, so he felt a lot more friendly when he looked at the little boy. The other artists, on the other hand, quietly rolled their eyes. This child is so noisy. Can't he go play by the side? Quinn was a little speechless. It seemed that all of Pauline's artists had something in common: they didn't like children. The little boy seemed to have discovered something else. He got up from the carpet and jogged over to look for it. However, he accidentally tripped over the carpet. The carpet was soft, so it was fine if he tripped over it. However, his hand knocked against the stereo that had been placed on the ground, and he immediately started crying. The boy cried and called for his mother. Chapter 113 Eavesdropped. There was music playing in the banquet hall, and the child happened to be right next to the stereo. His cries were completely covered, and only those who were sitting close to him could hear him. Quinn ran over and helped the child up. As he patted the dust off the child's body, he was surprised by the cold attitude of these people. Quinn was the furthest away from him. He thought that Cynthia Finley, who was the closest to the child, would help him up. But to his surprise, Cynthia was indifferent. The others were the same. They looked at him coldly and swept their gazes away. It was indeed a little strange. After sending the little boy back to his mother, Quinn returned to his team. After returning, Quinn realized that the atmosphere here was even stranger than before. Cynthia, who was the closest to the little boy, was extremely pale. One of her hands was clutching her chest. She looked extremely weak, as if she was about to throw up. Jackson, who was sitting next to Cynthia, was frowning as he spoke to her. It was unknown what he said, but Cynthia slowly calmed down. She's fine. She just ate something bad and her stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'll take her to rest for a while. After Jackson's explanation, the others didn't ask any more questions. Quinn sat for a while and realized that he was really bored. He found an excuse to walk away and even shook off his assistant. He walked around casually and arrived at the buffet table. He had been craving for this chocolate cake for a long time. After he ditched his assistant, Quinn decided to go to a corner and secretly eat a piece. At worst, he could just walk home today. There was only one piece of chocolate cake left. Quinn went to get a fork and a plate, but when he came back, he found that Lauren was also there. "Why are you here?" Lauren was the first to ask in surprise. "You question me first even before I ask you." Quinn went forward to get the chocolate cake as he spoke. Lauren saw it and became anxious. "I want to eat that cake." "Why?" "I took a fancy to it first. I am here first. If it weren't for you, I would have eaten it already." Isaac had specially found someone to style Lauren's hair. Her long hair was braided into many braids and all of them were tied together. There was also an exquisite princess crown on her head. Together with Lauren's exquisite facial features and chubby face, she looked really cute. "Hold on." Quinn snapped out of his daze. "I can't let this little brat take the last piece of cake away." Both of them pulled and tugged, but in the end, neither of them managed to eat the cake, because the cake fell to the ground. "Look, now no one will be able to eat it." Quinn lowered his head and saw that there was some cream on the bottom of his pants. These clothes were worth thousands of dollars. Once dirty, they had to be washed immediately due to their special fabric. After arguing with Lauren for a while longer, Quinn was ready to go to the lounge to change his clothes. Fortunately, he had prepared a set of spare clothes. After walking down the corridor, he walked to the lounge. Golden Star had reserved a hotel room for all the artistes as a rest room. In order to make it easier to recognize, the names of the artistes were pasted on the door. Quinn's rest room was at the end of the corridor. He walked quickly. The five-star hotel's corridor were covered with thick carpets. There was almost no sound of footsteps as he walked on them. When he passed by a room, he suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying. The voice sounded familiar. He was worried that something had happened, so he kept an eye out for anything unusual. The voice came from the door on his right. Quinn glanced at the name on the door, Cynthia Finley. It was the actress who was popular earlier this year. He frowned and was about to knock on the door to ask, when he heard a man's voice coming from inside. It was Jackson Clendon. He retracted his hand and planned to leave. After all, it was someone else's private matter, so he had no intention of eavesdropping. However, Cynthia's next sentence made him stop in his tracks. "But I'm so scared. I can hear him crying even when I close my eyes." "His crying? Whose?" Suddenly, something pulled Quinn's pants. Quinn was startled. He lowered his head and saw Lauren. There was still some sugar on the corner of her mouth. She must have just finished eating her donut. "What are you doing?" Lauren was quick-witted. She kept her voice low so that no one inside could detect her. Quinn placed his index finger in front of his mouth, signaling Lauren not to speak. Lauren stood there obediently. The people inside were still talking. "I can't sleep every night. Ever since that incident, I've been seeing him in my dreams. I can't hold on anymore, Jackson. It's always like this in the beginning. Once you get used to it, this is the only way we can become famous. If we take it slow, who knows how long we'll have to wait before we become famous." Chapter 114, VIP Lounge. "If you're really scared, I'll help you talk to Pauline. But, if that's the case, will I stop being famous right away?" Cynthia said worriedly with a sobbing tone. "There are gains and losses. You're not just starting out in this industry. You've been a supporting role for so many years. Didn't you choose this path because you were unwilling to accept it?" Cynthia let out a deep sigh. Following that, there was no longer any sound coming from inside, only Cynthia's uncontrollable sobs. Quinn was worried that the people inside would come out at any time, so he pulled Lauren into his lounge. "You sit here first, I'll go and change." Quinn placed Lauren on the sofa and brought his spare clothes to the bathroom to change. He looked at himself in the mirror. "Have I really put on weight?" He was glad that the chocolate cake had dropped onto the floor. After changing his clothes, Quinn cleaned up the cream stains on his pants. When he came out of the living room, he saw Lauren eating the free candies provided by the hotel. "You're really a glutton, you only know how to eat." Quinn put away his clothes and prepared to have his assistant bring them to a special dry cleaner for dry cleaning. "Why did you eavesdrop on their conversation?" Lauren bit on her candies, making a continuous click sound. The sound of it gave Quinn a headache. "None of your business, little brat. Why did you even come to my agency's banquet?" Lauren gave Quinn a taste of his own medicine. "None of your business, little brat. What?" Quinn thought. "All right, get out of here. This lounge is mine, not yours," he said proudly, as if he was the only one who had a lounge. "It's mine," said Lauren. She slowly touched her small black bag. Isaac had specially found someone to match this bag with Lauren's black sequined dress. She took out a room card from her bag. I also have my own lounge. Even though Quinn did not see the floor and door number on the room card, he actually did not need to see it as the black card explained everything. Only the room card of the suite on the top floor was black. The room card that Quinn had was the basic light yellow room card. Quinn was stunned and speechless, and almost wanted to cry. The person he disliked the most was Lauren. Why was it that Lauren was better than him in all sorts of things? I'm taller than you. Quinn could only defeat Lauren with such a physical advantage. Lauren did not fall for his goading. She made a tsk sound and went out to look for Isaac. The door to the lounge closed with a bang. Quinn was not in a hurry to return to the banquet hall. Instead, he lay on the bed, not forgetting to carefully protect his meticulously styled hair. The conversation he had just heard outside Cynthia's room made him feel suspicious. Based on what he had accidentally heard, he could conclude that Cynthia had become famous because of a certain matter, and this matter had put a huge pressure on her heart. She wanted to get rid of this incident, but she didn't want to lose her reputation. Moreover, this incident had something to do with Pauline. Quinn crossed his hands behind his neck and stared at the pure white ceiling in a daze. He wasn't a nosy person, but he felt that this incident wasn't simple. It wasn't just this incident, many things today were a little strange, but he had no thoughts at the moment. As he thought about it, he fell asleep. He was awakened by a knock on the door. When he woke up, he thought that he had slept for a few hours. When he looked at his phone, it was only 20 minutes. The person who came was his assistant. He came as he could not find Quinn in the banquet hall. Quinn, you're actually hiding here and slacking off. Slacking off? I just accidentally fell asleep. What's the situation outside now? Nothing much. It's just that Pauline came and said that the whole team would take a photo together. The team mentioned here referred to all the artists that were under Pauline. Quinn, you just got into the team recently. If you're the last one to appear for the photo session now, you'll definitely leave a bad impression. Hurry up and leave. Before leaving, the assistant asked Golden Star's makeup artist to do some makeup for Quinn. The banquet hall was as lively as ever. There were even a few artists performing on the stage. It was a feast for the eyes. Pauline was wearing a red gown today. She was not considered beautiful, but she did attract some attention, comparable to those small celebrities in the banquet hall. Chapter 115, Abma King. Hello, Paul. Quinn greeted Pauline and waited by the side. Cynthia and Jackson arrived late. Are they a couple? Quinn whispered into his assistant's ear. Both of them were good-looking, and they often went in and out together. It was hard not to think of them in that way. We had our suspicions before, but the two of them didn't do anything intimate, so we thought that it could be because they must have been helping each other since they were trainees. Moreover, they get popular around the same time, so their relationship has always been very good. Quinn nodded. All right, since everyone's here, let's take a photo together. Pauline clapped her hands and gathered everyone together. Pauline was also very young, only 25 or 26 years old. She had a strong charisma and she had a lot of prestige among them. As soon as she shouted, everyone obediently came over. Pauline called a famous photographer over. As Pauline was Golden Star's most powerful manager, Isaac had given her a lot of special privileges. For example, only she could bring a photographer in to take photos. The photographer designed all kinds of poses for them. After 30 minutes of shooting, it was finally time for the last group. Pauline was still standing in the middle of the last group. Quinn was placed on Pauline's right. On Pauline's left was a 19-year-old guy named Abma King. He was handsome but unmanly. He shot a web drama in the middle of last year and became famous. However, he didn't have any good productions after that, so his popularity went from bad to worse. Abma had put on a lot of makeup, but it still couldn't hide his dark circles under his eyes. His face also had a lot of acne, and he looked like he was in a very bad condition. He looked really anxious. The photographer was helping them adjust their positions one by one. Quinn stood next to Pauline, waiting for the countdown of 3, 2, 1. Pauline and Abma were whispering to each other. He doesn't want to eavesdrop, but can't these people who like whispering keep their voices down? Pauline, when can you arrange it for me again? Quinn was silent. What is that? Pauline asked, "Do you want it?" "Well, I haven't been on the air lately, and I'm afraid if I don't show up, the audience will forget about me. But you rejected me back then. I wasn't sensible back then. As long as I can make myself popular now, I'm willing to do anything." Pauline glanced at Abmar. Her red gown made her skin look even whiter, like fresh blood dripping from a vast expanse of white snow. "All right, I'll send you the time and place later." "All right, thank you, Pauline. I'll definitely cherish this opportunity." After eavesdropping to this point, Quinn reacted to the countdown and he subconsciously put on his best posture. The entire banquet would only end after dinner. Quinn had been thinking about the matter that they were talking about the entire afternoon. The hotel had a very famous garden. Quinn and his assistant walked in the lush green. It had rained the day before, and a lot of bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground. A waiter pushed a cart with a tray on it as they walked past. "My goodness, why is the preparation of the dishes so slow today? We won't even make it in time to deliver them." The other waiter, who was slightly older, comforted him. "It's okay. I know a shortcut. It's faster to take that way." "That's good." The two of them quickened their steps. The wheels of the dining car scraped against the stone floor, making a loud noise. Quinn suddenly thought of something and patted his forehead. "Don't touch your face, Quinn. Your makeup will be messed up later." "Shortcut, shortcut." The assistant took out an air cushion from his bag. Thinking of the technique that the makeup artist had taught him, he patted Quinn's forehead with a powder puff. "Quinn, what are you talking about? What shortcut?" This was the shortcut that Pauline had repeatedly mentioned to him this morning. Could it be this? It was weird. Was it something shameful? "Can you introduce Abmar King to me tonight?" "Abmar King? You want to get to know him? He's not very popular now. He hasn't taken on a show for more than half a year. Why would you want to get to know him? Do you know what shortcuts Pauline's artists take to become famous?" "Quinn, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Why are you suddenly saying all this?" "Forget it." It seemed like this assistant didn't know anything useful either. He was very simple. Just introduce him anyway. Reality proved that although the little assistant was simple, he was still very reliable in doing things. During the dinner party, Quinn was arranged to sit next to Abmar. But why is she here? Chapter 116, Probing for Clues. Quinn pointed at Lauren. He was confused why Lauren was seated next to him. The assistant shrugged. "The CEO arranged it. I'm just a part-time worker." Quinn looked down and saw Lauren smiling at him. "I asked Isaac to arrange for me to sit here." Quinn had originally planned to get Abmar to talk tonight. After all, Cynthia and Jackson were both very cautious, especially Jackson. He looked like he wouldn't let anyone get close to him. Therefore, he had chosen Abmar as his target. "Why are you here?" Quinn asked in a low voice. "I'm here to help you. I know what you're trying to do." Who would believe her? Quinn thought. "Don't cause trouble for me later, do you hear me?" Quinn was powerless to stop Lauren. He could only say this to scare her. If Lauren did not listen to him, then there was nothing he could do. Exquisite dishes were served one after another until almost all the dishes were served. Only then did Abmar arrive. Quinn took the initiative to extend his hand to greet Abmar. "Hello, I'm Quinn, a newly signed artist under Pauline Walker. I've just returned from abroad and have yet to come into contact with the domestic entertainment industry. Speaking of which, you're still my senior." Abmar felt satisfied when he heard someone call him senior. He shook hands with Quinn. "Hello, I'm Abmar. I know you. You were already very popular when you were a model overseas. Your advertisements are still running in many places. I'm ashamed to say this. I'm not as famous as you are now. I don't even dare to say that I'm your senior." "Very good." Abmar doesn't seem to be very vigilant, Quinn thought. He quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. I've seen your works. Your acting skills are great." Quinn lied plainly. He had been abroad for so long, so how would he have the chance to watch these domestic idol dramas? Perhaps it was because he had been so unpopular for too long. It was not easy for him to meet his own fans, so Abmar was really happy. "Thank you. I'll work hard in the future too." Suddenly, Abmar caught a glimpse of Lauren from the corner of his eye. Just now, Lauren was completely blocked by Quinn. Now, a round little head was revealed. She was very cute. "Hey, isn't this the little girl who was on the stage with the CEO just now? Do you two know each other?" They were related by blood, so did that mean they were very close to each other? Quinn was about to shake his head to indicate that he had nothing to do with her when Lauren's voice beat him to it. He's my brother. Abmar widened his eyes. Quinn also widened his eyes. He turned around and glared at Lauren. His eyes seemed to say, "Didn't I tell you not to cause me any trouble?" Lauren could vaguely sense what Quinn was trying to say. She had already said that she was not here to cause trouble, she was here to help. When they were taking photos today, Lauren heard everything Pauline and Abmar said. Well, she could not be blamed for having a pair of sharp ears, maybe blamed it on her high level of cultivation. Abmar said, "You two are siblings, and both of you are very good looking. Since your sister knows our CEO, you must have a lot of good connections, right? Which director has approached you?" Looking at Abmar, it seemed like he was trying to build his network. "That's not true. No director would be interested in my brother." "That can't be true, right? I think your brother has all the right skills." "Abmar, my brother's luck is really bad. It's super, super bad. Even if his conditions are good, it's useless if he doesn't meet a good director." "That makes sense." Lauren and Abmar chatted enthusiastically. Quinn, who was sitting between the two of them, felt offended. The dishes were served and everyone at the table began to eat. Due to the good start just now, Quinn and Abmar could be considered friends. "Let me tell you, in our line of work, sometimes it really depends on luck. I haven't had a good script for the past 6 months, and I haven't gained any new followers on Instagram for many months." Abmar seemed to have found a target to ridicule. Seeing that the topic was expanding in the direction he wanted, Quinn smiled in satisfaction and picked up a piece of duck meat and placed it in his bowl. This dish was one of the specialty dishes of this hotel. The duck meat was fresh and tender, and there was a lingering fragrance. The next second, Quinn saw a small hand holding an empty bowl and reaching out to him. "I want to eat meat too. You have so much meat on you, yet you still want to eat." Lauren once again used her usual trick on Quinn. She pouted coquettishly. Anyone would be unconsciously attracted to Lauren's round and crystal clear eyes. Quinn was no exception. When he realized that he seemed to be soft-hearted towards this little girl, he stopped in time. "Fine, I'll give it to you." He continuously picked up many pieces of meat in an attempt to shut Lauren up. Chapter 117, Brother. "Wow, that's a lot of meat. Thank you, brother." Lauren did not think too much about it and happily started eating the meat. Quinn was stunned. "Brother?" This was the first time Lauren had addressed him as brother. Quinn looked at Lauren, who was munching on the meat contentedly. He suddenly realized that he did not dislike the way Lauren addressed him. Instead, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. What was going on? Quinn suddenly started to doubt himself. "Abmar, my brother is not famous at all. He sighs every day when he's at home," said Lauren. Quinn immediately regretted what he had just thought. What **t? What sense of satisfaction? It was all an illusion. Lauren was a disobedient little devil. "Abmar, do you have any way to become famous quickly? Tell my brother. He will do anything to become famous. He has no bottom line." "How do I have no bottom line?" Quinn thought to himself. However, he finally understood that whether Lauren had said those words intentionally or unintentionally, she had inadvertently helped him to steer the conversation in the right direction. Quinn went along with Lauren and put on a worried face. "Yeah, I've been really worried at home lately. I can't sleep in the middle of the night. Look at my dark circles. I have to put on a lot of powder to cover them up." Abmar started to relax and put down his guard when he realized that he and Quinn had a lot in common. He put down his chopsticks. "Do you really want to be famous?" Quinn nodded. "Of course. I entered the entertainment industry so that more people can know me, so how can I not want to be famous?" "Sure." Abmar's tone became more cautious and he lowered his voice. Both Lauren and Quinn raised their eyebrows at the same time. Abmar had taken the bait. "Did Pauline tell you anything?" Quinn's eyebrows twitched slightly. Pauline was indeed involved in this matter. "Yes, Pauline told me this morning that if we want to become famous, we have to take a shortcut." "That's right, this is the shortcut." Abmar patted Quinn on the shoulder. "It seems like Pauline really values you. You've only been here for a few days, and she had already told you about this matter." "What kind of matter was this?" "These people were all masters of beating around the bush, right? After talking for a long time, they still couldn't come up with any important information. Quinn was cursing in his heart, but on the surface, he still had to maintain a face full of worry and curiosity. Pauline only told me to take a shortcut, she didn't tell me where the shortcut is. Abmar seemed to have gone through this stage as well. He nodded. It's like this. Not everyone can accept this shortcut. Pauline probably wants you to think it through on your own. Quinn rubbed his hands together, pretending to be very interested. With such good acting skills, he had the potential to become the best actor. Abmar seemed to have completely trusted him. It seems like you have a lot of experience in this area, senior. Can you tell me what shortcut it is? Could it be an unspoken rule? Quinn had previously read some tabloid news about how some celebrities would sacrifice their bodies in order to get a role in a good movie. Of course, he did not know whether it was true or not. Abmar waved his hand. It's not that simple. He gestured for Quinn to move closer and whispered into his ear. The shortcut given by Paul is more effective than an unspoken rule, but it's scarier. Lauren looked like she was busy eating, but in reality, she had been eavesdropping on their conversation with her spiritual consciousness since a long time ago. Although she did not know why Quinn wanted to ask about this, she had nothing to do for these 2 days and she was also curious, so she decided to help. Abmar looked at the people around him to make sure that no one was eavesdropping, then he continued to speak. I see that you're a newcomer, and you get along so well with me. How about this? I've just asked Pauline this afternoon, and tomorrow I'm going to take this shortcut. I'll add you on WhatsApp later and send you the time and place. You just take a look quietly. Success! Quinn felt thrilled. Okay, thank you so much, senior. Perhaps it was because he knew that he was going to be famous again soon. Abmar's mood was much better than when he took the photo in the afternoon. There's no need to say thank you between friends. Don't call me senior, just call me Abmar. The dinner went very smoothly. After dinner, Isaac was going to send Lauren back in a car. Quinn watched from the side as Isaac and Lauren chatted happily. Lauren kept addressing Isaac as brother, which made Quinn feel disgusted. Does she call everyone brother? Isaac even pinched Lauren's face and rubbed her hair. For some reason, this made Quinn extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 118, Jealous. He threw the things in his hands to his assistant and walked up to Lauren. Mr. Atkinson, Lauren will go home with me. It's not necessary to trouble you. My brother wanted us to go back together, Quinn said. Quinn specially emphasized the word us so as to distinguish Isaac from them. Quinn did not get the chance to meet Isaac when he first joined Golden Star, but Isaac knew Quinn. At that time, Quinn was doing well abroad, and Isaac was the first one to discover his potential. He had asked the Golden Star to approach him and sign him as an artist under it. Quinn, Lauren, you and Quinn are? Isaac asked. Lauren was sandwiched between the two of them. She looked at Isaac and then at Quinn. She did not know what was going on with Quinn. Didn't he hate her a lot? Why did he take the initiative to ask her to go home with him? Lauren did not know how to answer Isaac's question. At the dinner table, when she mentioned that Quinn was her brother, it was a temporary measure to get more information out of Abmar. Although she was telling the truth, deep down, Lauren did not think that Quinn was her brother. Quinn was really mean to her. He even found Master Maverick to exorcise her. Lauren's eyeballs rolled for a long time before she managed to squeeze out the following sentence. I'm the biological younger sister of my biological older brother, and Quinn is the biological younger brother of my biological older brother. Quinn's assistant stood at the back, trying to sort out the relationship between them. Isaac was stunned for 2 to 3 seconds before he realized that this meant that Lauren and Quinn were biological siblings. Quinn was not too happy when he heard this. He had come over with good intentions to ask Lauren to go home with him, but he was annoyed by the way Lauren introduced him. Didn't she just call him brother? She was so heartless. Looks like you still prefer your biological older brother, said Isaac. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to take a glance at Quinn. Quinn felt a little uncomfortable under Isaac's teasing gaze. Are you going back? If you are not, I don't care if Franklin scolds you, said Quinn to Lauren. Lauren felt that Quinn was back to normal when she heard his tone. HMPH, I'll go back then, thought Lauren. Isaac, I'll go back first then. We'll contact each other again. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Lauren's voice was sweet when she spoke to Isaac. How could a 4-and-a-half-year-old, who only knew how to eat, be of any help? Quinn ridiculed Lauren nonchalantly. He had completely forgotten about the role Lauren played during dinner. Quinn's car had already stopped at the entrance of the hotel. He strode over to the car and opened the door of the backseat. "Lauren, are you coming? If not, you can stay here by yourself." Did she really have so much to say to Isaac? Why was she so reluctant to leave? "Quinn, stop being sour," the assistant said as he held onto Quinn's pile of small items. Quinn glanced at him. "What are you talking about?" The assistant immediately went on to explain further. "You are feeling sour right now. The only thing missing is the word jealous written on your forehead." "Jealous? What a joke. If you talk too much, I'll deduct $100 from your salary," the assistant said. "You're taking revenge for a private grudge." After hearing what his assistant said, Quinn could no longer remain calm. He got into the car first when he saw that Lauren was still chatting with Isaac. After another 2 minutes, Lauren finally took small steps and got into the car. "Hey, let me make myself clear. I wasn't the one who asked you to go back with me. It was Franklin who insisted that we've to go back together as he was worried about you." Quinn was trying to explain himself. "Oh," Lauren replied briefly. 2 minutes later, "Don't think that I'm the one who's worried about you." "Oh." Even the chauffeur moved and looked at Quinn in the mirror. Lauren looked out of the window and didn't say a word. Lauren suddenly became quiet and Quinn wasn't used to it. However, he didn't pursue the topic. Instead, he picked up his phone. During dinner, he and Abmar had already added each other on WhatsApp. Abmar kept his promise and sent him the venue and the timing. It would be 10 a.m. tomorrow morning on the basement floor of Golden Star Agency. Quinn silently noted it down. He felt that something wasn't right, so he turned on his phone screen. Wait a minute, the basement floor? Quinn remembered that the lowest floor in Golden Star Agency was the first floor. It was a parking lot. Where did the basement floor come from? Quinn sent back a message to ask. Abmar replied very quickly. He said that this was the right place, but very few people knew how to get there. "Wait for me at the D door on the first floor tomorrow. Don't be late and I'll bring you there." "Okay." Quinn turned off the phone screen again. The car fell into darkness, and only the dashboard was faintly shining. Chapter 119, Basement Floor. After a long day, both of them were exhausted. They leaned against the car window and did not say a word. The scenery outside the window flowed quickly. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the Torres mansion. When Lauren and Quinn entered the Torres mansion at the same time, Franklin, who was walking down the stairs from the second floor, was surprised. He had just finished working overtime in the study and had come downstairs to check if Lauren was back. "Why did the two of you come back together? This is truly a rare sight," Franklin said as he walked up to the two of them. Mr. Hayes also came over from the living room when he heard their voices. Lauren was feeling puzzled. "Franklin, didn't you say that I had to come back together with Quinn?" After not seeing Franklin for a day, Lauren immediately clung onto Franklin and reached out to hug him when she saw him. Franklin shook his head, indicating that he had not said such a thing. They both turned and looked at Quinn. Quinn scratched his head, looking as innocent as he could be. "You didn't say that." "Then maybe I remembered wrongly. Anyway, I'll go upstairs first." He then put on his slippers and went upstairs. Lauren looked at Quinn's back with a strange expression. She did not know what was going on with Quinn. On the other hand, Franklin could see something from Quinn's expression. Quinn's current behavior was exactly the same when he first got along with Lauren. Quinn obviously wanted to care for Lauren, but he was unwilling to say it out loud. "It's okay, don't worry about him. He would soon be convinced by Lauren." "Why are the two of you together today?" Franklin asked. Lauren briefly explained the reason to Franklin, and Franklin did not ask any more questions. He only told Lauren to be more careful when she went out to play. He now knew more about Lauren. Lauren might be young, but she knew what to do. For example, she informed Franklin early in the morning before she went out today. Otherwise, Franklin would not be so relieved. Before going to bed, Lauren summoned George from the soul storage device. Lauren would give George and the rest of Ghosts 2 hours of free time every day. During this time, they would go to the same old place to see if anyone had left them a mission. There's no mission today either. Speaking of which, it's been 5 or 6 days since the last mission. There was never such a long gap before. After putting George back into the soul storage device, She sighed and lay on the bed with her legs stretched out. System Divine 9, when is the deadline of this mission? Lauren had nothing to do for the past 2 days. System Divine 9 had also rested for quite a while. It had even gone to look for Divine 3 in the neighboring country to play for the whole afternoon. System Divine 9, host, this mission has to be completed in 12 days. The anxiety of not being able to complete the mission caused Lauren to have nightmares for the entire night. To others, having nightmares might be like having a dream about ghosts, but to Lauren, her nightmares were like having no meat to eat. So, when Lauren woke up early in the morning, she immediately asked Mr. Hayes to make a few more meat dishes for her for lunch. On the other hand, while Lauren's plan had come to a halt, Quinn's plan was going on smoothly. He arrived at the parking lot of Golden Star Agency according to the time given by Abmar. Then, he waited for Abmar at the entrance he had designated. Abmar soon appeared. He was wearing a black jacket and black pants, as well as a cap. At first glance, he looked like he was going to rob a bank. Quinn looked at the half-sleeved t-shirt and cropped pants he was wearing. He felt out of place. "You're here? You're quite punctual. Follow me now, but you have to hide behind that door later and don't speak. Pauline wanted me to come alone, so don't let her find out." Abmar repeatedly instructed. Quinn nodded and promised repeatedly. "No problem, don't worry." Abmar pulled down his cap and led Quinn to a parking area that he had never been to before. This parking area was very remote and far from the entrance. Most people wouldn't park their car so far from the entrance. Quinn followed Abmar's footsteps and looked around. He did not see any door that could lead to the basement. When they reached a corner, there was a wooden board on the floor. The board looked very ordinary. However, Abmar squatted down and moved the board away. Chapter 120, Dressed in Red. The color of the floor under the wooden board was different from the one beside it. The color of this floor was obviously darker, and it was a square shape. It looked more like a stone board embedded in the floor. Quinn's heart began to beat a little faster. This matter seemed to have become even more abnormal. Abmar walked to the wall again and fumbled around. As if he had found the place, he lightly knocked twice. Then he knocked 3 times consecutively, and finally he knocked twice again. Then, something that shocked Quinn happened. The square, dark-colored stone slab on the floor slowly moved away, revealing a pitch-black hole. Quinn pointed at that place, his fingers trembling. He was really a little scared. Why did it look like a hiding place for zombies? "I don't have time to talk to you now. Follow me down first." When Abmar slowly descended, Quinn realized that there was actually a staircase. It was very dark down there, without any light at all. So, Quinn turned on the flashlight of his phone. He even turned on the recorder on his phone when Abmar was not paying attention. Quinn followed Abmar down the stairs. The stairs were not long, about the height of a floor. After stepping on the real ground, Quinn and Abmar groped for a short distance in the dark before they reached a small door. Abmar opened the small door, and Quinn realized that there was another world down there. The basement floor was about the same size as the parking lot on the first floor. There were many small rooms here, and the doors of the rooms were all tightly shut. Quinn did not know what was inside, and there was no sound or smell. This place was already lit up. However, the lights here were a little strange. The color was red, making his eyes extremely uncomfortable. He and Abmar walked through the corridors and passed by rooms one after another. Abmar seemed to be looking for something. Using the dim light, he kept looking at the small sign hanging on the door. The small sign was written in capital letters. Some were 2 letters, and some were 3 letters. In Quinn's eyes, these letters were all randomly put together. They did not have any patterns, and they were not English words. He did not know what they meant. They passed through one corridor after another. Finally, Abmar stopped at the door of a room. Quinn saw the 3 letters WZY hanging on the door sign. Abmar told Quinn to wait outside the door. The door was not locked and Abmar opened it with a slight twist. When he entered, he deliberately did not close the door tightly. Instead, he left a small gap. Through this small crack, Quinn could see a small area inside. "You're here. This ceremony will start at 10:37 a.m. on time. Let's wait for a moment first." Pauline's voice could be heard from inside the room. "Ceremony?" This matter seemed to be going in a different direction from what Quinn had expected. So, The shortcut that Pauline mentioned was to pray to the gods. Quinn carefully leaned against the door and looked inside, not daring to breathe loudly. The entire second floor of the basement gave off a very strange feeling. As he stood alone in the empty corridor, he could feel a gust of chilly wind blowing behind him. Abmar and Paul were waiting for the arrival of 10:37 a.m. Quinn was also waiting. He pointed the microphone of his phone at the crack of the door, hoping to record all the sounds inside. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, it was finally about 10:37 am. "All right, we can start our preparations now. The ceremony is about to begin." Pauline's voice was very calm, no different from usual. However, in this particularly empty corridor, it sounded as if there was an echo, which was somewhat terrifying. "Yes," Quinn heard Abmar respond. He quietly opened the door a little so that he could see what Abmar was doing. Pauline should be standing on the edge, and Quinn could not see her from his position. Abmar began to take off his clothes and hat. Of course, he had clothes on underneath. After Abmar took off his black jacket and black pants, Quinn was surprised to find that Abmar was wearing red. The clothes and pants were very common styles, but the color was too strange. From this angle, Quinn could only see Abmar, but he could not see who Abmar was praying to. Bodhisattva, Buddha, Jesus. Chapter 121, A Strange Ritual. Following that, Quinn saw Abmar bow in one direction. Then, he took a knife out of nowhere and cut his left wrist. Blood instantly flowed down from his left wrist. Abmar took a step forward and walked to a place where Quinn couldn't see him. When he returned to Quinn's line of sight, he had already wrapped his wrist with a piece of gauze. After that, Abmar knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowed in that direction. Pauline had also appeared at this moment. Unlike Abmar, who was dressed in red, Pauline was dressed in white. It was a very simple shirt and pants, without any decorations or patterns. She was waving a rope in her hand, which looked like a necklace. There was a pendant on the necklace, which was about the size of a pebble. Pauline held the necklace and walked in a circle around Abmar, muttering to herself. She spoke very softly, so Quinn couldn't hear what she was saying. Abmar kept bowing for about 5 minutes. There should be a candle in the room. Quinn saw Abmar's shadow on the wall swaying with the candlelight, making him dizzy. At a certain moment, Pauline suddenly stopped in her tracks. The candlelight in the room was extinguished as well. Quinn was startled. He quickly put his phone into his pocket, as he was worried that the light it emitted would attract attention. The ceremony inside seemed to be coming to an end. Abmar had already gotten up and put on his coat. He bowed 3 more times in that direction, and then Pauline handed the necklace to Abmar. Abmar took it with both hands, full of devotion. He put it on his neck and hid it under his clothes. "You know what to take note, right? Remember to offer food every morning, noon and evening, especially that meal in the morning, which you have to offer it with your own blood. Don't worry, Pauline, I know. Millimeter, you're lucky. There was no spot for you at first. It so happened that person didn't succeed last month, so I've given you the spot. Also, it seems to like you, as it didn't reject you." A smile appeared on Abmar's face. "Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Okay, then go back and wait for the good news. Things will slowly improve." Quinn saw Abmar nod his head. He was about to go to another place to hide when he heard Abmar mention his name. His footsteps stopped again. "Oh my, don't betray me, I'm scared," Quinn thought. "Oh Pauline, I met Quinn at the banquet yesterday. He's your new artiste, right?" Abmar asked. Pauline had probably walked to a corner again, so Quinn could only hear Pauline's voice but could not see her expression. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Pauline asked. "It's nothing important. He told me yesterday that he really wants to be famous. Aren't you going to tell him about this?" Abmar asked. "Did you tell him about us?" Abmar quickly waved his hand to deny it. "Pauline, please don't misunderstand. I didn't tell him. I just told him that if he wants to be famous, he should look for you. You would help him, right? I think he really wants to be famous." The room was silent for a while before Pauline's reply came. "Okay, then ask him to look for me when he's free. I can arrange something for him, but I don't know if he can accept what we are doing. If he can't accept it, then it won't just be a problem of not becoming famous. More serious consequences will be waiting for him." Quinn could clearly feel his heart beating non-stop. He was worried that the two people inside could hear his heartbeat. I talked to him yesterday, and he seemed quite desperate. Human desires can always be suppressed by fear. Life is a game for the brave. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Cynthia has been a little unstable recently. I'll go and see what's going on. Alright, I'll pack up and leave immediately. Pauline, you can go ahead. Thank you so much for today. Okay, take good care of her. Huh? Quinn did not know what Pauline was referring to. Listening to their conversation was like listening to a riddle. Quinn quickly hid himself at the end of the corridor. He only dared to come out when he heard the sound of Pauline's high heels gradually weakening until the sound completely disappeared from the corridor. He did not miss a single word of the conversation just now. Take good care of her. Take care of what? And feed her 3 meals a day. What kind of God is so gluttonous? Quinn heaved a sigh of relief. At least this was not a murder case. This place did not seem to be hiding a body. It was just a ritual. Chapter 122, Necklaces. Even so, his back was still covered in cold sweat. His worried heart finally calmed down when he saw Abmar come out in his normal clothes. Let's go out quickly. This place is creepy. You think this place is creepy? You haven't seen something even scarier. If you want to be famous, you have to overcome these fears. The two of them sped up and climbed up the stairs. Quinn had never liked this parking lot as much as he did now. It felt good to be able to see the light again. Perhaps it was because of the strange red lights on the basement floor, but Quinn felt he was seeing double images when he looked at the normal light. He kept feeling like there was a hazy red color blocking his vision. You heard what Pauline said just now, right? If you want to be famous, you can go look for her. Of course, this matter also depends on fate. Sometimes, you have to wait. After saying that, Abmar patted his chest. Now that I have this necklace, there will definitely be a good director looking for me in less than a month. Abmar was only 19 years old now. It was normal for him to be ambitious. Besides, he had already tasted fame before. Now, he would definitely want more. Senior Abmar, is the god you just worshipped really that powerful and effective? Quinn already knew the secret of getting Abmar to talk. If he wanted to make someone lower his guard, he would have to praise him first. Sure enough, Abmar felt proud when he heard Quinn call him senior. He shook his head mysteriously and said in a low voice, "This is not an ordinary god. This is a worshipping ceremony from a foreign country. I can't tell you the details. You'll know when you try it. I heard Pauline say that when you worship this thing, you have to feed it and offer it your own blood in the morning." The wound on Abmar's wrist was now covered by the long sleeves of his clothes. No wonder Abmar wanted to wear long sleeves. He wanted to cover the wound. Yeah, this baby is very picky. If the food you feed her doesn't suit her appetite, she will be angry. So, you have to take good care of her. As he said that, Abmar raised his right hand and gently stroked his neck. His clothes were very tight, so Quinn couldn't see the necklace at all. However, Quinn knew that Abmar was caressing the necklace on his neck. Although Abmar was still the same guy with acne and dark circles under his eyes from yesterday, Quinn felt that when he touched the necklace, his familiar facial features were a little unfamiliar. It was as if he was possessed by something. Senior Abmar. He called out to Abmar and pulled him back from the world of the necklace. What's wrong? Abmar put his hand down. Quinn felt that Abmar had returned back to his old self. Did the other artists in our company perform the same ritual as you? As far as I know, only Pauline's artists have had the opportunity to perform this ritual. For example, Cynthia and Jackson, as well as those we had dinner with them yesterday. Basically everyone became famous in this way. There are so many artists nowadays. If we don't play some tricks, how can we stand out among the others? Quinn nodded. As today's trip was not part of the usual work schedule, they did not use the car sent by the company, so they had to take a taxi back instead. After walking past the parking lot and taking the elevator to the first floor, Quinn finally returned to the main road. He saw the familiar buildings and the bustling streets. It was almost 11:30 a.m., and the sun was shining warmly on him. Quinn took a deep breath and lamented that life was really full of beauty. He decided not to come to the basement floor again. As they had to go to the opposite side of the road to hail a taxi, they had to wait for the traffic lights to change. While they waited, the sound of children playing could be heard from behind them. Suddenly, Abmar's leg was hit. A little boy was running with his head down, and did not look in front of him. So at the end, he knocked onto Abmar and fell down, crying loudly. Quinn looked around, but he did not see the boy's parents. He was about to squat down to comfort the little boy when he saw Abmar standing at the side. His expression was very indifferent, as if he did not see the little boy and did not hear his cry. Quinn frowned as he patted the dust off the little boy's pants. Why did he feel that Abmar's attitude was so familiar? The red light on the sidewalk finally turned green. Quinn, my hired car is about to arrive. I'll be leaving first. Quinn had no choice but to nod and stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Chapter 123, Living Dead. Abmar was dressed in black today, which made his originally thin figure look even thinner and weaker. Quinn stared at Abmar's back until he disappeared into the endless stream of traffic. After settling the child down, Quinn went home and changed his clothes, preparing to go to the bodybuilding class. Pauline was a person who got things done quickly. Just yesterday, she said that she wanted him to go for a bodybuilding class, but by today, she had already made an appointment for him. Quinn no longer felt so strange about this shortcut method mentioned by Pauline. To him, it was just a kind of superstition. If one chose to believe it, it would exist. Otherwise, it would not exist. So, Quinn did not feel as conflicted as he was in the beginning. It was not until dinner time that he shared the events of the day at the dining table. Franklin, in order to become famous, these people even pray to the gods and offer them 3 meals a day. They even sacrifice their own blood for it. Do you really think it'll work? Franklin did not care about these things, nor did he know much about them. So, he did not intend to express his opinion. However, he saw Lauren, who was sitting across from him, stop chewing her food. Lauren, what's wrong? Lauren put down her bowl and chopsticks. This was not a common occurrence at the dining table. This action usually meant that something important had happened. Lauren looked at Quinn with wide eyes and placed her hands in front of her chests. Are you sure you saw Abmar using his blood to consecrate this thing? Of course. I'm short-sighted and I'm not blind. Besides, I'm wearing contact lenses today. Your manager also said that the conditions for consecration are that you must offer 3 meals a day and fresh blood every morning. That's right. What's wrong? It's fine if you say you know how to catch ghosts, but how can you believe something that is so ridiculous? While Lauren was not paying attention, Quinn could finally have a few mouthfuls of meat. He quickly picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them into his bowl. Lauren was still frowning as if she had heard something extraordinary. She kept thinking about it. System Divine 9, do you notice anything strange? System Divine 9, host, are you saying that it's abnormal to sacrifice blood? That's right, it's very abnormal. I've read a lot of books. It's normal to have different beliefs, but no country's normal beliefs require blood to be sacrificed. Have you forgotten? Blood is a part of the living. It's used to worship living things. System Divine 9, living things. You mean? I suspect that what your manager asked you to worship isn't just any ordinary spirit or god, but a living dead. Hearing this, Quinn immediately spat out the meat in his mouth. What did you say? A living dead? Quinn immediately recalled the dim basement floor and the strange red lights. He instantly felt the texture of the meat in his mouth was not right. That can't be, Quinn said shakily. Using blood to consecrate the body of a living person. Didn't you mention a necklace just now? The soul of this living dead is trapped in this necklace. It depends on you to provide it food and water. It also depends on the blood you provide to maintain its spirituality. Lauren frowned and her expression was very serious. She initially thought that this matter that Quinn was curious about was just an ordinary method used in the entertainment industry to get to the top. She did not expect that it would involve such a cult. Once this kind of thing was abused, it would go berserk. If they did not properly worship this living dead, they might even suffer a backlash. Quinn was a coward who had never seen a horror movie. When he heard what Lauren said, he leaned even tighter into his seat, trying to seek some sense of security. In that case, I won't touch it. Franklin nodded gravely. That's right, you should not contact them, and you'd better terminate your contract with Golden Star Agency as well. At this moment, Quinn was still a little skeptical. The group of people he had dinner with last night all looked quite normal. They were all a group of good-looking people. Could there really be such a sinister thing behind them? For a moment, he did not know who to trust or who to suspect. But Lauren spoke slowly. What about the people who are worshipped? The living dead are still alive, but their souls have been controlled by someone else and turned into living dead. If we can rescue them in time, they might be able to live a normal life again. Looking at how confident Lauren was, Quinn began to believe what she said. Chapter 124, Original Intention. Do you really know these things? And you're not lying? Lauren rolled her eyes brazenly. If I were a liar, you would have been cheated out of your money by now. I didn't do these things for money. If it wasn't for money, then what else could it be? Master Maverick collects a lot of money from our family every year. I just want everyone to live a good life. There were always evil people in this world, and there were always places where the sun could not shine. What Lauren wanted to do was to eliminate all these evil people, so that all these places would be filled with light. When Lauren said this, she felt as if she had returned to the time when she agreed to be the host. At that time, she was a determined and kind-hearted person. Of course, 2 years later, she was still the same. Her initial intentions had not changed. Since she knew such a thing was happening, Lauren would not stand by and watch. After dinner, Lauren specially went to Franklin's study room to discuss this matter with him. Of course, Franklin's first reaction was to reject her suggestion. No, didn't you hear what Quinn said? That place looks so creepy and scary. Besides, you don't know much about their procedures. What if they hurt you? Franklin, it's been so many times. Don't you know how powerful I am? Besides, I just want to take a look. Lauren sat on the chair that Franklin had specially made for her. Her little white feet stretched out and swayed. She had stayed at the Torres mansion for the past few days with nothing to do, so she felt really bored. When Quinn mentioned his incident today, she finally felt that she had something to do. Franklin was holding a black pen in his right hand, while reviewing the documents that his secretary had just sent over. Can't we go to the police? There's no point in going to the police. There's definitely no living person in there. The police won't be able to find anything. This was the purpose of Lauren's existence. There were many things that the people of this world could not touch. Lauren was the only one who knew about these things. As the linkage between the two worlds, Lauren was responsible for maintaining fairness and justice, and ensuring the peace and security of the two worlds. The living dead, which was a very large branch, was one of the largest cults in the world. Many members of primitive tribes still practiced these cult-like rituals. These living dead would be treated with a special method to maintain their vitals, but they would not be able to wake up. Their souls would be extracted into a device, and using the blood of the living as a primer, they could make the souls of the living dead work for them. Of course, the prerequisite was to feed the living dead, by giving them something they liked to eat and feeding them 3 meals a day like a normal person. Only then would they be willing to work for them. In a way, the living dead connected the two worlds. So sometimes, what humans called luck was actually achieved through the hard work of the living dead. And most importantly, if we go to the police and report them, they might kill those living dead who aren't really dead. Wouldn't that backfire? When talking about such matters, Lauren argued very well, so Franklin had nothing to say. Franklin smiled and put down the pen in his hand. How can you be so brave? When Quinn was your age, he didn't even dare to go to the toilet alone at night, said Franklin. Lauren tilted her head and smiled. Although what she said was often shocking and unbelievable, her eyes were always clear. I'm used to it. Well, you see, I have always come back safely after every mission. Moreover, I just want to see it this time to understand the situation, in order to find a solution. Franklin shook his head helplessly. He knew that Lauren would definitely do what she set her mind on doing. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, Lauren would always have a way to convince him. So, just like every other time, he gave in to Lauren. All right, I'll agree to it. However, I have one condition. What? I have to go too. Why? I don't want to go to that damn place again. Quinn had just taken a shower and was about to play a game to forget about all the horrible things that had happened today when he was called to Franklin's study room. He also learned that Franklin had assigned him an even scarier mission. That place is so creepy. Whoever wants to go can go on their own. Besides, it was Lauren who wanted to go. What does it have to do with me? I'm not going to accompany her, Quinn protested. Chapter 125, An Adventure. Even though Quinn had repeatedly rejected the mission and had even started behaving coquettishly like Lauren. In the end, apart from making Franklin felt disgusted, it was of no use to him. "Franklin, you really don't love me anymore. You actually asked me to put myself in danger just for the sake of a little girl like Lauren," said Quinn. Quinn had originally thought that his accusation would at least have some effect on Franklin. After all, he and Franklin had been brothers for more than 20 years. However, to Quinn's surprise, Franklin only nodded his head faintly after listening to him. "That's right. I'm asking you to put yourself in danger. That's a good choice of words. Who asked you to comment on my choice of words?" He couldn't help but protest in his mind. Quinn was stunned. He wanted to cry, but couldn't. In the end, he succumbed to the tyranny of Franklin and Lauren. In truth, there was no tyranny involved. It was just that Lauren had promised Quinn that he could eat all the meat on the table next week. Quinn agreed to the mission when he heard about the food. Everyone was a foodie deep down. Lauren returned to her room, but she did not fall asleep immediately. She was still a little excited at the thought of going on an adventure the next day. Though she had been stayed at the Torres family for the past 2 days, she had not been idling. She went through all the missing case files that she had retrieved from the police station. One of the girls who had gone missing recently had left a deep impression on her. This little girl had gone missing half a year ago. Her name was Nancy Drew, and she was only 4 years old. After she went missing, her father had gone crazy because he could not take the blow. Her mother had committed suicide by jumping off a building. The whole family had been ruined because of this incident. Lauren looked at the photo of Nancy, who was about the same age as her. Her emotions were complicated. She and Quinn agreed on 7 o'clock the next morning. It was a safer time since no one was at work at the Golden Star. After all, Quinn did not want to be discovered. The two of them set off at around 6 o'clock in the morning, with Ben as the driver. When they arrived at the parking lot, Ben stayed in the car alone. "Miss Torres, are you sure that you don't need me to go with you?" Ben asked worriedly. Although he was also afraid of these things, he had already done so many missions with Lauren, so he was used to being by her side. "It's okay, Mr. Carson. Too many people will attract attention." Quinn said that the basement floor was filled with danger, but he forgot how to get there. Lauren and Quinn walked around the parking lot, but they could not find the right place. "Do you know the way? We've been driving around for half an hour." Quinn scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. He remembered that was the way Abma had brought him around. Why was it that they could not get to the right place now? "Let's walk around again. I remember Abma leading the way like this." Lauren had no choice but to follow Quinn around the parking lot with sleepy eyes. However, they still did not arrive at the right place. At this moment, a possibility appeared in Lauren's mind. "Are you sure you know the way?" "Of course I'm sure. I was pretty good in my academic performance when I was young." "Okay." Lauren was speechless. What did this have to do with his grades when he was a kid? If Quinn was sure that this was the correct route, then there was only one reason. Someone had set up a formation here to prevent others from finding this place. This kind of formation was actually very common. Some experts or reclusive tribes who did not want outsiders to disturb them would set up this kind of formation around them. Once someone got close to this place, they would get lost. It was as if a ghost had built a wall that kept them from walking to the right place. Looking at Quinn, who was unwilling to admit defeat and still wanted to continue searching, Lauren hurriedly grabbed onto Quinn. "Don't look for it for now. We couldn't find it earlier on, so it's even more challenging to find it now." "Then what do you have in mind?" "Should we just go home?" Quinn suggested. "You're already here, so don't go back empty-handed. You're really a coward. Franklin mentioned that when you were my age, you didn't even dare to go to the toilet by yourself." Quinn was stunned. He couldn't believe that Franklin actually told Lauren about this. How dare Franklin throw away his dignity like that? "I just finished watching a mystery series that night. It was terrifying," Quinn refuted weakly. Lauren ignored him. Instead, she took out a blank talisman from her bag and placed it on the ground. She looked around and saw that there was no water. This talisman needed to be written on using liquid. What are you doing? This is a public place. You'll get caught if you do these weird things. You're a coward." Chapter 126, Ghostly Wall. Quinn was so angry that he walked to one side and leaned against the wall. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Lauren. It was as though he had written the words "I don't know her" on his face. Lauren thought about it. Yes. Then she took out a thermos flask from her pocket dimension. Mr. Hayes had prepared this thermos flask for her in the morning. It was filled with a special herbal tea. Ben was already used to Lauren taking out all sorts of strange things from this small bag. However, this was Quinn's first time seeing it. Therefore, when he saw that a thermos flask could actually fit into such a small bag, he was shocked. Lauren, which website did you get this bag from? Send the link to me. I want to buy one too. Lauren, who was busy working, was speechless. System Divine 9, the system used to automatically generate missions in the past. Why didn't it do so this time? Could it be that I was wrong? Sometimes, the global system would automatically detect the occurrence of abnormal events and generate missions that would be sent to every host in the world. Lauren would sometimes come across suspicious cases and the system would generate missions. Usually, if the system assigned a mission to Lauren, it meant that the incident that Lauren found out was related to the netherworld. However, the system was still silent. System Divine 9, I didn't sense the sound waves from the main body of the system either. But there's a formation here. Logically, there must be a problem. Whatever, since we're already here, I will just treat it as an adventure. Lauren opened the lid of the thermos flask, and the sweet smell immediately entered her nose. She first took a big gulp, then carefully poured some into her hand. She didn't want to waste any of it. You still want to drink at a time like this? Mr. Hayes is too biased. Why doesn't he prepare anything for me to drink? Quinn whined. Lauren dipped her hand in the drink and chanted a spell. Then, she used her index finger to write on the talisman paper. Out of curiosity, Quinn poked his head over to take a look. To his surprise, he saw that the thing that Lauren had drawn on the talisman was actually glowing. This piece of paper actually glows. Where did you buy it? Send me the link as well. She couldn't take it anymore, and there was no need for her to suppress her own feelings. Lauren squatted down on the ground like a ball. I didn't buy these. Can you respect my mission? Quinn was shocked by Lauren's words and quickly retracted his head. I'll keep quiet now. Since you're so fierce and don't want to tell me, I'll search online myself later. Go ahead and search. If you can find the link, I'll change my surname to yours. Lauren thought. That's not right. My surname is already the same as yours. Lauren picked up the talisman that she had written. Fortunately, she had completed a mission related to a ghostly wall at the end of last year, so she still remembered how to draw this talisman. Otherwise, she would have had to go to her magic library at the last minute. She would definitely be laughed at by System Divine 9. The so-called ghostly wall was actually an illusion created by someone who had set up a formation. It was actually the same place, but what we saw was an illusion created by them. Once the illusion was broken, we would see the real place. Lauren tossed the talisman she had written into the air, and the talisman actually floated in the air. She pointed at the talisman with her finger. The mist has dispersed, and the whole area is revealed. She chanted the incantation, and a ray of blue light shot out from the tip of her finger, piercing straight through the talisman. The moment the light touched the talisman, it shone with a faint blue luster, which continued to extend in all directions with the talisman as the center. Quinn leaned against the wall. He was already in a daze. The area covered by the blue luster seemed to distort for a moment before it returned to normal. The blue luster gradually faded until it completely disappeared. What happened just now? Was there an UFO? Lauren grabbed Quinn's hand and said, let's go quickly. There's only 1 minute left. Huh? What's that? At that moment, Quinn was shocked to find that he had found the right place. What's going on? I was walking the same way just now and could not find the place, but I found it all of a sudden. Stop talking and hurry up. Lauren urged Quinn to run. Quinn followed the route in his memory and finally found the corner where the trap was hidden. It's here. Quinn followed Abmar's action that day and picked up the wooden board. As expected, he saw the stone board with a different color. Someone is already down there. How did you know? Chapter 127, Held Hands. Look at the footprints around here. Due to the ghostly wall, no one else has broken into this place, except for those who know about this formation. The whole place is covered in dust, but there are shallow footprints in this place. Someone must have walked past it and left marks from their soles. Quinn had never seen such a scene before. He dryly asked, "Then, are we still going down? It's not very good to barge into someone else's place without permission, right?" Quinn asked. Looking at Lauren's serious expression as well as her agile reaction, Quinn started to get serious. "We've already broken through their illusions, so why would we care so much? Just be careful. How do we get down?" Lauren squatted down and knocked on the stone slab. There was no response. "Wait a minute, I saw Abmar groping around yesterday." Quinn imitated Abmar and groped around the wall. After groping around several times, Quinn finally found a slightly sunken area. Then, he should have knocked like this. Quinn first knocked twice, then 3 times, and finally 2 times. As expected, the stone slab on the ground made a slight sound, like the sound of a switch being activated. The stone slab slowly shrank into the floor. Lauren's eyes lit up. Someone actually spent so much effort to create a basement floor. Something fishy must be going on. "There's a staircase here. Wait a moment, I'll turn on the flashlight." Quinn turned on the flashlight and shone it down into the darkness. Although he had already gone down once yesterday, he was still a little afraid when he saw this pitch-black place again. It was like a big mouth that could suck people in at any time. Lauren had seen all kinds of scenes before, and this was nothing to her. Just as she was about to walk down the stairs with her short legs, Quinn grabbed her arm. "I'll go down first. I'll shine the flashlight back at you later so that you won't be scared while you're alone," Quinn said fiercely. Following that, Quinn held the flashlight in one hand and held the handrail of the stairs with the other as he slowly walked down the stairs. Lauren felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Although Quinn spoke those words gruffly, he was actually concerned about Lauren. He was worried that there would be danger down there, so he had gone down ahead of time to investigate. After Quinn went down, he first used the light to illuminate the surroundings. After he found that there was nothing unusual, he softly informed Lauren to go down. Lauren's 2 small hands held onto the handrail. Her movements were very agile, and she soon made it to the ground. Quinn went over to Lauren and held her hand. "Follow me, it's dark here. I won't come back for you if you get lost." Lauren felt Quinn holding her hand tightly. Just as what Franklin said, Quinn had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Despite the words that Quinn had said to Lauren and the things that he had done to her, Lauren was no longer as angry as she was before. As expected, everyone loved this princess. If Quinn knew Lauren's current thoughts at this crucial moment, he would have vomited blood. The siblings held hands tightly and relied on the tiny dot of light on Quinn's phone as they carefully explored the area. Though Quinn had only been here twice, he managed to find the door. Sure enough, someone had come down before them. The little door was not closed, but left a little crack in it, through which the red light sloped out, like some sort of door to hell. Fearing that they would be found out, they moved softly at every step for fear of making any noise. The room was indeed very big. Lauren was used to doing one-on-one missions in the past, so she had never been to such a place before. Quinn was afraid of alerting the people inside the room, so he turned off the flashlight. Then, using the red light, they made their way forward. "I didn't go into the room yesterday, so I don't know what's inside." "Since you don't know, then of course we have to go in and take a look." Lauren dragged Quinn to the nearest room. There was a signboard with the letters WQ hanging on it. Before Quinn could react, Lauren had already placed her hand on the doorknob. "Hey, are you going to barge in just like that? Aren't you afraid that there's something inside?" Lauren's small face was also red under the red light, but it somehow gave Quinn a sense of comfort. The warmth coming from their held hands also helped Quinn calm down a lot. Chapter 128, Plastic Doll. Lauren raised her head and looked at Quinn. "What else do you want to do? Do you want to shower first or have a big meal first? Hey, you still have the mood to joke at a time like this." While Quinn was speaking, Lauren had already opened the door. Sorry I offended you," Quinn mumbled. Quinn was dragged into the room by Lauren as he muttered something. Lauren did not bother with Quinn. Instead, she focused on observing the room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a corridor, and as they reached the end of the corridor, they saw the rest of the room. There was no one inside, and there was no furniture either. 3 of the walls were empty and there was nothing hanging on them. The room was also illuminated by red lights, which made the snow-white walls glow red. There was a long table against the last wall. In the middle of the table was a small plastic doll. Its face was stained with blood that had darkened with time. In front of the doll, there were many tributes: apples, other fruits, chicken, fish and many snacks that children liked to eat. They all looked quite fresh. Someone must have changed them regularly. The plastic doll's eyes were very big, and the smile on its face was very strange and creepy. Quinn felt his goosebumps rise. He rubbed his right arm with his left hand in an attempt to suppress the goosebumps. This place looks too weird. Who would worship a doll? Quinn mocked silently. Lauren let go of Quinn's hand and walked towards the altar table. She wanted to take a closer look at what was on the table. Quinn did not want to get close to the doll. However, he was afraid to stay in that position, so he could only follow Lauren. He narrowed his eyes and did not want to see that terrifying doll. Lauren pinched her nose and went forward. She saw a piece of paper under the doll. There was a name written on the paper. There was dust and some blood stains on the paper. Lauren squinted, trying to identify the words on the paper in the dim light. Jackson Clendon. Who is Jackson Clendon? Do you know him? Lauren's voice was still as crisp as before. In this eerie environment, her voice gave Quinn a fright. Quinn opened his eyes slightly. Jackson Clendon is another artiste in our company. Why? How do you know his name? Here, it's written here. Lauren pointed at the yellowed piece of paper. So Jackson also relied on this method to get famous. Lauren looked around but didn't find any other information. Let's go to the other rooms. You're leaving. Why didn't you take out your talismans and stick them everywhere? Lauren was speechless. It was a serious matter, but Quinn seemed to think it was like a child playing with a piece of paper. This is just a place for them to worship. There's nothing supernatural about it, so it's useless to stick it here. So they walked out of the room. Are we going to see another room? I think one is enough. You are really timid. Hold my hand. I will protect you well. Oh, you little brat, how can you protect me? Although Quinn said so, but he still increased his hand grip strength, holding tightly to Lauren's hand. After walking past 2 or 3 rooms, Lauren stopped at the door of another room. This room was no different from the previous one. The only difference was that the snacks on the table had changed. The two of them continued to walk along the corridor. Lauren was like playing a haunted house game. She would enter whichever room she wanted to. By then, the repeated actions had numbed Quinn's senses. Just as the two of them turned into another corridor, Lauren suddenly stopped. Wait, I heard someone crying. F***ck. Don't scare me. There can't be a child hiding in one of the rooms, right? Lauren shook her head. It's not a child crying, it's a cry of a woman. Come, let's go take a look. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get out. You've been watching for so long. Quinn felt like he had made up for all the horror movies he had missed when he was young. The terrifying room, the baby with a strange smile, the cry of a woman. Lauren did not listen to his advice and continued to walk forward. As her hearing was more sensitive, so it was easy for her to locate the source of the cry. As expected, it came from a room. Do you find this crying sound very familiar? Lauren asked. Although Quinn was afraid, he still listened carefully. Chapter 129, Discovered. The sound of crying was indeed familiar. Quinn lowered his head and exchanged a glance with Lauren and both of them spoke simultaneously. It's the woman who cried in the hotel room the other day. It's Cynthia Finley. It seemed like Cynthia was the one who came down earlier than them. Pauline, I really can't take it anymore. I have to endure their torture every day. They are so picky with food. I can't sleep at night, and I have nightmares about them every night. Pauline Walker. Quinn thought to himself, I'm not ready to face Pauline yet. I've already told you these precautions. Since you agreed to it back then, you have to endure the torture now. And if they are not satisfied, it's definitely because you didn't serve them well. The signboard hanging on Cynthia's room had the words "Yeah" written on it. Lauren placed her hand on the doorknob, and was about to open the door to take a look, but was stopped by Quinn. Don't do that. It's easy to be discovered if you open the door. However, it was Quinn's words that exposed them. Pauline, who was in the room, was extremely cautious. She immediately heard a voice outside. Who's outside? The sound of high heels could be heard from afar. It was too late for Quinn and Lauren to run. They could only watch as the door opened in front of them. Pauline Walker appeared in front of them. It was the same as last time. Pauline was dressed in white, and her hair was so disheveled that she could even play the role of a ghost. "Quinn, why are you here?" Quinn was quick-witted. He put on an innocent look and extended his right hand to greet Pauline. "Hey, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here as well." From this angle, they could already see Cynthia in the room. She was currently sitting on the floor with tears in her eyes. She looked extremely thin and weak. Seeing Quinn's eyes fall on the inside of the room, Pauline walked out a little and conveniently closed the door. "How did you find this place? Who is this little girl?" Pauline's voice was not as calm as before. In fact, she sounded a little panicked. Pauline looked at Lauren. Quinn subconsciously took a step forward and blocked Pauline's view of Lauren, who was behind him. A bunch of reasons flashed through his mind, but in the end, he decided to give Pauline a half-true account of why he was there. "Pauline, since you asked, I'll tell you the truth. I heard from Abma a few days ago that there's a way to quickly become famous, so I followed him and found out about this place. I came here to take a look at what it is today, but I didn't expect to run into you." Pauline was still a little doubtful. Her gaze swept up and down as she sized up the two of them. "My sister didn't have anyone to look after her today, so I had no choice but to bring her here. Don't worry, Pauline. The two of us will definitely keep our mouths shut and won't say anything. Furthermore, my sister is a mute. She can't say anything even if she wants to." Lauren was speechless. "Fine, she actually became a mute after coming out for a while. Furthermore, my sister's hearing is only 20% of a toddler's. She needs to wear a hearing aid to be able to hear things, so you don't have to worry about her hearing our conversation at all." Lauren was speechless once again. It was fine if she couldn't speak, but now she couldn't even hear anything. Quinn is really a good brother, Lauren thought. At this moment, Lauren and Quinn were still holding hands. Lauren tightened her grip on Quinn's hand, and Quinn instantly felt as if the bones in his hand were about to be broken by Lauren. "Oh my God, why is this girl so strong?" Quinn thought. Pauline asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't look too good." I just have a stomachache." Pauline had arrived late on the day of the banquet, so she didn't know about the relationship between Lauren and Isaac Atkinson. She was very unfamiliar with Lauren. In order to dispel Pauline's doubts, Quinn continued, "I really want to be famous. I'm the second son in my family, and my family has never wanted me to enter the entertainment industry. My brother takes over the company, and my family always thinks that he is the most capable son in the family, and I am always ignored by them." Quinn spoke sincerely. After all, he was indeed always neglected by others at the dinner table. Seeing that Pauline's gaze was no longer as aggressive as before, Quinn knew that Pauline was starting to believe him, so he kept up the effort. Chapter 130, Probing. "They won't look down on me if I become famous. So, I won't complain no matter what price I have to pay to become famous. I just want to become famous." Quinn was close to tears. His acting skills were excellent. Pauline knew the temptation of power and money as she had been in the entertainment industry for many years. She didn't doubt Quinn's desire to become famous. She thought that he was just another person who wanted to take a shortcut to become famous. Therefore, she opened the door of the room and let the two of them follow her in. "Didn't you always want to know what was the shortcut I mentioned? I'll show you now." After saying that, Pauline said to Cynthia, who was in the room, "It's already time for breakfast. Hurry up and feed this little angel who brings you good luck." In a place where Pauline could not see, the corner of Quinn's mouth twitched. "A little angel? This doll is so scary. Quinn, you stay here and watch." Of course, Quinn could only nod, but also not forgetting to show a very interested and very eager expression. Then Pauline said, "It's better for children not to watch this." She took Lauren by the hand and walked to another corner. Quinn didn't even have time to stop it. Cynthia wept tiredly on the ground. When she heard what Pauline said, she had no choice but to stand up shakily and perform the ritual of offering breakfast. The table was already covered with all kinds of food. Quinn had watched Abma perform the rest of the process before. Cynthia dropped her blood into the bowl of porridge and knelt down to the plastic doll. Quinn noticed that Cynthia had removed a pendant from her neck. He narrowed his eyes and found that the pendant was similar to Abma's. Cynthia placed the pendant on the altar and placed the snacks in a circle around the pendant. Cynthia looked very frightened. She was crying as she did these things. Quinn was a little fascinated by the scene and found it quite interesting. However, he did not know that Lauren was currently in the corner, being subjected to Pauline's probing. "What's your name, young girl?" Pauline squatted down and spoke to Lauren gently. Lauren had no impression of Pauline. At most, she had met her once in the banquet hall. Pauline squatted down to talk to Lauren, allowing Lauren to see her face clearly. Pauline looked very shrewd, and there was coldness in her eyes. Although she had a smile on her face, she was not friendly at all. Lauren remembered her script. She pretended that she could not hear Pauline's question and shook her head anxiously. She wanted to make a sound, but she could only make a few inaudible sobs. Pauline stretched out her right hand to touch Lauren's face. Although Lauren was not afraid, she was still frightened by the sudden movement and took half a step back. "There's a weird lady here," Lauren thought. Pauline smiled slightly. She did not feel that her movement was offensive. Instead, she followed Lauren and took half a step forward. In the end, her hand touched Lauren. Although Pauline's movements were very gentle, Lauren felt that Pauline was going to strangle her in the next second. Of course, reality proved that Lauren was overthinking things. Pauline pinched Lauren's cheek, then stroked Lauren's hair. She even praised Lauren for being a cute girl. In the past, Lauren would sweetly give thanks whenever she heard someone praise her. However, facing Pauline's compliments, Lauren was not happy at all. Lauren pretended to be confused again and shook her head. At this moment, Quinn finally noticed the two people in the corner. Worried that Lauren would be exposed, Quinn quickly ran over to help her. "Pauline, my sister can't speak and can't hear anything. She won't understand you at all. What a pity. Your younger sister is so cute." Lauren felt that Pauline's gaze was not only complimenting her cuteness, but was also trying to turn her into a living dead. Lauren took half a step back, hugged Quinn's leg and hid behind him. "Then how do you communicate with her at home?" Quinn reacted quickly and replied, "My younger sister knows sign language. There are people who specialize in sign language at home to translate for us. So that's how it is." Pauline nodded her head in understanding. Then, her hands started to make gestures. Chapter 131, Sign Language. Though Quinn did not know anyone who knew sign language, he had heard about it and slightly understand it. He could tell that Pauline was using sign language. How could a manager be so versatile? She even knew sign language. Quinn was at his wits' end. What should he do now? Quinn was about to break out in a cold sweat. He had just mentioned that Lauren knew sign language. If Lauren could not use sign language, they would be exposed. Thankfully, such a terrifying scene did not happen. What was even more shocking than the fact that Pauline knew sign language was that Lauren actually knew sign language as well. After Pauline finished forming a sentence, Lauren replied with her hand gestures. Quinn stood there. He did not understand what the two of them were talking about, but at least they were not exposed. This made him feel relieved for the time being. The two of them exchanged a few gestures before Pauline stood up with a smile on her face. It seemed that the doubt in her eyes had completely disappeared. "Pauline, what did you say just now?" Quinn asked. "Nothing much, but your sister really cares about you. Since you want to become famous so badly, I can help you. However, you can't ask too many questions. You just have to do as I say." Such an easy deal. What did Lauren say just now? Did she say something bad about him? Quinn nodded. He had no other choice but to nod. "All right, I'll let you know when I've made the necessary arrangements. You guys can leave first. I think your sister is pretty scared." Scared? Quinn was doubtful. How could Lauren be scared? She was the boldest person that Quinn had ever met. He followed Pauline's line of sight and saw that Lauren had already changed into a shivering expression. It was a pitiful sight. "Well, we'll leave now. Let me know as soon as you have any news." Before he left, Quinn took another look at Cynthia, who was standing in front of the altar. She didn't seem to be so scared anymore. She was playing with the pendant in her hand and her fingers caressed the raised part of the pendant. After leaving the room, Quinn let out a sigh of relief and dragged Lauren back the same way. It was not until he successfully got on the car that Quinn finally relaxed completely. He collapsed on the seat with his back drenched in cold sweat. Ben was not personally involved in the mission this time, but he was curious. He turned his head from the driver's seat and asked, "How did it go? How else could it possibly have gone?" "I'm scared to death," Quinn groaned. Quinn turned around and saw Lauren sitting next to him. She was now sipping her drink with relish. Lauren took a big gulp and licked her lips in satisfaction. I walked so much just now. Now I'm hungry. Quinn was speechless. As expected, Lauren was faking her fear just now. If only Lauren had entered the entertainment industry 20 years earlier, she would already be a movie queen. Quinn had a lot of questions in his heart that he had yet to find answers to. Therefore, he kept asking questions on the way back. Why do you know sign language? I was scared to death just now. I thought if I was exposed, I could pull you and run away. After all, my legs are quite long, and I can run fast. Hearing that Quinn planned to run away and didn't forget to bring her along, Lauren was very happy. So, she patiently answered Quinn's question. I felt bored earlier, so I took some time to learn sign language, Lauren replied. Of course, this was only a lie to Quinn. The real reason was that she had a mission before, and the main character of the mission could not speak. They could only communicate through sign language, so Lauren spent a month to learn sign language. She learnt sign language because she was bored. This reason was really refreshing. As Ben drove, he sighed. This was the first time he had seen Lauren and Quinn get along so harmoniously with each other. It had already been 5 minutes, and the two of them hadn't started fighting. Also, what's the background of that plastic doll? It looks too strange. I will have to go to the library to find out the details, but these dolls are definitely just a symbol. They're just objects to be worshipped. Then are you telling the truth about the living dead? We didn't see any living or dead people in there. Of course the people wouldn't be there. Otherwise, we would have called the police right then and there. They must have put these living dead people in another place. Anyway, your manager Pauline is too weird. This matter is definitely not that simple. Chapter 132 went deep into the enemy's lair. After saying this, Lauren raised her hand and patted Quinn on the shoulder. Then, she imitated what those bosses said on the television. Now, the organization will give you a mission. What mission? Quinn replied cooperatively. Go deep into the enemy's lair and gather intelligence for us. Then, we'll destroy the enemy's lair together. What did she mean? Was he really going to worship those damned things like everyone else? Quinn thought. He quickly shook his head. No, I'm not going. What I said down there just now was just a delaying tactic. Destroy the enemy's lair. I would be the one destroyed. Quinn thought. Do you think you still can refuse? You've already seen everything down there just now. Now, you and Pauline are already on the same boat. If you say no now, she might do something to you. After some thought, Quinn actually felt that what Lauren said made sense. Oh my God, he actually dug a hole for himself. But I don't want to get involved with those things. Who told you to be so curious in the beginning? Since you've started, don't give up. Lauren even gave him a hand signal to cheer him on. Don't worry, I will always protect you. As long as we fight the evil together, we'll be good friends. Quinn was left with no choice. The only person he could trust now was Lauren. Quinn did not go home with Lauren. He still had other work to do. This year was the 5th anniversary of the establishment of Golden Star Agency. Everyone in the agency had to shoot posters together, so Ben sent Quinn to the filming studio. It was still very early, and there were only a few artists who had arrived. When Quinn arrived, he started to do makeup and styling. One after another, the other artists also arrived. The makeup room was instantly filled with people. Pauline and Cynthia came together. Cynthia's face was very pale, and her eyes were red and swollen. It took the makeup artist a long time to cover up the traces of her crying. Abmau's condition today was a little better than the previous 2 days, but his entire person also looked pale and weak. As there were many other people present today, he and Abmau did not say a word. The photography team moved very quickly. In just a day, they took the photos of more than 100 artists of Golden Star Agency. Moreover, they posted them on Instagram punctually at 7 o'clock that night. The artists' fans were very excited. They constantly liked and forwarded the posters of their idols. Cynthia is too beautiful. Look at her exquisite facial features. She's like a celestial being descending from heaven. Cynthia is a fairy. Cynthia was currently very popular. She had the most reposts and likes on her posters. Cynthia, you have to eat well. You're already too skinny. Compared to last year, I think Cynthia has lost about 10 to 20 pounds. Yeah, Cynthia, you have to take care of your body. You're really too skinny now. I used to think that Cynthia was quite pretty when she was less skinny. But now, she's like a walking chopstick. She's no longer as pretty. All kinds of comments filled up the entire Instagram post in an instant. The outfit that the studio had chosen for Quinn was very simple. Quinn's facial features and figure were already very outstanding. He did not need any additional decorations on his clothes to make him look good. He could fully display his natural good looks. Quinn's white suit is too good looking. He's practically a Prince Charming. I feel like Quinn's legs are 2 meters long. His jeans are really good. After eating, Quinn sat on the sofa and used his phone to browse Instagram. Looking at the comments praising him on Instagram, he was beaming with joy. He held his phone in front of Franklin. Franklin, look, there's another group of people in this world who are impressed by my good looks. Franklin was sitting on the sofa, braiding Lauren's hair. The moment Lauren returned home today, she laid on the bed and entered the library of her spiritual consciousness to look for relevant content. She rolled around on the bed and her hair was in a mess. Franklin couldn't stand it, so he picked up a rubber band and braided her hair. He had learned 2 lessons, so he had to show off his skill. Upon hearing what Quinn said, Lauren spoke, "That's because Franklin hasn't debuted yet. If Franklin debuted, you don't stand a chance. In my heart, Franklin is 10,000 times more handsome than you. Oh no, he's 100,000 times more handsome than you." Without looking at Quinn, Franklin continued, "What a shallow view." Quinn sounded a little annoyed. "I think the 2 of you are just jealous that I'm famous." Chapter 133 Write oneself off as hopeless. Jealous of your good looks. Whenever I go out, there are always people praising me for being cute. As for you, every time you go out, are there always people praising you for being handsome? Who says there aren't any? Look at all these posters on Instagram that have been shared by so many people. They're all praising me for being handsome. Do you have any? Quinn tapped on the screen of his phone and raised it in front of Lauren for her to look at. Lauren closed her eyes. I'm not looking. I don't want to look at ugly people. Who are you calling ugly? If I'm ugly, you're ugly too. Don't you know that this kind of thing is hereditary? The 2 began to argue with each other again. Franklin stood in the middle and silently braided Lauren's hair. He was already very familiar with the technique now. With just a few moves, he successfully braided Lauren's hair. Lauren took out a small mirror from her pocket dimension and looked at herself. Wow, Franklin, your braiding is getting faster and better. Do you have another sister? Is that why you're improving so fast? Lauren pursed her lips and said with jealousy, "Where did this come from?" Franklin's expression was a little unnatural. He would never tell Lauren that he had actually hired a teacher. Of course, just because he did not say it did not mean that other people would not say it. For example, Quinn was someone who simply could not keep his mouth shut. Of course not. Franklin hired a teacher to teach him how to braid hair. Quinn recalled the day when he went to Franklin's office and saw Franklin being surrounded by a group of colorful wig dolls. He shook his head. It still haunted him. After listening to what Quinn said, Lauren's eyes widened in surprise. "Franklin, is it true what Quinn said? Did you learn to braid hair because of me?" Franklin didn't know what to say. As a CEO, it would be shameful to admit it. He was at a loss as he picked up the hair braiding equipment on the table. I'll go put these things away first." After saying that, he took the combs and rubber bands on the table and went upstairs. Lauren watched as Franklin walked up the stairs. "What are you 2 doing? The atmosphere is so weird. Why are you laughing?" "I'm not going to tell you. This is a secret between me and Franklin." "Boring. Childish. Forget it, don't tell me. I don't want to know anyway." Quinn waved his hand and sat a little further away from Lauren. Lauren looked at the temperamental Quinn and sighed. Who said women were hard to understand? Men were even harder to understand. After a while, Franklin came down with a calm expression on his face. The 3 siblings sat on the sofa together. The television was showing a melodramatic drama at 8 p.m. Beside them, a few maids had moved some chairs over and were munching on snacks while watching television. Although the Torres family had a long history and strict upbringing, the younger generation of the family did not particularly emphasize the difference between master and servant. Therefore, when there were no other elders in the family, the relationship between them and the maids was quite good. This was especially true after Lauren arrived, as she would always watch television with the maids. Every time they watched television, everyone would laugh heartily. So, the Torres family was more lively than before. Franklin loved this change. Recently, Franklin had not been working overtime. He had returned early after completing his work. He also understood everything that had happened between Lauren and Quinn. The two of them would always fight to tell him what had happened that day. They would tell him stories while blaming each other. The story would be completely different. So, what's your next step? After listening to their basement floor adventure, Franklin asked worriedly. Quinn was his younger brother, and he didn't want Quinn to be involved in this weird cult. Quinn took the pillow on the sofa, hugged it to his chest and shrugged his shoulders. What else can I do? I'm already at the end of my rope. Lauren said that she would protect me. Lauren was sitting on the sofa, watching TV with the maids. She clapped her hands and cheered when she saw something interesting on TV. Quinn glanced at Lauren before turning to talk to Franklin. Can we really trust this girl? My life is worth a lot. Whose life isn't worth a lot? But you can trust Lauren completely. She's a reliable person, and she always has more ideas than us. Chapter 134 Slight Change in Impression. In the beginning, Quinn did not trust Lauren at all. However, after today's incident, his impression of Lauren had changed a little as well. As an adult man, he was scared to death. Yet, this girl was actually so calm. Moreover, she was quick to adapt to the situation. She did not give herself away even after exchanging blows with Pauline. In that case, he might as well force himself to form a temporary alliance with Lauren. I see that the relationship between the two of you is not as tense as it used to be. I heard from Ben that the two of you had quite a good chat in the car today. Perhaps it was because he recalled the harsh words he had said to Lauren and the things he had done to Lauren that made Quinn feel a little embarrassed. However, he still stubbornly refused to admit it. What's so good about it? Anyway, we have to live under the same roof. Franklin had lived with Quinn for more than 20 years. How could he not know what Quinn meant? Quinn was clearly admitting defeat, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Franklin raised his eyebrows but did not expose Quinn. Quinn quickly changed the topic and shifted the focus of the discussion. Oh right, why isn't Bryce back? It's been so long since school started. Bryce Torres was the third son of the Torres family. He was also Franklin and Quinn's biological younger brother, and Lauren's biological older brother. He was currently in high school, and he attended a boarding school. Logically speaking, he should be able to return home on weekends. However, ever since school started, Bryce had not returned home once. Franklin's head hurt even more when Bryce was mentioned. He pinched the space between his eyebrows. What do you think? He has the same reason as you. None of you can make me feel at ease. Why are you talking about me again? Is he not coming back because of, huh? Quinn nodded in the direction of Lauren. Yes. He called me when he heard that Lauren was coming to the Torres family. As long as Lauren is still in the Torres family, he will never come back. If you have time, try to persuade him, since you know what Lauren is like now. Please call him and talk to him when you have the time. Quinn rolled his eyes. How would I know what Lauren is like? Franklin rolled his eyes at him. Quinn immediately shut his mouth and nodded to show that he understood. It was almost 10 o'clock after watching the TV series with the maids, and Franklin urged Lauren to go to bed. Lauren obediently followed Franklin upstairs, and Franklin covered her with the quilt before closing the door to her room. Lauren was also sleepy now, as she woke up early and went out with Quinn in the morning. She lay in the warm quilt, and within a few minutes, she was dozing off. Everyone outside seemed to be asleep, and the Torres family was quiet. At this time, Lauren suddenly heard something moving. She looked for it and found that the soul storage device in the nightstand was shaking. She reached out for the soul storage device from under the blanket. Generally speaking, if the soul storage device moved in this manner, it meant that there was a ghost inside that wanted to come out. Lauren would usually not pay any attention to it. It must have been those captured ghosts who were unwilling to be locked up inside, so they kept causing trouble. However, Lauren was worried that George had something to tell her, so she opened the soul storage device. As expected, George's ghost came out of the soul storage device and stood in front of Lauren's bed. Lauren rubbed her eyes and asked, "What happened, George?" The mission finally came. We went to the old place this afternoon and found that someone left a mission there. It should have been left there this morning or at noon. Upon hearing this news, the drowsiness that had just accumulated in Lauren's mind disappeared in an instant. Really? So now we can carry out our plan? Yes, it just so happens that all of your conditions are in line with the person he's looking for in the mission. This time, he's looking for a little girl, 4 to 6 years old. That's great. The gods are really helping me. At first, Lauren had thought that if the other party was looking for a boy, she would have to turn herself into a boy. But of course, it would be best to use her own body. In this way, she would be able to unleash her abilities to the maximum. The mission instructed me to bring this child to the warehouse at 4 in the afternoon. For in the afternoon, Lauren sorted out all the things she had to do the next day and nodded. For in the afternoon is no problem. Chapter 135, Mission has arrived. In this way, Lauren could still inform Franklin and Quinn about the mission tomorrow morning so that they would not worry about her. Then, she would discuss tomorrow's schedule with George. So, it should be almost 12 o'clock by the time she finished. She lay on the bed, not feeling sleepy at all. She was so energetic that she could run a mile. When she thought about how she would be able to see where these children had gone after they disappeared the next day, she felt nervous and excited at the same time. She would be able to catch the bad guys and rescue these children in no time. At this moment, Lauren was extremely excited. She could not wait for the day to come. System Divine 9, we're going on a mission tomorrow. You have to be extremely alert. You can't go visit your brothers and sisters again. To put it bluntly, the divine system was actually a form of consciousness. Their consciousness could be transmitted anywhere. Therefore, when Lauren had nothing to do for the past 2 days, System Divine 9 would go to other places to look for its brothers and sisters. Of course, it also brought back a lot of information for Lauren. System Divine 9 immediately appeared when it heard Lauren calling out to it. System Divine 9, got it, I still have my priorities straight. I went to my 4th brother's place this morning. He even asked me when I would bring you out to play. Really? I really want to go. Lauren had never left the country since she was born. She knew that Divine 4 was doing a mission in a country to the southeast. That country was tropical and close to the sea. It was a very good tourist destination. However, as many people passed through that area, a lot of strange things happened too. According to System Divine 9, the owner of System Divine 4 was a little boy, but he was 3 years older than Lauren. Lauren also wanted to meet this little boy. Their age difference was not big, so they should be able to become good friends. Let's wait for me to complete this mission and see if there's a chance to go, thought Lauren excitedly. At that time, she could also invite Franklin, Quinn and Mr. Hayes to go on a trip together with her. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely excited. She couldn't fall asleep, so she tossed and turned in bed. Lauren let her imagination run wild, and she soon unknowingly fell asleep. As she slept late last night, Lauren woke up later than usual. By the time she went downstairs in her slippers, there was no one in the living room. She was a little depressed. She wanted to wake up early to discuss serious matters with Franklin. Mr. Hayes, has Franklin gone to work? Without giving up, she checked with Mr. Hayes. Yes, Master Franklin went to work early after breakfast. He even told me not to disturb your sleep. If that's the case, then, what about the other brother? Lauren still did not know how to address Quinn. However, she did not want to be rude, so she addressed him as the other brother. Master Quinn doesn't seem to be working today. He's still sleeping upstairs. Miss Torres, do you want me to prepare breakfast for you now? The chef made some very delicious meat buns this morning, so I saved a few extra for you. Okay. She could put a few more meat buns in the pocket dimension. She would be out on a mission this afternoon, and she didn't know when she would be able to come back. However, according to her usual experience, she should be able to finish it in one night. Mr. Hayes, I'll go up and look for the other brother first. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Hayes was delighted to see that Lauren's relationship with Quinn had improved. The Torres family had started to accept Lauren one by one. It seemed that Lauren's situation would not be too bad in the future. So, Lauren huffed and puffed as she climbed up to the 3rd floor. This was her first time coming to the 3rd floor. There were 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. One room belonged to Quinn, and the other room belonged to her parents. There was another room, but she had no idea who it belonged to. Among the 3 rooms, Lauren could sense that only the room on the right had someone in it. Therefore, Quinn must have stayed in that room. Lauren knocked lightly on the door, but there was no response. She then slammed the door, but there was still no response. It's already so loud, but there's still no response. You're sleeping like a pig, Lauren complained. Of course, she didn't want to enter Quinn's room without his permission. Chapter 136, Magical Notebook. So, she sat at the door for a while and thought of a solution. Quinn is the most handsome. Quinn is the most handsome. Lauren imitated the shouts of Quinn's fans and kept praising him. Quinn was such a narcissistic person. Even in his dreams, he would probably wake up laughing when he heard these words. As expected, Quinn, who was still asleep, heard a commotion. He opened his eyes in a daze and heard someone praising him for being handsome. He thought it was a fan who had found his home, so he quickly opened the door. However, the person in front of him was not a fan. Instead, it was Lauren, who was sitting on the ground and playing with her fingers. She was even chanting a slogan casually. Quinn's mood was like a roller coaster. Of course, the roller coaster went out of control and crashed to the ground, just like Quinn's mood. "What are you doing? What are you doing here so early in the morning? Have you become obsessed with my handsomeness?" He's crazy. Of course, this was just Lauren's internal complaint. She had come over to talk to Quinn about some serious matters. Quinn was still sleepy. He turned around and walked into the room. He collapsed onto the bed with a thud and covered himself with the blanket. "Can I come in?" Lauren asked as she stood at the door. "Come in." Quinn's entire body was covered with the blanket. His voice was muffled and it was hard to hear. However, Lauren heard the answer that she wanted to hear, and she walked in. Compared to Franklin's room, Quinn's room was obviously much brighter. The differences between the 2 brothers' personalities could clearly be seen. The walls of Quinn's room were covered with posters of all kinds, anime characters, baseball stars, and more. His bookcase was also full of all kinds of comic books and some novels. Quinn also had a display case with assembled Lego models. Lauren was a little curious. She hadn't played with these things yet. She stood on her tiptoes and carefully looked through the glass. Lauren thought about Franklin's room, which was very simple. It was just a bed, a bookcase and a table. There were no unnecessary decorations. Franklin's room was also made up of black, white and gray. The books on the bookcase were all related to economics. "Why did you come to see me so early in the morning?" Quinn asked. Lauren turned around and saw Quinn lying on the bed with his eyes half open. He wasn't even fully awake yet. Lauren walked to Quinn's bedside. "I am going to do another mission this afternoon. I don't know when I'll be back, so I'm going to give you a few things to protect yourself. You're going on a mission." "What mission? Do you think you're some kind of SWAT operative?" In fact, when discussing the child's disappearance, Franklin and Lauren had never avoided Quinn. It's just that Quinn didn't trust Lauren at that time, so he didn't listen to what they had said. Lauren was now too lazy to explain again, so she just briefly explained herself in 1 or 2 random sentences. "I don't know what Pauline's next move will be, so I want to give you a few things to protect yourself. You have to make good use of them." Seeing that Lauren was so serious, Quinn became serious as well. He sat up and leaned against the headboard. "All right, go ahead." Lauren first took out a notebook from her pocket dimension. This notebook was received by Lauren as a random reward when she was doing a mission. Before this, Lauren had yet to figure out how to use this notebook. It was not until she went into the library a few days ago to look up some information that she understood how this notebook worked. This notebook was actually magical. It was made of 2 notebooks combined together. She handed the blue one to Quinn and kept the red one for herself. Then she took out 2 pens. The red pen was given to Quinn, while the blue pen was for herself. Quinn was unhappy about that arrangement. "Since you gave me the blue notebook, why did you give me the red pen? Besides, it's just an ordinary notebook. I can buy it anywhere. Can this notebook protect me?" Quinn knocked his head with the notebook. "This thing doesn't hurt you when you knock it on your head. I might as well pick up a brick by the roadside." Lauren was silent. "Why do you only think about fighting and killing every day? Can't you do something with your brain?" Lauren pointed at her own head. Quinn lowered his head and flipped through the notebook. There's nothing in here. Of course there's nothing in there. We're supposed to write in this notebook ourselves. Write in it ourselves. Like a diary? Chapter 137, New Toy. Write it myself. So, Quinn picked up the red pen and randomly drew a circle on the notebook. What's the use of writing it? I've already written on it. Quinn raised the notebook in his hand. Then, Lauren blinked her eyes and mysteriously opened her own red notebook. He did not expect that the first page of Lauren's notebook actually had a circle on it. It was exactly the same as the place that Quinn had drawn on his notebook. Not only was the position the same, the size and shape were the same as well. There was no difference at all. Huh? Why is there a round shape on your notebook too? Then, Quinn wrote the words "Quinn is so handsome" on the notebook. He did not expect that these 4 words would appear simultaneously on Lauren's notebook. Quinn was as excited as a child who had just received a new toy. He began to draw on the first page. When he saw that everything that he had drawn was displayed on Lauren's notebook at the same time, he was completely stunned. Oh my God, what on earth is this thing? It's too magical. Lauren shook her head proudly. Then, she looked at Quinn and said, "You're not allowed to ask me for the purchase link. I don't have any." Quinn waved his hand and said, "I know. I didn't expect someone like you to be so capable. You have all sorts of strange things. What else do you have next?" Then, Lauren took out a pendant from her pocket dimension. Quinn picked up the pendant and looked at it carefully. Hey, this pendant looks like the one worn by Cynthia and Abmar. Then, he threw the pendant to the side in horror. How did you get this thing? Have you worshipped it before? Lauren was surprised by Quinn's imagination. She shook her head and said, "Of course not. I am a just and honorable person. Why would I do something like that? This pendant is a fake. I made it after I saw that pendant the other day. Pauline will definitely make you wear this pendant. This pendant is actually where the souls of the living dead reside. If normal people wear it for too long, their energy will be sucked away by them. When the time comes, if Pauline gives you the pendant, you'll wear this fake one. There's nothing inside this fake one. It's just some mosquito repellent." "Oh, so that's how it is." Quinn stretched out his long hand again and took the pendant back. "The workmanship is quite meticulous. Of course, the stuff that I make is always good." In the end, Lauren took out a stack of yellow talismans from her pocket dimension. There were several different types of talismans written on the talisman paper. "I've prepared some talismans with different functions for you. Of course, most of them are immobilizing talismans. These immobilizing talismans are also very effective on humans. If you stick them onto a person's body, he will be immobilized for 1 minute. Of course, sticking them onto a ghost's body was the same. However, Lauren did not want to scare Quinn. After all, Quinn could not see ghosts. Following that, Lauren took out one of the talisman papers. The talismans on this talisman paper were very long. Quinn took a closer look and realized that he could not recognize a single word of these talismans. "What language are you writing in?" Quinn asked. "HMPH, you can't understand the language anyway. Don't you only know one language?" Quinn would not be so easily ridiculed. "How can I only know one language? Don't you know that I've been in a foreign country for 2 years? Lauren could not be bothered to waste time arguing with Quinn. She continued, "The longest talisman is called the invisibility talisman. This talisman is very rare. Although the talisman could be written anywhere at any time, the invisibility talisman would require the help of a potion if it was to be effective." So far, Lauren had only received 5 drops of the potion. One of the drops was sprinkled on the invisibility talisman and now handed to Quinn. "This invisibility talisman is for your own use. If you encounter any difficulties, stick the invisibility talisman on your body. The invisibility talisman will only be effective for 1 minute. You have to make good use of it." All these stuff were very novel to Quinn. He was currently sitting on the bed, flipping left and right, playing with all the stuff. "If there's anything you want to tell me, you can use this notebook to write it down and I will see it. Then, I will also write down a plan and send it to you through the notebook." "Okay," Quinn agreed solemnly. "Go down and have breakfast. Mr. Hayes said he kept a lot of meat buns for us."